Chapter 3118. When Gushi touched the necklace, its color rapidly changed. The originally pink rose twisted, and a distorted shadow burst out from within, as if a ghost were trapped within the necklace. This, combined with the necklace's name, confirmed to Gushi that it was for undead players. The human leaders had finally decided not to fool Gushi with a random item. Understanding this, Gushi took a closer look. Ghost-eating flower necklace, red, a standard red item refined from Yellow Springs Higanbana, unbound, when equipped, gain protection from the Yellow Springs Higanbana Sea, allowing all your undead to ignore sunlight and other restraining effects. Equipment requirement, complete the bind quest. Special Route 1, Soul Eating Bloom, an active attack skill. This route creates a sea of Higanbana on the ground, affecting the entire battlefield. The larger the area of effect, the greater the power. Route Skills 1, Blood Mist, Wailing Bones, Yellow Springs Transfer, Higanbana Explosion. Special Route 2, Whisper of the Dead, a passive skill. This route strengthens control over the undead. Through flowers, land, and other means, it strengthens the undead's power and enhances nearby Yin Chi, thereby increasing their combat effectiveness. Route Skills 3, Memory Erosion, Resonance of Resentment, Mark of the Dead, Soul Shackles. Special Route 3, Yellow Spring Symbiosis, an undead attribute route. This route uses undead-like attacks to create a special Yellow Springs Flood. Under the influence of the Yellow Springs Flood, all beings near the Yellow Springs will be affected by magic and transformed into corresponding undead creatures. Route Skills 3, Guardian of the Other Shore, Underworld Messenger, Scourge of the Dead. Special Route 4, Reincarnation Illusion, a domain-type route. This route creates a special mini-reincarnation. Enemies that enter this reincarnation illusion will have all their memories erased, ultimately transforming into a memoryless walking corpse. Route Skills 4, Forgotten River Projection, Munpahat Mist, Naiha Bridge Formation, 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Special 1, after binding equipment, you can select one of the 4 routes as a binding protection. If someone attempts to forcibly unbind or kill the bound person, the route's most powerful skill will automatically be unleashed. Special 2, after binding equipment, you can select one of the 4 routes as your primary combat route, increasing the power of this route by 150%. Special 3, after binding equipment, you can select one of the 4 routes to activate a combat aura. You can also activate 3 additional combat auras through upgrades and other means. Special 4, after binding equipment, you can allocate the number of uses for a specific path and lend it to other players or subordinates. Double Red Equipment Resonance, none. Description 1, each red spider lily records an unfulfilled wish. Can you hear their whispers? Description 2, when you lose control of everything, you too will become part of the Yellow Springs Road. Gushi nearly jumped at the sight of the information before him. This was going to kill him. The ghost-eating flower necklace before him was a miniaturized Yellow Springs Road. In other words, any necromancer, even a lich, could gain some of the skills of the Lord of Mount Tai. If they forced a charge, they might even be able to touch the heel of the Emperor of Fengdu. Seeing this, Gushi suddenly felt as if all his years of hard work had been for nothing. What's there to be unhappy about? Just change into a red outfit. But this thought only flashed through Gushi's mind. Gushi understood that the necklace before him, while seemingly related to Huangquan, was actually a weakened version of the Monkey King version. A look at the paths here would make sense. The most crucial reincarnation here was simply a filler using an illusion. Furthermore, this illusion could only wear away people's hearts and memories, ultimately turning them into the living dead, completely failing to fulfill the true meaning of reincarnation. Then, there was Huangquan Symbiosis, which was similar to Gushi's Death Decree, except that Gushi's Death Decree required diplomatic skills to win over the enemy. Here, simply standing nearby could influence the enemy. As for the Soul Devouring Bloom and Whisper of the Dead paths, Soul Devouring Bloom was essentially a pre-battle setup. This could directly transform the battlefield into a suitable battlefield for undead combat. As for the extent of the battlefield's overlay, that depends on how large the red equipment user wants to deploy it. This item is somewhat similar to Gushi's Death City deployment and Death Kaleidoscope. The effects actually overlap. Whisper of the Dead can be used to enhance the combat effectiveness of one's undead troops. However, Gushi feels that this enhancement is not very effective. No matter how much it is enhanced, it cannot compare to the enhancements provided by the head of the goddesses. After being enhanced, the undead are still undead, they cannot transform into anything else. At most, their combat effectiveness will be slightly increased. But for Gushi, would any further increase in their combat effectiveness be as significant as the increase in the Night Blood Road? So, after thoroughly reviewing the ghost-eating flower necklace's details, Gushi came to a conclusion. This item is useful. The human higher-ups haven't treated Gushi unfairly in this regard. At least, this ghost-eating flower necklace, no matter how it's presented, fits Gushi's plan. If asked carefully, people might even say the higher-ups held off for so long because they were considering Gushi's interests. Look, Gushi is a necromancer, so this ghost-eating flower necklace is for the undead path, right? Gushi is following the underworld lord path, so all the paths within this ghost-eating flower necklace are related to the underworld, right? Besides, look at this ghost-eating flower necklace. Isn't it a red item? Do the human higher-ups owe you anything? If Gushi isn't satisfied with this, then it's not the human higher-ups' fault, but Gushi's fault. Gushi could see through this blatant conspiracy. But what could Gushi say? Say he doesn't want this item? Gushi shook his head. There was nothing wrong with the ghost-eating flower necklace, and there was nothing wrong with the human arrangement. He was upset because even if he actually wore the ghost-devouring flower necklace, it wouldn't significantly improve his own strength, nor would it directly translate into combat effectiveness. Furthermore, it would affect Gushi's ability to resonate with the red dress. It was a mere trifle, tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard. After placing the ghost-devouring flower necklace back on the platform, Gushi retreated to Lord Luo's side. Lord Luo smiled at Gushi. How's it going? Are you satisfied with this red dress? Though many thoughts flashed through Gushi's mind, he kept his true thoughts to himself, smiling instead. Very satisfied. This suits me perfectly. Chapter 31:19. Hearing Gushi's words, Lord Luo also laughed. As long as you're satisfied, as long as you're satisfied. However, Lord Luo didn't know that Gushi was already planning to give the ghost-eating flower necklace directly to Princess Anna after he retrieved it. Aside from the items on the Yellow Springs route, the ghost-eating flower necklace's greatest feature is actually its battlefield buff. 3 of the 4 routes are quite useful on the battlefield. Gushi's most important battlefield commander is Princess Anna. As long as Princess Anna possesses the ghost-eating flower necklace, Gushi can alter the battlefield during large-scale battles, thereby increasing his chances of victory. As for the idea of giving it to a leader or an epic-level subordinate, Gushi simply didn't consider it. After all, for Gushi, the current leader only led 100,000 soldiers. If a battlefield with 100,000 soldiers had been considered quite large before, but now, for Gushi, 100,000 soldiers was a small battlefield. So small that Gushi usually didn't even notice it. Sometimes, Li Yufang would report directly to Gushi about a battle involving 50,000 to 100,000 men outside Chengxi Mountain. He would then submit a summary report, letting Gushi know who initiated the attack and the final results. Sometimes, Gushi was busy and might not pay much attention to such battles. Why would Gushi distribute the red dress to the leaders fighting on the front lines? Only someone like Princess Anna, the commander-in-chief of a massive battle involving millions of men, could unleash the potential of this red dress. Gushi, understanding this, immediately decided where to place the ghost-eating flower necklace. Since Gushi couldn't use it himself, he had to have his subordinates utilize it effectively to enhance their combat effectiveness. While Gushi was pondering this, Lord Luo said to him, "All right, now that you've seen the item and are satisfied, let's discuss tomorrow's itinerary." "Okay," Gushi replied seriously. He had already agreed to come for the show, so he naturally had to follow the human leader's instructions tomorrow. After all, this event was to be publicized and broadcast to all of humanity. If Gushi messed up, it wouldn't just be disgrace for him, but for all of humanity. So, obeying the human leader's instructions was the most reasonable thing to do. So, Gushi prepared to leave with Lord Luo. After all, the conference was to begin at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. That was still at least 17 or 18 hours away. Gushi couldn't just stay at the venue the entire time. So Gushi followed Lord Luo and retreated along the same route. After leading Gushi to a safe location, Lord Luo adjusted the entrance and exit areas to the center of the venue to prevent anyone from entering, finally ushering Gushi out. However, he ignored Gushi's subtle movements, such as the placement of the ghost flower and blood thread net on the platform. After all, anyone could enter the venue, and Lord Luo's actions leading Gushi into the center of the venue had been seen by everyone. If Gushi and the others left, what if someone came and stole the ghost flower necklace? Gushi already knew what was going on with the ghost-eating flower necklace. If Gushi received something that wasn't what he ordered tomorrow, that would be a disaster. So bringing Gushi here was one thing, fully activating security was another, and it was also reasonable for Gushi to leave some backup to watch over the place. But just as Lord Luo was about to reactivate his extra-dimensional space technique, Gushi suddenly moved. An arrow suddenly appeared in front of the platform, where the ghost-eating flower necklace had been placed. The arrow shot outward from the ghost-eating flower necklace, traveling over 10 meters before disappearing into the extra-dimensional space. Then Gushi saw a translucent figure emerge from the center of the venue. This figure was a woman, shrouded in black shadow. Her right hand was pressed against her heart. Clearly the arrow had blasted her to pieces. Seeing this, the 6 red-clad players guarding nearby quickly gathered around. They all realized they had been slapped in the face. They'd been guarding here all these days, but when Lord Luo and Gushi arrived, the thief followed. What did this mean? It meant they'd been targeted for a long time. It was just that the thief had been waiting for their opportunity. After all, everyone knew that taking the ghost-eating flower necklace ahead of time would trigger a massive search throughout the Capital Star region, making their escape impossible even if they tried. But if Gushi had seen the ghost-eating flower necklace before stealing it, they have at least a dozen hours to escape. By the time Gushi discovered the ghost-eating flower necklace had been stolen, they already been nowhere to be found. It was already time for the Red Garment Gifting Conference. No matter how unhappy Gushi was, he had to cooperate with the humans and proceed with the Red Garment Gifting Conference. Everything would have to wait until the Red Garment Gifting Conference was over. The human leaders would then suspect that Gushi had taken the red garment and was refusing to acknowledge it. By the time they were done wrangling, they might have already bound the red garment. But the thief had never anticipated that the life and death net would automatically form at the location where Gushi stood. He had just stood in front of the ghost-devouring flower necklace for a moment longer, and the life and death net automatically deployed. Gushi hadn't really thought much of it at the time. The life and death net was simply a domain skill, and it automatically formed wherever Gushi stood. It was precisely because of this that the thieves suffered a setback, being hit directly by Gushi's arrow. It was unknown whether they were still alive. At this moment, Gushi didn't rush forward immediately, but pointed toward the central platform of the conference hall. The ghost flower is blooming. The ghost flower Gushi had just dropped instantly grew, protecting the platform and the ghost-devouring flower necklace atop it. At the same time, the life and death net quickly vanished before everyone's eyes, but everyone could sense arrows pointed at the female thief's eyes. Even in this moment, Lord Luo's movements didn't slow down at all. He was still adjusting the entrance and exit passages to the alternate dimension before him. A veteran of countless battles, he knew the worst was to rush. If he rushed, the alternate dimension before him would fluctuate, locking it shut. With the exception of the female thief, who had somehow gotten in, no one would be able to enter or leave the center of the venue. That would truly be the moment of despair. So he absolutely couldn't panic now. Even if the female thief stole the ghost-devouring flower necklace, Lord Luo wouldn't change his actions. Chapter 3120. The 6 red-clad players guarding the venue knew all about the arrangements at the center. They had arrived early, and when the defenses were being set up, they had witnessed the effects of this alternate dimension firsthand. Once inside, they never left. They were red-clad players, not fools. For now, they simply had to prevent the enemy from escaping. With the victim and the manager present, they didn't need to worry about anything else. They simply had to wait for the enemy to make a move, then attack with all their might. If the enemy didn't emerge, or if they were killed immediately upon emerging, they would serve as a witness. At this point, Lord Luo had also completed his operations here. He looked up at Gushi. What do you think? It has nothing to do with you. The alternate dimension protects the ghost-eating flower necklace perfectly. All my spatial abilities are ineffective against entering. This means those people didn't use spatial means to enter, but rather used invisibility or other methods to hide there long ago. Regardless of how many people their methods can hide, their way out is definitely not through the alternate dimension. They are waiting, like a magic trick, for us to dismantle the alternate dimension. Lord Luo understood this logic immediately. Tomorrow during the day, everyone must come here. At that time, the alternate dimension set up here will be dismantled. Then these thieves will use this opportunity to escape. The fake ghost-eating flower necklace will then be placed on the platform, and the real one will be secretly transferred out through some means. Lord Luo still glanced at Gushi. Are you sure about this? Gushi was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. I can't be sure either. Given the current situation, we haven't apprehended the perpetrators, and we don't know their background or what arrangements they made. The only thing we know for sure is that they're waiting for me to come and inspect the ghost-devouring flower necklace's properties. So, Lord Luo, did you bring me here on a whim, or was it a pre-planned event? Hearing Gushi's question, Lord Luo understood Gushi's meaning. This is a pre-planned procedure. It seems we have a mole within our ranks. Lord Luo was, after all, a high-ranking military official, and he was clearly a man of swift action. Once he was certain there was a mole at fault, he immediately investigated the area. As for how those guys were going to take the ghost-devouring flower necklace, whether they were planning to leave beforehand or waiting until the alternate dimension was released tomorrow to replace it, it didn't matter. Anyway, the ghostly flower necklace has been saved now, right? Gushi, take care of the body. We give you an explanation later. You can also arrange for someone to guard here to prevent this from happening again. No need. I have my own way. Gushi shook his head. Stealing his things? Don't you see Gushi's background? A necromancer. Do you think that death will put an end to everything? Will death mean they can't find out your background? Will death keep me from knowing what you're going to do? A hint of a smile flashed in Gushi's eyes. Seeing Gushi's expression, a hint of doubt flashed across Lord Luo's eyes. Come out. At Gushi's command, the nether spirit flowers paved a path of nightly blood, and an undead servant emerged from it. This was the female thief who, under the influence of the path, had been transformed into an undead. Tell me, who are you? Seeing Gushi's actions, Lord Luo instantly understood what Gushi was up to. He hadn't expected Gushi to possess such power. No normal necromancer could summon a spirit so quickly, and judging by Gushi's direct questioning, this undead had retained all its memories. If Gushi knew Lord Luo's thoughts, he would surely laugh. He wasn't just retaining all his memories, he was retaining all his levels and abilities. You're asking why Gushi didn't just transform the female thief's corpse into an undead. Wouldn't that be better? Don't you think about what Gushi summoned? A bloody disaster. Is this something he could recruit now? Gushi would rather people know the power of his nether spirit flower than the origins of his blood calamity legion. When Gushi asked this, the newly emerged undead servant replied bluntly, We're from the sky-stealing thieves. Gushi turned and glanced at Lord Luo. He wasn't familiar with this. Lord Luo, however, did know and began to explain. The sky-stealing thieves are a professional guild comprised of thieves and thieves from the human world. It's a semi-public, gray area organization. Because of their profession, many people dislike them. But their profession also requires stealing. They can't just choose not to do it. So this guild has always existed. But I never expected them to set their sights on the ghost-eating flower necklace. They're probably not here for the ghost-eating flower necklace. They're probably here for the red armor. Gushi couldn't say anything about professional players, like thieves and thieves. Call them shameless for stealing. That's just their profession. And I heard they need to meet the professional skill requirements to level up. In other words, once they're a professional, you can't help but take action. But if you want to pity them, they're here to steal your things. So Gushi usually ignored this professional. But now they come after Gushi, and they're stealing red armor. That's a different situation. After hearing what Gushi said, Lord Luo sighed. Yes, they're targeting red armor, and unowned red armor. The sky-stealing thieves have always lacked the confidence to speak and act without the red armor to suppress them. I remember one time I finally managed to find a red piece of rogue-related gear. It ended up being bound to someone else. In the end, the Thieves Guild never got it. They've been living in a half-black, half-white situation for years, also because they lack confidence in their actions. That's their pity. I never bother them. They shouldn't have set their sights on me. You, tell me about their plan. How did you get in? How do you plan to get the items back out? Gushi doesn't tolerate these thieves. Anyone who dares to steal should be prepared to be beaten to death. At Gushi's suggestion, the undead servant immediately spoke up. We use a technique called I escape. As long as we can see, we can deliver the items. Chapter 3121. I escape? Gushi's brows narrowed. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Lord Luo had already grasped it. It's Hu Junsheng. Gushi paused for a moment, then turned to look at Lord Luo. Does your lord know what's going on? The light disrupting and spatial shifting techniques were orchestrated by Hu Junsheng. Originally, there wasn't such a method. He simply insisted on refracting the light, saying it would make it impossible to determine where the red dress was. It now appears he had it all planned out long ago. For an old, shrewd man like Lord Luo, a single clue can instantly connect the dots and find the right path. As Lord Luo spoke these words, he deliberately raised his head. Just then, he could see the unnoticed mirror on the ceiling of the conference hall. I escape? This involves transmitting small objects through light, right? As long as he retrieved the ghost-eating flower necklace and sent the object along the light, the female thief's mission would be accomplished. Someone outside would naturally be there to pick them up, allowing them to escape the capital star system with the ghost-devouring flower necklace. Once the venue opened tomorrow, The female thief could blend in with the crowd and retreat along the route they had originally planned. This way, the sky-stealing thieves had stolen the red dress and safely evacuated. In the end, Gu Shi and the human leaders were the ones who suffered. But so what? The sky-stealing thieves didn't care about human matters. If he had the ability to steal the ghost-devouring flower necklace, he certainly had a place to exchange it for another red dress. As long as the stolen goods don't appear in human society, who would know who stole the ghost-eating flower necklace? It's a pity they didn't know much about Gu Shi. They didn't know how powerful Gu Shi's current methods were. They also didn't know that Gu Shi never believed the words of the living, preferring the words of the dead. So Gu Shi had many tricks up his sleeve to make the dead speak. And once the female thief died, her transformed undead servants simply sold out their former companions. Now, not only can these people not steal Gu Shi's goods, but they're also facing the prospect of losing their lives here. So sir, how do you plan to handle this situation this time? Leave it to me. I give you a proper explanation. Sir Luo also understood that letting Gu Shi take action at this time would likely lead to a massacre. He took over the matter, determined to minimize the impact. Okay, I'm willing to trust you, Lord Luo. So, as long as there's nothing wrong with what's presented at tomorrow's meeting, I pretend I don't know about this. But if something goes wrong at tomorrow's meeting, I still go ahead with the show, but the sky-stealing thieves gang might not even exist afterward. Okay, that's a reasonable request, and I agree to it straight away. In that case, I arrange for someone to take you to rest. Leave this to me. Lord Luo knew Gu Shi had yielded on this matter. He didn't intend to force anything. Lord Luo wasn't particularly optimistic about this half-black, half-white, gray force. The sky-stealing thieves gang had been allowed to exist solely because the profession of thieves and thieves required guidance. Thieves and thieves can't be left to their own devices. Otherwise, they truly bring chaos to society, leaving behind this very faction. But if this faction were to go crazy and pull off a major tragedies, every faction in human society would teach them a lesson. Now that Lord Luo has taken charge of this matter, Gu Shi naturally won't say anything. He pointed toward the platform, and the nether spirit flower dragged the female thief's body underground. Gu Shi then thought for a moment, slapped his hip again, and strengthened the blood thread net and life and death net on the platform, ensuring they wouldn't dissipate until at least tomorrow. After completing this, Gu Shi circled the platform from a distance before turning and leaving the venue. Lord Luo had already left. When he left, he had left some people behind to take Gu Shi to a nearby rest area. Of course, the nearby rest area he was referring to wasn't a hotel or anything like that. You have to remember that the Capital Star region is usually packed with people. At this time, even the cheapest hotels were already fully booked. The official promotion by the human race had attracted a large number of players. Some hotel suites that were usually rarely rented out were now completely gone. The accommodation Lord Luo had arranged for Gu Shi to stay in was actually a nearby villa, a private property that had been temporarily requisitioned for other purposes. After dropping Gu Shi off and handing the keys to Li Yufang, the escort said to Gu Shi, "Your Majesty, we will arrange a vehicle to pick you up tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. No matter where you go tonight, please be sure to meet me here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, okay?" Before Gu Shi could say anything, Li Yufang said, "Don't worry, I have the schedule, and I arrange everything." The staff member glanced at Li Yufang and said nothing more. He felt that everything he needed to say had been done. The rest was not his business. After the staff member left, Li Yufang looked at Gu Shi. "Sir," their attitude is, "this is their territory, and I'm part of the human race. It's normal for them to have such an attitude. When I accompanied Xinchen to meet the city lord of Xinchen, I was always kept in the car, waiting for the city lord to be free before I could see me. Later, when I became stronger and could secure the Genesis Bridge, when I went to accompany Xinchen, the city lord of Xinchen would be just a guest, a minion. So what if we're a little short now? Wait until our strength improves. It's just that they coordinate with my schedule," Gu Shi said calmly. Of course, he also noticed some attitude issues among the human staff. But did Gu Shi care? Gu Shi ignored minor provocations. When they got too excited and things got serious, he would just finish them off. As a necromancer, he had plenty of time to deal with his dead enemies. No one would ever doubt that. After saying this, Gu Shi glanced at the place where the staff had left. Then he turned to Li Yufang and said, "Let's go shopping. We've been to the Capital Star region several times before, but for various reasons, we haven't been able to properly explore. Today, we have some free time, so let's go out and explore." Li Yufang looked at Gu Shi, who was excited, and wanted to say something, but in the end, he kept silent. Chapter 3122. In less than half a day, At the pace Gu Shi and Li Yufang were shopping, he naturally couldn't cover the entire planet. Gu Shi only wandered around a few major districts in the city. Of course, Gu Shi's expedition wasn't without results. He had laid silk threads in many inconspicuous locations. When necessary, these threads could be temporarily transformed into blood thread nets, providing Gu Shi with relevant information. This was precisely why Gu Shi had dragged Li Yufang out for a stroll. After all, they were now in someone else's territory, and this incident had occurred. Gu Shi felt somewhat insecure. Previously, Gu Shi hadn't had any ideas, but now she had to think about herself. At the very least, she had to ensure her own safety. At first, Li Yufang didn't understand what Gu Shi was planning, but after following him around a few blocks, she understood his intentions, and she quickly coordinated with him. In a very short time, they had covered most of the city's blocks. They even wandered around the city until late at night before returning. After returning to their temporary accommodations, Mary, who had been left behind from the beginning, came to greet them. Sir. Mary was one of the contracted undead, who had grasped Gu Shi's intentions earlier, and she immediately began to describe her achievements over the past few hours. I contacted several high-ranking officials with whom I have connections and inquired about the situation. They don't know much about the sky-stealing thieves. But one thing is certain, while the sky-stealing thieves may appear inconspicuous, they have many people behind them supporting them, even facilitating their actions. This is perfectly normal. Everyone has their own little agenda. If they can't get what they want to make sure others don't get it. Wasn't Lu Yongcheng the perfect example? Gu Shi immediately understood the key point. The sky-stealing thieves, a group without any red armor, dared to undertake such a grand undertaking solely because they had the support and assistance of numerous red-armored factions. Even if there weren't the sky-stealing thieves, there would still be the earth-stealing thieves, the human-stealing thieves, and so on. They would act at this moment simply because someone wanted to give Gu Shi a hard time. Whether this person was some unbalanced human leader, or someone bribed by the Celestials, or the myriad spirits, Gu Shi had no idea. But Gu Shi believed there would be trouble at the Red Armor Gifting Conference tomorrow morning. Luckily, he had come here early to take a look. Otherwise, if he had shown up at the conference tomorrow, who knows what might have gone wrong. If something did go wrong, Gu Shi would have exposed some flaws if he couldn't handle it properly. Thinking of this, Gu Shi couldn't help but say, politics is such a hassle. That's because you always followed the path of a necromancer. But you need to establish your own star domain and power in the real world in the future. These will all be faced. For us right now, this is a good thing, isn't it? At least we can clearly see who are friends, who are enemies, and who are neutral. Hearing this, Gu Shi couldn't help but sigh. Games are still good. Neutral status is directly determined by reputation. Once you have a high reputation, there aren't so many problems. Gu Shi muttered something and said nothing more. Mary and Lu Yongcheng could handle this sort of thing. Gu Shi simply needed to know who his enemies were. Gu Shi understood that when his strength exceeded a certain level, all conspiracies and schemes were false. Mary, there are still 7 or 8 hours until the conference begins. I give you authority to mobilize personnel and resources, and you handle the rest. My requests aren't many. Just complete the show tomorrow without incident. At least, if the show fails, it can't be blamed on me. I can't afford to lose face. Don't worry, sir. Besides you, there are many others watching this matter closely. You see, they all take action tonight. I hope so. Gu Shi sighed. And just as Mary had said, many people on this planet stayed awake that night. News circulated through various channels. All the information centered around the sky-stealing thieves and the upcoming Red Clothes Gifting Conference. It could be said that this small event had captured the attention of half of human society. If Xinhua and the others were hoping to use the Red Clothes Gifting Conference to send a signal, then they had succeeded. But if they were hoping to use the Red Clothes Gifting Conference as an opportunity to unite humanity, that was probably not going to work. In fact, this incident had actually stirred up some hidden evildoers. Some of the more sensitive players had already sensed that something major was about to happen. Some players were wondering if putting themselves in danger just to visit a site was worth it. For a while, all sorts of news were circulating. Gu Shi, on the other hand, was at the center of the storm. Having already made preparations, he had nothing to worry about now that he had handed over his affairs. He could just fall asleep. Gu Shi didn't dream at all during that sleep. It wasn't until the next morning, when Li Yufang woke him up, that he noticed Mary was constantly arranging personnel to go out. What's the situation? We almost made the contacts. I can't guarantee anything else, but there shouldn't be any major conflicts at the Red Outfit Gifting Conference, or any Red Outfit thefts. Gu Shi nodded. What Gushi wanted was stability, wasn't it? He just wanted support from Shinhua. As long as nothing went wrong here, it wouldn't matter how Gushi fought the people behind the sky-stealing thieves once he left the capital star region. After all, Gushi had inquired over the years, and discovered that the various factions within humanity were actually quite conflicting with each other. There were also internecine battles. But the human leadership was suppressing the situation, so it hadn't reached the level of a star-destroying conflict. At the same time, the red-clad bosses were preventing each other from fighting, a strategy that was also the brainchild of the few surviving veterans of the human leadership. They had the vision and the strength to suppress everything. Gushi's goal was quite clear. He had no ambition to become a human leader. He simply wanted to be safe and secure. His goal and strength provided him with sufficient assurance. When he had the truth, he could use it to make a strong case. When the truth was not in his hands, he could let it prevail. In other areas, simply maintaining a decent reputation was sufficient. Chapter 31:23. Outside the red dress gifting conference venue, Gushi, Mary, and Li Yufeng exited the flying car. At this point, everything was already ready at the venue. From the outside, there was no sign that a red dress theft had occurred yesterday, nor did it appear to be a tense situation. As soon as Gushi exited the car, security personnel arrived and cleared the way for him. At the same time, Gushi noticed that the attention of the numerous reporters and others was fixed on him. They seemed to want to amplify every expression on Gushi's face. Gushi tried hard to keep a smile on his face. For the rest of the meeting, Gushi remained silent, following the crowd as they went through the various procedures. Finally, Gushi was invited to the platform alone and instructed to lift the ghost-devouring flower necklace placed on the platform. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Just as Gushi reached out to grab the ghost-devouring flower necklace, a bolt of lightning struck him directly from below the platform. Gushi's reaction was remarkable. While he appeared to be wearing no red equipment, he was clearly wearing the ghost flower gloves. Most importantly, his four-leaf clover ring had already been activated, and his lucky moves and unique four-leaf clover field skill had already been deployed. The four-leaf clover field protected Gushi from the influence of other people's fate powers. This was a means of ensuring Gushi's safety. Gushi wasn't afraid of other methods at the moment, but fate methods were too insidious, forcing him to be wary. Lucky moves were essentially a gamble on luck. When Gushi was lucky, he could simply ignore or dodge most attacks. The same thing happened with the lightning before him. Gushi made a lucky move, and the lightning flashed across the platform, leaving no other reaction. Clearly, the lightning hadn't struck Gushi. Being unhurt and unembarrassed, Gushi naturally didn't show any displeasure. He followed the previously agreed upon procedure, holding the ghostly flower necklace high and activating it with his own power. Then, a stream of red light emanated from the ghostly flower necklace. Because Gushi had activated this light specifically, everyone could see it. Even if the players who had come to watch the ceremony hadn't held red equipment, they had seen some. This pure red light, the distinct glow of unbound red equipment, instantly captured everyone's attention. At this moment, Gushi boldly displayed the ghostly flower necklace in all its glory. During the presentation, Gushi's mouth wasn't idle either. He recited the manuscript prepared for him by the human higher-ups. The manuscript was written in a very balanced style. Gushi couldn't have come up with such a manuscript on his own. And his speaking style was different from his usual style, using only official jargon. But Gushi also knew that this was just a show. If he didn't use the official jargon, could he really say what he wanted? If Gushi really were a political creature, that would be fine. But Gushi really wasn't that kind of person. He couldn't say he treated all humans like dead bodies. So having a flawless script was a great help to Gushi. Gushi didn't even have to worry about offending anyone, he just had to memorize the contents. As for the lightning attack Gushi had suffered earlier, that could be dealt with later. But Gushi had originally thought the matter was over, his performance almost complete. But just then, something unexpected happened. You probably can't take this red dress. Hearing this, Gushi's face darkened. I've been smiling the entire time today, saying nothing. Even if I was struck by lightning, I just pretend nothing happened. And why? So I could get the ghost-devouring flower necklace back safely. Can't we talk about everything after I get back? Why jump out at this moment? Do you think there are no red dress players nearby, no red dress security personnel on site? Gushi pondered this as he glanced nearby. He saw Lord Luo sitting with several clearly high-ranking human players. Their expressions turned grim. Especially Lord Luo, who was in charge of this matter. Everything had been arranged perfectly, and the process had reached the final stage. All that was left was for Gushi to demonstrate the ghost-eating flower necklace, and then they could have lunch. Everyone would then discuss the matter, and the matter would be complete. But after they had reached the final stage, this sudden situation had occurred. It was a complete rejection at the last minute, and Lord Luo was not going to feel good about it. Lord Luo, a military veteran, stood up and looked in the direction of the voice. He also wanted to see who was so bold as to dare to come out at this moment. Wasn't he afraid the military would come after them later? At this moment, Gu Shi also saw a player standing outside the venue, looking strangely dressed. This player was clearly not human. He looked human, but he had hair that resembled insect antennae, 3 pairs of ears beneath his hair, 2 pairs of eyes on his forehead, and a mouth that stretched all the way to his neck when he smiled. This surprised Gu Shi. When they had previously announced the Red Dress Gifting Conference, they had agreed to promote it only among humans, and only human guests would be invited to attend. People from other races would not be allowed to enter this time. But the situation before him was a clear slap in the face. The appearance of a non-human outsider at this moment, was he directly disgracing himself outside his race? The human players, who noticed this situation, turned grim. And by then, Gu Shi knew that this matter could not be resolved peacefully. A city gate suddenly appeared behind Gu Shi. He raised his hand and tossed the ghost-devouring flower necklace he had just acquired into the gate. Gu Shi then took 2 steps forward, and his ornate dress vanished. The Ghost King's cloak was draped over him, and then the head of the goddesses and the hand of death quickly appeared behind him. All the weapons and equipment were reloaded into Gu Shi's hands. After a few steps, Gu Shi raised his hand and pointed his magic staff at the person who had just jumped out. I already taken the red dress. What else do you want? Gu Shi's action of throwing the red dress into his own city of death immediately infuriated the strange man before him. Pointed at and provoked by Gu Shi, the strange man roared, I want you dead. Chapter 31:24. Gu Shi, the strange figure before him, charged forward, radiating a thick aura of malevolence. As he rushed out, all nearby players were imbued with this malevolent aura, drawing their weapons and attacking the strange figure with blades raised. This situation stunned all the high-ranking human leaders. This strange figure's sudden appearance to disrupt their red dress gifting ceremony would at most be a disgrace to all of humanity. Since Gu Shi had already taken the ghost-devouring flower necklace, there was no such thing as a fail process. On the contrary, Gu Shi's actions were unusually graceful, and people would perceive his strength as sufficient. So, as long as he performed well, people would also perceive Gu Shi as quick-witted and well-managed. But if any of the spectators died, regardless of the cause, the entire blame would be placed on the organizers. At that point, even the top players at the start would be under immense pressure. Of course, Gu Shi was unaware of all this. He only knew that all these human players were imbued with malevolent aura. Strange Dragon. Gu Shi immediately activated his Strange Dragon aura, simultaneously closing the city gate behind him and confirming his possession of the ghostly flower necklace. As the Strange Dragon lunged forward, it decisively absorbed the surrounding malevolent energy, ensuring the safety of the human players. Gu Shi also seized this opportunity to leap from the platform and dash past Lord Luo. His gesture clearly asked, Sir, will you take action, or shall I? Lord Luo naturally understood the meaning of Gu Shi's gesture, and he also knew that if Gu Shi really took action this time, he would lose face. For the sake of his family's reputation, Lord Luo immediately stood up. The moment he stood up, Gu Shi saw a shadowy figure appear behind him. This shadowy figure resembled Lord Luo in his youth, except now, he was clad in khaki armor. As soon as this happened, Gu Shi realized what was happening. This armor was a red suit, upgraded from ordinary red suit to a unique one. Furthermore, all 4 pads had reached the exclusive level, and each one was personal. This allowed the red suit to become ingrained in Lord Luo's soul, becoming a part of him. It was just like Teacher Jun back then. Gu Shi still remembered that when he first met Teacher Jun, he looked like an ordinary person, unremarkable. Gu Shi's current style was largely inspired by Teacher Jun's, allowing him to pretend to be ordinary at times, then suddenly burst into action and show off. Gu Shi discovered that his pretense wasn't as effective as Lord Luo's. A shadow flashed behind him, and Lord Luo was already donning his sapphire yellow armor. Without a single movement, the monster charging towards him vanished. With him vanished Lord Luo. It was clear that Lord Luo had dragged the monster off to fight elsewhere. This was the decisiveness of a human leader. Even if they didn't know the enemy's background or strength, in such circumstances, they would immediately drag the enemy off to fight elsewhere, ensuring the safety of the other players. Gu Shi probably couldn't do such a thing. Gu Shi, however, wasn't idle either. He knew everyone's attention was now focused on him. With Lord Luo's escape, he had become the center of attention. If he didn't react, humanity would be humiliated. Without a word, Gu Shi soared into the air. He raised his magic wand and addressed the players below. Everyone be quiet. There's been an unexpected incident at the red outfit giveaway. Please remain silent. Everyone, follow the security personnel's instructions and exit the venue in an orderly manner. We will definitely give you an explanation for this incident. Anyone who dares to challenge me, Gu Shi, will face a relentless counterattack from me and my forces. Go back and tell your master. My territory lies deep within the game. If you want to stop me from obtaining more red outfits, come find me there. See how I deal with you, the creepers in the gutter. I'm not afraid to tell you that under my protection, the Beiludi humans have once again obtained a red equipment. My top player, Li Yongcheng, also bound a piece of red equipment a while ago. A year from now, I hold a red equipment exhibition in Bailu territory. I want to tell you, those of you who dare not even show your faces, that humanity needs brave men, not creepers in the gutter. Those who bravely fight for humanity will be blessed by human fortune, and will have whatever they desire. Those who stare like dogs in the gutter will not only gain nothing, but their skin will be peeled off and thrown into the sewer to rot and die. At this point, Gu Shi raised his magic wand and pointed it forward, addressing the reporters and others below. I know you can see it. A bunch of despicable people who have made no contribution and only serve to hinder us. I'm telling you right here, you're nothing but parasites. You die a miserable death. If you're brave enough, challenge me head on, and I look up to you. What you're doing now, I despise you. Gu Shi didn't bring any official scripts this time. He just went on the spot and started cursing. Some of the content wasn't suitable for public listening, the dubbing on many local channels was blaring. But I have to admit, Gu Shi's sudden appearance did solve some problems. Everyone's attention shifted to the conspiracy against human society. For a moment, many people were lost in thought. They all thought that humanity was developing quite well, ranking third in the real world. But why was it that whenever humanity was about to make great strides forward, some cities would always disappear from the real world and fall into the depths of the game? They were wondering why, even though humans had already banned expansion for red armor, they still hadn't reached 5,000 red armor players. Is there some other race blocking this? Is there a more complex conspiracy going on somewhere they usually don't notice? So everyone's focus shifted away from this. Some players who had left were already clamoring to eliminate all those behind the plot. And now, Gu Shi seemed to be getting carried away. He waved his arms and shouted, "Do you think this is normal?" The players who hadn't left the venue, perhaps already losing their temper, shouted loudly, "Not normal. Not normal. Yes, this is not normal." Chapter 31:25. An hour later, the red dress donation conference venue was deserted except for reporters and broadcasters. Gu Shi had been ranting for over an hour, but his energy was running out. He now landed on the ground, awaiting the human's reaction. Just then, Lord Luo emerged, carrying a human head. That head was none other than the strange individual from earlier. Tossing the head aside, Lord Luo wiped the purple blood from his body, then smiled at Gu Shi. "I saw everything you did just now. You did quite well. How about, after the White Deer Territory incident is over, would you like to stay with the military for a while?" "Forget it. Many people have remembered what happened today. I'm afraid I won't even be able to play games for a while." Gu Shi shook his head. During the break, Gu Shi had already heard some news. The video of Gu Shi pointing his finger and cursing for nearly an hour has spread throughout humanity, even reaching the Celestials and the myriad spirits. Gu Shi has become instantly famous today. Many people knew of Gu Shi before, but most had no idea what he looked like. But after today's battle, everyone knew that Gu Shi had 2 heads and 8 arms, wielding a variety of weapons. He was clearly a powerful marksman roaming the jungle. As for those who claim Gu Shi is a necromancer, no one believes it. How could such nimble movements be those of a necromancer? Plus, when Gu Shi threw the ghost-eating flower necklace earlier, he opened the garrison gate. Everyone saw large trees growing behind the gate. This was clearly a forest elf-like creature. Although its many hands and heads looked odd, everyone knew the diversity of elves. I heard that the 8-armed Naga were transformed from elves that sank into the sea. Perhaps Gu Shi had accidentally stumbled upon this path. And it seemed more and more people were believing this. I wonder how they came up with this theory. What was most surprising was that some, unable to find any relevant information about Gu Shi, resorted to metaphysical methods, such as divination or fortune-telling, to determine Gu Shi's condition. Naturally, Gu Shi had shown his face this time, and it was live-streamed, without makeup or beauty filters. His face was simply a straightforward one. In this case, using facial analysis or other methods was the easiest. Therefore, many people resorted to this method for divination. The final divination revealed that Gushi was a jungle elf archer, though the specific class path he chose remained unknown. This was Gushi's original intention. It was just that this time, Gushi had a fully activated clover field, which would prevent others from performing divinations on him. Of course, with some red divination methods, complete prevention is impossible, so the final information given was something like a jungle elf. As for how this information came about, few people knew. As for Gushi himself, he probably didn't know much either. After all, Gushi was currently discussing this matter with Lord Luo. Gushi hadn't given much thought to how others viewed him. Don't worry. At our level, we usually play Red Edition games. You don't enter regular games to play them, but to farm for supplies. You're not still pining for the regular game world, are you? Yes, as a necromancer, the regular game world is my most important source of corpses, and my level and experience are sustained by it. You can gain corpses from fighting in the real world, but you don't gain experience. My current experience can only support me for one more level, and then I run out of it. Gushi spoke without hesitation. His needs were somewhat different from Lord Luo's. Lord Luo had already reached level 60, and there was no way he could advance any further. Meanwhile, Lord Luo had countless subordinates. Whenever Lord Luo wanted something, he didn't need to do anything himself, he only needed to give an order, and his subordinates would deliver it to him. But Gushi couldn't do that. He was only level 25, not even halfway to the maximum level. Gushi had been stuck at level 25 for a while now. If he didn't level up, his level would fall behind. So, Gushi needed to find some games to gain enough experience, so he could level up at the critical moment. Hearing Gushi's words, Lord Luo was stunned for a moment. It suddenly occurred to him that the people he had previously interacted with were either already level 60, or knew they were stuck at level 45, or 50, unable to advance any further. They no longer needed to level up, so they never mentioned experience points when they spoke with Master Luo. This led Master Luo to believe that no one needed experience points. He had almost forgotten how many game worlds he had cleared, how many quests he had completed, and how many years it had taken him to accumulate the experience points needed to advance from level 59 to 60. Now, after Gushi spoke like this, Master Luo sighed. Yes, we all forgot that your level wasn't high enough. We always thought of you as a red armor holder, forgetting you needed to level up. It seems you already have a plan. After securing the White Deer territory, you plan to charge in first? I charge in while I'm defending the White Deer territory too. After all, after provoking so many people, someone will inevitably come knocking. If I run into danger then, I won't be able to level up to save my life. Gushi said half-jokingly. Master Luo laughed heartily. He didn't believe Gushi was afraid of those sewer rats hiding in the sewers. Gushi was simply discussing his future plans. It seemed Gushi's ambitions went beyond simply occupying a human star region and becoming the leader of a human faction. Gushi's goals weren't even focused on player level. Then you have to work hard. Those rats may not be very powerful, but they're quite numerous. Just like this. Lord Luo, stop talking about this and that. Just tell me if you have any information on them. If you do, bring out those who can be killed without disrupting the normal operation of human society, and I take action to eliminate them. Chapter 3126. Listening to Gushi's words, Lord Luo burst into laughter. I just like you like this. But this matter has nothing to do with you. It's just that some guys can't raise a red dress themselves and are trying to take shortcuts. You don't need to intervene in this matter. Let us old guys handle it. You did a great job this time. This is how humans should confront head-on. It's just that some humans softened, which has changed the human spirit. Keep it up. Gushi nodded. He also knew that humans have their pride. Not everyone can try to take advantage of humans. Anyone who tries to sabotage a red dress-related conference will be wiped out, one by one. Just like the sky-stealing thieves, in the eyes of the human leaders, they are all dead. As for the others, it's just that the list hasn't been released yet. When it is, they won't survive for many days. After explaining the meaning of this to Gushi, Lord Luo patted Gushi on the shoulder and said, 5,000 is a threshold. Sometimes it's not that we don't know, but that we can't. With that, Lord Luo left. Lord Luo's words were actually a bit baffling. But Gushi understood that Lord Luo was trying to justify the high-level leadership's ban on red equipment expansion. After all, the reason they invited Gushi to perform this show wasn't to undermine the red equipment expansion ban, but to stimulate human players and encourage them to seek out more goodies. It was to tell players that the red equipment expansion ban wasn't a warning to avoid red equipment or even double red equipment. But you can't rob your fellow humans. Don't demonize the red garment ban. Everything was going well, but then something like this happened. And so the tone of the red garment gifting conference shifted. While Gushi's words were encouraging, they would still have some impact. Lord Luo and the others had to deal with the final touches to prevent the situation from being distorted. After Lord Luo left, Gushi didn't linger at the venue for long. He simply moved his hands, and the dual red garments, formed by fate choice and the red thread of the underworld, resonated with each other, activating the death return. This time, Gushi's target was the sky-stealing thieves and those who had been involved in their schemes. Although Lord Luo had said he would leave this matter to the old guard, Gushi had no intention of relying on the opinions of others. There were some enemies that Gushi still wanted to deal with himself. As for who those enemies were, do you really think Gushi was waiting for Lord Luo to give him a list? That was all a lie. Gushi planned to handle the situation himself. As for who the enemy was, fate held no escape. Gushi, using the power of the return of death, traveled through fate and directly discovered the enemy's identity and location. After noting down these people, Gushi did not attack them directly. That would have been too easy for them. Gushi possessed many means to deal with his enemies. After all, if one insisted on playing dirty, no one could be more cunning than someone who played with fate. To outsiders, it seemed as if Gushi had simply closed his eyes after Lord Luo left. In reality, no one knew that in that moment, Gushi had already experienced countless years of fate. Some people's lives were already in Gushi's grasp. Having accomplished all this, Gushi simply turned around, opened the gates to Arida City, and left the capital star region. After returning to Arida City, Gushi could no longer hold back. He took out several arrows and wrote a few words on them. Then, based on the information he had gathered during his fateful journey, Gushi raised his life-calling bow. The Arrow of Destiny. The special dual resonance created by the 10,000 arrows shooting technique and the fate clone. Gushi had been carefully preparing, avoiding this move whenever possible. But this time was different. So many forces were involved in this incident, and several of them were likely to end up in chaos, and they would be safe. Gushi didn't want to end up only defeating small soldiers. This time, anyone who reached out would have their hand chopped off. So Gushi used the Arrow of Destiny. Aren't those forces quite tacitly aligned behind the scenes? Aren't they supposed to keep their distance? Aren't they supposed to cooperate with each other? Then I let you clash within your destiny now. I let you fight amongst yourselves beforehand. With this thought in mind, Gushi didn't bother with much else. He wrote all his plans onto arrows, and shot them one by one into destiny. Each arrow would, in a subtle way, influence the course of destiny. But each change in course would cause some minor conflict. Gushi knew well that sometimes major conflicts between forces were caused by minor skirmishes. As long as these conflicts continued to accumulate, these forces would inevitably become a major enemy. It could be said that all the arrows Gushi shot out were like sparks flung into the bushes. Gushi wasn't sure which spark would explode. He simply wrote down the situations he's seen in Fate, as well as the enemy's weaknesses, and shot them at different locations within Fate. Gushi's men had already gathered around him. They watched as Gushi, with a strange smile on his face, launched arrow after arrow, covered in words, into Fate. Faced with Gushi in this state, none of them considered stepping forward to stop him. After all, Gushi was a bit carried away, and they weren't sure they could talk him down. They should wait until Gushi finished his current tasks before considering other matters. Even if Gushi went mad, his men, would go mad with him. After firing over 100 arrows, Gushi finally stopped. He turned to look at his men, who were looking at him with concern, and smiled a little sheepishly. "You're all here. I'm fine. I just took down too much. I need to use all this information, so I don't forget it later. Now I made full use of it. This won't happen again. Princess Anna, did you get the ghostly flower necklace I threw in earlier? I already have it. That's all you need to do. Just go bind it, and it's yours. After the binding is complete, you need to find a way to improve your strength and your ability to command large-scale battles. We need to accelerate our progress." Gushi spoke seriously. Gushi understood that the various hidden human forces dared to attack Gushi this time because, in part, Gushi lacked a complete power, and in part, because his level was low. This incident also made Gushi realize that he still lacked something. Some things could not be put off any longer. Chapter 31:27. For 3 months after the Red Dress Gifting Conference, Gushi's goal remained clear, to improve his own strength. During these 3 months, Gushi diligently played the regular game. As Lord Luo had said, with Gushi's strength, He would simply be grinding stats in any regular game. Sometimes, Gucci would log in the morning, only for the game to crash in the afternoon. Occasionally, if the game world wasn't so vast, Gucci could have wiped out everyone in the game in a single day. Even so, in just 3 months, Gucci destroyed nearly 40 game worlds. Thankfully, these game worlds were all created by the ancient godhead, and considered Gucci's personal game worlds. Others had no idea what Gucci had done. They only knew that Gucci hadn't returned to the White Deer territory in 3 months. Some people assumed that Gucci had retrieved the ghost-devouring flower necklace, and was returning to bind it. No one paid much attention to Gucci's absence. This also bought Gucci some time. Those 3 months of diligent gameplay had not only replenished the population of several underworlds, but also allowed him to acquire a large amount of resources. Most importantly, Gucci's combat experience had been replenished. Even if Gucci's men only received 1 experience point for each kill, despite the billions of kills he had committed in those 3 months, his experience points had still reached a relatively high level. Gucci estimated that he could easily reach level 30. As for anything beyond level 30, he had to wait until he completed the game world upgrade before returning to it. Today was the last game world Gucci would focus on grinding. Gucci had already agreed with Titanium Lion that he wouldn't need to look for more crowded game worlds. It had already been 3 months since he left, and Gucci needed to return to the White Deer territory. But just as Gucci was logging out of the game world, he suddenly noticed Titanium Lion rushing over. "Sir, I need to mobilize the troops." "Has something happened?" Gucci's face was filled with curiosity. "Yes, sir, there's been a little trouble," Titanium Lion said seriously. "Tell me about it." Gucci was somewhat curious. "It's like this. Nearly 40 game worlds have collapsed recently. Some changes have occurred in the remaining game worlds." After hearing about so many game worlds collapsing, Gucci didn't know what expression to use, because he had destroyed all of those 40-plus game worlds. In other words, the situations in other game worlds were most likely caused by him. "Tell me what happened." Hearing Gucci's question, Titanium Lion quickly explained. "Apart from sending a portion of our game worlds to Luqing for the Savage players, another portion will be sent to Lu Yongqing's Moonlight City for players who have joined us. The rest will be semi-sealed with me. Normalizingly, these game worlds are not open to the public. Only undead exploration teams are allowed to enter to investigate the game world's background and timeline. After that, it will be semi-permanently sealed until the adults want to find a corresponding game world. It will then be released individually. But as the adults cleared over 40 game worlds, I stumbled upon discovering that even the semi-sealed game worlds still had traces of player activity. Players have infiltrated?" Gucci frowned upon hearing this. All of these game worlds were acquired by Gucci from the head of the ancient gods. It could be said that each game world was uniquely Gucci's. Aside from the ones Gucci had given away, the remaining game worlds' landing points were all located in Chongqi Mountain. While this location wasn't as central as Aryov, it was still considered the core of Chongqi Mountain. Even the undead rarely visited. How could there be traces of player activity? As for the other landing points, that was even more impossible. Because Gucci knew full well that all current game worlds had only one landing point. Could someone be daring enough to help these players? Gucci immediately thought of someone. Portal. Last time, Gucci had nearly come to blows with Portal, even wiping out all of its forces in this zone. This forced Portal to rebuild its own distribution network. In the eyes of ordinary people, this would be considered a mortal vengeance. And Portal's ability is to create portals into the game. If he really wanted to cause trouble for Gucci, he could probably forcibly create several portals in other parts of the game world. But then, Titanium Lion shook his head. He doesn't look like an ordinary player. He gives the impression of being a black market player. Black players? Gucci was visibly stunned. What was going on? Wait. Gucci suddenly remembered. The core tenet of black players is that they are no longer human beings. They live within the game, seeking immortality within it, and everything we can't get in the outside world. Reincarnation within the game is one of their specialties. They also have the ability to bring everything from the game world outside. It's fair to say that black players are the most annoying type of player. With their presence, the entire game is tainted. How did they appear? It's not clear yet. I asked Shea to help investigate the cause. Titanium Lion immediately explained to Gucci. Hearing this, Gucci's heart still clung to his chest. When did it all happen? It started 3 months ago. 3 months ago, when I returned from the Capital Star region. Gucci's expression seemed to have a subtle realization. Yes, actually, the more accurate time would be when the 3rd game world collapsed at your hands. Titanium Lion had been keeping an eye on the game world, so he was fully aware of its changes. Why didn't you tell me in advance? The situation wasn't very obvious before, but as more and more games crashed, things got increasingly out of control. My lord, I'm a little worried. What are you worried about? Aren't they just some hackers? Wait, are you saying someone's got their hands on our ancient god's head? Gushi suddenly became serious. If 1 or 2 game worlds were invaded by hackers, Gushi could ignore it and take his time to investigate. But he absolutely couldn't take the ancient god's head lightly. After all, the ancient god's head was the core of Gushi's life. Its position was even more important than the red armor. Chapter 3128. After learning of the unusual situation, Gushi did not leave Chengxi Mountain as planned. Instead, he turned and headed for the ancient god head, which was suppressed at the foot of the nearby Peach Mountain. After all, the game world and the like were minor matters. The ancient god head was the key. Without the ancient god head, let alone the game world, Gushi feared he wouldn't even be able to find the portal to enter it. So this matter had to be addressed. When entering the interior of Peach Mountain, Gushi noticed that the ancient god head had completely merged with the interior of Peach Mountain. It looked as if numerous roots and hair had entwined themselves with the ancient god head. When Gushi approached, the ancient god head showed a noticeable reaction. But that wasn't what Gushi was thinking about. He floated in front of the ancient god head. The goddess heads behind him soared higher, their eyes widening as a beam of sacred moonlight descended upon the ancient god head. As the power of the sacred moonlight infused the ancient god head, Gushi slowly began to examine the situation within. The last time Gushi came here, he had just obtained the ancient god's head and was about to suppress it. At that time, the ancient god still had some consciousness and wanted to give Gushi a little reward. Instead, Gushi summoned death and drained everything from the ancient god's head. Now, re-entering the ancient god's head, Gushi saw the same number of spatial bubbles as before. In many of these bubbles, red dots of light could be clearly seen flickering. Each of these bubbles was a game world about to take shape. And every location with a flashing red light was a game world where red equipment could appear. Standing here, Gushi no longer felt the same bewilderment he had felt at first. A beam of sacred moonlight thrust forward, revealing everything in his sight. Protected by the sacred moonlight, Gushi advanced step by step, occasionally pausing in front of a bubble to observe. Although each bubble appeared quite transparent, it was like frosted glass, making it impossible to discern what lay within. Of course, Gushi hadn't come here for this very reason. He didn't focus on the bubble's interior, but rather on their surfaces. Under the influence of the sacred moonlight, the bubbles shimmered with a cold, silvery light. Gushi's gaze followed these shimmering lights, and finally, his eyes lit up as he noticed something unusual. On the surface of one of the bubbles he was observing, the light paused for a moment. This was it. Gushi paused, and the hand of death flew out from behind him, reaching out and pressing down on the bubble. At the same time, Gushi extended his hands, sheathing the magic staff. The life-calling bow, previously held by the molten cast, fell into his left hand. At the same time, without Gushi's movement, the death's mane, which served as a belt around his waist, wrapped around the life-calling bow. Gushi's eyes followed the bubble trapped by the hand of death. Gushi noticed that a nearly invisible dark purple thread was piercing the bubble's surface. Although the thread only made a tiny hole, it had already destroyed the smooth surface of the bubble. This was why the light flowed abnormally. But Gushi wasn't concerned with that. He stared intently at the dark purple thread before him. If he hadn't strengthened himself with various red-level fate gear, if he hadn't borrowed fate's vision, Gushi wouldn't have been able to see it at all. When the thread appeared, Gushi thought it was a fate thread, a casual arrangement by Black Fate. But upon closer inspection, Gushi realized something else wasn't happening. Although he hadn't planned on following the fate path, Gushi did have some understanding of fate threads. A fate thread wasn't like Gushi's blood thread net, where any random thread could be called a fate thread. A fate thread had its own unique characteristics. It had no beginning or end, no source or destination. That was a fate thread. In other words, if you saw a thread and followed it from both ends, and found no end at either end, no matter how you looked at it, then it was a fate thread. A fate thread with an end wasn't a fate thread. As for how to manipulate this fate thread without a beginning or an end, that was the responsibility of the players who chose the fate path. Gushi himself couldn't do it. Of course, just because he couldn't manipulate it didn't mean he couldn't judge. The silk thread before him was clearly different. Gushi could already see a dark purple liquid dripping from one end. From this, Gushi knew this wasn't a thread of destiny. It was some ancient god or divine-level creature, somehow contaminating his ancient god head. Gushi understood the situation clearly. When you see a cockroach, you already have a nest of them in your home. This was the first instance, and there were surely many more to come. Gushi aimed his life-threatening bow at the black-purple thread. Under the gaze of fate, he saw the other end of the thread extend deep into the ancient god's head. Gushi, without hesitation, followed the thread's direction. The numerous methods that had previously blocked Gushi were now completely useless. Gushi now followed the thread, moving relentlessly. Finally, he spotted a small breach deep within the ancient god's head, where the black thread had penetrated. Looking through the breach, Gushi could see a red game world. But now, above that red game world, a massive black-purple spider was perched. The spider was continuously sending out a similarly colored black-purple thread. As Gushi looked at the black-purple spider, he could clearly see a strange power within it. That power was like the dejection one feels after having gold, but simply giving it away. Gushi didn't know where this power came from, but that was his understanding. Because he didn't know the true nature of this power, he didn't know the underlying situation. All Gushi needed to know was that his ancient god head was under the influence of this spider. Now, Gushi had to sever the spider's connection to the ancient god head. Watching the spider's movements as it hovered above the red game world, Gushi guessed it was probably above level 60. He believed it had mastered some of the rules. Gushi didn't plan to attack it yet. His current goal was to sever the current thread and prevent the ancient god head from being contaminated again. But just as Gushi was about to attack, he suddenly noticed something. Chapter 31:29. Isaac. Just as Gushi was about to process the black-purple silk thread, a seemingly ordinary human appeared nearby. Although at a distance, Gushi could clearly tell that this sudden appearance was not from the celestial or myriad spirits. He was a pure human player, and one of the more powerful among them. He might even possess a red suit. What was going on? Gushi was startled, his movements noticeably pausing, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. At the same time, the power of fate intensified in his vision, allowing him to clearly see the figure. At that moment, the giant black-purple spider raised its head. Gushi also noticed that countless faces appeared on its back. These faces, regardless of gender, age, or youth, were all identical. They all looked at the human player who had just appeared. Yes, you are. What are you doing here again? Hasn't I already fulfilled what I promised you? Of course, I'm here to discuss another business deal. 3,000 years of incubation. Well, you're a regular customer after all. Tell me, who are you targeting this time? The black-purple spider spoke with some resignation, but his tone didn't sound helpless at all. After swallowing the 3,000-year-old void spirit crystal, the black-purple spider's expression changed somewhat. This time, the target is all Lin City in the entire realm. Again, cities in the entire realm. How did the entire realm offend you? You already taken over at least 6 or 7 cities in the entire realm. The black-purple spider didn't refuse the old customer's request, it simply inquired curiously. That's none of your business. Just do your job. Okay, we let the Songxing cult take action this time. You need to cooperate, and make sure my people aren't discovered before they arrive. Okay, hurry up. With that, the human player vanished. At this point, Gushi's mind was no longer on this matter. Gushi had also heard of the All Realm. It was a relatively large star region within the human realm. It was called the All Realm because it was surrounded by star regions of varying sizes, each with its own unique characteristics. It could be said that the All Realm had the most professions in the human realm. You could buy anything here, and anyone could be found. Of course, it was also a crucial transportation hub within human society. However, the All Realm also had a rather unpleasant reputation among humans. Because most star regions use this place as a transit point, it's home to a high concentration of black players and cultists. From time to time, black players and cultists would cause trouble, sometimes even sacrificing entire cities. Some cities escaped this fate, while others simply vanished from the game or fell into the depths. This happened more than once. But soon, new players would arrive and establish a new city. Even if they didn't build on the foundations of an existing city, with plenty of empty land throughout the realm, building a new city wouldn't be difficult. However, the chances of cities being destroyed here are higher, with cities constantly falling and disappearing, leading one to wonder if they're cursed. Now it seems this isn't a curse, but rather someone's behind the scenes murdering someone. And this black-purple spider is most likely the source of some kind of rogue player or cultist. The strange aura Gushi sensed about this black-purple spider was most likely a relic of players who abandoned their identities and became NPCs in the game. After all, in this world, players are always more noble than NPCs, and many races can't become fully player. How many races would want to leave the game and become independent populations, players, controlling their own destiny? While humans can fully become players, some choose to abandon their player identities and become NPCs. While they seek immortality, power, or perhaps something else, doing so effectively means giving up their own destiny. And this abandoned destiny becomes food for the black-purple spider, allowing it to grow to this size. Gushi believed that the faces on the black-purple spider's back were likely leaders of the black and purple players, or powerful figures in the cult. It was their brainwashing that led so many fools to choose to become black and purple players. But their choices were theirs, they couldn't use Gushi's territory to cause trouble. Gushi glanced at the black and purple spider, and didn't intend to attack it outright. Instead, he extended the hand of death behind him, its wind-breaking and shattering hands and molten and crushing hands firmly grasping the tiny bit of spider silk leaking through the hole. Then, the holy moonlight radiated a chill, severing the spider silk before him. Then, the holy moonlight's chill quickly sealed the hole before him. At the same time, another stream of chill air flowed down the torn spider silk, clearing away the black-purple liquid that had been injected into the bubble. Gushi had only two simple methods for dealing with this injected substance. One was to inject only a small amount, which the holy moonlight would freeze into powder, but the bubble would still remain. The other was to inject too much of the black-purple liquid, filling the entire bubble. Without a second thought, Gushi simply destroyed the entire bubble. Gushi didn't want a game world that had been completely targeted or occupied by malicious players. Even if these bubbles eventually generated a game world, it would be full of traps. Instead, Gushi would simply destroy the bubble itself, preventing it from becoming a game world and wasting his time. This approach was straightforward. But at the very end, Gushi was faced with a completely contaminated bubble and couldn't bring himself to act. This wasn't because the bubble was large or contained a different game world, but rather because he could see a flicker of red light within it from the outside. This red light meant that within the bubble, there was definitely a piece of red equipment, or already incubating one. While Gushi currently had a fair amount of red equipment, he wasn't at the point where he could just abandon it. So, Gushi had to salvage this piece of red equipment. Besides the red equipment, there was another reason Gushi had to act. The bubble before him had turned completely black and purple. This was the source. The first contaminated bubble. Chapter 3130. Seal. At Gushi's command, the orange-clad guardian, Seal, immediately appeared. Then, the magic wand, leveraging the power of the 6 flame lanterns, released the bone obelisk. Holy moonlight descended simultaneously, tightly enveloping the bubble. Under the combined effects of the seal, suppression, and holy moonlight, the bubble slowly solidified before Gushi's eyes. Gushi immediately embraced the bubble tightly, and with a powerful outward tug of the hand of death, dragged it from its original location. Then holy moonlight immediately intervened, filling the space where the bubble had been pulled out with icy energy. Soon, a ball of ice, roughly the same size as the bubble, appeared in its place. After completing the restoration, Gushi immediately retreated, dragging the sealed bubble with him. The titanium lion was still waiting outside, and upon seeing Gushi emerge, he immediately rushed forward to meet him. "Sir, what's the situation?" "It's been contaminated by a source of corruption from a malicious player. You will separate the problematic game worlds from the others. I dispatch personnel to destroy them. Either do nothing, or do it completely. Don't allow malicious players to contaminate other game worlds. Also, take a look at this," Gushi said as he dragged the bubble out. Titanium Lion took one look and immediately said, "This is a game world that hasn't fully bloomed yet. Sir, this is the first source of contamination. This matter needs to be addressed. This is the key." "I understand, sir. I handle it now." The Titanium Lion immediately understood Gushi's intention. Gushi wanted to transform this bubble into a game world, and he would enter it himself to clean up the situation. This was the simplest solution. You have to understand that with Gushi's current strength, clearing a game world would only take a day or two. That's the time Gushi needs to rush and deploy his undead troops. If he were even more aggressive and used his ultimate move, the Spirit Flower, the time might be even shorter. So, clearing the bubble before Gushi wasn't a difficult task at all. Rather, how to transform this bubble into a normal game world was the key. This was when the Titanium Lion would take action. The Titanium Lion didn't disappoint Gushi. He quickly stepped forward, dragged away the suppressed bubble, and placed it away from the normal portal. Then the Titanium Lion gathered various materials, called on his men, and quickly began processing the situation. Gushi initially glanced over, but as they processed more and more, he stopped looking. He didn't understand it either. He only knew that the titanium lion was currently charging energy into the bubble, accelerating its transformation. It also stabilized the bubble's walls, preventing players from entering the game world and exploding immediately. You have to understand that a game world collapsing and a game world exploding are two completely different things. Even if a game world collapses, the items within can still be recovered. And sometimes, even after a game world collapses, it can still transform in another direction, so at least the land within can be collected. But a game world explosion is different. It's like a balloon popping, completely destroying everything inside. Even players with exceptional survivability might be flung to nowhere. Although Gushi is currently deep within the game, no matter how much the game world explodes, it's unlikely to fling him to a worse place. But who can predict the outcome of an explosion? Besides, the player entering this time is Gushi, so Titanium Lion must ensure his safety, right? So, as this bubble transforms into the game walls must be reinforced again and again. Also, to ensure the game's uniqueness, all entrances and exits must be locked to a single point. No one else can enter the game. After all, as Gushi just said, this is the source of the contamination from the black players. Gushi specifically dragged this thing out to eliminate the black players. If the black players escape, there's no point in cleaning up, so arrangements must also be made for the passageway. As Titanium Lion worked through one idea after another, a new portal was soon built. By this time, Gushi had also noticed the portal's condition. Gushi had witnessed its construction firsthand. The materials used were all gleaming silver metal, and when the portal was first constructed, it exuded a technological aesthetic. But in the blink of an eye, the silver portal had turned black, festooned with spiderwebs, resembling an ancient castle that had been covered in dust for countless years. This change made Gushi realize that it was caused by the contamination of the black players within the bubble. At this point, Gushi had to admit that his imagination was no match for the giant black-purple spider. However, the black-purple spider had come up with such a method. It could actually use this aura to enhance itself. It seems we shouldn't underestimate the diversity of humanity. There really are all kinds of birds in the forest. Mumbling to himself, Gushi naturally walked to the portal. Titanium Lion, who was still making final adjustments to the portal, also noticed Gushi. He ordered his men to make adjustments as he approached Gushi. "Sir, this game world is extremely polluting. This portal needs further adjustments." "I know." Gushi was very clear about the situation in the game world before him. Even if he didn't understand it clearly, he could tell by looking at the portal. "You don't need to make too many adjustments. Just make sure the game world is fine." "But sir, if you don't make any adjustments, there will be some problems with the game world before you," Titanium Lion said. "Is there a problem?" "Both time and space will be affected, potentially causing time duplication or loops. It's also possible that a spatial area could become impossible to leave." Hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but think of the time he encountered when playing the Wild Twin Phoenixes, and the influence of a hacker. Back then, the Wild Twin Phoenixes were literally looping in the same time frame. Not to mention the others, there were over 700 Wild Twin Phoenixes, who had successfully ascended to the top, and there were countless others who couldn't. The game world before him had been corrupted by hackers, and it was quite possible for time duplication or loops to occur. Chapter 3131. Let's make some more adjustments. "I be leaving once they're almost done." At Gushi's request, Titanium Lion found a way to adjust the portal to the new game world. However, no matter how he adjusted it, the portal style and color remained unchanged. The portal still looked like the gate on the shady side of an ancient castle. Finally, Titanium Lion could only shake his head at Gushi. "Sir, this is about it. It's the best option right now." "Okay, I know you. Please inform Luna and the others later." Gushi was thinking about leaving quickly, only being away for a day or two to quickly clean up this game world polluted by hackers. So he simply announced his whereabouts and didn't do anything extra. After arranging everything, Gushi stepped into the portal, which had changed color. As Gushi stepped in, the four-leaf clover ring in his hand flashed a cyan light, and the four-leaf clover field effect activated, protecting Gushi's fate line. This was an instinct Gushi had developed during his time in the game. Gushi had recently discovered that the clover ring's four-leaf clover field effect allowed him to enter the game as if he were an outsider, a being on the verge of fate. This allowed him to see more during the game's cutscenes, even more hidden details. It was precisely because of this that Gushi could accurately locate the core and key locations in every game world. This time was no different. As soon as Gushi entered, he activated the clover field effect, directly blocking whatever was coming his way. That was what the game wanted people to see. The real core wasn't here. Gushi stood in the void, looking at the new world before him. The situation in this game world surprised Gushi. Most of the game worlds Gushi had encountered were Eastern or Western, with timelines leaning towards the Middle Ages, and combat primarily using cold weapons. But the game world before him was filled with tall buildings, with light rails running between them. This was clearly a modern style. And judging by the current situation, this world civilization seemed to be developing rapidly. Before the cutscene even started playing, Gushi muttered, "I guess I know where those starship blueprints came from." Just because Gushi hadn't encountered many high-tech game worlds before didn't mean they didn't exist. I guess those tech-savvy players were constantly playing in game worlds like this. As Gushi sighed, a cutscene began to play. Gushi noticed that behind the world of rapid technological advancement, a dark, twisted shadow was slowly emerging. From this shadow, a purple substance resembling mushroom spores was emanating. Contamination from these purple mushroom spores would not affect a person. But upon death, they would transform into an immortal being, following a unique law and devouring all living things around them. At first, these beings were few in number. There might only be 1 or 2 in a city. As long as they could avoid the attacks of these monsters, or avoid violating their taboos, most people would be fine. But as the number of monsters grew, the situation changed. Some monsters began to devour the living, spawning new monsters. Others began to occupy urban areas. City dwellers had to find ways to combat the monsters. But the monsters were indestructible, and many followed their own rules, making them beyond the reach of 055. Often, humans fought with all their might, while the monsters remained unscathed, inflicting harm on many humans. Over time, some monsters took over large, populous cities and treated the people like cattle and sheep. Some also found ways to blend in with the monsters, becoming intelligent. If this continues, weirdness might become the dominant theme of this world. It would then become like the strange world Gushi had encountered. Weirdness roamed the land, the sky was dark, and humanity could only hide and survive within the strange rules. But it hasn't reached that point yet. The world we see now is still about 70% human and 30% weird. This is the beginning stages of the world's weirdness. Generally speaking, after this cutscene, it's time to move on to the next location. At that point, Gushi could also be given an idea of which city he'd be heading to, and what kind of weirdness he face. But Gushi saw something different in the first half of this cutscene. Rules? No wonder. In fact, he understood when he saw some humans immerse themselves in weirdness, transforming themselves into weirdness. This strange situation is the result of corruption by unscrupulous players. While these strange rules aren't real rules, players don't know this. In Gushi's eyes, those who master the rules can use them to defeat their enemies and protect themselves. The same goes for these monsters. They have rules for killing, and within those rules, they can kill even a god. The masters who master the rules are immortal. Even if killed, they can still resurrect themselves by leaving a drop of blood. And these monsters are also immortal. No weapon can kill them. In this situation, not only the uninformed players, but even Gushi would regard the monsters here as true gods. If players, who have been unable to improve themselves, were willing to give up their identities as players and humans and transform themselves into monsters, they could gain the power of true gods. However, Gushi knew very well that such a fusion would definitely come at a price. The inability to leave this game world might be the smallest price. Before reaching divine level, the price to be paid for attempting to tame divine power is undoubtedly enormous. Even someone of Gushi's skill level would have to reach level 60, and acquire several pieces of red armor before even considering this path. Even someone as powerful as Teacher June needed to reincarnate and change classes, with the help of death, before he could master the rules. How could ordinary players possibly gain such powerful power without paying a price? There must be a price that players can't afford. And when players can't afford it, what will they do? Gushi knew without hesitation what the players would do. Draw others in, and let them pay the price. Chapter 3132. While Gushi was pondering this, the second half of the cutscene continued. The animation then shifted, and the next scene began. For strange reasons, humans began to devise a plan. Eventually, humans realized that whether they stayed in the city or constantly migrated, they couldn't escape the monsters' pursuit. Even if they hid in the ocean, monsters would still appear. The only place without monsters was the sky. No, not the sky, but the starry sky. It was as if something in the starry sky prevented the monsters from entering. So, people began to build starry sky homes, and the scene Gushi was now witnessing was the scene of the first starry sky home being built. Then, the scene before him vanished, and Gushi was sent to the surface. Before Gushi could react, he noticed that the head of the goddesses and the hand of death behind him had quickly vanished, and his clothes had changed to the clothes commonly worn by humans here. For strange reasons, humans here don't like red, white, or black clothing. Their clothing was primarily bright blue, yellow, and tender green, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Their clothing style was also designed for ease of movement or to protect their lives. Most people wore vests, their pockets stuffed with various items. These items were primarily spices. As soon as Gushi stood there, he could smell a strong aroma. As soon as he saw the changes in himself and the situation before him, Gushi understood that this world was full of strangeness. Gushi's previous attire, draped in a black robe, suggested he was a cultist who worshipped the evil spirit. He had a human head and 3 pairs of arms growing from his back, a powerful evil spirit. He didn't look like a normal human at all. If he were to appear in human territory, he would most likely be surrounded. 055 might not be able to defeat the evil spirit, but he could definitely defeat the undead. As for the red armor, Gushi didn't dare to be careless. Gushi hadn't forgotten why he had come to this game world specifically. It wasn't because there was anything in this game world worth saving, but because a piece of red armor lay behind it. Gushi had come for this reason. Killing everyone in this world wasn't a big deal. The key was finding the red armor. If the red armor was already complete, that would be better. Gushi could then find it and take it away. The most worrying thing was that the red armor, like the acts of creation, was still unfinished. Then a ritual would have to be performed. If it was just a simple ritual, that would be fine. What he feared most was having to perform this game world's unique rituals. Like how Zulong's enthronement in Dragon City yielded him the acts of creation. Gushi also had no idea what kind of red armor would appear in a game world like this. He needed to inquire about the situation here. At the very least, he had to ensure he wouldn't find the red armor missing after destroying this world. Thinking of this, Gushi stopped looking around and began to examine the game world. This was a relatively rare occurrence in the past few months. For the past 3 months, whenever Gushi entered a new game, he wouldn't watch such long cutscenes, nor would he consider the world background, game quests, or anything like that. All he had to do was lock onto the enemies in this world, and then slaughter them all. This was easy. Most importantly, Gushi could reap greater benefits from such a bloodbath on the battlefield. At the very least, he wouldn't miss out on orange quality equipment and materials. This situation was making Gushi feel a little unfamiliar. Game ID confirmed. Player 629SHD2S0FXC30 welcomes you. You have entered the new world V9PQNA222D9. This world has been corrupted by a special force. Please pay attention to its rules. Originally, the world of Disulius had not undergone such bizarre changes. Technology had not yet advanced to such a rapid pace. This world had always evolved along its predetermined path, and a magical object maintained this course. But at some point, a strange creature appeared, interrupting this world's evolution, putting the entire world in a state of panic. To ensure the world's normal evolution, a new path emerged. And to guide humanity onto this new path, the mysterious object behind it also revealed its presence. Some powerful creatures have already set their sights on this rare object, but humans are unaware of this, believing the starry sky to be their last refuge. As the background information popped up before him, a flicker of surprise crossed Gushi's eyes. He hadn't expected the background to be this. The rare object mentioned here must be the red suit. While I don't know why this red suit is called a rare object, I imagine it's a characteristic of this world. Gushi didn't really care what this thing was called. What really surprised Gushi were the following temporary quests. Temporary quest, Origin of Evil. Quest description. As unique entities that suddenly appeared in this world, the evil ones are considered immortal. To kill them, you must find the origins of all the evil ones. Otherwise, even if you severely injure them, you can only seal them. Quest requirements. Find and destroy the evil one's origins. 0/1. Quest reward. Defile the spirit stone mine. Note 1. As immortal beings, the evil ones are invincible to humans. Massive attacks can only repel them, but there's no way to kill them. Humans have conducted extensive research on these evil ones. Finding them might reveal something. Note 2. Evil ones are everywhere. Please be cautious, and don't let your guard down and be influenced by them. Temporary mission. City in the sky. Mission description. To survive, humans chose to build a city in the sky, but they will never know the significance of abandoning the earth. Although the strange creatures no longer trouble them, their severed connection with the earth will make them understand why strange creatures never ascend to the sky. Mission requirements. Build or protect a city in the sky. 0/1. Mission reward. Orange quality equipment. Note 1. The sky is humanity's last resort. Please ensure humanity's last chance for survival. Temporary mission. The Strange Transformer. Mission description. Temporary mission. Evil and good. Mission description. Looking at each temporary mission, Gushi slowly pieced together a message about the world before him. Although Gushi couldn't see the details of the strange objects in these missions, he could clearly see that behind these messages lay a cry for help from a world. Chapter 3133. Indeed, all the temporary missions were aimed at one thing, asking Gushi for help. It could be said that the temporary missions had already mapped out the current world situation, and they had spelled out all the solutions, both temporary and permanent. As long as Gushi was willing to follow the temporary missions, this world could still be salvaged. But Gushi had no such thoughts. He had already understood that the world before him had been contaminated by the activities of the black players. It was impossible to save it. Instead, these missions gave Gushi an idea. This world possessed self-awareness. I wonder if this was heaven's way or something else entirely. In all the worlds Gushi had encountered before, he had never encountered anything like this. At most, he had encountered beings like Eva or the ancestral dragon. But those weren't true world consciousnesses, nor were they heaven's way. Gushi had never considered what would happen if a world consciousness died. Even if Gushi couldn't kill it himself and couldn't find its body, but Gushi's double death and the Knight's Blood path wouldn't miss such an opportunity. The Knight's Blood road might yield an additional undead laborer with sufficient knowledge. But the double death side offered far more. If this world consciousness could truly be killed, then Gushi would have another target to hunt. While Gushi was still reviewing his temporary task list, someone approached from behind. Gushi was no longer the naivete he'd been before, and he wouldn't wait until someone else was talking before turning around. When he felt someone approaching from behind him, he turned his head and glanced. He discovered a man in a bright yellow suit. However, the suit he was wearing wasn't slim-fitting anymore, it was close-fitting. Gushi had no idea how he managed to put it on. He also wondered if it would tear if he moved too much. "Hello, are you the new engineer?" The man asked while Gushi was still studying the man before him. "Engineer?" Gushi was stunned for a moment, still not understanding what was going on. The man immediately said, "No, then you're the new protector? Welcome, my name is Luoban. We've been waiting for you." As Luoban spoke, he dragged Gushi in one direction. Before Gushi could understand what was going on, Luoban continued speaking as they walked. "I'm so glad you made it. I thought the application hadn't been approved. You don't know how tight our project schedule is, and how short-staffed we are. We all be doing the hard work. On top of that, there's a lot of calculations to be made, and some things are simply impossible to calculate." And Luoban dragged Gushi along, rambling on, as they arrived at a nearby construction site. At the site, a large number of people were working tirelessly, and various large machines were piling up large amounts of materials. However, what caught Gushi's attention wasn't the materials being transported, but several iron ropes, each as thick as a person, that stretched straight up into the sky. Something about this thing seemed a little off. "What is this? A space elevator?" Gushi narrowed his eyes and looked up along the iron chain. He discovered that this iron chain, reaching straight into the sky, was at least 100,000 meters long. At its very top, a foundation was under construction. Gushi had previously conquered a Void Ghost city and built a new one. So, he had some familiarity with the foundations of a sky city. Gushi only took a glance and knew what was happening. This shouldn't be the base of the Sky City. This place is the foundation of the Sky City's foundation, specifically designed for the construction of a space elevator. And a space elevator is more than just launching an iron chain into the sky. The iron chain needs to be fixed to the ground, which is more than just a matter of driving nails into the ground. The ground structure needs to be considered. It can be said that every base of a space elevator is a critical engineering project. This construction team has been working here for at least 3 days. And their progress is still slow. The reason is that they are short-handed. Not only were there not enough engineers to calculate and direct the construction, but there weren't even enough people to protect them. And the requests for personnel were repeatedly delayed. If this continued, their progress would slow significantly. But Gushi's expression was a little strange at this moment. He had been dragged along by Luoban the entire way. He tried several times to explain that he wasn't a protector, but Luoban wouldn't give him a chance. After dragging Gushi to an office in the middle of the construction site, Luoban pointed to one of his men and said, "Xiao Chen, come and sign in. We have a new protector here. This is... By the way, what's your name?" "My name is Gushi, but I'm not a guardian. I'm just passing through. It's okay. If I say you're a guardian, then you are. Sign here, and go to the magnetic coil later. You don't need any skills. All you need is eyes to see strange things, brains to avoid being fooled by them, and the courage to flip the switch when something strange appears. Don't worry, the magnetic coil is absolutely safe. Although it's outside the construction site, all the surveillance systems are new. As long as you don't encounter strange things, like the weeping angels, most strange things can be detected. All you need to do is keep an eye on them, and flip the switch. At this point, Luo Ban patted Gu Shi's shoulder. Alright, Xiao Zhang, come here and take our guardian to magnetic coil number 7. With that, Luo Ban, who had initially enthusiastically ushered Gu Shi here, left without looking back. It was as if he had never even recognized Gu Shi. Just then, a young man ran over. Mr. Gu Shi, please come this way. Wait, I don't understand what's going on here. Gu Shi stopped dead in his tracks. He didn't want to be dragged around for no apparent reason. Young Zhang said awkwardly, Mr. Gu Shi, I'm sorry, but the truth is, our construction site is constantly rushing. I know you're rushing to meet deadlines, but what does that have to do with me? Why should I come here to be your protector? Gu Shi retorted directly. He knew without hesitation that this damn protector was up to no good. Who would want to do such a thing? No, this is a major project for all of humanity. It is, but you didn't ask me if I had anything more important to do. Why are you keeping me here? Chapter 3134. Mr. Gu Shi, I understand your perspective, but you also need to understand us. Xiao Zhang was about to persuade Gu Shi again, when a sudden, rapid alarm blared from the construction site. Numerous deep blue warning lights flashed continuously, as if warning something. There's a strange intrusion. Report everyone to your positions, Mr. Gu Shi. I don't have time to discuss this now. The strange is here, and no one can escape. Whether you're willing to be a protector or not, you're all part of the human race now. If you stand here, you become a target for the strange. There's still a glimmer of hope for everyone if you head over to the magnetic storm coil. Hurry. Before Xiao Zhang could finish his words, Gu Shi had already headed towards the outskirts of the construction site. When the alarm blared, Gu Shi had already seen the strange presence. It was located southeast of the construction site, exactly where Gu Shi had appeared. There, a woman about 4 meters tall was floating towards them. The woman had a rather pretty face, shrouded in a layer of icy cold. She wore a long, trailing white dress that, when floating in the air, resembled long legs. But what really caught Gu Shi's attention wasn't this, it was the icy halo behind her. It felt as if she were a deity. At this moment, Xiao Zhang also ran out, and following Gu Shi's gaze, he spotted the woman floating over. Xiao Shang's immediate cry was, how could this be? How could the Grim Reaper appear here? The Grim Reaper? A woman? She doesn't even have the aura of death about her. What did you say? She's called the Death God? She's not called the Death God, she is the Death God. Xiao Zhang explained, haven't you seen the latest catalog of strange things? This is a great strange thing, numbered within the top 2,000, the Death God worshipped by the Death God cult. The Death God cult sacrifices a human being every day in exchange for the Death God's protection of the city. Now the city has been renamed Death God City. Gu Shi shook his head. I can't tell. Don't be so blinded by it. Hurry and get to the magnetic storm coils. That way we still have a chance of survival. Before Xiao Zhang finished his words, the sun descended from the sky, charging head-on at the approaching Death God. Gu Shi didn't want to intervene in the construction site before him. He took action simply to test the situation of the strange things in this world that were said to be immortal and control the rules. Can their rules affect Hong Zhuang's path, or are they just false rules? You know, ever since his memories were unlocked, Gu Shi had been collecting bits and pieces of information about the rules. After all, there might be players on the human side who had access to the rules. But they weren't currently accessible to Gu Shi. The only person Gu Shi could contact was Teacher Jun. Ever since Gu Shi returned from the double-binding game world, he had been hiding in the Yin City, in a semi-secluded state. On the surface, he claimed to be aiming for the rank of Death Knight, but Gu Shi understood that Teacher Jun was intent on integrating the rules that flowed like a river of mud. Gu Shi would definitely be able to find out something if he asked, but there wouldn't be much he could actually use. As for those within death, matters below the rules were easy to discuss, but when it came to matters involving the rules, everyone kept silent. This made it difficult for Gu Shi to find anyone to conduct experiments on. This world was quite friendly to Gu Shi right now. This was a strange situation that had arrived upon him. Watching the puppet charging out in the sun chariot, Gu Shi turned to look at Xiao Zhang. What are the death god's rules of death? Huh? How does she kill? Seeing Xiao Shang's puzzled expression, Gu Shi asked again. How? She seems to teleport. Once behind an enemy, she strikes with her scythe. Even the strongest enemy can be killed with just one blow. Xiao Zhang spoke rapidly about the death god. Not far away, the death god had already engaged in combat with the puppet. Gu Shi didn't even see how the death god attacked. All he felt was a flash of a blade, and a scythe slashed towards the puppet. The puppet's reaction speed was even faster than the Grim Reaper's, and its spear collided head-on with its scythe. Ding! The Grim Reaper's scythe was actually knocked back by the puppet's spear, a crack even appearing on the blade. Instantly retreating over 100 meters, the Grim Reaper wanted to check on his scythe, but he realized that while 100 meters might seem far for the people of this world, for the puppet, it was close at hand. Although the Sun Chariot's speed could no longer match the evil coffin, it was still 50 kilometers per second. Over 100 meters? You're kidding. The puppet's spear gave chase, and the Grim Reaper, not caring about anything else, quickly slashed at the puppet with his scythe. However, the puppet, as a combat puppet, was itself a powerful artifact crafted by those who mastered the rules. Its combat experience was quite significant among Gu Shi's possessions. As soon as the Grim Reaper moved, the puppet knew what it was about to do. So, the puppet's spear thrust towards the scythe, and a new spear appeared in its hand. The puppet flipped its hand, and the new spear thrust directly into the Grim Reaper's chest. With this thrust, the Grim Reaper's body vanished before the puppet's eyes like a bubble. Then the Grim Reaper's body retreated again, reappearing approximately 3 kilometers away. It was clear that this was the limit of the Grim Reaper's short-range teleportation. Any further would not be teleportation, but teleportation. At that point, she would be leaving the battlefield. The Grim Reaper glanced in the puppet's direction, and saw it charging towards her. Just then, she realized the puppet had caught up with her, and a hint of fire had gathered on the spear in its hand. At this point, the Grim Reaper was forced to invoke other rules that Xiao Zhang hadn't mentioned. The icy aura swirling behind the Grim Reaper automatically expanded outward, emanating a vast number of twisted souls. At this moment, Gu Shi finally understood why this eerie being, seemingly devoid of any trace of death, was called the Grim Reaper. The aura behind her was somewhat similar to Gu Shi's icy mirror-like ghost prison, both housing the undead. However, the icy aura behind the Grim Reaper contained only the souls of the humans she had devoured. These souls had not been enhanced in any way. They were released merely to serve as fuel, fueling the Grim Reaper's other power. Cold air. A chill that threatened to freeze the Sun Chariot. Chapter 3135. Boom! The ice hadn't blown far before it was shattered by the blazing sunlight of the Sun Chariot. The spear, brimming with sunlight and flames, pierced the death god once again. The flames consumed the death god's body. Under normal circumstances, most of the enemies would have perished under the puppet's attack. But this death god remained undead. Instead, he appeared about 2 kilometers to the left of the puppet, seemingly untouched by the flames. Could it be that these creatures are truly immortal? That doesn't make sense. Gu Shi had even slain a god who attempted to resurrect before. How could such beings be considered immortal? At most, we haven't found a way to deal with these anomalies yet. If we did, these anomalies would be at most mythical. Those with weaker strength would probably be no more than demigods. Those even weaker still would be ordinary, invincible beings. There was no need to be so nervous. Even if they couldn't kill it, they could still immobilize it, and find something to seal it away. Xiao Zhang's words had also made Gu Shi realize that humans kept records of strange situations, to prevent people from violating strange taboos and dying inexplicably. It could be said that humans were prepared. This made Gu Shi even more curious about the death god. He wanted to know how many more such attacks the death god could withstand. Fight again, Gu Shi said calmly. The puppet immediately heard Gu Shi's command and decisively pursued the death god, each time charging with all her might, just as she had this time. Each time it struck, a massive explosion erupted on Death's side. But after the explosion, the Death would reappear within a kilometer or two, her appearance showing no signs of change. This situation focused Gu Shi's attention. Various sights began to filter through Gu Shi's vision. When Death was struck for the third time, Gu Shi finally understood what was happening to her. It turned out that Death had been shattered to dust by the impact of the Sun Chariot. But when Death was shattered, the halo behind her would instantly reappear, appearing 3 to 5 kilometers away, and a new Death would reappear. It was clear that Death's body wasn't the main body, the true body was the icy halo. This realization made Gu Shi's eyes focus. He extended his hand, and the bow of Death appeared in his hand. Seeing Gu Shi produce a bow, Xiao Zhang, who had been watching from the sidelines, also changed his expression. He thought to himself, I was wondering why this guy had such a strange feeling. Turns out he's a master with a rare artifact. This man looked like an elf archer emerging from the jungle. He must be a hunter capable of roaming alone, hunting wild beasts and strange creatures. While Xiao Zhang was still pondering, Gu Shi had already raised his longbow and unleashed 3 arrows at the death god's position ahead. A destined strike. Gu Shi's choice was a wise one. He was aiming for the ice halo, which would escape at some point in the future. To prevent a single strike from failing, Gu Shi decisively fired 3 arrows. The puppets also coordinated well. As Gu Shi unleashed his 3 arrows, the puppets launched another charge. This time, a sneer of disdain flashed across the death god's eyes. It's been the 4th time. Do you really think I don't have a way to counter your attack? Do you really think I just stay put and wait for you to attack? You're overthinking it. I can still dodge your sun chariot's charge. Before the death god could finish her thought, a flash of white light rushed in front of her, and then a spear pierced her chest with sparks. Then, the sun chariot, blazing with flames, slammed head-on into the death god, instantly igniting her long skirt. This attack was identical to the previous ones. The death god's body was instantly incinerated to ash. The icy halo behind the death god instantly flew about 3 kilometers away. Coincidentally, a gust of wind blew at that moment, and one of the 3 arrows Gu Shi had shot was caught by the wind, significantly increasing its speed and colliding with the arrow in front of it. This collision significantly increased the speed of the arrow in front of it. But that wasn't the fastest. At that moment, Gu Shi's first arrow seemed to lose all momentum, falling directly to the ground. Then, with a sudden rebound, it ricocheted right onto the icy aura. The impact sent the icy aura spinning endlessly. The Grim Reaper, hoping to reappear, was temporarily unable to do so because the icy aura hadn't stabilized yet. The second, faster-moving arrow pierced right through the center of the icy aura. Gu Shi heard a puff, like a bubble being punctured. The icy aura instantly turned to dust and vanished into thin air. Escaped? Gu Shi's eyes narrowed. He had thought he could kill the Grim Reaper. But he had never expected that after the icy halo was shattered, the Grim Reaper simply stopped reappearing nearby. Gu Shi didn't feel any sense of defeat. Instead, he felt as if his prey had escaped. Retreat. Gu Shi glanced around. The eerie feeling he felt when the Grim Reaper had appeared earlier was gone. It seemed the enemy had fled. Gu Shi had no intention of pursuing the enemy further, and immediately gave the puppet an order. The puppet, receiving the order, drove the sun chariot directly into the temple of the gods, without even a trace of its shadow. Everyone at the construction site was unaware of what had happened. They all stared blankly at the spot where the Grim Reaper had died. Only Xiao Zhang, standing beside Gu Shi, asked quietly, Mr. Gu Shi, is the Grim Reaper dead? No, it's already escaped. Gu Shi shook his head and said, Do you know which city the Grim Reaper appeared in? How did she suddenly appear here? In Sunan City, but it's almost been renamed Death City. It's about 3,000 kilometers from here. I don't know how she ended up here. Generally speaking, the Grim Reaper only appears in Death City. Or, she appears in response to the prayers of the Grim Reaper cult's followers. She rarely appears in public. Could there be members of the Grim Reaper cult on our construction site? At this point, Xiao Zhang began to get nervous. If there really were cultists here, it would be a disaster. Without a second thought, Xiao Zhang turned and prepared to go find Luo Ban. Gu Shi, on the other hand, considered going to Death City to see if the Grim Reaper was still alive after being shot by his arrow. Chapter 3136. Just as Gu Shi was thinking about visiting the Death City, Luo Ban, having heard the news, quickly arrived. At this moment, Luo Ban happened to see Gu Shi sheathing the death bow. His expression quickly changed, and a smile quickly appeared on his face. Ah, Mr. Gu Shi, why are you leaving? Look, it's already noon, and the cafeteria is open for lunch. Our small kitchen is quite good. Why don't you stay and have a bite? Now, Luo Ban didn't even mention asking Gu Shi to be his protector. He probably understood that Gu Shi had long seen through some of his moves, but Gu Shi's strength didn't make them a priority, so he hadn't attacked them. If he continued to talk about being his protector at this point, he would be sending himself to his own doom. What he needed to do now was to dispel Gu Shi's resentment. As for whether or not he could become Gu Shi's friend, that wasn't a concern. What they needed to do was to drag themselves back from the brink of death. Seeing Luo Ban regain his previous enthusiasm, Gu Shi couldn't help but feel amused. But he also understood that sometimes people like him could live longer. So Gu Shi didn't refuse, simply taking this opportunity to ask more questions. After all, Gu Shi's mission this time was to find the red dress, and finding something was always more troublesome than killing someone. Seeing that Gu Shi didn't object, Luo Ban quickly invited Gu Shi to their cafeteria. The food in the construction site cafeteria was just like that, with generous portions and a filling meal. Of course, there were also some special dishes here. The ingredients were simply prepared with a little extra care from the cafeteria's regular supplies. This kind of small kitchen is a real test of a chef's skill. After all, using the same ingredients to create a more delicious dish requires a lot of effort. And the chefs on this construction site possess this level of skill. Just as Luo Ban invited Gu Shi to sit down, the chef brought up 2 plates of cold dishes. Gu Shi glanced at the cold dishes. They were braised pork and pickled pork feet. The braised pork was clearly primarily composed of offal and tongue, while the pickled pork feet included chicken, duck, and goose. The very sight of these dishes made one's appetite wet. You guys eat first. The other dishes are being prepared. I must let the master taste my cooking today. Gu Shi picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth. The taste was quite good. While it wasn't breathtaking, being able to create a dish like this with such ingredients was a testament to the chef's skill. While eating, Gu Shi asked Luo Ban about something. Gu Shi was inquiring about the strange events in the neighborhood. Because Gu Shi had previously unleashed the life-dying Bao, Luo Ban assumed he was a master specializing in dealing with spirits. So without further hesitation, he quickly listed several notorious spirits nearby. Gu Shi also learned from some sources what a guardian was. Guardians weren't unique to construction sites. They were a common position among humans. To be a guardian meant using one's own life to attract spirits, then repelling them through methods like strong electric currents. Normally, spirits are immortal, but they can be sealed and repelled. Methods like strong electric currents were the best way to repel spirits. Normally, the spirits are drawn to large groups of human flesh and souls, wandering toward a particular location. This is an unchangeable fact, but the spirits attracted won't necessarily charge directly into the crowd. Sometimes, they lure some individuals out and kill them in the wild. So, they seek to capture those who wander outside the crowd. In the event of an escape, such individuals are the perfect target for a tail-cutting rescue. But it hasn't reached that point yet. These individuals are called guardians. They exploit this characteristic of the spirits and deploy magnetic storm coils and other devices around crowded areas. Using their own flesh and blood as a lure, they attract the spirits and then use lightning to repel them, temporarily deterring them from approaching, thus ensuring the safety of the gathering area. Of course, these guardians will inevitably suffer losses. Not every action against the spirits guarantees their own safety. If they fail to keep their eyes on the spirits, or if they're slow to press the switch, the guardians could be the ones killed. So, on the human side, anyone with even a modicum of ability won't be willing to serve as a guardian. Even if it meant hard labor, it was better than being a security guard. The reason Luo Ban had asked if Gu Shi was an engineer was because he was truly short-staffed. If he didn't find a security guard from outside, he'd have to use the employees on the construction site as security guards. The construction site he was managing would surely be in chaos. As for why he asked in advance, it was because he had actually applied for an engineer position, and he was afraid that the engineer he applied for would be treated as an ordinary person and sent to be a security guard. That's why he had to ask in advance. However, he had never imagined that Gu Shi was actually a powerful figure capable of producing rare artifacts. You have to know that those who can produce rare artifacts are those who can fight against the supernatural. Luo Ban initially wanted to treat Gu Shi as a protector, which was clearly a suicidal move. Thankfully, Gu Shi didn't blame Luo Ban. He was more concerned with the details of the matter. Gu Shi's questions were all centered around the temporary tasks he had on hand. Since Luo Ban was in charge of a construction site, he had some connections and experience. He could answer some of Gu Shi's questions, and Gu Shi could also learn about the current situation from him. The current situation is rather unique. Humanity has fully learned of the existence of supernatural beings. However, most cities are still in human hands. It hasn't reached the point where the supernatural beings completely overtake the cities, forcing humanity into exile. The human government is still trying to control everything and find ways to deal with the supernatural beings. At the very least, they had to prevent the rapid growth of the strange and suppress them before the first Sky City was built. They couldn't let humanity lose faith or anything like that. However, when Gu Shi asked who came up with the Sky City plan, Luo Ban shook his head. I really don't know about that. I'm just an employee. I was given the blueprints and I just followed them. As for who designed them, I have no idea. Here, Luo Ban paused noticeably. But I heard there's a powerful artifact in Shangjing that can carry a city into the sky. Since then, Shangjing hasn't encountered strange things again, so many people believe the sky is a forbidden place for strange things, hence the Sky City plan. Oh, an artifact that can carry a city into the sky? What's its name? I think it's called Baiyujing. Chapter 3137. Baiyujing? As soon as Gu Shi heard the name, he felt certain this time. The name sounded quite impressive. It must be the red suit that Gu Shi had come to seek. Just listen to the aura of the name. It was countless times more powerful than any of the life-demanding bows Gu Shi had heard of before. The very sound of Baiyujing indicated that it was a high-end red suit. Can you tell me about Baiyujing? It's hard to say. We just heard that Baiyujing appeared directly in Shangjing 3 years after the strange phenomenon appeared. But it seems that nothing was reported at that time. It wasn't until the strange incidents increased and finally broke out, with several cities disappearing, that news of Baiyujing began to spread. It said that Baiyujing had already issued a warning when the strange phenomenon appeared, and later they provided information about the strange phenomenon and methods to deal with it. But Baiyujing's research direction is different from ours. Many things take time to transform, so we couldn't suppress the strange phenomenon immediately, which led to the current situation. But we have found a solution now. As long as the first Sky City is built, and it is confirmed that no strange phenomenon can enter, it won't be long before the sky is filled with Sky Cities. By then, with the speed of human technological development, we will definitely find a way to deal with the strange phenomenon. Hearing Luo Ban's serious words, Gu Shi couldn't help but smile. He really wanted to ask, with Baiyujing's guidance, why don't they change their course? But when the words came to his lips, Gu Shi gave up. Just turning the topic to the strange things, Gu Shi slowly asked a crucial question. Where did the first strange thing appear? Luo Ban had no idea. Although humans kept records of various strange things, and even had the dates of some of them, they truly didn't know which one was the first. After all, the strange things didn't just appear when humans discovered them. They weren't discovered until they didn't kill humans, allowing them to escape. So, not only was Luo Ban unable to answer Gu Shi's question, even if he asked everyone else, they wouldn't be able to answer. Seeing this situation, Gu Shi couldn't help but change the subject. So which city did the strange things first appear? Which city has the most strange things? Shouldn't we know? That's true. Luo Ban immediately spoke up when he heard the question. The strange things didn't appear in large cities, like Shangjing and Haidu. The first strange thing to appear was in Xiangning City, a large city in the center of the continent. That city is quite famous in this world. It could be considered the ancient capital of 16 dynasties. However, due to its age, its resources have been largely depleted. Later, the ancient capital gradually moved to other locations. But even so, Xiangning City is still quite famous. Not to mention the other nearby hills, each one holds the burial site of tens of thousands of people. Other hills might be considered a significant burial site for 1 or 2 famous figures. But these hills are the burial site of kings, princes, generals, and ministers. Those without any historical notoriety would be buried in the hills, with not even a monument to their name. Because of this, a considerable amount of Yin Qi and Imperial Qi is gathered here. Also, the phenomena generated by Yin Qi and Imperial Qi are numerous. It can be said that Xiangning City has now become a territory for the monsters. The monsters occasionally engage in battles with each other. This is why Xiangning City was not completely destroyed. But even so, Xiangning City's situation is not very good. If there was a city that would be the first to be destroyed by the monsters, Xiangning City would most likely be the first. Hearing this, a thought flashed through Gu Shi's mind. Could these invading monsters have emerged from the hilltops of Xiangning City? But just then, Luo Ban changed the subject. We're actually relatively well off. Overseas, it's truly devastating. I heard that several cities have already been destroyed. Some have become ghost towns or haunted cities, with no living being able to emerge. Overseas? Gu Shi's eyes flickered. He hadn't expected this situation. He had always thought that this world was a single nation. Now it seems that's not the case. Oh, do you have any detailed information? Gu Shi asked curiously. Not really. They did gather some intelligence, but we only know what's going on through the broadcasts. We don't know much else. If you're able to go to Shangjing, you might be able to inquire. Luo Ban shook his head. The strangeness is rampant right now, and transportation has begun to be disrupted. The speed of many news transmissions has noticeably slowed. And the strangeness is changing almost daily. Some news cannot be updated in time. For Luo Ban to know, this much was already quite a lot. After a moment's thought, Gu Shi asked, if I want to go to Shangjing, where should I go? You want to go to Shangjing? Yes, can I go now? Gu Shi instinctively thought that Shangjing must have plenty of intelligence, and he also wanted to go there to take a look at Bai Yujing and see if that thing was the red dress he was looking for. So Shangjing was definitely a place he had to go. I'm afraid it's not possible now. Ever since the strangeness appeared, Shangjing has been under martial law. Apart from those who have received an invitation from Shangjing and are escorted into Shangjing by the Shangjing military, no one else can enter Shangjing. Even if they get close, they will be treated as intruders and attacked. So there's no way to get in. Gu Shi simply smiled and said nothing. What do you mean by inability to enter? It's simply because you're not strong enough. If you can destroy Shangjing and show some goodwill, the people of Shangjing will definitely rescue you. Besides, even if they didn't invite him over, couldn't Gu Shi still kill them? This time, he hadn't come to this game world with the intention of peacefully completing quests. Massive slaughter was the true path of the necromancer. These people couldn't survive in this world polluted by the power of black players, so they might as well live as ghosts in Gu Shi's territory. At least under Gu Shi's command, as long as they stayed, they would gain levels, orange gear, and strength. How could this not be better than being killed by the strange here? So, listening to Luo Ban's words, Gu Shi simply smiled, his eyes devoid of any respect for Shangjing. However, Gu Shi had no intention of fighting his way out just yet. His focus remained on finding the source of the strangeness. Chapter 3138. After eating and drinking, Luo Ban didn't keep Gu Shi. Instead, he personally escorted him out of the construction site and presented him with a variety of local specialties. Luo Ban had maintained a humble attitude throughout the entire journey, so as not to provoke Gu Shi to resent him. Gu Shi naturally observed Luo Ban's reaction. The more he did so, the more Gu Shi understood Death's attitude when he first saw him. Sometimes, after encountering so many things, the thoughts of those at the bottom of society can be clearly seen at a glance. Luo Ban did all this not for the sake of this game world or this country. He simply wanted to avoid Gu Shi's resentment and avoid being directly killed. Gu Shi agreed with his attitude. For the sake of living, not being ashamed. Gu Shi gently patted Luo Ban's shoulder, his thoughts shifting somewhat. Perhaps the struggles of a minor figure like Luo Ban softened Gu Shi's 3 months of training. He considered the possibility of easily destroying the strangeness, clearing the corruption of the black players, and obtaining the red equipment he desired. Ordinary people in this world should be allowed to survive if they can. After leaving the construction site, Gu Shi determined his direction based on the location Luo Ban had described. To prevent the widespread impact of the strangeness, the experimental base for the first Sky City was actually located in the uninhabited area in the southwest of the continent. If Gu Shi wanted to reach Shangjing, he would have to head northeast. But this time, Shangjing wasn't Gu Shi's target. He had heard that compared to the situation at home, the situation abroad was in utter chaos. Many cities were directly destroyed by the strange. Of course, many places weren't destroyed by the strange. It was rather that they themselves became chaotic after discovering the strange. Gu Shi wanted to reach the most chaotic location abroad, and he had 2 routes to choose from. One was to head east, following the land bridge out to the sea, and then cross the sea to the opposite continent. That was where the strange was most active. It could be said that over 60% of the strange in the world was concentrated on that continent. The other route was to follow the land bridge westward to the end of the continent. From there, heading out to sea, he could also enter the continent where the strange was most active. Following this route, the distance wasn't a big deal. At the current speed of the evil coffin, even the longest distance would only take a day or 2. However, there weren't many cities destroyed by the strange along this route, so following this route didn't make much sense for Gu Shi. After some thought, Gu Shi decided to take the shorter route first. After all, it was just a matter of crossing the sea. If it were the previous evil coffin, Gu Shi might not have had such ability. But the current evil coffin can even reach the starry sky, so what's the ocean? Besides, Gu Shi's 3 months of world-destroying battles weren't in vain. Gu Shi now possesses extremely powerful mobility and positioning abilities. If that doesn't work, just fly through the sky and circle this game world first. Thinking this, Gu Shi jumped onto the evil coffin. Under the evil coffin's power, Gu Shi soared to an altitude of approximately 30,000 meters. This position is between the sky and the starry sky. This altitude is higher than normal flight altitude, but it's still much lower than the Sky City that humans are building. Judging from the unfinished space elevator behind Gu Shi, their Sky City would likely be located at around 100,000 meters. Gu Shi speculated that 100,000 meters was the lowest point humans had explored without encountering strange creatures. In other words, encountering strange creatures at 30,000 meters was possible. Gushi wasn't afraid of this possibility. In his previous battle with the Death God, one of the strange creatures, although he had defeated him, Gushi still hadn't been able to defeat him. Now, Gushi wanted to see if other strange creatures were as unkillable as the Death God. After determining the altitude and direction of flight, Gushi sat on the lid of the evil coffin and gently patted it. The coffin immediately increased its speed to approximately 100 kilometers per second. In less than a minute, Gushi had already cleared the continent. After all, in just over a minute, the evil coffin had already traveled 6,000 kilometers. Throughout the journey, Gushi's evil coffin had flown in a straight line, completely oblivious to the possibility of cities or strange creatures below. Furthermore, the evil coffin's speed was so extreme that even if the city's demons spotted it flying through the sky, they wouldn't be able to catch up. After all, a death god capable of teleporting across the battlefield couldn't even catch up with Gushi's puppets, let alone chase the evil coffin. Once they left the continent and entered the ocean, Gushi noticed that this world's ocean had also been affected by a strange power, its colors changing. Besides the dark black, the ocean also had bright red and white sections. At this point, Gushi began to understand why the people of this world mostly wore bright blue and yellow as their primary colors. In this world, red, black, and white are the colors used by the weird. If a normal person wore clothing of these colors, no one would dare approach them. So, things like sword masters clad in white flying everywhere would never happen in this world. On the contrary, the less weird a color is associated with, the safer it is for humans. Many people, though clearly unsuitable for brighter colors, diligently wear such clothing for their own safety. At this moment, a creature in the ocean also noticed the movement of the evil coffin. Then Gushi saw the sea surface automatically parting, as if under the influence of some force. Then a ship appeared underwater. A ship? No, that's not right. This was a large, strange-looking creature. How should I describe this creature? It was full of patchwork. It looked like a submarine over 100 meters long, cobbled together with whales and other marine life. Most importantly, this creature possessed 6 legs. Besides swimming in the water, it could also crawl on land. After the water parted, a row of spear-like objects emerged from the back of this strange creature. As if infused with sufficient energy, these spears turned a coral red. Then the strange creature raised its head and stared intently at Gushi. The spears, like missiles, flew towards him. Is this a submarine-launched missile? Watching the attack unleashed by the sea creature, Gushi was almost laughing with rage. Had he been too low-key during his first visit? Simply not launching a full-scale attack, yet he was treated as a soft persimmon. Were they really treating Gushi as cannon fodder? Without a second thought, Gushi raised his magic wand. Chapter 3139. Magic Mix Blast plus Nuclear Katyusha plus Death Luck. Gushi's first move was a masterstroke. The Death Legion immediately charged outward, centered around the magic wand. This move was something Gushi had experimented with over the past 3 months in numerous game worlds. Magic Mix Blast plus either the Nuclear Gatling Gun or the Nuclear Katyusha could be used. But the choice of the subsequent spell depended on the situation. For attacking a large area of enemies or simply decimating an entire city, Death Wave, Ice Wave, or Corpse Explosion were most appropriate. With one strike, you could hear the explosion from the sky and see your mission accomplished. For attacking a single large enemy, or one that moved quickly, Gushi would employ a strategy like the one he was using. The Nuclear Katyusha covered a large area, capable of hitting any enemy, no matter how large. And Death Luck allowed all attacks to be absorbed by the enemy, eliminating any waste. So when this strange being appeared in the sea, Gushi immediately thought of this combination. Under this wave of attack, the spears that flew like missiles were first blown away, and then all the incarnations of death covered the strange being and exploded. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion even sent huge waves across the sea. The highest point of these waves reached over 100 meters high. This clearly showed the power of the explosion Gushi had caused. Amidst this explosion, Gushi's expression was somewhat grim. Lucky you. Gushi could feel the strange creature below being blown to pieces. But this creature was definitely not dead. Although its body had been shattered, it had been washed to different locations by the waves, and those fragments still held a trace of life. Give them a chance, they could still reassemble. It's just that it's unclear how long that will take. As for Gushi's statement that he was lucky, it wasn't because he was angry at not having killed the strange creature. It was because Gushi's initial intention was to kill it, and then see where it would go. From the moment he entered this world, he knew it existed in the underworld. It's just that this underworld belonged to humans, not to the strange. Gushi could clearly sense that this underworld was quite normal and respectable. And the strange didn't have an underworld. Gushi now wanted to determine where the strange went after death. Where would they await resurrection? But now, the strange creature was shattered into pieces, washed away by the sea. Where could Gushi find them? In the end, Gushi simply glanced at the situation on the sea surface before continuing on his way with the evil coffin. After this incident, no other sea monster dared to venture out and trouble Gushi again. This actually made sense. The evil coffin was already fast, and it was flying at an altitude of 30,000 meters. No normal monster would have noticed. Even if they did, by the time they realized it, Gushi would have already left. To pursue him after he left would be courting disaster. Gushi hadn't attacked their territory, so there was no need for them to risk their lives over such a trivial matter. So let's just be cowardly, they won't die anyway. Without the strange obstruction, Gushi quickly arrived in another continent. Before even approaching this continent, Gushi sensed a distorted aura enveloping the sky. This aura had already formed a visible black cloud. Within the cloud, many twisted tentacles existed. Another such thing. Standing outside this continent, Gushi looked at the clouds in the sky and couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Then Gushi began his usual approach. Set fire to it. This time, Gushi used the same method of mixed magic explosion and nuclear katyusha. However, the nuclear katyusha was equipped with the magical skill of fire domain. It could be said that the incarnations of death that flew outward were all engulfed in thick flames. Under Gushi's attack, the dark clouds in the sky instantly turned into a fiery cloud. As the flames spread, the dark clouds turned into a rosy haze. Soon, the sky was dripping with kerosene, as if it were burning meat. In the clouds, Gushi could see burning things writhing. Though these strange creatures hidden within the clouds were immortal, they were not insensible to pain. When the fire touched them, they felt pain and discomfort. Most importantly, Gushi's flames didn't just ignite. Gushi's attack continued relentlessly. After the flames were ignited, Gushi didn't stop. Instead, he kept holding his magic staff, as if trying to drain all his magic power. However, as Gushi unleashed this attack, he had already taken flight. The Sky King state wasn't Gushi's primary state at the moment. However, his unlimited mana while soaring in the sky was quite advantageous for him. One could amplify the power of his magic by an unfathomable amount, while the other possessed unlimited mana. This combination of states was a perfect match. Apart from anything else, Gushi could simply use this one move for as long as he pleased. His current strategy was quite simple. The strange creatures in the sea had scattered here and there, their final destination unknown. Gushi couldn't let go of the strange creatures in the sky. He wanted to see what would happen to them after they were killed. Quickly, under Gushi's powerful burning power, the small creatures previously hidden in the clouds were reduced to ash, blown away by the wind, and scattered to who knows where. The larger creatures were still rapidly ablaze. But they were clearly trying to escape this haunted place, and find a place to hide. At that moment, a sudden, lightning-like crackle echoed from the flaming cloud. A strange bird, deep purple in color, with 6 pairs of wings and 4 layers of lightning swirling around its body, flew over from afar. Where the strange bird flew, dark clouds gathered again, and heavy rain poured down directly on the burning monsters in the sky. Huh? Gushi's eyes flickered with curiosity at the sight of the strange bird. This is the great strange boss. Is its strength comparable to the death god the puppet had fought earlier? No, this thing should be much stronger than the death god. But even if it were stronger, what good would it do? Without the red armor, it's just cannon fodder. Looking at the strange bird flying over, Gushi stopped pretending. The head of the goddesses, and the hand of death appeared behind him, and all his weapons and equipment were taken out. Chapter 3140. The bird in the sky was visibly stunned when it saw a human head and 3 pairs of arms appear behind Gushi. Now, the strange bird felt that Gushi was one of its own. But Gushi ignored all this. At this moment, Gushi extended his underworld battlefield and released his kaleidoscope of death. Countless spirits appeared around Gushi, and the overwhelming aura of death made the bird shrink. And the monsters still struggling in the flames now froze one by one. They understood that they had encountered a powerful figure. While this powerful figure might not be able to kill them, they would also feel pain. Just now, this powerful figure had immediately attacked with a wave of flames, wrapping him up like this. Now that the powerful figure was unleashing his full power, his side would definitely be the first to be killed. Some medium-sized monsters in the sky had already stealthily fled. Only the strange bird was considering the current situation. At this moment, an idea flashed through Gushi's mind. Should we kill the strange bird before us and see if these creatures can be killed? After all, the strange bird before us looked like a boss-level entity. I'm sure the source of the strangeness would react somewhat if we killed it. As Gu Shi's murderous intent intensified, a flicker of fear flashed across the strange bird's eyes. Wait a moment. The strange bird screamed loudly. Although Gu Shi couldn't understand the bird's cry, he understood its meaning perfectly. Wait for you. Gu Shi was about to say wait for your sister when a thought flashed through his mind. So Gu Shi opened his mouth and said, "Have you heard of Baiyujing?" The strange bird froze for a moment. Just as it was about to shake its head and say it hadn't heard of it, it noticed a new, undetectable silk thread around it. At this moment, the strange bird cursed inwardly, "You possess spider-like creature, how dare you do this to me?" It wasn't surprising that the strange bird thought so. The 3 pairs of arms, and a female head that appeared behind Gu Shi naturally led the strange bird to believe that Gu Shi was a creature possessing a normal person. And with an 8-armed female figure as the main figure, what else could it be but a spider-like creature? And as a high-level creature like the strange bird, it knew exactly what was behind the creature. It was a giant black-purple spider. The Gu Shi before it was most likely sent by this black-purple spider. Although it felt quite unhappy, the situation was more important than its own, so the strange bird obediently lowered its head. I heard of it, but never seen it. I only know that one of the 3 giants of the Source Sea is plotting against Baiyujing. The 3 giants of the Source Sea? Source Sea? Gu Shi pondered as his task panel popped up. Gu Shi had a temporary task, to find the source of the weirdness. Gu Shi had always believed that the very thing he had to deal with in this game world was the weirdness. These weirdnesses were the source of the pollution caused by unscrupulous players. When he heard the word Source Sea, Gu Shi immediately thought of the source of the pollution. However, Gu Shi also understood that the strange bird before him mistook him for a powerful weird. After all, it was common for weirds to seize territory. So Gu Shi said coldly, "Who is it? Who wants to seize Baiyujing? It's an artificial paradise. He's devoured so many humans that his power is becoming increasingly uncontrollable. And since he can't build his own earthly paradise, he's forced to find a replacement. I hear that Baiyujing has 12 towers and 5 cities, capable of housing hundreds of millions of people. As long as Baiyujing is captured, a never-ending supply of food will be available." The strange bird's face was filled with envy. But Gu Shi's gaze wasn't on the strange bird at the moment. He noticed something. When the strange bird spoke of the artificial paradise, the air nearby trembled noticeably, as if a being of the same level of strangeness as the strange bird had appeared, but it didn't appear directly before Gu Shi and the others. Gu Shi considered this being an enemy. He simply glanced over there, and the molten crusher behind Gu Shi drew his bow and arrow, firing an arrow at that location. A destined strike. No matter where the enemy was hiding, no matter how far away, it would be hit. Originally, this strike was due to Gu Shi's ability to sense the enemy's presence, but not locate it. But Gu Shi had never expected that something would go wrong when the arrow was released. The arrow fired by the Destiny strike was unable to determine the enemy's position. No, it wasn't that it couldn't determine the enemy's position, but that it thought it would miss the target when it encountered the Destiny strike. What was going on? Gu Shi's eyes narrowed. Instantly, a clear understanding came to his mind. His suspicions were correct. The strangeness before him could be considered mythical. They all had some trace of the red road on them. The person hiding nearby, though unaware of the red road, had just the right moment to counter Gu Shi's Destiny strike. But Gu Shi remained undeterred. No matter how splendid the red road was, it couldn't compare to the red road. If one arrow failed, then more arrows would do. A rain of arrows. The Death Bow's prediction strike fully activated, unleashing a hail of arrows. The strange bird was startled by Gu Shi's action. It had assumed that Gu Shi didn't want to talk to it, and wanted to kill it outright. Thankfully, Gu Shi's arrows weren't aimed at it, but rather at a location not far away. At this point, Gu Shi also noticed why the prediction arrow had been unable to reach the enemy. It turned out that the enemy wasn't hiding, but rather that the path around him, or perhaps the strange rules, seemed a bit strange. The strange thing that appeared in the sky was a green-skinned baby, resembling a dissected and reassembled alien. The baby, in midair, remained in a state of crawling. The crawling was quite slow, but the arrows Gu Shi fired grew smaller and slower as they approached the baby. In the end, the arrows were never able to reach the baby. This situation seemed quite bizarre. Gu Shi pondered for a long time, but he couldn't understand how the baby managed to prevent the arrows from reaching him. At least, this thing before him truly countered Gu Shi's prediction attack. Because Gu Shi's prediction attack guaranteed to hit the enemy no matter how far away they were. But this baby's ability was that no matter what, the enemy's attacks would never reach me. Since nothing could reach the baby, Gushi's prediction attack was useless. Guaranteed hit versus never being able to catch up. What logic could there be? At this point, the strange bird also recognized the baby that had suddenly jumped out. It seemed to have realized something, and its wings trembled noticeably. Chapter 3141. Seeing the strange bird's movements, Gushi turned and looked over, while the leader of the goddesses stared at the green baby. Do you know that guy? I heard of him. Those are the 3 flaws of the man-made paradise. What a mess. Gushi was speechless upon hearing this. Was the weirdness here because they were brainwashing others, so their own brains had been washed clean first? Gushi could understand calling them the 3 giants of the Source Sea, but what kind of classification were the 3 flaws? The man-made paradise claims to be omniscient and almighty, but it has 3 flaws, 3 subordinates. One is called the unliftable stone, one is called the unapproachable turtle, and the other is called the unprovable lie. That one is the unapproachable turtle. The strange bird actually knew the green baby before it. It just didn't explain the details, leaving Gushi completely bewildered. The only thing that was clear was that the man-made paradise claimed to be omnipotent and almighty, but it couldn't handle these 3 things. So, artificial heaven transformed the 3 things it couldn't handle into strange things, using them as its minions. That's pretty much what it meant. As for why this baby was called a turtle, Gushi wasn't entirely sure. But he could discern something from the strange bird's words. That this turtle was untouchable. If it couldn't be caught, was there really no way to defeat it? Gushi thought about it, and shook his head. Of course not. Sheathing his life-threatening bow, Gushi raised his magic staff. Death struck. Gushi fired a laser at the green-skinned baby. Just like the arrow shot from the death bow, the lasers had no chance of hitting the green-skinned baby. Gushi's attack naturally provoked a reaction from the green-skinned baby. It looked up at Gushi, its eyes filled with derision. But no matter. Gushi hadn't launched this attack to strike anyone. It was to confirm one thing, whether its rules still applied when no one was attacking it. Now it seemed that Gushi had some understanding of the rules this creature mastered. Thinking of this, Gushi stood up from the evil coffin and took a step forward. Neither the strange bird nor the baby reacted in kind to Gushi's aerial flight. At their level, it would be strange if they couldn't fly. Gushi took a step forward and fired another laser towards the baby. The result was the same. It missed the baby. Faced with Gushi's repeated attacks, the baby grinned. It seemed to be challenging Gushi. "You never be able to hit me. My speed in pursuit of you is fixed, and your crawling speed is fixed. While I'm chasing you, you're crawling forward. And when my attack reaches your previous position, you already crawled a certain distance, and that's the distance I have to chase again. But with every step I take, you advance a certain distance. Although this distance will get shorter and shorter, it will never end. This is the origin of your rules, right?" Gushi said calmly. The 2 laser strikes just now had made Gushi understand why he couldn't hit the baby. Because his lasers always missed their target by a fraction, and when he tried to extend them again, the baby had moved forward a distance. Even light, as long as its speed is fixed, you can't catch up. The previous destined attack missed the enemy for this very reason. But Gushi finally understood that for this rule to work, there was a condition: you had to chase. If you ignored it, simply ignored it, then his rule wouldn't work. Because this rule requires 2 people to act simultaneously. After saying this, Gushi walked a short distance in front of the strange bird. Does artificial heaven know everything? Did he send this guy here to provoke me? After hearing Gushi's words, the strange bird didn't know what to say. Artificial heaven is the 3 most powerful people in the world. Why are you treating them like a stone on the roadside? You don't care at all. Is that something you can truly say? Don't you see you can't even deal with one of artificial heaven's 3 major weaknesses? And you still want to deal with it? While Gushi was talking to the strange bird, the leader of the goddesses kept her gaze fixed on the baby. At the same time, several hands of death pressed down on the red garments. Gushi pretended to be indifferent, but in reality, he was looking for an opportunity. Sure enough, when Gushi mentioned artificial heaven, the baby glanced in his direction. This small movement naturally caught Gushi's eye. Gushi understood that the key lay in the strange bird's words. The strange bird had previously claimed that the artificial heaven was omniscient and omnipotent. So, if anyone mentioned the artificial heaven, it would surely know about it. And when he knew someone was talking about him, he naturally came to see. If he was truly an enemy, he would dispatch his forces to eliminate them. The enemy could not be allowed to grow. That was how the baby had been sent. Now that Gushi had mentioned the artificial heaven again, the baby naturally received orders from the artificial heaven. Then the baby vanished from sight of Gushi, and the strange bird. It didn't seem like it had left, but rather that it had restored its own rules, preparing to find an opportunity to kill Gushi. As the baby vanished, Gushi smiled. In his eyes, a vast net, 10,000 meters in diameter, had been laid with him at its center. This net was nearly invisible to everyone, and it was so densely packed, layer upon layer, that there was hardly a single flaw. A net of life and death. Gushi had taken 2 steps just now, just to repeat his own net of life and death. The baby's rules were that someone would chase him. But if he had entered the net himself, he couldn't blame anyone else. The baby probably hadn't expected Gushi to possess the ability to deploy such a massive net. After all, this was a dual red suit resonance technique. And it was a dual red suit resonance technique. This was a technique the average person wouldn't even consider. Just because I discovered its rules, it just ran away. Useless creature, is this a flaw in the artificial paradise? Then the artificial paradise wouldn't be as useless as it is. Gushi stood motionless, his words unrelenting, his words directed directly at the artificial paradise behind the baby. The strange bird didn't dare to say anything at this point. In Gushi's eyes, it looked like a mythical boss, but in front of the artificial paradise, it was nothing. A person who could point a finger at the artificial paradise and curse, it was definitely not an ordinary person. Just then, the baby reappeared, this time grinning as it activated its second rule. Chapter 3142. The green baby's rules are simple, much as Gushi had guessed. They simply prevent anyone from catching up with him. However, rules have both positive and negative sides. The green baby may appear small, but it actually has a brain. Reversing the rules grants it a certain level of combat power. Of course, this combat power is far weaker than its ability to ignore attacks and pursuits. The effect is essentially like throwing a rock. It might not hurt, but it will definitely make you feel sick. But this is exactly what the green baby wants. If you're hit, angry, and run after the green baby, you be caught in its trap. You never be able to catch up with the green baby, and you won't be able to hit it either. You just be wasting your energy, and eventually be worn down by it. Although it takes a while, the green baby has killed many enemies using this method. Even other monsters are worn down by the green baby. When they see it, they don't immediately try to chase it, but instead simply avoid it. Now the green baby came out to strike Gushi. In the green baby's eyes, Gushi was someone who could be beaten. If it struck Gushi, and Gushi chased it out, it would be its home turf. But the green baby had no idea that Gushi had been standing there waiting for the green baby to emerge. The moment the green baby emerged, it would be caught in Gushi's life or death trap. Gushi felt no pain from the blow. Gushi didn't even think to turn around and take a look. Instead, the strange bird beside it was startled by Gushi's behavior. It hadn't expected Gushi to show no reaction at all after being attacked. This made the strange bird somewhat nervous, and its gaze towards Gushi changed slightly. At this moment, Gushi glared at the strange bird, and the strange bird immediately sensed the threat of death, and immediately retreated its thoughts. Although it didn't understand what Gushi was planning, the strange bird knew that Gushi was no match for it. Speaking any more at this moment would be a provocation to Gushi. What if Gushi thought he couldn't hit the green baby, and came to attack him? The strange bird didn't want to commit suicide. Seeing that the strange bird didn't say anything, Gushi ignored it, and remained standing there, not moving. After hitting Gushi, the green baby was ready to crawl forward, ready to start if Gushi moved. But after waiting for a moment, it saw that Gushi didn't make any move to pursue it. The green baby was now somewhat bewildered. It glanced back at Gushi and saw that, aside from the head of the goddesses staring at it from behind, Gushi hadn't made any other moves directed at it. This left the green baby speechless. What was going on? Even if you knew my rules, you were beaten by me, and you're going to chase me? You can't just sit there and do nothing. If you don't fight back after being beaten, are you the tortoise or am I the tortoise? Although it felt unhappy, the green baby still headed towards Gushi. It was ready to hit Gushi again, determined to lure him into its own rhythm. But just as it turned to pounce on Gushi again, it saw the head of the goddesses smile at it. Then the green baby felt something was wrong. Something seemed to be stuck to its skin. Spider web? When did it get stuck there? The green baby looked puzzled. Only then did Gushi smile. It's already been stained by the web of life and death? That's right. If you don't move, I won't move, and then your rules won't be activated. If they don't activate, then my rules will prevail. Let me introduce you to the web of life and death. With me at the center, everyone will be stained. The green baby turned around and crawled away. It didn't care what the web of life and death Gushi was talking about. In the green baby's mind, a little spider web on me was no big deal. You can't really use a spider web to hurt me. But if Gushi could use the web of life and death against the green baby, how could he not be prepared? The web of life and death shoots arrows at the enemy from the nodes of the web. But no matter which angle the arrow was fired from, it would be affected by the baby's rules, and would never reach the baby. Normally, Gushi shouldn't have used this move, wasting such a good opportunity. But as the green baby crawled, it didn't notice that part of the spider web had already been swallowed. Gushi was aiming for this effect. This was the green baby's weakness. The rules would only activate if it moved, but if it didn't move, even if the enemy moved, the rules wouldn't activate. Was the green baby's internal location considered moving? Not really. If its internal organs followed this pattern, they might escape from its body to escape. Even if it was in its mouth this time, it would still be the same. When Gushi's web launched its attack, its brain couldn't possibly escape. If it did, the upper half of its head would separate from its body and flee in another direction. Then its body would be shattered. So the green baby couldn't avoid this attack. Although only a portion of Gushi's web entered the baby's mouth this time, it was web, not silk. Each node in the web could fire an arrow. These arrows could be ordinary arrows, or ones with different effects. After obtaining the soul-catching bow, Gushi had prepared a variety of poison arrows, explosive arrows, armor-piercing arrows, and the like. Now Gushi had them all. As the green baby began to crawl, Gushi slowly turned around. At that moment, the green baby's eyes lit up. Yes, that's it. Come chase me. Idiot. Before the green baby could finish its thought, it felt something was wrong with its mouth. An arrow shot outward from its mouth, piercing right through its chin. As it exited, the arrow exploded slightly, blowing off a portion of the green baby's jaw. This arrow was just the first step. Arrow after arrow shot out from the green baby's mouth, some aimed for the eyes and neck, others for vital areas like the brain. Each arrow carried a different effect and powerful kinetic energy. Each pierced the green baby, causing damage. And each pierce took away a portion of its life. In an instant, the green baby transformed into a small hedgehog riddled with arrows, plummeting from the sky. Chapter 3143. Gushi didn't try to catch the falling green baby. Because Gushi was certain the green baby wasn't dead. Catching it now would still activate the green baby's rule effects. Then the rhythm would be back in the green baby's hands. Gushi simply twisted his hand, and the life and death net transformed into a blood thread net. Without further ado, it simply lay flat on the ground, firmly catching the falling green baby. After the green baby came to a steady rest, the blood thread net wrapped around it layer by layer, enveloping the baby in a giant blood cocoon. Gushi's hand of death then flew over, and dragged the motionless green baby aside. Seeing that the hand of death could reach the green baby, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it could reach it, it was fine. At that moment, a figure quickly appeared beside Gushi. This was none other than the Orange Guardian Seal. As soon as he appeared, he looked at the strange bird in the sky and calmly said to Gushi, "Sir, can you seal that bird?" "Can you?" "Of course, it's only a mythic level creature, so it shouldn't be difficult." Orange Armored Guardian Seal said immediately. "Oh, not that one, but that one." Gushi pointed toward the giant blood cocoon. "Huh?" Orange Armored Guardian Seal glanced over there, stunned. "Why, this one can't be sealed?" "No, it can be sealed. I just think it's a little strange. This fellow is also a mythic level creature, with only one red path on his body. Sealing it isn't difficult. It's just that the red path on this fellow is highly developed. If it were on a red armored creature, it would have to be at least at the advanced level, almost exclusive." Gushi was somewhat surprised by what the Orange Guardian Seal said. If what the Orange Guardian Seal said was true, then the three giants of the Source Sea might all possess unique abilities. If that were the case, then what level of power could Bai Yujing possess? Someone who could be targeted by the three giants of the Source Sea. "Seal it," Gushi thought, pointing at the blood cocoon. "I want it dead." The Orange Guardian Seal immediately understood what Gushi meant. "Okay, I take care of it." Then the Orange Guardian Seal attacked, one seal after another, landing on the blood cocoon. With each seal, the blood cocoon faded slightly. Soon, the green infant, pierced like a hedgehog by numerous arrows, reappeared before everyone. However, this time, the green infant no longer possessed the same imposing aura as before. It looked like a pile of rotting flesh, its body incomplete. But both Gushi and the Orange Guardian Seal knew that this creature wasn't dead yet. At least it didn't die when the rules were extracted. What excellent material! Perfect for making red armor. The Orange Armored Guard Seal muttered. Gushi laughed upon hearing this. Yes, this world is filled with top-quality materials. If every weird possesses a red path, then how many weirds are there in this world? Capture them, send them to the furnace, burn their bodies, extract the paths, and use them to craft red armor. They'd be excellent material. Yes, I thought so too. But before that, we definitely need to clean up some of the stuff on top. Don't worry, I understand what you mean, sir. I take care of this, the orange-clad guard Feng said immediately. A moment later, the seal was complete. The sealed green infant was still a pile of rotten flesh. It was not as good as the blood cocoon goo she had used to seal it. But goo she didn't care what the green infant's final form would be. Death's hand stepped forward, grabbed it, and sent it directly to the ice mirror ghost prison. This was Goo Shi's first ghost prison, and also the best developed and most clearly targeted one. It focused on eroding the enemy's life and soul. Through repeated erosion, even the immortal would be completely annihilated, leaving nothing behind. This was exactly the effect Goo Shi desired. After all, Goo Shi had fought several enemies before, only to have them flee mid-fight. Goo Shi didn't want to continue like this. Goo Shi needed to find a way to directly eliminate these strange creatures. The green infant before him was Goo Shi's best experimental material. If this green baby can't be dealt with, this strange bird might be able to. Goo Shi thought as he looked towards the strange bird. Although the strange bird was still soaring, it no longer had the same aura that controlled the wind and rain. It truly wanted to curl up and hide. The strange bird was now terrified that Goo Shi would attack it. If that were the case, even if it were immortal, it would have no chance of escape. However, Goo Shi ignored all this. After collecting the green baby, he sent the orange-clad guard seal away. His gaze fell on the city below, which had been in chaos countless times. At this moment, Goo Shi was wondering if he should go down and take a look. Goo Shi had come here to search for clues. Now he knew the source of the strangeness was called the Source Sea, and that there were 3 giants within it. He also knew that the strangeness was a group of mythical beings affected by the Red Road. Although he wasn't sure if he could kill them yet, Goo Shi no longer needed to search other cities. He only needed to find the Source Sea, observe its conditions, and investigate whether it was the source of the contamination by the black players. There was no point in going down now. As Goo Shi looked down, the strange bird's heart tightened. No way, could this person in front of him be trying to seize this continent? If so, what would it do? Should it surrender first? What just happened was terrifying. One of the flaws in the artificial paradise had been directly destroyed. How could a weakling like it possibly be a match for him? Just then, Goo Shi seemed to have discovered something. He ignored the strange bird still musing in the sky and returned to the evil coffin, controlling it to descend, landing in the city closest to the coastline. The cities on this continent are all relatively large. It's as if all humans were concentrated in the cities, while everything outside the cities was developed and processed mechanically. Goo Shi didn't quite understand this line of thinking, nor did he intend to. At this moment, Goo Shi wasn't descending to consider the style of the city before him. After landing in the city, Goo Shi looked at the garbage strewn on the ground, shook his head, and according to the situation he had observed in the sky, he arrived at a burned-out ruin. He knocked gently on the door behind the stone. Is anyone there? Chapter 3144. Goo Shi knocked for a long time, but there was no response from behind the wooden plank. But Goo Shi remained unfazed and continued knocking. Goo Shi's voice also attracted the attention of some humans hiding in the city. Those who could survive in such a place were either exceptionally skilled at hiding or had seen blood. And they had plenty of weapons at their disposal. When these people emerged, they saw Goo Shi still knocking on the door. Without a word, they raised their guns. But before they could fire, they were dragged away by the nearby undead. No one could come to disturb Goo Shi. As for the spookiness, Goo Shi's current attire clearly showed that he was a powerful spook. Who had come here seeking death? So Goo Shi continued knocking. After about 10 minutes, the plank was finally removed, and a child of about 11 or 12 emerged, holding a short dagger, his eyes filled with anger. You're courting death. Looking at the little creature, Goo Shi laughed. The reason Goo Shi fell directly from the sky was because of this child. Goo Shi had just noticed that this child's face was identical to the human face Goo Shi had previously seen on the back of the black-purple spider. Because of this, Goo Shi specifically used his power of fate to examine the child's fate line. As expected, there was something wrong with the child's fate line. He was wearing black-purple silk threads. In other words, this child was a black player reincarnated from another world. And the reincarnation of a black player at this time was definitely not due to the excessive number of black players from other worlds. He was probably sent to this game world to serve as a savior or a child of destiny. In other words, he was the black player's backup plan. Generally speaking, A world savior or child of destiny would be supported by that world's fortune. But with the black players' minds, they were definitely intent on joining the ranks of the weird. Even if these black players grew up and gained the support of fortune, they weren't here to support the humans of this world. They were here to join the weird and become immortal. They wouldn't help humans expel the weird. The child before him hadn't yet awakened his memories, and didn't know his future, but he had already experienced a long period of chaos, and had at least several lives on his hands. It was precisely because of these lives that the child's aura suddenly surged. If he could continue to live according to the path assigned by fate, perhaps he could organize a force to resist the weird and drive them back to the origin sea. But now his destiny was cut short. Looking at the child, Gushi's eyes flashed with disdain. What? Aren't you the one seeking death? Gushi had barely finished his words when the child stabbed him in the chest. Gushi smiled happily at the sight of the knife. This was fate. This reincarnated black player was far superior to Weird. You know, Weird can't be killed, but the black player can. If he could kill this black player, Gushi would know a lot. It could even establish a deeper connection with the laws of nature in this world. Gushi hadn't taken action before because he hadn't grasped the fate of this black player. He now seemed to be at a certain point before the black player became the savior. Luck was on his side. But this child's attack on Gushi meant that fate had connected him to him. Now, Gushi didn't need to do anything more. He and the black player simply had to fight to the death. Whoever survived would gain the support of this world's laws. Look at the current situation. Gushi, armed with several pieces of red clothing, against a child wielding a dagger. This child hadn't even a level. Is there any need to ask who won or lost? As the child stabbed Gushi, Gushi swung his magic staff like a baseball bat. The blow knocked out half of the child's teeth. Then Gushi delivered a straight kick, sending the child flying. After this attack, Gushi didn't immediately advance to launch a combo, but instead stared at the child. As Gushi observed the child, his eyes remained focused on destiny. He noticed that the black and purple destiny line on the child was still there. It hadn't vanished with his attack. That was good. Gushi paused because he was afraid that if he struck the child, the destiny line would transfer to someone else, taking the black player away. Now it seemed that wasn't going to happen. That was all right. Gushi didn't care whether the child was a child or not. The one who kicked the Beihai kindergarten was Gushi. Gushi wouldn't let anyone go, not even a child. After confirming the information he wanted, Gushi charged forward with a punch. The child's eyes rolled back in response. Then, behind Gushi, the hand of death thrust the bow of death, clamped it around the child's neck, and lifted him up. Although the bow of death was a bow, it could also be used as a melee weapon. The bowstring was the same death mane that had been replaced last time. Gushi could even unleash the death mane, so using it to cut the child's neck was a piece of cake. As he lifted the child, Gushi heard a gunshot behind him. Gushi didn't turn to look. Within the six-path flame lantern bearer, who had been taken over by the magic staff, the time torrent bearer immediately appeared and blocked the blow for Gushi. The attack came quite suddenly. Although the time torrent wielder employed his own tactics to neutralize the bullet's impact, he couldn't stop the enemy's advance. At this moment, the leader of the goddesses behind Gushi turned and caught sight of the charging figure. This was a strangely muscular man. His entire body was devoid of skin, his eyes glowing crimson. As he moved, his muscles could be seen pulsing. He wore a black leather jacket and held a rifle of unknown make. As he walked forward, his wrist twitched, as if he were loading a round. The time torrent wielder didn't think twice and charged forward. This guy couldn't get close to Gushi now. But just then, the muscular man fired a strange shot at the time torrent wielder, knocking him back a step. Then, he suddenly lunged forward and slammed into the time torrent wielder, attempting to send him flying. Chapter 3145. Bang! As soon as the muscular weirdo collided with the time torrent armored figure, he was sent flying backwards. The speed at which he flew was even faster than the speed at which he rushed in. This muscle-bound weirdo truly had lost his mind. He didn't even bother to consider his own level or Gushi's. The armored figures Gushi casually placed around him were all orange quality. Okay, he charged head-on against the shield. Do you really think just being all muscle can break armor? Breaking through a shield requires not strength but attack power. When the muscular weirdo was knocked out, Gushi didn't even turn his head, he was more focused on the task at hand. Killing a child wasn't a difficult task for Gushi. The real challenge was getting rid of the dark purple thing that looked like the thread of fate while doing so. This child was still a little too weak. The thread was only entangled in the child's body, not completely integrated. If Gushi killed the child right now, who knows where the thread would go? Gushi needed to handle it carefully, making sure the thread didn't break. Luckily, Gushi had 8 arms, and his movements were quite fast. He had also played with the fate thread before, and the death mane had been with him for a long time. This thing was somewhat similar to the fate thread, but it wasn't the fate thread itself, so Gushi could easily collect it. Gushi's 4-leaf clover ring also played a significant role at this moment. With the 4-leaf clover ring suppressing it, this fate thread-like thing couldn't even struggle. As for why, you've forgotten that the first path of the clover ring is exclusive. Although the path's direction isn't quite right, it's still aimed at destiny, and it still has a strong suppressive effect on threads that aren't destiny. The black-purple thread struggled, but was ultimately pinned down by Gushi within the clover field. Once the thread was pulled out, the black player's reincarnation was rendered useless. Gushi exerted force, and the bow of death strangled the child to death. After completing this strike, Gushi decisively opened the night blood path of the ghost flower, dragged out an undead laborer, and began to question him about his knowledge of the game world before him. As for the muscular creature behind him, Gushi didn't even spare a glance. His armored personnel could handle everything in sight. Just as Gushi had anticipated, the time-torrent armored personnel held their shield forward, repeatedly striking the muscular creature back. With each strike, the muscular creature lost a little more muscle. At first, it seemed nothing serious, but as the fight progressed, it became apparent that beneath the flesh of the muscular creature lay a metallic, mechanical skeleton. It was clear that this muscular creature possessed another power. The man wielding the time-torrent suit didn't want to bother with it at all. At this point, the man wielding the time-torrent suit had only one thought: to keep sending the creature flying. After about 7 or 8 strikes, the muscular creature clearly lost its momentum and collapsed to the ground, unable to move. But Gushi's men weren't so quick to believe that this guy was dead. The time-torrent wielder attacked the muscular creature again. After 4 or 5 hits, the muscular creature remained motionless. At this point, Gushi had also dealt with the black player's savior. He turned back to glance at the muscular creature, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. "Let's go! This guy is indestructible." As soon as Gushi finished speaking, a flash of red light flashed in the muscular creature's eyes, and he kept muttering words like restart, protector dead, and logic confusion. It was clear that the muscular creature was trying to get back on its feet. If it had been before, Gushi might have observed from here. But now, Gushi had no idea. Gushi had already grasped the black player's fate, and now he still had the source sea to explore. There was no need for Gushi to waste time here on a small monster. With just a glance at the muscular creature, Gushi stood up and leaped onto the evil coffin. Gushi then extended his hand, and the black-purple thread he was holding landed on the evil coffin. The evil coffin immediately locked onto the source of the object. After determining its direction, the evil coffin rushed outward. At this point, Gushi didn't care whether there was a city nearby or whether there were still people alive within. For Gushi, nothing was more important than his mission. As for the situation within the city, Gushi simply didn't want to bother. They were all going to die anyway, so what difference did it make if they died first or last? Gushi walked for several minutes, and at their speed, they had already reached the middle of the continent. Muscle weirdness, which had been confused, finally sorted out its logic. He climbed to his feet, first straightening his head, which was now only halfway to his face, before looking in the direction Gushi had left. Wrong direction, wrong direction. Muscle Weird spoke, a smile breaking across his ragged face. He still had a chance. Although the savior was dead, he still had a chance to save the world. Gushi was heading in the wrong direction. He could complete the savior's work ahead of time. Thinking of this, Muscle Weird quickly turned and took 2 steps forward. Then he stopped again, his face expressionless as he surveyed his surroundings. The place he was going was too far. If he relied solely on his own 2 feet, Gushi would have already circled the continent by the time he reached his destination. So, he had to find a way to move quickly. But after so many days on this continent, all the available transportation had been burned. Even if they stayed, they have no fuel or power, and with that kind of transportation, they might as well run on their own. So Muscle Weird felt somewhat helpless. Just then, the strange bird that had dared to confront Gushi flew through the sky. Muscle Weird's eyes lit up at the bird's speed. Without transportation, he could use a monster. And he happened to know of a very fast monster living nearby. He could talk to it, and have it take him to a designated location. After all, this was for the great cause of the monsters. They were here to save the world, and the fact that an unknown monster could appear in such an event was a huge benefit in itself, and this monster would definitely not refuse. Thinking of this, Muscle Weird changed direction and ran away quickly. Chapter 3146. Following the black player's thread, Gushi quickly arrived at the center of the continent, near a dam nestled in a canyon. Looking at the dam before him, Gushi wondered if the people of this continent were mentally ill. They had actually built a super tall dam over 700 meters high in such a place. That wasn't a big deal. The dam's primary purpose wasn't power generation or irrigation, but simply to store water. Because of this, the river downstream of the dam was nearly dry. But the dam owners hadn't bothered to manage the situation at all. They only released a little water when the water was about to reach the top. Now, with the entire continent in chaos, the dam was unattended. For days, the dam hadn't been drained. The water had simply gushed out from the very top, cascading down into the river below like a waterfall. Standing atop the dam, Gushi gazed in the direction indicated by the black and purple thread, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Because the black-purple thread pointed directly beneath the dam. According to Gushi's assumption, after the black player savior matures, he will eventually reach this dam and dive underwater to find something that will allow him to ascend. Ultimately, he rely on this object to defeat Weird and become the savior of this world. Of course, this is all Gushi's own speculation. After all, the child who could have become the savior is dead. Gushi followed the black-purple thread. Now, Gushi hasn't entered the water yet, and he's unsure of what's beneath the surface. What if there's a mysterious base or something else underwater that Gushi hasn't anticipated? Gushi will make a different choice. After standing on the surface and observing for a moment, Gushi jumped back onto the evil coffin. Gushi's evil coffin now possessed the ability to move in the air or underwater. There was no need for Gushi to use a mount like the water dragon beast. As soon as Gushi sat down, the evil coffin rushed into the water, carrying him. The moment he entered the water, Gushi felt a bone-chilling chill wash over him. Although the evil coffin completely blocked this chill, Gushi could still clearly feel the surroundings becoming significantly colder. At the same time, Gushi noticed that the conditions underwater and above the surface were completely different. As soon as Gushi entered the water, he saw numerous corpses floating upright about a meter below the surface. As the evil coffin sank, the corpses showed no sign of movement, not even a stir. At most, they would make room for the evil coffin to sink, but otherwise, they refused to even stir. After passing this layer of floating corpses, Gushi found himself entering another dimension. The sunlight, warmth, and life were all blocked by the floating corpses, trapped in the upper layer. After passing the corpse layer, the water below was completely pitch black. If it weren't for Gushi's excellent eyesight, he wouldn't be able to see anything clearly here. But even if Gushi could see, he couldn't see as far as before. At most, he could only see a few hundred meters underwater. At this point, Gushi realized that from the outside, the dam was over 700 meters high. But after entering the water, Gushi realized that the water was probably over 1,000 meters deep. Looking down from Gushi's perspective, aside from the dark purple water plants, the bottom was completely invisible. Also, any signs of life were blocked by the floating corpses on the top layer. Besides those strange water plants, there was no other life underwater. This situation, coupled with the surroundings, made Gushi feel a little confused about who was the boss of the underworld. He kept wondering, who was the boss of the underworld? Should he just perform a yin-yang transformation and make this place more like the mortal world? While Gushi was pondering this, the evil coffin had sunk over 500 meters. Gushi could now see the bottom of the water. At a glance, Gushi knew exactly what this dam was for. It was built to seal away some strange and bizarre thing. At the bottom of the water were large and small concrete pillars and metal blocks. Just from where Gushi was, looking down, he could see faces that seemed to be trying to break out of the concrete pillars and metal blocks. In the area Gushi could see, there were at least hundreds of sealed objects of various sizes. Just imagine how many strange things there are underwater. But what truly surprised Gushi wasn't this. He noticed that many of the sealed objects underwater were covered with seaweed. This meant that these strange things had been sealed here for many years. Now Gushi was a little puzzled. When did these strange things appear? The strange things that had been sealed here looked like they had been there for hundreds of years. While Gushi was still wondering, the evil coffin had already rushed in one direction, following the black and purple silk thread. As the evil coffin moved forward, Gushi noticed something. Besides these sealed creatures, there seemed to be something else underwater. Like giant, ossified skeletons. There were also shipwrecks and statues that had been submerged for who knows how many years. The statues, in particular, ranged from the size of an average person to 30 or 40 meters tall. They stood in a circle underwater or directly on the bodies of the sealed creatures. Unlike the floating corpses on the surface, each of these statues looked incredibly strange. Before Gushi even approached them, They had already turned their gazes. Gushi had no idea how they managed this. After advancing a distance, Gushi began to notice iron gates appearing underwater. From Gushi's keen eyesight, he could tell that these iron gates had been sealed by various means, such as high pressure or other methods. Clearly, behind these iron gates lay the place where the creatures were sealed before the dam was built. This pushed the timeline of the strangeness in this world back by an untold number of years. Gushi wondered if he had come to the wrong place. He shouldn't have come here. He should have gone straight to the source sea. Luckily, just then, the black and purple thread finally reached its end. The thread finally landed on a stone pillar, about 10 meters long and just over 3 meters wide. Seeing this, Gushi felt somewhat puzzled. Because at this point, the stone pillar before him wasn't the largest, nor the most ornate, nor the most distinctive. How could it have become the source of contamination by the black players? With this thought in mind, Gushi still controlled the evil coffin and moved closer to the stone pillar, wanting to investigate the situation. Chapter 3147. Gushi didn't jump out of the evil coffin until he had docked it against the stone pillar. Gushi was currently over 1,000 meters underwater, and the chill emanating from nearby indicated a chill and pressure emanating from the outside of the evil coffin. Although Gushi wasn't afraid, he wasn't foolish and didn't need to endure any hardship. For now, Gushi simply released his death hand, preparing to drag the stone pillar into his own prison. As for the other stone or metal pillars containing strange creatures, Gushi didn't care to bother with them. If Gushi still had the energy to destroy this world, he would blow up this pit, drain the water, and then consider dragging the creatures away. Now wasn't the right time. After all, the creatures in this world were immortal, and who knew what kind of trouble releasing them now would cause. Gushi simply ignored the matter and focused on the task at hand. After dealing with the black player issue, Gushi prepared to search for Yuan Hai. After taking Yuan Hai, he would return to capture Baiyujing. Once everything was settled, Gushi would dispatch his men to cleanse the world and purge the black player contamination. Gushi had all his plans laid out. Just follow the plan. Adding unnecessary complications at this point would only delay Gushi's progress. Gushi knew full well that his entrance here was merely an accident. He had other matters to attend to outside. He had no time to waste time here. For this reason, Gushi ignored all else and simply dragged the locked stone pillar into his ghost prison. No matter what, let's suppress the enemy first. Gushi had already made up his mind. After tossing the stone pillar into the ghost prison, he would have the orange-clad guard, unseal, deal with it. First, extract the strangeness within the stone pillar, and see what happens. If that doesn't work, seal it up again. This kind of thing isn't unheard of. Gushi had heard of someone who had unearthed a mummy, unsealed it, brought it back to their own city, and then sealed it up again using the same method. At the time, Gushi didn't quite understand his thinking. Now it seems he just wanted to experiment and see if the mummy could be killed. Gushi's mindset was much the same now. He just wanted to see what was going on and see if he could directly eliminate the source of the black players. But when the hand of death touched the stone pillar, Gushi's vision suddenly blurred, and the shadowy figure of a human-sized spider appeared on the stone pillar. Directly in front of the spider was a stone mask. The face on this mask was identical to the child Gushi had killed. The only difference was that the mask was made of stone, with some noticeable cracks. Also, something like fangs could be seen protruding from its edges, lodging neatly in the spider's head. Gushi felt that this was the child's future fate. He would find this stone pillar in the water and obtain a mask. After donning it, he would transform into a powerful being, no longer human. Perhaps this was his path to becoming a savior. Anyway, this path is now blocked. Gushi has now removed the stone pillar, effectively cutting off the hacker's last remaining path. From now on, hackers will no longer be able to enter this world through various means. This is a good thing for Gushi, as it now offers him more options for managing this game world. Of course, now isn't the time to discuss this. Gushi was staring intently at the giant spider. Although it was only a shadow, Gushi noticed that the spider was quite aggressive. It was constantly trying to stop Gushi's death hand from approaching the stone pillar. But Gushi's death hand had 6, while the spider, with its 8 legs, could only raise its front 4 to stop Gushi. So, Gushi's death hand forcibly held the spider's 4 legs, while the remaining 2 arms dragged the stone pillar towards Gushi. The spider tried several times to stop him, but was completely helpless. Gushi also tried several times to destroy the spider, but it proved indestructible. In the end, he had no choice but to do so. Fortunately, Gushi finally managed to retract the stone pillar into his own ghost prison. To prevent any problems with the stone pillar, Gushi immediately deployed the ice mirror ghost prison. As the stone pillar was retracted, the dark purple thread Gushi had been holding snapped. Gushi could clearly sense that the source of contamination from the external black players had vanished. Now, Gushi only needed to cleanse the contaminated contents of this world. This situation gave Gushi a sense of relief. He patted the evil coffin, and it quickly rushed upwards. Meanwhile, the spider that was holding the spider back returned to its position after its death, ignoring the spider that attempted to charge Gushi. It's true that the spider is invincible. But Gushi hadn't intended to kill the spider. If he couldn't kill it, could he still shake it off? How could a mere shadow of a spider possibly catch up to the speed of the evil coffin? So the spider could only watch Gushi's evil coffin disappear from its sight. It tried to catch up, but found it couldn't even find Gushi's shadow. It tried to use abilities, like spider webs, to pursue it. But it had no idea that Gushi had even more control over silk threads than it did. If Gushi could manipulate the thread of destiny, he would have already mastered a mere spider web. Thinking of catching Gushi's shadow with a spider web was simply wishful thinking. In the blink of an eye, the evil coffin carried Gushi to an altitude of 30,000 meters. Gushi didn't say where he was going, but simply pointed in a random direction and let the evil coffin fly. Gushi had plenty of time anyway, so it wouldn't matter if he circled the world a few times. For now, Gushi's attention remained focused on the ice mirror ghost prison. He needed to check what was inside the stone pillar, and what was happening. Inside the ice mirror ghost prison, Gushi's orange guards, unsealed and seal, were already in place. Orange guard seal was there to provide a backup. If the stone pillar was unsealed and the enchantment within was found to be less than impressive, orange guard seal would step forward and reseal it, suppressing it within the ice mirror ghost prison. Of course, he didn't need to intervene right now. Currently, the orange guard unsealed was performing a single act within the ice mirror ghost prison. At this moment, orange guard unsealed was circling the stone pillar in front of him. Occasionally, he would sniff at the pillar, and when Gushi entered, he addressed him. Sir, the enchantment within this is a humanoid figure. Chapter 3148. Unlock. Gushi had already entered the ice mirror ghost prison, so he naturally had no fear of the enemy's actions. After opening the clover field, Gushi gave a decisive command. Orange Guardian Jeffing quickly stepped forward and pressed on the stone pillar. With this pressure, the outermost layer of stone skin shattered, revealing the human-faced masks beneath. These masks were very similar to the ones on the spider, both featuring the child's face. However, there was a major problem with these masks. They all had a hole in the forehead, seemingly intended for inserting something. Gushi felt this was a spot for a gemstone or something. But he didn't know why so many stone masks were made here. While Orange Guard Jeffling was unsealing the stone pillar, Gushi picked up a stone mask. As Gushi picked up the stone mask, 3 fangs popped out from each side. Looking at the position of the fangs, it felt like if someone wore this mask, they would pierce the back of their head. A dark purple liquid flowed from the fangs. This was exactly the liquid Gushi had seen in the dark purple spiderweb. Is this prepared for the black players? While Gushi was still pondering this, the final seal was broken. A muscular man was entangled within. This man had the same face as the child, and his muscles weren't the kind of muscle fortified by bodybuilding, but rather the kind suited for combat. Just from these muscles, it was clear that this man was definitely suited for combat. However, upon being released from the stone pillar, the man's body was still clearly petrified, and when he was thrown to the ground, he couldn't move at all. After removing his mask, Gushi walked over to the man and lifted his head. From the moment he touched him, Gushi knew he was alive. It seems that if the immortality of this world's strangeness isn't addressed, the strangeness will likely have to be sealed. Just as Gushi was studying the man's head, the man's eyes suddenly opened, and he reached out with both hands to grab Gushi. However, Gushi's reaction was even faster than his. He swung his wind-shattering hand outward, severing the head. Then the death man's death string activated, slicing the body into pieces. As he held the head, a flicker of disdain flashed in Gushi's eyes, and he held it in front of him. Move! Move again, you fool! Gushi exerted force with his fingers, nearly crushing the man's head. But Gushi didn't care. He was now in Gushi's territory. Even if he resurrected, it would be in the ice mirror ghost prison. Even though only his head was left, the man was still struggling. He looked as if he wanted to say something. Gushi stretched out his left hand and pried his mouth open. Your vocal cords are there. If they are, speak to me. If you speak honestly, I kill you. What do you want to say? With his mouth pinched by Gushi, the man's head felt quite uncomfortable, and his words were a little unclear. Who are you? When were you sealed? When were you thrown into the water? The man quickly explained his identity. His name was Kaz, and he was one of the earliest strange beings on this continent. His strange ability was to transform his muscles into any creature he had ever seen. He also had another ability. When his muscles transformed into creatures, he could control them with a mask, giving them spiritual powers. This way, Kaz could make these creatures fight for him. However, his luck wasn't great. He was eventually thrown into the lava, and due to his immortality, he turned to stone. He was then dug out 300 years ago, but was sealed again. As for when he was thrown into the water, he didn't know. At least, he was sealed inside a mountain. Seeing this man's honesty, Gushi asked a few more questions. This time, the questions were about the strange being's immortality. And when did the strange appear? Kaz's answer to these questions was different from what Gushi had imagined. It's not that weird things are immortal, but only those that are immortal are called weird. Each weird thing has its own method for achieving immortality. They can't be lumped together. Hearing this, Gushi was somewhat surprised. He had thought that all the weird things in this world were corrupted by black players and emerged from the origin sea. Now it seems that's not the case. It's just that recently, the weird things have been increasingly polluted by black players, and the original weird things have disappeared. However, Gushi wasn't entirely convinced. After all, Kaz was the savior chosen by the black players. His power must be connected to the black players. Especially the masks around him, and his face, all prove this. What about you? Where does your immortality come from? Me? My power comes from a meteorite that fell from the sky. Kaz explained the source of his power. What else could he do if he didn't tell them now? Gushi had captured them and sealed them here. Since they were all waiting to die, he might as well be honest and let Gushi give him a quick death. After all, his previous time as a sealer had been incredibly difficult. Now he was being sealed again, and who knew how long it would last. He didn't want to be sealed again. So he explained everything in great detail, including the meteorite's location and the changes that had occurred after contact with it. He explained everything in great detail, fearing Gushi might not understand. Hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but ask, "Which era are you from?" "I don't know. I've been sealed for many years, so I don't know which era I belong to. I only remember that when I was there, humans hadn't even appeared yet." Hearing this, Gushi had a guess. Could the location where the meteorite fell be the source sea that the weirdos speak of? If that's the case, then this Kaz is truly an antique, a true source of weirdos. If the reincarnated black player had truly gained Kaz's support, his path to becoming the savior would have been quite smooth. It's a pity that Gushi had completely cut off the black player's pollution source routes. Otherwise, this black player might have had a real chance to change the fate of this game world. Chapter 3149. After promising to deliver a final blow to Kaz upon finding the right opportunity, Gushi immediately sealed Kaz's head. After leaving the Ice Miragos prison, Gushi immediately issued orders to head to the meteorite's landing site. That was likely the source of the strangeness, the source sea. Gushi's mission was precisely related to that location. A quick visit might reveal a way to counter the strange immortality. But just as Gushi appeared on the evil coffin, preparing to steer it towards the meteorite's landing site, he suddenly felt as if his surroundings were blocked. Balls of fireballs rose from the ground, flying towards other continents. What was he trying to do? Gushi immediately sensed something was amiss. Each fireball didn't seem particularly powerful, yet it held a hint of death. Gushi felt that even if he stumbled upon one, he might be injured, or even need to level up to survive. It looked like this was a world-destroying weapon. However, Gushi didn't quite understand. It wasn't that time yet. Another continent was building a city in the sky, and humanity still had hope. Why would they destroy the world at this moment? Could it be that this continent no longer felt any chance of survival, and was simply going to perish together? Gushi couldn't let them continue like this. Gushi didn't much care about the origin sea, he was worried about Bayujing being destroyed. At that moment, Gushi suddenly sensed something and turned to look across the sea. He saw a large number of similar points of light flying from the sky. These light points were likely missiles, each one precisely targeting the fireballs rising from the ground, exploding in midair. Looking in the direction the light points came from, Gushi realized it was the continent he had first arrived from. Gushi couldn't help but swallow. It seemed this continent still maintained a certain level of combat prowess. While these missiles might not be effective against the weird, they should be no problem against other continents. But Gushi was truly frustrated. The rising fireballs exploded before they had even gotten very far. The shockwave caused by the explosion wasn't significant, but the mushroom cloud that followed was incredibly lethal and destructive. Gushi felt that if he lowered the evil coffin to 10,000 meters, his health would begin to decline. He was never sure when his health would be completely depleted. Although Gushi had various methods of replenishing his health and possessed sufficient vitality, he wasn't in the habit of constantly monitoring his health bar. This startled Gushi. He had no idea who had come up with this. At this moment, something resembling a cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, a mouth clearly visible within it. Judgment Day begins. The continent will be scorched, and everything will be destroyed. Hearing this, Gushi was speechless. Wasn't it all so obvious? And you still had to say something about this? But Gushi never expected that as soon as he finished speaking, the mushroom cloud would completely disappear. Although the continent was still in chaos, the devastating effects of the previous nuclear explosion were gone. It was as if the explosion had never occurred. The only change was the appearance of numerous figures, reduced to charred ash, in every city. Those who died in the nuclear explosion, as I just said, could not be saved. They were all human, not specters, and lacked immortality. At this point, Gushi understood that the sudden appearance of the cloud was likely one of the 3 flaws in the artificial paradise, an unprovable lie. Based on what he had just described, everything he had said would become a lie, all effects reversed. No wonder the artificial paradise couldn't grasp this rule. This was the ability to turn the truth into a lie. This was even more difficult to deal with than that green-skinned baby called Turtle. Just as Gushi looked at the long-mouthed cloud, many more objects that looked like fireballs flew out from beneath the continent. This time, all the fireballs were targeting this cloud. It was clear that the one who had attacked earlier was unhappy. He was trying to destroy the cloud. Gushi immediately thought of fleeing. This was a mysterious fight, and Gushi had no desire to get involved. Getting involved at this time would be sheer suicidal. They were strangely immortal, so they could try anything, but Gushi couldn't. He didn't need to do such a thing. I have no one to help me, and I can't find the enemy. Just as Gushi was about to leave, the long-mouthed cloud spoke. As soon as these words left his mouth, Gushi felt a multiplicity of fate lines flying towards him, each carrying a hint of malevolent energy. Clearly, this wasn't a good thing. The fate lines mentioned in these words were also fake, the kind that could confuse people for a moment, and eventually lead them to help. The effect was roughly equivalent to someone's fellow Taoist, please stay. Of course, fellow Taoist, please stay was a killer move, targeting everyone. The one in front of him was targeting Gushi. In his opinion, Gushi's ability to fly to this location was a truly remarkable feat. At this moment, enticing Gushi to help might have a positive effect. If that didn't work, he could just use Gushi as cannon fodder. But why use something like the fate line? Didn't he see that Gushi had directly opened a 4-leaf clover field? This was a unique level of fate. It might not have been studied to attack Gushi, but its defensive effect was definitely the strongest. A normal fate storm couldn't get in, let alone a fake fate line. Gushi didn't even bother to look, and flew directly downwards. After all, the effects of the previous nuclear explosion had been neutralized. Now those nuclear bombs would have to hit the clouds in the sky, which would make the underground relatively safer. Gushi could wait until the long-mouthed cloud finished fighting the unknown entity, controlling the nuclear missiles before ascending. Gushi's movement stunned the long-mouthed cloud. He was puzzled by the situation. He had recruited people to serve as cannon fodder before, and it always worked. Why didn't it work on Gushi? He had been thinking of using Gushi as cannon fodder to take down those nuclear missiles. After all, Gushi's evil coffin moved so quickly that it could just push the missiles away. What should he do now? Just then, another entity appeared in the sky. This entity was a hand, the size of a normal human palm. If Gushi hadn't paid close attention, he might not have noticed its presence. With the appearance of this hand, the situation in the sky shifted again. Chapter 3150. The hand that suddenly appeared in the sky gave off a rather eerie feeling. It seemed to be grasping something. But Gushi clearly didn't feel it grasp anything. It simply felt as if many things were concentrated in the center of the hand, while something was being pulled away. This, in fact, is the power of this hand. It can gather everything together, but it can't control the objects it gathers, nor can it fully manipulate them. However, its inability to control also means that the enemy can't control them either. In other words, the several subordinates of artificial heaven are all conceptually strange. Others can't deal with them, and they can't truly affect the enemy. Only by influencing them from the side can everything be resolved. Just like now, under the influence of the hand, the nuclear bombs that had transformed into fireballs and soared into the sky all lost their power and fell from the sky like stones. Although some people with wild ideas believe that stones falling from the sky would bring tremendous impact and even cause some damage to the earth, but they would need to be very large stones. Even if a light stone like the one in front of him hit the ground, it would at most create a few dents. It couldn't destroy everything, as the nuclear bomb was originally intended. At the same time, the appearance of the hand directly severed all control of the person who launched the nuclear bomb. I can't use the main one, and neither can you. Gushi didn't notice this. If he had, he might have wondered if this guy's ability could be used on the red suit. If he could neutralize the enemy's red armor, he'd be truly impressive. Unfortunately, Gushi wasn't paying any attention to this at the moment. Gushi quickly lowered the evil coffin and prepared to head towards the source sea. Just as the evil coffin lowered, the magic wand in Gushi's hand suddenly lit up, and the 6 flaming lanterns hanging in front of the magic wand illuminated, quickly protecting Gushi with psychic immunity. At the same time, the wielder of the psychic dark lantern appeared beside Gushi and explained the situation. In a cave below, a powerful psychic entity lay hidden. It was his attack that had just struck Gushi directly. Although he had other matters to attend to, Gushi still had to deal with the enemy who dared to venture forth and seek a challenge. After all, it wouldn't waste much time. So, the evil coffin turned and, following the psychic dark lantern's guidance, headed towards a cave. The cave was located high in the mountains below. There was a short road in front of the mountain. Judging from its direction, it wasn't usually used, and was probably eventually used for aircraft takeoff and landing. Not far from the road, a cave could be seen. There sat a plane transformed from flesh and blood. It seemed Gushi's suspicion was correct. Someone had arrived and activated something. This wasn't really Gushi's fault, but whoever activated something shouldn't have bothered Gushi. If he hadn't lured Gushi down, he might have already left the continent and headed for the source sea. This was the other party's own fault, so Gushi couldn't be blamed. While Gushi was pondering this, the evil coffin had already crashed headfirst into the mountain. The evil coffin had the ability to move underground, and upon reaching the mountain, this ability activated, dragging Gushi underground. At this moment, Gushi noticed that beneath this mountain lay a surprisingly large military base. Indeed, Gushi had never imagined that beneath this mountain lay a massive military base, clearly divided into 3 levels. The first defensive zone, the second military zone, and the third living area. And most crucially, within the second military zone, there was a computer occupying a considerable area. This computer had strangely become flesh and blood, clearly capable of controlling all the nuclear bombs on the continent. However, as Gushi approached, he stumbled upon something. The reason this massive computer had strangely become flesh and blood was because a creature was embedded within its surface. Gushi recognized this creature. It was the same muscular creature he had encountered upon his arrival on this continent. Gushi remembered this guy sneaking up on him. In the end, he was pinned to the ground and beaten by the Time Torrent wielder. After that, Gushi couldn't remember where he was thrown. Why was this guy here now? Gushi narrowed his eyes. Could this guy have come here specifically? If so, did he know something? Thinking of this, Gushi pointed at the creature, and the orange-armored guardian, New Nine-Tailed, appeared before Gushi. With just one glance at Gushi, the orange-armored guardian, New Nine-Tailed, knew what Gushi was up to. She walked directly to the muscular creature and pressed a hand between its eyebrows. Then the orange-clad guard, New Nine-Tailed Fox, turned to look at Gushi. Sir, this creature can be killed. Its purpose has been fulfilled. It's no longer useful. Upon hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but look at the orange-clad guard, New Nine-Tailed Fox. This was the first creature Gushi had managed to kill since entering this world. This situation surprised Gushi somewhat. However, Gushi's reaction was also quite quick. He didn't consider the reason for this moment. Instead, he quickly stepped forward and pointed a finger at the muscular creature's eyebrows. With this single gesture, the muscular creature's head was severed, and its body was shattered by Gushi's death string. Also, the creature's fate line was shattered. After all, the death string itself was quite potent. With this strike, the muscular creature was effectively dead on the spot. For the first time, Gushi felt the aura of a dead creature. After sensing this aura, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. So it could be killed. Immortality was just a puff of air. In the end, they would still be killed. It's just that no one knew the cause of their death. As long as they knew how they died, killing a monster wouldn't be that difficult. After killing the muscle monster, the large computer before him, which had merged with the muscle monster, suddenly began to flicker non-stop. It was clearly about to unleash its ultimate attack. Gushi didn't care whether it had become a monster or whether it had any intention of turning against him. It was moving anyway. So Gushi activated the death string, which he hadn't retracted yet, once again, slicing the computer into pieces. At this moment, the orange-clad guard, New Nine-Tailed Fox, also made a move, snatching an object from the debris. Chapter 3151. What is that? Gushi was about to summon the muscular undead through the Night Blood Road to inquire about the situation when he saw the action of the Orange Guardian, New Ninetales, and couldn't help but ask. A virtual psychic monster called Skynet. It's said to be able to control all machines through the psychic network to fight monsters. Orange Guardian, New Ninetales, said bluntly, it's a psychic monster, but it's clearly going in the wrong direction. After hearing this, Gushi lost interest in this thing. However, Gushi also had a suspicion that the nuclear bomb launched earlier was most likely the work of this guy. But he overestimated himself and underestimated the world before him. If they could use nuclear bombs to attack monsters on another continent, they would have done so long ago. Why would they wait until now? Gushi shook his head and immediately released the muscular undead. The muscular undead was a monster with a certain degree of combat power. He transformed into an undead servant. When Gushi released him, he immediately lifted him onto the evil coffin. As he moved the evil coffin forward, he interrogated him. That weirdo went there to protect the child. There's a part of the logic here that I'm having trouble following. Tell me, how did you find that child? The abilities the muscular weirdo had previously displayed clearly weren't related to fate or anything like that. How could he have known that the black player's child would be the savior later on? Gushi had always been curious about this situation. Hearing Gushi's question, the undead attendant immediately spoke up. No, I came from the future. In the future, the uncanny has taken over 80% of the world. The savior of humanity was also influenced by the original uncanny at Hoover Dam and joined its ranks. Eventually, he became the uncanny's leader. To change this fate, the three great powers of the future have joined forces to send me here, precisely to change the savior's mindset. From the future? This is a time-related ability. Are the three great powers of the future truly that powerful? If they were, how could they be defeated? It's not that the three great powers are powerful, but rather that the future situation is simply what it is. The undead servant explained the future to Gushi. Due to the failure of the Sky City project, an ancient entity hidden in the starry sky entered this world. This ancient entity could be considered the source of all the weirdness in this world. After all, the weirdness in this world primarily comes from the origin sea, formed from a meteorite that fell from the starry sky. From this, one can imagine the power of the ancient entity from the starry sky. The entry of the ancient entity disrupted the balance between humans and the weirdness in this world. Additionally, due to the guidance of malicious players, many humans chose to transform into weirdness. Only a small number of players refused to transform into weirdness and fought hard to survive. Eventually, the so-called three major forces were formed. However, while these three major forces may sound good, they were actually beaten like dogs by the weirdness. After analysis, they discovered that the failure of their Sky City project and the entry of the ancient entity were entirely due to the original savior's evil transformation into a weirdness. At the same time, the savior had gained sufficient luck from this world. He was considered recognized by the laws of nature. So, after becoming a monster, he seized half of the White Jade Capital. Without the White Jade Capital's protection, the ancient monsters from outer space could enter this world. If the savior's transformation could be prevented and brought to a designated location where he could survive, the course of the entire world could be changed, ultimately forcing the conflict to be a battle between humans and monsters. Instead of humanity being suppressed by both monsters and ancient monsters, humanity would be suppressed by both monsters and ancient monsters. Thus, despite differing ideologies, the three major forces of the future all agreed on this plan and dispatched a monster from the near future to this point in time to guide the savior. However, upon the arrival of the muscle monster, the savior was instantly annihilated by Gushi, as he was the reincarnation of a black player. The muscle monster suddenly lost his focus, but fortunately, he still remembered some events from the future and the savior's true goal. According to fate, the savior should not have gone to Hoover Dam to search for the ancient monster sealed there. Instead, he obtained a code, and when humanity could no longer hold out in the future, he would activate a nuclear bomb hidden by humanity, wipe out the world with a nuclear bomb, and start anew. When the savior was killed by Gushi, Muscle Weird had a sudden idea. He remembered the code. Didn't the savior want to start a new game? Then he would just help the savior start a new game. After all, he had memorized the code when he came here. Originally, he had intended to give the code to the savior, but now that the savior was gone, he would come to handle the matter. However, Muscle Weird never expected that when he arrived here with the code, not only would he fail to complete the savior's mission, but his strange power would be drained away. He then combined it with the code and the computer controlling the nuclear bomb to form something called Skynet. That person is a special kind of weird with the ability to simulate minds. After a period of analysis and self-analysis, Skynet concluded that starting over wasn't the optimal solution. Outright destruction was the most appropriate solution. As long as humans were gone from this world, the weird would lose all motivation and eventually vanish from the world. Afterward, as time erased everything and a new generation of humans emerged, everything would return to its original state. Human society would return to its former state, a world without weirdness and war. So the Savior's approach to salvation was too conservative. They needed to be more radical. It's just that Skynet had truly overestimated itself. And Skynet hadn't chosen the right time. In Skynet's mind, a single nuclear missile would destroy the world. But he never imagined that the missiles on the eastern continent were far more powerful than the nuclear bombs launched from this continent. The nuclear bombs were destroyed before they even left the continent. And the two flaws in the artificial paradise were so powerful. One instantly negated the destructive power of the nuclear bombs, while the other turned the second wave of nuclear bombs to stone. With this, Skynet was completely wiped out, easily taken down by Gu Shi. After hearing this, Gu Shi didn't know what to say. This world is truly overflowing with talent. A savior from the future? With the savior gone, they take on the task themselves? Haven't they considered that a slight shift in fate could completely change everything? Oh, they don't play with fate. Okay, that's fine, since neither do I. Chapter 3152. Gu Shi sneered at the messed up script of fate. Who wrote this? It's completely illogical. Putting all hopes on one person, hoping they explode on the battlefield? No one could have written such a plot without a brain full of water. Gu Shi felt his muscles twisted. He'd been tricked. What about guiding the savior down the right path? It was obvious that those people knew they couldn't let the savior turn evil, but they didn't know how to deal with him, so they just sent him to his death. Otherwise, how could the detonation code for a nuclear bomb be so easy to learn? And it was a nuclear bomb that could destroy the world. Besides, had those people in the future really never considered using a nuclear bomb to wipe out the world? They had thought about it, and even tried it. But everyone knew the outcome. What failed in the future, how could it succeed now? So Gu Shi guessed that a savior was possible, but the script was definitely fake. But now the savior is dead, and so is Muscle Weird. If it weren't for Gu Shi's own methods, no one would have known about this. The story of the savior might be gradually forgotten. By then, no one might even know that such a savior ever existed. Putting aside the matter of the fate script, Gu Shi began to inquire about other matters. As for the evil coffin, its location had been locked, and it was heading towards the Origin Sea. Gu Shi's current questions were all about the weird situation. Although the fate script was a mess, Muscle Weird had always come from the future, so he knew something. Everything about the location of the Origin Sea, the three giants of the Origin Sea, and so on is known. In fact, the Origin Sea is the ocean east of this continent. It's said that when the meteorite fell, this continent was connected to the west of another continent. After the meteorite fell, it shattered the continent into three parts. One of the parts barely connected to the original continent, with at most a Mediterranean Sea in the middle. The remaining two parts drifted together and collided again, forming the current continent. The three giants of the Origin Sea are three powerful and strange beings that emerged from the Origin Sea. One of them on this continent is the artificial paradise that Gu Shi had heard of, but had only encountered its three flaws. There is another one hanging on the original continent. Its name is 7 Seconds World. No one knows why it was named that, because anyone who has seen it is either one of his subordinates or is already dead. As for his subordinates, there are no three flaws or anything like that. Anyone willing to join him can become his subordinate. And he appeared directly in Cairo. Ever since he appeared in Cairo, explosions have been heard every night. But Cairo itself hasn't changed much. The last one is located west of the original continent, just above the Mediterranean Sea. This one is eerily called the Blood Mother. No one knows her origins or where she lives. It's said she has many offspring. Nothing else is known. These three possess a strong desire for the Origin Sea. Anyone who approaches the Origin Sea will be attacked by them. Over time, they became known as the three giants of the Source Sea. As for who emerged first from the Source Sea, or who gained the most advantage within it, that's unknown. In any case, the strongest being in the Source Sea certainly wouldn't be a match for these three. Gu Shi also heard a piece of news: the location of Baiyujing. The strangeness there is somewhat different from that in the Source Sea. The strangeness there is more localized, and when Baiyujing was around, there were even cases where it was successfully suppressed. But when half of Baiyujing was stolen, the situation changed. When things went wrong on the mainland, the entire world collapsed, impossible to recover. In the end, the world was in such a state. In Gushi's opinion, if he were still there, the world might not have turned out the way it did in the future. Because he wouldn't just take half of Baiyujing, he would definitely take the entire Baiyujing. If that happened, the strangeness on the mainland would definitely be uncontrollable. Gushi might even go so far as to destroy the world. With Gushi's destructive power, no one could escape his clutches. While Gushi was pondering the future, the evil coffin had already rushed out from the other side of the continent and into the sea. The sea here was completely different from the three-colored sea Gushi had previously experienced. The sea before him was entirely a dark, deep blue. The current here was also incredibly fast, giving Gushi the feeling that the water was rushing in one direction. Even though Gushi was flying through the air, the scene below left him dumbfounded. After Gushi entered the sea, he suddenly noticed a layer of white clouds drifting behind him. This layer of white cloud had a mouth on its surface, clearly one of the three flaws of the artificial paradise chasing him. Gushi had some understanding of the artificial paradise that controlled the previous continent. After all, Gushi had already seen the rules of the three flaws. The green baby was even sealed in Gushi's hand. This cloud with a mouth was not easy to deal with. That mouth was the biggest problem. Whenever it spoke, it was either true or false, which would be quite awkward if it really fought. And this time, it was clearly chasing Gushi. Although Gushi didn't understand what it was up to, he knew it was no good. After a moment's thought, Gushi slapped the evil coffin, and it quickly turned in another direction. Gushi, standing on the evil coffin, holding his magic wand, observed the situation behind him. Although the cloud with a mouth was not moving fast, it was clearly chasing Gushi. It seems they're targeting Gushi. A hint of disdain flashed in Gushi's eyes at this situation. It seems they have to take down the artificial paradise before entering the origin sea again. This is so annoying. It's fine now, just following behind. But what if this guy finds out I'm heading to the origin sea? Sneak peek from behind as I enter the origin sea. Then should I even investigate the origin sea? Besides, fighting now and fighting the artificial paradise inside the origin sea are two completely different things. Fighting here now isn't their home turf, so Gushi will have an easier time. If they really enter the origin sea, who knows how long they've been preparing there? What if they're lured into some trouble? Gushi thought for a moment, looked at the long-billed cloud chasing after him, and said decisively, "Nine-tailed fox, guide his mind." Chapter 3153. The released Orange Guardian, new nine-tailed fox, immediately glanced at the long-mouthed cloud formation pursuing them. "Sir, what's going on?" "A subordinate of the three great beings of the Source Sea. The rule is supposed to turn lies into truths, and truths into lies." "Oh, so that's how it is. I have a counter." Orange Guardian, new nine-tailed fox, immediately understood why Gushi had summoned her. Rules, like the long-mouthed cloud formation, are almost all considered word-spirit type rules. They require spoken words to work. The words they speak have a word-spirit effect, but when facing a psion, what they say may not necessarily be what they intended. Orange Guardian, new nine-tailed fox, knowing this, said this guy was a counter for her. "You handle it. Take him down." Gushi spoke as he stood on the evil coffin, scanning for the shadow of another enemy. The hand-like flaw left a deep impression on Gushi. Gushi could understand the rules of the other two, but he had no idea what the rules of the palm were. And this time, the battle was about rules. Gushi had no place to find anyone to check on the situation. He was also a little unsure about the other party's rules, and how to break them. Gushi planned to find the person first before considering other things. As for the blind man chasing him, Gushi would definitely deal with him first. "Okay, sir, please lend me some space." The orange-clad guard, new nine-tailed fox, immediately arrived at the tail of the evil coffin. At this point, the evil coffin was already moving at maximum speed, but due to the detour, it wasn't moving in a straight line, giving the long-mouthed cloud a chance to catch up. Otherwise, in the time it took them to speak, the long-beaked cloud might have been flung away to who knows where. Orange Guard New Ninetail was still some distance away from the long-beaked cloud. This distance wasn't beyond the range of telepathy, but it was beyond the range of mind control. Orange Guard New Ninetail was well aware that some beings restrained by psychic means would seek to apply psychic defenses to themselves. For example, Gushi. Outside the control range, Orange Guard New Ninetail could still influence the opponent's mind. However, such influence wouldn't be very effective. It would instead make the opponent realize that someone could control their mind, and they would undoubtedly strengthen their own psychic defenses. For Orange Guard New Ninetail, this was a single chance. She needed to use this opportunity to instantly destroy the long-beaked cloud. If she missed this opportunity, the next attempt to control the opponent's mind would be much more complex. To this end, the Orange Guardian, new nine-tailed fox, stood directly at the tail of the evil coffin, constantly monitoring the fluctuations in Longmouth Cloud's mind through his telepathic power. Whether the opponent wanted to advance, turn, accelerate pursuit, or deter to block Gushi, the Orange Guardian, new nine-tailed fox could sense it all. Using this opportunity, the Orange Guardian, new nine-tailed fox slowly penetrated the opponent's mind. At this time, the Orange Guardian, new nine-tailed fox also saw the artificial heaven one step ahead. However, when the Orange Guardian, new nine-tailed fox saw the artificial heaven, he also saw the scene of how the artificial heaven had subdued Longmouth Cloud. The Orange Guardian, new nine-tailed fox, immediately transmitted this image to Gushi's mind. Gushi, who was controlling the direction of the evil coffin, took one look and turned to look at the Orange Guardian, new nine-tailed fox. Without even needing to exchange words, Gushi understood the Orange Guardian, new nine-tailed fox's intentions. What should I write? I was forcibly subdued by the influence of my mind. Although I have made up for it later, there are still some flaws. Without a word, Gushi drew an arrow and wrote the words the Orange Guardian, new nine-tailed fox, needed. Anything else? No, this is enough. Writing more will only alert the enemy. The Orange Guardian, new nine-tailed fox, shook his head. Gushi said nothing more. He thrust the inscribed arrow behind him, and with the wind-breaking shattering hand, and the molten crushing hand, he quickly drew his bows and unleashed the arrows into fate. Arrow of Destiny. As soon as the arrow was fired, Gushi felt as if he had entered another person's body. No, not a person, but a swordfish swimming endlessly in the sea. From Gushi's perspective, he could see a large, cotton candy-like cloud in the sky being attacked by a strange-looking man. The man's upper body was humanoid, but a white horse's head had sprouted from his abdomen, and his legs had become the front legs of a white horse. He looked anything but normal. The most infuriating thing was that the lower half of this figure's body was naked, while his upper body was covered in a purple suit. When he looked at people, he held his head high, as if looking through his nose. At this moment, he was striking the cloud. With each blow, the cloud would speak something, neutralizing the humanoid's attacks. The more the humanoid struck, the easier it became to defeat the cloud's abilities. For he had discovered its weakness. Silence it. Just block the cloud's mouth. No, at this point, the cloud didn't have a mouth. If the cloud couldn't speak, its abilities would be useless. So, as the fight wore on, the cloud was subdued and willing to join the humanoid. And the humanoid didn't treat the cloud badly. He took out an iron pen and drew a mouth for the cloud, thus enhancing its own abilities. At least the cloud's voice had become noticeably clearer, and it could clearly identify what it should and shouldn't say. It wasn't like the previous fight with the humanoid, where it would just say whatever it wanted, missing several opportunities to suppress the humanoid due to misspoken words. It was precisely for this reason that the cloud layer was truly convinced and uttered a single word. I pledge my loyalty to the Lord of Artificial Heaven. It was at this opportunity that Gushi, transformed into a swordfish, fired an arrow into the sky. The humanoid creature now looked towards the cloud layer. I believe everything others say, so why shouldn't I believe what you say? Well, I mark you. I take your word seriously. The humanoid creature stretched out its mouth and pressed down on the cloud layer. The arrow of destiny shot by Gushi pierced right into the cloud layer. Because it was shot from a dead object outside of fate, even the supposedly omniscient and omnipotent humanoid creature failed to notice this. Gushi then let the words on the arrow penetrate the cloud layer's body, leaving a small flaw in its mind. Chapter 3154. Alright. Recovering from the effects of the destiny arrow, Gushi nodded to the orange-armored guardian, new nine-tailed fox. The orange-armored guardian, new nine-tailed fox, immediately attacked, saying something to the long-mouthed cloud. At this moment, the long-mouthed cloud's movement slowed noticeably, as if affected by something. The long-mouthed cloud also realized something was amiss. He opened his mouth, about to say something, but found that what he wanted to say was completely different from what he said. The long-mouthed cloud then spoke directly. I am a subordinate of the invincible artificial heaven. I am immortal and indestructible. No one can kill me. On the sea, in the sky, I am unbeatable. I am unbeatable, immortal and indestructible. I am the strongest. No one can defeat me. Gushi also heard these words. He couldn't help but look at the orange-clad guard, new nine-tailed fox, as if asking, Did you do this? The orange-clad guard, new nine-tailed fox, shook his head. She simply amplified some of Long-Beaked Cloud's thoughts. She didn't directly direct Long-Beaked Cloud to say anything, These were all Long-Beaked Cloud's thoughts. In other words, Long-Beaked Cloud had been wanting to say these words for a long time. But it understood its own rules. Once these words were spoken, it wasn't a matter of offending anyone, but rather a matter of turning truth into lies, and lies into truth. It knew exactly how much of this was lies, how much was bragging, and how much was truth. These should not be said at this time. With this statement, the Long-Beaked Cloud was immediately thrown into confusion. Every sentence it said required countless more to compensate, and any mistake in any of them would immediately trigger further reactions. In the end, it would inevitably collapse. So even if the Long-Beaked Cloud realized something was amiss, it couldn't retract its previous words. And trying to smooth things over was impossible. The Long-Beaked Cloud only had a mouth, not a brain. In this situation, it couldn't maintain logical integrity. At this moment, the orange-armored guardian, Nu Ninetailed, understood the situation. Based on the principle of letting the other party speak, the more he spoke, the more mistakes he made, the orange-armored guardian, Nu Ninetailed, constantly provoked the Long-Beaked Cloud's mind, amplifying its desire to speak. Under normal circumstances, such tactics might not have been enough to deal with such a strange creature. But who could blame Gu Shi for the treacherous move he made when he was subjugated by the man-made heaven? Now, this treacherous move was like a backdoor, reaching directly into the Long-Beaked Cloud's mind. No matter how hard it dodged, it couldn't escape, so it uttered its innermost thoughts, one by one. Artificial heaven is nothing. Even if he had the ability, he could defeat me. I tell you, back then. Every word filled the long-mouthed cloud with dread. It knew that if it spoke these words, true or false, it would be doomed. Even if artificial heaven was in a good mood, it would seal it away for 700 or 800 years, or even forever. But every time the long-mouthed cloud tried to close its mouth, it couldn't help but speak. Every time, he would say something that would break long-mouthed cloud's defenses. And every time he spoke, long-mouthed cloud twisted its body, trying to swallow the words back. How's it going? Gu Shi couldn't help but ask, looking at the situation behind him. Almost there. Orange Guard Nu Ninetailed replied immediately. Long-mouthed cloud was clearly being restrained by Orange Guard Nu Ninetailed, but its rules hadn't yet fully taken effect. His speech was still a mess, and he hadn't yet confirmed any lies. At this moment, Orange Guard Nu Ninetailed was staring intently at Long-mouthed Cloud's mind, searching for the last flaw. At that moment, Long-mouthed Cloud realized he had been tricked. So he turned and stopped chasing Gu Shi. He planned to get to a safe place first, and deal with his own problems. If he couldn't handle them, he would find a place to hide, and avoid a confrontation with Gu Shi. Anyway, as long as it didn't speak, the rules wouldn't activate, and it could still be saved. But just as the long-mouthed cloud turned, the orange-clad guard, Nu Ninetailed Fox, spoke decisively. Now. The orange-clad guard, Nu Ninetailed Fox, pointed at the long-mouthed cloud. This time, it wasn't a magnification of his thoughts and desires, but a message transmitted through his mind. I'm telling the truth. I won't die from the laser called Death Blow. Gu Shi heard this too. He immediately raised his magic staff and unleashed a death blow on the long-mouthed cloud. If all of its previous words were chaotic, then long-mouthed cloud's words were the result of the rules themselves. Because the orange guardian, Nu Ninetailed Fox, already knew that long-mouthed cloud's words contained both truth and falsehood. The rule is that truth becomes falsehood, and falsehood becomes truth. But how can long-mouthed cloud's words be guaranteed to be lies? Then add the sentence, what I say is the truth. This sentence means that I'm going to lie later. Listen carefully to the rules, and follow my instructions. So now, as soon as this sentence is uttered, long-mouthed cloud becomes temporarily a killable monster. The only way to kill long-mouthed cloud is with Gu Shi's fatal strike. This attack only works once. Furthermore, due to its previous chaotic speech, long-mouthed cloud's ability to control its speech has been greatly weakened. After all, its previous words were a chaotic mess, with both truth and falsehood, making it impossible for long-mouthed cloud to process them. Now, every time it opens its mouth, it must make sense of the meaning of these words. But all these words were from its heart. There were many things that couldn't be undone. These simply reinforced the effect of the lie. In a single moment, the lie came true, its power doubly high. Gu Shi didn't miss the opportunity presented by the orange guardian, Nu Ninetailed Fox, and landed a fatal blow on the cloud. Gu Shi had seen the scene of the artificial paradise subduing this cloud before, so he knew where the core of the long-mouthed cloud lay. Don't be fooled by the fact that the cloud looked like cotton candy now. But the spot Gu Shi had locked onto was exactly where its core lay. The fatal blow struck, hitting its core perfectly. With this blow, the long mouse cloud expanded like an inflated balloon, finally exploding far behind the evil coffin. Chapter 3155. Boom, Gushi said calmly, watching the fireworks-like explosion in the distance. It's done. Orange Guardian New Nine-Tailed Fox also noticed a spot and reached out to grab it. Just then, something like a meteor flew towards her. She raised her hand and caught it. She couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the object in her hand. It turned out to be a stone gleaming with silver light. Gushi shook his head at this. He didn't know whether the longmouth cloud had been killed or not. In this situation, nothing would go wrong. Gushi raised her hand, and an undead laborer emerged from the Knight's Blood Road. Seeing the appearance of this undead laborer, Gushi felt a sense of relief. The appearance of the undead meant the enemy was dead, and Gushi could inquire about all their information. So, Gushi controlled the evil coffin and turned, heading towards the Origin Sea, while simultaneously inquiring about the relevant information from the undead laborer. But Gushi had never expected that the undead laborer before him could not speak. Clearly, he was affected by the longmouth cloud. The rules were so unnatural that they directly affected the undead laborer's ability to speak. Of course, this undead laborer was not useless. He was trying hard to speak. If he succeeded, he would be transformed from an ordinary undead laborer into a mythical undead laborer. But now, the mute undead laborer was sent back by Gushi. Gushi also examined the stone in the hands of the orange-clad guard, New Nine-Tailed Fox. This stone contained the material for a red path. After taking it back, it could be directly processed by Li Shiqian, and red armor could be made directly. This wasn't just a quasi-red armor, but a truly craftable red armor. From this point of view, the strangeness of this world was a treasure trove. If this world were left behind, Gushi could easily come and defeat 4 or 5 strange creatures when there were no red armors, piecing together the strange red armor path. As for piecing together red armor, Gushi had learned it before. If Gushi didn't use this kind of piecing together red armor himself, he could give it to his subordinates. When his subordinates went into battle with the piecing together red armor, it wouldn't be a matter of prestige, but rather a matter of how much their strength would be increased. While Gushi was still pondering this, the evil coffin had already transported him to the Source Sea. As they approached the Source Sea, Gushi immediately understood the situation. In the sky, Gushi could see a huge vortex forming on the sea surface below. Gushi looked down from the sky, but he couldn't even see the entire vortex. This alone gave him an idea of its immense size. At the very center of the vortex lay a deep, dark purple abyss. Even as the sea poured in, it failed to completely fill the abyss. Instead, a vast amount of dark purple mist surged forth from below, slowly affecting the water within the vortex. It was clear that beneath this dark purple abyss lay the true location of the Origin Sea. The meteorite that had fallen from Tianyin was likely hidden within this abyss. Standing in the sky, a glint flashed in Gushi's eyes. The progress of his temporary quest, the origin of evil spirits, had unexpectedly jumped. It seemed the system had recognized Gushi's findings. The strangeness of this world stemmed from the Origin Sea before him. However, Gushi couldn't tell at the moment whether the evil spirits would return here to be reborn and recover after being killed. If so, then there must be a vast space beneath. This fact piqued Gushi's interest. In Gushi's mind, he wasn't sure if this could be considered a strange underworld. If it truly was, then who was its master? Just as Gushi was staring at the Origin Sea, a golden light suddenly emanated from within. This golden light flashed past Gushi's position. And then, a large number of 4-leaf clovers immediately appeared around Gushi. 4-leaf clovers field. Someone was influencing his fate? Gushi was startled. He hadn't even entered the Origin Sea yet, so how could he encounter such an attack? But with the appearance of the strange dragon behind Gushi, Gushi realized that this wasn't a means of fate, but rather a means of targeting luck. That golden light just now was intended to bring bad luck to Gushi, bringing him misfortune. But no one could have imagined that Gushi actually possessed a red outfit specifically for fate. Whether it was luck or bad luck, it all fell under the category of fate. This kind of trick was simply impossible to break through Gushi's 4-leaf clover field. If this malicious intent hadn't come so suddenly, Gushi might not have noticed it. But now, Gushi was completely captivated by the malicious intent and bad luck before him. He stared directly at the source of the golden light. There, Gushi spotted a vulture, its body ablaze with golden light, soaring from the abyss. It seemed this creature was attacking Shi. Gushi didn't even make a move. The puppet, riding the sun chariot, instantly appeared in the sky. She raised her spear and charged at the vulture. Even the red-clad figure couldn't defend against the puppet's charge, let alone a mythical creature that controlled only a single red path. Although Gushi wasn't sure who the vulture belonged to, since he had jumped out on his own, he might as well kill it. With this in mind, Gushi naturally unleashed his most capable aerial combat expert, the puppet. Gushi himself charged downwards, riding the evil coffin. "Sir, how do you plan to get in?" Just as the evil coffin descended, the orange-clad guard, New Nine-Tailed, asked. "What? Do you have any ideas?" "I don't have any. I just heard the voices of many people below. They all want to see you, sir. Plunge headfirst into the black fog and be crushed to pieces." Gushi immediately understood that entering the Origin Sea required a specific method. Diving directly from the sky into the abyss was clearly not feasible. "Let's check it out. I already done it. To enter the Origin Sea, you have to go against the vortex and be carried into the abyss by it. Any other method of entry will be crushed to pieces by the black fog." Although Gushi wanted to say, "Can they crush my pantheon?" in the end, he gave up. He had only come here to investigate the source of the strangeness. Since he was already here, there was no need to mess around. So, Gushi's evil coffin landed on the vortex, simultaneously moving outward. As he did this, Gushi didn't feel the vortex's speed increase at all. He just felt a flash of light before his eyes, as if he had entered another dimension. Chapter 3156. There's not a trace of Yin Chi, only an unpleasant, eerie aura. Gushi's first complaint upon entering the Origin Sea was this. After all, the immediate environment was quite unpleasant. Just as Gushi had said, there was not a trace of Yin Chi here. After the evil one died, it wasn't actually dead, but rather, all its eerie power was withdrawn here, regenerating into a new one. The previous one was completely useless, not even a trace of life left. However, due to its strange nature, this method wasn't a means of life or death, but rather a means of transferring power. However, Gushi wasn't paying attention to that. In Gushi's eyes, the core of this Origin Sea wasn't this eerie aura, but the pillar in the center of this space, composed of countless colorful threads. This pillar stretched from sky to earth, appearing to be a ride of color. Countless fist-sized purple-black spiders moved back and forth on the pillar. They seemed to be weaving a web, each movement carrying a thread of silk that would connect to another. In this space, aside from this bustling area, there was no other sign of life. Even the strange wouldn't want to stay here for long. But Gushi had come here to find the source of the strangeness. Having arrived, Gushi certainly wouldn't be frightened by the situation before him. Gushi drove the evil coffin toward the pillar. As the evil coffin moved forward, Gushi felt a stream of gray threads erupting from the pillar. These threads had no fixed direction at all. Gushi casually grabbed one of the threads. As soon as he held it in his hand, he immediately sensed something was amiss within it. It wasn't some strange power within the thread. It was rather a message being transmitted from it. Power, power. Gushi grabbed a few more threads, slowly understanding the situation. The pillar ahead was probably a melting pot, combining various threads to form one rule after another. And these threads weren't complete at first. Surprises like the green baby and the long-mouthed cloud, which immediately applied powerful rules, were rare. Most of the rules used by these surprises were patchworks. They were probably just a combination of 3 or 5 gray threads, like the one Gushi had grabbed earlier. And the information within these gray threads was full of repetition, confusion, and contradictions. Just in that moment, Gushi had grabbed at least 9 threads that amplified power, and he had even seen threads that weakened one's own power. Think about those ordinary monsters. They have no choice, no bargaining, and whatever they get is theirs. Under such circumstances, their strength naturally varies. As for the fight over silk threads in the Origin Sea, it's not unheard of. However, the threads they snatched were ownerless. Once the threads were integrated into the monster's body, other monsters wouldn't come out to snatch them. Because they all understand that if they snatch the rule threads of other monsters this time, stronger monsters would come after them later. When that time comes, only the strongest monsters will survive. The remaining weirds would all be cannon fodder. This would leave all the weirds hopeless. So, the weirds would rather scavenge for trash, conduct archaeology, or find ways to trade than snatch the rule threads of other weirds. Instead, they would focus their energy around the pillars, waiting for an opportunity to snatch the rule threads. Of course, not every weird has the opportunity to stay in the Source Sea forever. The source of the weird rules in the Source Sea comes from meteorites that fell from the sky. Those mature weird rules are like red roads. Even the gray weird rule threads consume energy. It's impossible for new rules to appear all the time. If that were the case, Gushi could truly occupy this place, move the furnace here, and forge red armor here every day. There's a reason why this world only produces one piece of red armor. Gushi even suspected that the strange rules that the Source Sea could produce, besides the contamination from the black farmers, had also drained away a significant amount of Baiyujing's energy. In the future, Baiyujing didn't become a fully fledged Red Palace, but instead had half of its energy stolen. Perhaps this drained energy also prevented it from reaching the final stage. Gushi had always been very clear about the purpose of his visit. Baiyujing, Baiyujing, Baiyujing. The reason Gushi didn't initially rush to Shengjing was because Baiyujing hadn't yet taken shape, and he didn't know what the requirements were for Baiyujing to become a Red Palace. If he had received the news of Baiyujing's completion at the construction site, he wouldn't have even rushed to the Source Sea. Now, Gushi was thinking about removing a thorn for Baiyujing. Looking at the pillar before him, Gushi didn't rush directly toward it, but instead circled it. While circling the pillar, more people entered the space. These were all subordinates of the three giants of the Source Sea. This was actually quite normal. The Source Sea was the source of the strangeness, and the three giants of the Source Sea derived their power from it. It was quite reasonable for them to be nervous about the changes in the Source Sea. When Gushi first appeared in the sky, the three giants of the Source Sea paid little attention. Only the artificial heaven kept a close eye, sending out the long-billed clouds to deal with Gushi. However, even the omnipotent and omniscient artificial heaven could not have imagined that Gushi would directly destroy the long-billed clouds, and even use this opportunity to enter the Source Sea. Now the artificial heaven had no choice but to arrive in advance to eliminate Gushi head-on. As for the Blood Mother and the 7 Seconds World, located in the other two locations, the 7 Seconds World reacted faster. This was because the vulture that had previously attacked Gushi was a subordinate of the 7 Seconds World. The 7 Seconds World holds this item in high regard. As soon as Gushi entered the Origin Sea, it immediately rushed over. As for the Blood Mother, she had heard that the two great enemies were heading towards the Origin Sea, so she came here. Otherwise, the Blood Mother wouldn't normally be out in force, nor would she keep heading towards the Origin Sea. After all, the Blood Mother follows a different path from the artificial heaven and the 7 Seconds World. If it weren't for wanting the artificial heaven and the 7 Seconds World to gain further advantage, it wouldn't normally leave its lair. Even now, its speed was noticeably slower than normal. So, as Gushi circled the pillar, the first to arrive were the subordinates of the three giants of the Origin Sea. They had only one goal in mind, to stall for time, waiting for the three giants of the Origin Sea to arrive. Chapter 3157. Gushi eliminated one of the three weaknesses of the artificial heaven subordinates and sealed one, leaving only the palm. The strange creature that appeared in the Origin Sea at this time was naturally this palm. Appearing with it were two humanoid strange creatures. These two humanoid strange creatures were all from the 7 Seconds World. Unlike the artificial heaven, which only recruited elites, the 7 Seconds World had a different approach to recruiting subordinates. They accepted all strange creatures. This was because the 7 Seconds World believed it was invincible, and its subordinates only served as minor soldiers and a facade. As for whether these subordinates had combat effectiveness, the 7 Seconds World didn't care. Thus, the 7 Seconds World usually assigned its subordinates to various locations, having them keep watch. If anything really happened, they would be left to act on their own. The two humanoid strange creatures that entered this time were no different. They usually guarded the Origin Sea to prevent anyone from entering. One of them is called Ghost, whose ability is to summon a ghost ship from the sea. Because he can move freely on the water, he was assigned here. The other is called Sea Crab. Outwardly, he appears human, but his body can transform into a hard shell at any time. He is a being of weak strength and combat effectiveness. These two and the Vulture are the monsters that the 7 Seconds World has assigned to guard the Source Sea and monitor the situation. This shows the 7 Seconds World's attitude towards its monsters. Gushi noticed these three monsters immediately upon their arrival. At this point, Gushi merely glanced at them, and did not personally engage in combat. He simply opened the city gates, and released a batch of troops. Previously, Gushi hadn't found the source of the strange immortality. Now that they were here, there was no need for Gushi to take action himself, he could simply send his men into battle. So, at Gushi's command, various undead armies rushed out. At the same time, Gushi also released the Nether Spirit Flower and the Blood Silk Net. Regardless of whether these things would work or not, Gushi had to deploy them first. This time, the troops Gushi sent out were primarily blood disasters, supplemented by a number of death titans. As they appeared, they aimed without a word at the three suddenly appearing monsters, unleashing a bolt of lightning. Although Gushi knew that the rules of lightning might be within the control of monsters, these three clearly didn't seem capable of it. When fighting such strange creatures, lightning was the most effective method. So, the blood disaster troops concentrated their lightning bolts together and struck the sea crab head-on. The sea crab immediately cast a shield around itself, its skin hardening to the strength of a crab shell. But it was useless. In a flash of lightning, the sea crab's body instantly turned crimson, looking as if it had been roasted. The sea crab was killed with a single strike, and the ghost immediately retreated. The sea crab still had some melee ability, and at least its defense was decent. But the ghost couldn't. Its abilities were all in summoning the ghost ship. He wasn't in the ocean right now, so even if he summoned the ghost ship, it wouldn't necessarily appear. At this moment, not to mention being targeted by lightning, even a single bolt could kill him. Ghost had no desire to stay here. Compared to Ghost, the hand's reaction was noticeably different. As one of the three major flaws in the artificial paradise, it must possess the most powerful rules. Its ability is called the unliftable stone. On the surface, it means it can create a stone that it can never lift. But the underlying principle is not that. Instead, it emphasizes the principle that what I create, I cannot control. Anything I cannot do is a paradox, false, and non-existent. For example, if this lightning strikes me, I certainly cannot block it. However, if I direct and concentrate all of it, then even if it is something I created, I cannot control it. Uncontrollable, that is a paradox, false, and therefore the lightning will lose its effect. That's right, it will lose its effect. When Skynet launched its nuclear bombs, this hand used this very method to turn all the nuclear bombs into stone, rendering them ineffective. This time, too, the bloody attack transformed directly into grayish-white lightning, disintegrating into dust in midair. Of course, the influence of such rules has its limits. At least, it couldn't directly affect the red path. Seeing the ghost retreat, the palm took the initiative to attack. After neutralizing the lightning's concentrated attack, the palm pursued Gushi. In the palm's view, no matter what, the primary target this time was Gushi. All of these undead spirits that suddenly appeared were Gushi's subordinates. As long as Gushi could be killed, everything would be fine. So the palm immediately went to deal with Gushi. And when the palm flew towards Gushi, Gushi naturally sensed it. Gushi only glanced at such an enemy, and the ghost behemoth and the evil coffin rushed out. Gushi didn't want to delay this any longer. Capturing the origin sea core was the key. As for a strange creature of the palm's level, he could just have his subordinates move out to fend it off. The ghost behemoth that Gushi released was, on the surface, just an ordinary undead spirit transformed from a level 60 corpse. But the evil coffin was essentially of red quality. As the sole guardian of the evil coffin, the ghost behemoth could also draw upon some of the red evil coffin's power. After bursting out of the evil coffin, the towering ghost behemoth actually leaped in the direction of the palm. The ghost behemoth's movement speed also reached the evil coffin's maximum speed. With a single flash, it arrived in front of the palm and struck it with a single palm. It must be said that the ghost behemoth's attack truly hit the palm's weak spot. The palm's greatest power is to gather all objects, whether attacks or items, and transform them into its own. Then, claiming it cannot utilize the transformed items, it can transform them into paradoxes. Then, no one can use them. The effect would truly be even greater than a cloud with a mouth. However, there is one situation in which the palm cannot transform. That is when the palm strikes directly without any weapon. This is the truest application of force. Even if the palm mastered the rules, it could not claim that the opponent's hand was its own. So, it could not manipulate such an attack using the rules. And the ghost behemoth, as Gushi's evil coffin guardian, was enhanced by several red road effects of the evil coffin. The power of this attack was no small matter. With one blow, the palm was actually knocked away. Chapter 3158. After the hand was sent flying, Ghost Behemoth himself was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected the attack to go so smoothly. When Gushi released him, he had clearly stated that the hand was incredibly powerful. Previous attacks against the entire continent had been blocked by it. Even now, at the Source Sea, this hand had demonstrated its immense power. Just now, Blood Disaster's wave of attacks had been completely blocked. Even Gushi couldn't understand how lightning turned to stone dust, but he had discerned its rules and abilities. To be honest, when Gushi released Ghost Behemoth, he was still a little worried. What if Ghost Behemoth was destroyed by the hand? Gushi would have to stop and deal with the hand first. Dealing with the hand alone wouldn't be a big deal, but Gushi worried about what would happen if another enemy arrived while he was fighting this guy. Should he still go to the center of the Source Sea? But Gushi had never imagined the outcome would turn out this way. The Ghost Behemoth had knocked the hand away with a single blow. Although Gushi didn't understand the situation, he could still see that the situation favored him. Deal with that hand, and don't worry about the rest. Gushi gave the order directly to the ghost behemoth, while he himself had just charged forward on the evil coffin. The ghost behemoth received Gushi's order, and also received a boost of power from the evil coffin. At this point, the ghost behemoth felt as if he had grown even stronger. With a single leap, he lunged towards the hand and struck it down with a powerful palm. The ground shook with this slap. The hand was within the core of the attack. The ghost behemoth was one of those beings that remembered their previous fighting style. Although now a ghost, it still remembered that it lacked elemental attacks. Behemoths rely entirely on physical attacks. And physical attacks not only require sufficient force, but also accuracy. This time, too, the ghost behemoth's strike landed squarely on the ground. This strike was the full force of the ghost behemoth. The hand absorbed the entire wave of attacks. With a single snap, the arm was slammed into the ground by the ghost behemoth's attack. If it weren't for the immortality of the strange, especially such a high-level strange, which is even more difficult to kill, the hand would have been crushed to a pulp. Even so, several bones in the hand were clearly broken. The skin on the palm was completely torn, and it was covered in wounds. Seeing this, the ghost behemoth tilted its head, pondering for a moment. Finally, it raised its front paw and hammered down hard on the spot where its palm had been slapped. 1, 2, 3 times. The ghost behemoth paid no attention to its palm's movements and continued to hammer down. With each blow, the ghost behemoth felt the ground harden. But the hardening of the ground had no bearing on him, so the ghost behemoth had no intention of stopping and continued to hammer the ground as before. With so many times, the ground slowly began to crack. But the ghost behemoth didn't give it much thought, simply striking at a few locations relentlessly. As if this was the only way to complete Gushi's assigned task. At this very moment, Gushi's blood disaster had already launched a strike at the strange being called Ghost. This attack, naturally, was still primarily lightning. If it were at sea, Ghost could summon a ghost ship to block the attack. But now, he wasn't at sea, but within the Origin Sea. Here, Ghost had no way of summoning his own ghost ship. Faced with the oncoming lightning, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. In the end, he could only close his eyes. But the next moment, Ghost felt as if everything around him had stopped. The lightning seemed to have slowed down considerably. Originally, he had only seen a flash of light before his eyes, and he feared he would turn red like the sea crab. But now, the lightning seemed to have frozen, taking a long time to jump. Ghost was completely bewildered. He turned and saw a handsome young man, nearly 2 meters tall, and with long blonde hair, standing beside him with his arms folded. The young man's body was brimming with muscle, and his suit was noticeably tight on him. But most strikingly, there was a half-black star-shaped symbol on his neck. Ghost's eyes lit up at the sight of the blonde. He was about to speak when he felt a hand on his head. Ghost looked at the blonde with some confusion, only to find that he didn't seem to move at all. Ghost was about to speak, but just then, the blonde spoke. Pieces of trash. As soon as the words fell, the ghost's head was crushed. At the same time, Blood Disaster's lightning struck the ghost, shattering its body into pieces. The Blood Disaster's lightning didn't even touch the blonde youth. After the lightning had passed, the blonde youth stood still, as if nothing had happened. He looked at Gushi's Blood Disaster troops, with a hint of disdain, a hint of a smile on his face. They're all just trash. Pieces of trash should die. The blonde youth muttered, then marched forward. Without any movement, waves of Blood Disasters fell in his wake. It was as if they were already dead. However, Gushi's Blood Disasters were all under the influence of Gushi's Nether Spirit Flower. After being killed, they would instantly resurrect. The blonde youth pretended to be calm as he walked forward, but when he turned around, he saw that the Blood Disasters, who should have died at his hands, had risen again. This left the blonde young man speechless for a moment. He knew that strange creatures were immortal, but he had never seen one that could instantly rise and fight. This was his first encounter. The blonde young man had always been one to show off. Under these circumstances, asking him to turn around and fight Blood Disaster again was out of the question. So the blonde young man turned his attention elsewhere. Not far away, the ghost behemoth paid no attention to what was happening here. It continued to pummel the ground. A bit further away, Gushi was riding the evil coffin towards the pillar. These two were perfect for the blonde young man to show off. As for showing off, let's start with the ghost behemoth. Chapter 3159. The blonde youth quickly arrived near the ghost behemoth. The ghost behemoth immediately looked towards the blonde youth's location. But the next moment, the ghost behemoth felt a blur in his vision, as if he had moved away from the spot he had been attacking. Thankfully, the hand had been pulverized to a pulp, unable to be reassembled, so the ghost behemoth stopped fighting. With a strange expression, the ghost behemoth glanced at the blonde youth and vanished right in front of him. That glance, filled with disregard, immediately broke the blonde youth's defense. This blonde youth was the 7 Seconds World, one of the 3 giants of the Source Sea. He was the kind of villain with a natural wicked taste. When he did something bad, he always liked to show off and make people fear him. But the ghost behemoth paid no attention to any of this. Before, the ghost behemoth had been so caught up in the attack that he hadn't noticed the hand had been completely destroyed. So he kept on attacking. After the 7 Seconds World arrived, he was inexplicably sent some distance away, withdrawing from the battle. The ghost behemoth naturally took a quick look to see if his mission was complete. If it was, then he would return. What the 7 Seconds World intended to do was completely irrelevant to the ghost behemoth. Gu Shi had so many subordinates, and he was merely a guardian protecting the evil coffin. Even that position wasn't secure, so why would he think so much? But his casual attitude infuriated the 7 Seconds World. Under normal circumstances, the 7 Seconds World wouldn't attack with all its might unless it was on the same level as him. He always let his subordinates take action first, then he would step out and show off. In his mind, he was the biggest boss in the entire world. He would definitely strike last, and most spectacularly. But now, the 7 Seconds World was no longer considering that. He wanted to block Gu Shi directly and regain his lost face. And just then, Gu Shi's blood disaster once again fired a bolt of lightning at the 7 Seconds World's location. After all, before Gu Shi issued new orders, they were all commanded by the leader and the hero, targeting all enemies in the Origin Sea. Their deaths had been inexplicable, but for the undead, death was death, nothing serious, at most, just another death. Death and infinite resurrection had even restored their strongest fighting power. Under these circumstances, they naturally had to attack the 7 Seconds World. Under these circumstances, the 7 Seconds World finally showed its prowess. He swung his left hand backward, and all the lightning that was heading towards him vanished. It was as if the attack had never been launched. After completing all this, 7 Seconds World nodded happily. He thought, everyone must be astonished by his spectacular performance. But 7 Seconds World had really found the wrong person. Gu Shi's men were all undead. They wouldn't be surprised by the flamboyance of the enemy's attack. And Gu Shi, who should have been watching the performance, didn't even glance at it. So, after 7 Seconds World's actions remained there for about 7 or 8 seconds, the scream he had hoped for never came. At this point, 7 Seconds World's expression grew even uglier. Good, very good, very good. You all will die. At this moment, 7 Seconds World was anything but graceful. He thrust his body downward, then vanished from the spot. The next instant, 7 Seconds World appeared where Gu Shi's evil coffin lay. However, 7 Seconds World's movement speed couldn't match the evil coffin. By the time he landed, the evil coffin had already surged forward a distance. The orange-clad guard, New Nine-Tailed Fox, standing on the evil coffin, sensed something. She turned to look at 7 Seconds World, and then addressed Gu Shi. Sir, there's an idiot chasing us. Gu Shi turned back, briefly glancing, then laughed. He's not an idiot. He's probably going for speed. At that speed, he's almost catching up with the evil coffin. As Gu Shi spoke, 7 Seconds World surged forward again. This time, its target wasn't the evil coffin itself, but a spot just in front of it. So the 7 Seconds World finally reached the evil coffin. After landing, the 7 Seconds World didn't immediately attack Gu Shi like the others did. Instead, it stood with its back to Gu Shi, making a dismissive gesture. Gu Shi couldn't stand the pretentiousness anymore. Charge. The evil coffin didn't even pause, charging directly towards the 7 Seconds World. Just as the evil coffin was about to hit the 7 Seconds World, Gu Shi's vision blurred, and he and the evil coffin were back to where they had been when they had seen the 7 Seconds World with its back to them. A normal person, seeing this, would undoubtedly wonder what was going on. But Gu Shi laughed. Time stop? No, I didn't feel any change in time. And if time stop were truly possible, you wouldn't be so relaxed. You're not controlling time, but speed? Gu Shi saw the situation in the 7-second world at a glance. At first, Gu Shi had thought the 7-second world's rule was time stop. Now it seems that's not the case. He can simply achieve things in a short period of time that others can't react to. As for how fast this speed is, it's on par with the Speed Force or Quicksilver. He simply moves people nearby before they can react. It's just that the range isn't too large, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to catch up with the evil coffin just now. Hearing Gu Shi's words, the 7-second world's expression darkened even more. The shock he had imagined didn't occur. Gushi wasn't surprised by his performance. Instead, he calmly analyzed his rules. Most importantly, Gushi was right. If others were to encounter such a situation, they might think he was a master of rules like time stop. But he truly wasn't like that. He could accelerate to an incredibly fast level within 7 seconds. In his eyes, during those 7 seconds, everyone else was no different from someone standing still. That's why he often liked to move people back to where they were a few seconds ago, making them think something had happened. Now that everything had been figured out, the 7 seconds world's expression was naturally as grim as it could be. The 7 seconds world no longer pretended and punched Gushi, who was standing on the evil coffin. However, the evil coffin Gushi was riding was a red mount. Until the red mount was destroyed, the 7 seconds world's attacks couldn't reach Gushi. As the 7 seconds world launched its attack, Gushi also attacked. Chapter 3160. The Earth Scales, Divine Power Surges, the Earth Realm. At Gushi's command, the evil coffin immediately unleashed all of its paths. Gushi's thinking was simple. Don't you possess super fast speed, capable of moving people in a flash? Then just make it impossible for you to move. You're not Superman, capable of lifting a building and running at such speed. Pushing a car might be the limit of this 7-second world. At best, you could just bring in a steamroller. But how could that compare to the power of the evil coffin? Activated with the proper effect, the evil coffin now increased its weight to the weight of Mount Tai. Originally, the evil coffin relied on this weight and speed to charge forward, leaving nothing standing in its way. This time, too, the evil coffin hadn't activated these effects beforehand, allowing the 7-second world to take advantage and push it back to its original position. Now, with all 3 paths fully activated, the evil coffin didn't need to think twice, it simply charged forward. At the same time, Gushi launched his own attack. A fatal blow. Gushi refused to believe it. The 7 seconds world was fast, but he could still redirect the lasers. At most, he could dodge the attack before it hit him. So Gushi immediately deployed a laser net, enveloping the 7 seconds world. Gushi's attack left the 7 seconds world quite unhappy. Gushi still didn't watch his own performance. He still wasn't surprised by himself. Then he performed a little more spectacularly. The 7 seconds world activated its own power. During those 7 seconds, he could move freely wherever he could see. Everyone's movements were frozen. You could even see slower moving people like Gushi freeze in place. This time, the 7 seconds world was preparing to push the evil coffin back to its initial charge, just as before. But as soon as he placed his hands on the evil coffin, he suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. The evil coffin seemed to be rooted to the ground. Even with all his might, he couldn't move it. This situation left the 7 seconds world speechless. What was going on? Was he welding himself to the ground? This didn't make sense. Just moments ago, he watched the evil coffin moving forward. Now, the 7 seconds world was speechless. How could this happen? Forget about the evil coffin. Let's get the guy on top of it down. So, the 7 seconds world planned to move onto the evil coffin and move Gushi somewhere else. But no matter how hard the 7 seconds world tried to climb, it couldn't reach the evil coffin. He even felt a powerful push from the evil coffin, as if it was trying to push him to the ground. This wasn't right. The 7 seconds world was startled, immediately understanding what was happening with the evil coffin. The evil coffin looked fast, but its core was the power of the earth. And the earth and gravity were the 7 seconds world's most detested tools. Because he truly couldn't push it. Don't be fooled by his muscular appearance, that's because he stole this body. And even if he had muscles, they wouldn't be of any use. You couldn't imagine how heavy the evil coffin was. Back then, the 7 seconds world could lift and throw a steamroller, but now it couldn't even lift the evil coffin. It could be said that the 7 seconds world's greatest power had been rendered useless. At the same time, the 7 seconds world sensed that if it remained in front of the evil coffin, it would be knocked away and crushed by it after the 7 seconds expired. This was its most fatal weakness. When he had previously battled a fellow monster, he had simply lifted a steamroller and crushed it to death. From that moment on, the 7 seconds world understood that heavy pressure was its greatest weakness. No matter how much he tried to show off, he would never confront a crushing vehicle like a steamroller head-on. Now, as soon as the 7 seconds world sensed the possibility that the evil coffin could become a crushing force, it immediately retreated and gave up. In the 7 seconds world's view, each monster had its own unique characteristics and weaknesses. Their competition was about brainpower, not the ability to use rules to unleash a devastating blow. Gushi stood atop the evil coffin, clearly merging with it. At this point, they could either use their own psychic attacks against the evil coffin, or trick Gushi off. Of these two options, the 7 Seconds world preferred the psychic attacks against the evil coffin. After all, the 7 Seconds world had previously attempted to act pretentiously, but received no positive response. This proved that Gushi simply wouldn't communicate with them. This meant that all their deceptions and rhetoric were useless. Even with psychic tactics, they couldn't trick Gushi off the evil coffin. So, the only option now was psychic attacks against crushing forces. Thankfully, when the 7 Seconds world discovered its weakness, it had already considered a targeted countermeasure. The 7 Seconds world possessed the largest number of monsters under its command among the 3 giants of the Source Sea. He truly recruited all manner of useless creatures. Among these useless creatures were monsters specifically designed to target crushing vehicles. The 7 Seconds world immediately began recruiting. However, at this point, the 7 Seconds world realized it didn't seem to have any subordinates capable of utilizing abilities, like spatial abilities. By the time he notified his subordinates and had them arrive, Gushi had already secured everything. It seemed that the 7 Seconds world wasn't suited to leave its home turf to fight. Thinking of this, an idea suddenly occurred to the 7 Seconds world. Why not give it a try? When his mortal enemy faced the steamroller, he had a plan to defuse the situation. However, he had already lost too much blood, and coupled with his superior skills, he ultimately perished under the steamroller. But at this last moment, the method he had devised might actually be a solution to the current situation. He couldn't find the right people to help him right now, so should he use his mortal enemy's methods? Just as the 7 Seconds world was about to use this method against the evil coffin, his eyes lit up. Then the 7 Seconds world vanished before the evil coffin. After the evil coffin had rushed out, the orange guard, New Nine-Tailed, standing atop it, looked regretful. What a shame! He found out. What happened just now? Nothing much. I almost tricked that guy into coming to the evil coffin, planning a scam. The orange guard, New Nine-Tailed, shrugged. Ever since the 7 Seconds world appeared, the orange guard, New Nine-Tailed, had been plotting against the 7 Seconds world. After all, the 7 Seconds world's mental flaws were even greater. His thinking and reasoning were completely different from those of a normal person, and the orange guard, New Nine-Tailed, was designed to address this. Unexpectedly, the 7 Seconds world would regain consciousness at the last moment and escape the orange guard, New Nine-Tailed's influence. Chapter 3161. Ignore him, do your own thing. Let's deal with the core of the origin C first. Although Gushi didn't know what the orange guardian, New Nine-Tailed Fox, had done, he understood that the 7 Second world wouldn't come looking for trouble just yet. The most important thing now was to deal with the origin C. As for everything else, it wasn't a priority. At least for now, Gushi didn't have time to stare at the 7 Second world. That guy could burst into extreme speed in a short period of time. It would be so fast that Gushi wouldn't even be able to react. Even Gushi had to admit that. Orange Guardian, New Nine-Tailed Fox, didn't comment much on Gushi's choice. In her opinion, no matter how fast, it couldn't be faster than a flash of thought. It was a pity that they didn't catch that show-off this time, missing the best opportunity to strike. Otherwise, that show-off would have been crushed to death by the evil coffin long ago. What a pity. At this moment, Gushi had already arrived under the central pillar of the space. In fact, the space in front of him was not very large. It was roughly half the size of the ocean between the two continents. At the speed of the evil coffin, dashing from one end of the space to the other would take less than half an hour. The reason it took so long this time was entirely due to the various attacks encountered along the way. Now that no one intervened, Gushi easily reached the pillar. After arriving here, Gushi didn't jump off the evil coffin directly. Gushi had already understood that the evil coffin was just the right thing to counteract the strangeness of the 7 Second world. Standing on the evil coffin, Gushi was sufficiently safe. If he left the evil coffin, that wouldn't be the case. Gushi's current speed was incredibly fast, capable of covering tens of meters per second. But compared to the 7 Second world, this speed was still far behind. In a single second, the 7 Second world could accomplish many things. It could transport Gushi dozens of kilometers. It could rip all of Gushi's flesh apart. It could render Gushi unable to use any of his red armor. Gushi wouldn't jump into danger on his own. Standing atop the evil coffin wouldn't affect Gushi's subsequent actions. Telekinesis. Raising his magic wand, Gushi summoned a rarely used spell. Telekinesis was essentially a means of remotely retrieving objects. Gushi rarely used it, but that didn't mean he wasn't skilled. With a single telekinesis, a pillar appeared above the evil coffin. The silk threads on the pillar immediately began to twist. However, Gushi's attention wasn't focused on that. The object he dragged onto the evil coffin was clearly a sack of silk covered in dust and dirt. Each strand of silk contained a fragment of a single or two characters, while the dust and dirt were meteorites or other objects drained of their energy. Gushi had only dug out a piece, and for the time being, it was impossible to tell what was inside. But Gushi wasn't here for research. His goal was to destroy the pillar, which would be much easier. Telekinesis could tear a section off the pillar, so naturally, he could use that method to destroy the pillar in front of him. However, Gushi also understood that this method was still somewhat slow. Gushi was about to unleash his ultimate. He used his magic staff, 2 red armor pieces resonating, a magic explosion, and a ghostly flower attraction, creating a continuous stream of magical attacks. This time, Gushi used telekinesis and a chain of corpse explosions to create the magic explosion. He focused on using everything on the pillar to dismantle it. Under Gushi's control, an explosion erupted at the pillar. With the blast, a section of the pillar was severed and sent flying nearby. The remaining pillars then exploded in succession. Gushi didn't care what happened to the pillar, his only thought was to destroy it. As Gushi launched his attack, the fist-sized spiders on the pillar locked onto Gushi's evil coffin. They rushed towards him like a tide. But in a place like this, he was outnumbered. Isn't this just courting death? Gushi didn't even need to think about it. He simply opened the city gates where his troops were stationed, and a large number of ebony spiders rushed out. Also, Gushi's other undead troops rushed out. These weren't Gushi's current mainstays, the Blood Scourge or the Lich Witches, but rather the skeleton soldiers and other undead he had previously employed. After they rushed out, they immediately, under the command of their leader and hero, engaged head-on with the small black and purple spiders. Gushi's undead were not only numerous, but also enormous. Not to mention anything else, just the size of the ebony spiders themselves. They were the size of tires, countless times larger than the fist-sized spiders. And Gushi simply let them go. The number of undead he dispatched absolutely outnumbered the enemy spiders. And their size and combat power were both enormous. The ebony spiders, in particular, had been under Gushi's command for a long time, having undergone several transformations. Their levels had also increased. When facing enemy spiders, he could often kill them in one fell swoop. And after killing these spiders, new ones would immediately burst out from the garrison gate. In this battle, the spiders that rushed down from the pillars never made it to the evil coffin. After releasing his men, Gushi stopped paying attention to other matters. He continued to use his methods to destroy the pillar in the center of the space. Gushi had already realized that if he could destroy the pillar in front of him, this space and the strange source sea would also be destroyed. So, his attention was now focused on this. The previous attack had been quite effective. Although it only destroyed part of the pillar, every blown up counted. Until he encountered other problems, Gushi still planned to use this method. Gushi had figured out that he must first destroy the threads and dust surrounding the pillar before considering other matters. Only after he had completely disposed of the threads surrounding the pillar could he destroy the meteorite that had fallen from the sky. So for now, he should not focus on anything else but the pillar. Because he was so focused on this one task, Gushi's progress was quite rapid. In the blink of an eye, Gushi had hollowed out a section of the pillar's underside. Although the section he had dug out was relatively small compared to the pillar itself, for Gushi, this speed was more than enough. Gushi estimated that if he exerted all his strength, it would only take a little over an hour to dig through the pillar before him. Then, he could find some undead to push hard, and the pillar would fall, destroying the source sea space before him. Chapter 3162. While Gushi was concentrating on dealing with the pillars, another strange figure arrived. This time, it was the figure with a humanoid upper body and a white horse lower body that Gushi had seen in the long-mouthed cloud fate. As soon as he appeared, he saw the 7 seconds world. At the sight of this pretentious figure, the corner of the artificial heaven's mouth curled up. World, have you been frightened? The 7 seconds world was about to say something, but when he looked up, he saw a glint in the artificial heaven's eyes. Then his mental problems were remedied. At least, he was no longer afraid to face Gushi because of the evil coffin as before. Heaven, when I came here, I heard that the 3 weak points of your men had disappeared. Although they had been held back by artificial heaven, the 7 seconds world's temper was still the same. They would still fight back when they had to. It was impossible for them to be subservient to artificial heaven just because they had saved them. Hearing this, artificial heaven felt a little annoyed. But he couldn't say anything. After all, what the 7 seconds world said was true. His 3 subordinates boasted about their impressive abilities. They claimed to have 3 flaws in the artificial heaven, saying that even the artificial heaven couldn't possibly defeat them. And yet, they were wiped out the moment they turned. And their destruction was so mysterious that not even the artificial heaven knew how they died, and they had no chance of resurrection. It was simply because the artificial heaven was busy with other matters, and had no time to spare. Otherwise, he would have confronted Gushi long ago, and wouldn't have let such a shameful incident spread so far. Few people are willing to believe that artificial heaven is omnipotent and omniscient these days. If this continues, artificial heaven's power will be completely defeated. That's why I came here. I will personally deal with the enemy. I can already see his end. Artificial heaven said calmly. Watching artificial heaven like this, 7 Seconds World couldn't help but mutter inwardly, even more pretentious than me, bah. But 7 Seconds World also understood that there was a huge difference between him and artificial heaven. He was a basic type of creep. If his abilities weren't maximized, he would be just an ordinary speed creep with a short-term extreme speed effect. And his subordinates were all like that, all of them ordinary creeps. But artificial heaven was different. From himself to his 3 subordinates, all of them were rare and exquisite creeps, each one unique, with powerful effects and potential. They weren't the same kind of creeps, so artificial heaven usually looked down on 7 Seconds World. Even with its 3 weaknesses now destroyed, artificial heaven still reacted in the same way, and the 7 Seconds World had nothing to say. But he preferred to lose the battle, not the battle. Alright, go ahead. As long as you can kill the enemy, I trust you. Just wait. Artificial heaven didn't say anything else at this point. He simply glanced toward the pillar, and advanced with an air of invincibility, omniscience, and omniscience. Artificial heaven vanished from the 7 Seconds World's sight in a flash. After artificial heaven left, the 7 Seconds World's expression darkened. Although the 7 Seconds World and the man-made heaven are publicly claimed to be on the same level, he himself understands the vastness of the gap between himself and the man-made heaven. It's like Superman and the Flash are both members of the Justice League. Can you say the Flash and Superman are on the same level? You're overthinking it. That's Superman and his leg pendants. This is the current situation in the man-made heaven. The rules of the man-made heaven, like the 3 flaws of his subordinates, are all conceptual. And his concept is exactly what he boasts about, omnipotence and omniscience. That's right, his rules are exactly that. It's just that it was just a boast at first. He wants to publicize his omnipotence and omniscience. Once people believe it, it will become true. The more people believe it, the more comprehensive his abilities become. Therefore, the 3 flaws of his subordinates were eliminated by Gu Shi, which attracted the attention of the man-made heaven. It's because his foundation has been disturbed. If anyone truly believes that the man-made heaven is not that good, then his abilities will decline rapidly. Therefore, even without the 7 Seconds World's provocation, he would still come to deal with Gu Shi. The reason he arrived so slowly was because he was on the other side of the continent, discussing matters with the human leader there, their great president. The great president there lacked the conscience of the other continent. The chaos on this continent was half caused by the strangeness, and the rest by the great president. The great president was even willing to promote this chaos in order to gain the strange power of rules and achieve immortality. The power of the artificial paradise required the belief of many people, so he had a deal with the great president. This time, he would definitely secure his base before dealing with Gu Shi. Now was the time for artificial heaven to deal with Gu Shi. When they first encountered the 7 Second World, artificial heaven already knew what he had encountered. If Gu Shi didn't descend from the evil coffin, the 7 Second World would be powerless against him. But artificial heaven was different. Besides speed, he possessed other abilities. He could even lift a mountain. Not to mention, his abilities were all-encompassing. Even if Gu Shi mastered multiple paths, he could handle them all. Most importantly, besides being omnipotent, he was also omniscient. Before, from a distance, he couldn't clearly discern Gu Shi's abilities. Now, close enough, he could see at a glance what Gu Shi possessed. Just like now, artificial heaven appeared near the pillar, just in time to see Gu Shi using telekinesis or similar methods to deal with it. He immediately recognized the 4 rules engraved on the magic wand in Gu Shi's hand. Oh, those 4 are paths, but in this world, the weirdos call them rules. Artificial heaven's eyes froze upon seeing this. He had never seen all 4 rules combined in a single piece of equipment. If this were in the hands of a weirdo, it would definitely create 4 powerful weirdos. Gu Shi was no ordinary person. So artificial heaven became even more cautious when observing Gu Shi. At this moment, the leader of the goddesses behind Gu Shi also noticed artificial heaven's presence. Gu Shi didn't even need to look up. The hand of death immediately drew the life-taking bow and aimed it at artificial heaven. When the life-taking bow was drawn, Artificial Heaven was paralyzed. Another weapon with 4 rules, no 2, 3. How did this guy manage to do this? Artificial Heaven couldn't help but think of Bai Yujing, whom he had intended to capture. Could Gu Shi have gained Bai Yujing's power? Chapter 3163. I can't think about it. I can't think about it anymore. As soon as this thought came to mind, Artificial Heaven immediately suppressed it. The rules of Artificial Heaven are more about spiritual trust. If he himself doesn't believe it, or if he himself is afraid, then he can't fully exert his power. Currently, Artificial Heaven is speculating whether Gu Shi has obtained Bai Yujing, precisely because he knows Bai Yujing's situation and fears it might happen. Gu Shi didn't know this. When he saw Artificial Heaven through the head of the goddesses, he only felt that Artificial Heaven's momentum suddenly dropped significantly. Although the decline stopped later, his momentum was obviously much weaker than when he had just arrived. If it weren't for the fact that his size hadn't changed, Gu Shi would have suspected that he had shrunk. Weakness or flaw? Gu Shi immediately thought of the person before him. When he had previously met Artificial Heaven in Destiny, he was quite confident. Even if he encountered a flaw that he couldn't handle, he could still suppress the opponent. At most, he wouldn't be able to kill him instantly, but he would always have some kind of suppression. It felt as if he knew his opponent's weaknesses and the most appropriate attacking strategy. But the look the man-made heaven gave Gu Shi was completely different. There was nothing but shock in his eyes, and his entire demeanor had lost its confidence. It was unclear if it was because Gu Shi had instantly exploited his 3 weaknesses, or if it was due to something else. Seeing this guy leap out to stop him, Gu Shi's mind moved, and a puppet driving a sun chariot appeared beside him. Go burn that pillar, I handle the rest. The puppet nodded and charged directly toward it, while Gu Shi kept his eyes fixed on Artificial Heaven. Gu Shi felt that once he could determine Artificial Heaven's rules, defeating him would be relatively easy. Artificial Heaven glanced at the puppet, a strange look flashing in his eyes. Artificial Heaven naturally noticed how many red roads the puppet had. This was another one with 4 red roads. What was going on? All of them had become like this? For these weird creatures to have even one weird rule was quite remarkable, but what was going on here? At that moment, the puppet had already reached the pillar, and the sun's flames directly ignited the silk threads on its surface. Artificial Heaven immediately understood that Gu Shi intended to fight him head-on. Before taking action, he had a chance to deal with other matters. As Artificial Heaven looked towards Gu Shi, a ray of moonlight descended from the sky, landing on him, and tinting all of his equipment a silvery white. Simultaneously, black quickly stained Gu Shi's weapons, even the magic staff he held in his hand. Gu Shi was using the power of the sacred moonlight, and the dark blood rode to enhance his equipment. For the orange armor and equipment in Gu Shi's possession, this blessing significantly improved the quality of his equipment. Then, behind Gu Shi, the victory banner rose, a manifestation of victory. In a single moment, Gu Shi unleashed the full might of the head of all goddesses. With a single moment, Gu Shi's aura soared, and his gaze towards Artificial Heaven took on a different tone. Seeing Gu Shi like this, man-made heaven was startled. His omniscience immediately recognized that Gu Shi, once possessed numerous paths, was now different. It seemed as if all of Gu Shi's paths were directed by a single, more powerful path. And the source of this path was Moonlight? Moon Palace? I knew you must have Bai Yujing's support. Damn it! This thought flashed through man-made heaven's mind, and his aura noticeably weakened. Gu Shi naturally sensed this change in him. Puzzled, he glanced around and saw a hint of a smile in the eyes of Orange Guardian Nu Ninetail. Clearly, some of man-made heaven's emotions were amplified by Orange Guardian Nu Ninetail. These emotions were the source of man-made heaven's power, but also his weakness. Gu Shi immediately understood the reasoning behind this, and he looked at Orange Guardian Nu Ninetail and asked, "What should I write?" Looking at the arrow in Gu Shi's hand, Orange Guardian Nu Ninetailed Fox understood Gu Shi's intention. Gu Shi intended to deal with the Artificial Heaven just as he had dealt with the long-mouthed cloud. However, Gu Shi was unsure of the rules of the Artificial Heaven, and feared that he might interfere with fate and affect the current situation. So Orange Guardian Nu Ninetailed Fox quickly said, "Listen with confidence." Gu Shi didn't ask why. He quickly wrote these 4 words on the arrow, and then shot it into fate. All this was happening right under the watchful eyes of the Artificial Heaven. Artificial Heaven had been observing Gu Shi's every move with his omniscience. But he only saw Gu Shi activate the life-destroying bow behind him, and the rules of the ring on his left hand. He didn't understand the rest. At the same time, Artificial Heaven also noticed that the combined effect of the 2 red paths surpassed that of the normal red path. This surprised Artificial Heaven somewhat. He had never expected to encounter such a situation. If it weren't for the inopportune moment, he would have seriously wanted to steal a new path and add it to himself, to see if he could achieve dual red path resonance. However, Artificial Heaven didn't know that Gushi had just activated the dual red path resonance effect, the Destiny Arrow. This immediately sent his thoughts straight back to a point before Artificial Heaven took shape. At this moment, Gushi was a floating corpse on the sea surface. This left Gushi speechless. Although the Destiny Arrow was meant to allow the already deceased in fate to influence their fate, it couldn't be done this way. Last time, it was a fish. This time it was a floating corpse. Who knows what will happen next time? Gushi was still lost in thought when he felt his hand bump into something. As a corpse, Gushi naturally couldn't move to see what was happening. Fortunately, the view before him shifted to a different angle, allowing him to see everything in the sea from a third-person perspective. This place must have been the battlefield of a naval battle from some unknown era. Gushi drifted in the water, as a floating corpse, surrounded by numerous corpses and shattered planks and barrels. What Gushi had just encountered was a corpse with its lower half missing. This corpse was in even worse condition than Gushi's. But at that moment, this half of the corpse moved. Chapter 3164. Is this even possible? Gushi was also surprised by the situation before him. But after the half of his body began to move, it seemed to have regained strength, swimming diligently towards the center of the battlefield. Unconcerned with its lack of a lower body, this half of his body continued to swim in one direction, as if something in that direction could save its life. As it swam forward, Gushi saw a section of the side of a ship submerged in the sea, with the words Mayflower written on the side. As it swam forward, the half of his body's vitality weakened. Gushi felt that if he continued swimming like this, he would die in the water, although he already looked like a dead man. After swimming for about 7 or 8 minutes, the half of his body could no longer support itself. He leaned against a piece of wood to rest, and at that moment, a shark darted out from behind him and bit the wound on the half of his body that had not yet healed. The half-body no longer had the strength to resist. He loosened his grip and was dragged into the sea by the shark. But at that moment, the half-body seemed to see something in the water. He placed his hand on the shark's forehead and pulled it outwards. A disc-like object emerged from the shark's forehead. The half-body seemed to hesitate for a moment, then inserted the disc-like object into his own body. Afterward, his body was still only half, but his complexion and strength had clearly recovered. This half-body also realized that this was its chance to survive. It continuously removed discs from the nearby corpses and inserted them into its own body. With each piece he stuffed into his body, the vitality of the half-body increased noticeably, and the corpse would dissolve into bubbles and disappear into the seawater. Slowly, the corpses near the half-body dwindled, and he began to swim back to the point from which he had swum. With each distance he swam, he transformed the nearby corpses into discs, and injected the remaining contents of the corpses into his own body. Even when his head felt like it was about to explode during the injection process, he didn't stop, because the half-body knew this was its only chance of survival. Soon, the half-body swam near the corpse Gushi had been clinging to. At this point, the lower half of this half-body was still missing, but its upper half was already quite strong, and its swimming speed had significantly increased. At this moment, Gushi could clearly see that the person before him had not yet become a strange artificial paradise. And the method he used to extract discs from other creatures and corpses must be his strange rules. Although Gushi was not entirely sure what was going on, but judging by the current situation, it was nothing more than stealing someone's power and memories. Thinking about Artificial Heaven's title of omnipotence and omniscience, Gushi could almost understand how he made his fortune. He was making money from the dead. And when this half of his body swam to the side of the corpse Gushi was clinging to, he felt himself being pulled back again, his vision fixed on the corpse. Gushi was speechless at this situation. What was the point of getting himself back? He couldn't attack now. If he attacked now, even if he destroyed Artificial Heaven, similar enemies would appear later. Gushi would then have to fight even more troublesome guys. No need for that. At this moment, the half-body had already placed its hand on the corpse, and pulled out a disc containing the corpse's memories. Of course, the disc wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was the 4 words Gushi had shot with the Destiny Arrow. Listen with confidence. This object was hidden within the corpse's memories, and when it was extracted, it also merged into the half-body's body. Though these 4 words weren't the very first memories, they were still relatively early in their power and memories, so they were deeply embedded in the Artificial Heaven's mind. Normally, the Artificial Heaven wouldn't specifically clear these memories. Furthermore, as the rules of the Artificial Heaven continued to evolve and improve, these memories became part of its omniscience. Even if the Artificial Heaven sent something later, it wouldn't clear them. So, this time, the destiny arrow was a sure thing. It wasn't that the destiny arrow had hit the artificial heaven, but that the artificial heaven itself had absorbed the effects of the destiny arrow. Gu Shi watched with his own eyes, as the power and memories within the disc were completely drained away before returning to his body. The arrow of destiny's entry into fate seemed to take a long time, but in reality, it was a matter of seconds. Upon his return, Gu Shi nodded to the Orange Guardian, new nine-tailed fox. That gesture perfectly complemented the Orange Guardian's final words. Only the Orange Guardian, new nine-tailed fox, understood that Gu Shi had followed his advice, and had resolved the matter. Next, it was up to Orange Guardian new nine-tailed fox. In other respects, Orange Guardian new nine-tailed fox was just an ordinary Orange Guardian. But in terms of psychic, Nine-Tailed Fox's divine power had gone from 9 pieces to 8. Now, only 1 piece was missing to complete the entire set. Because of the long delay, Orange Guardian new Nine-Tailed Fox had become quite familiar with the 8-piece set. Each psychic effect had become second nature to Orange Guardian new Nine-Tailed Fox. When Gu Shi asked the question, Orange Guardian new Nine-Tailed Fox had already glanced at the artificial heaven. Although there was no way to fully understand the artificial heaven's details, Orange Guardian new Nine-Tailed Fox could surmise that its abilities might be related to faith. Belief in it gave it strength. This situation was somewhat similar to the Death Letter. Or perhaps the Death Letter was a textual version of this ability. Orange Guardian new Nine-Tailed Fox was just speculating. She wouldn't dare experiment under these circumstances. Therefore, Orange Guardian new Nine-Tailed Fox could only resort to the most conservative approach. That is, while Gu Shi was using his fate arrow, he would create a backdoor in artificial heaven's mind. Now was the perfect time to test that backdoor. Orange Guardian new Nine-Tailed Fox first made himself invisible mentally. While he couldn't hide himself, he could still be less noticeable. Then Orange Guardian new Nine-Tailed Fox revealed all his equipment and, drawing upon the power of several orange armor pieces, concentrated his mental energy into the Nine-Tailed Fox whip. As Orange Guardian new Nine-Tailed Fox prepared to strike, artificial heaven visibly felt uneasy. He turned to look in the direction of Orange Guardian new Nine-Tailed Fox, but was spotted by Gu Shi, who then unleashed a fatal laser strike. Chapter 3165. The fatal blow was delivered, but artificial heaven paid no attention, not even attempting to dodge. Artificial heaven saw immediately that this attack was purely a power-heavy attack. Through various means, the attack power was increased to a considerable level. Artificial heaven had faced this kind of attack before. He knew that such an attack would be countered by his former subordinates, the Green Babies, because no matter how powerful the attack was, it would be useless if it couldn't hit the target. Or, he could have the long-mouthed clouds directly destroy everything, rendering the attack powerless. Unfortunately, his subordinates' 3 major weaknesses had been completely destroyed, forcing him to take the fight himself. He had no good way to deal with this kind of attack. All he could do was withstand it, using his own strength to withstand it. Artificial heaven's current rule was omnipotence and omniscience. As long as he believed he could withstand the attack, he had a 50% chance of doing so. And if his subordinates or followers believed he would not die, then he had an 80% chance of withstanding the attack. If his enemy, Gu Shi, hesitated, believing he couldn't kill Man-Made Heaven, then Man-Made Heaven would have a 100% chance of withstanding the blow. Man-Made Heaven's combat effectiveness was always so unpredictable, half determined by their own beliefs, and half by the beliefs of others. Gu Shi was definitely convinced he could kill Man-Made Heaven, so his 20% chance was out of the question. As for the beliefs of Man-Made Heaven's subordinates, those were somewhat lower now, but still a 20% chance. The most crucial factor at this moment was Man-Made Heaven's own beliefs. If he absolutely believed he could withstand the blow, his chances of success would be extremely high. As for why he didn't run, artificial heaven wasn't stupid. Under these circumstances, he could certainly run. But if he ran, regardless of his own inner thoughts, his subordinates and followers would suspect he was no longer viable, and wouldn't dare to confront Gu Shi head-on. Then his support among his followers would plummet. If artificial heaven's mindset deteriorated even further, believing he couldn't win, the situation would be even worse. Every thought he had would affect his mindset, and every mindset would affect his subsequent combat effectiveness. As long as he believed he couldn't win, his combat effectiveness would collapse. He could escape now, but he couldn't keep running away from future attacks. So, artificial heaven had to meet this attack head-on. No matter what, this time, Gu Shi's attack, artificial heaven had to withstand it. So, artificial heaven stood directly before Gu Shi, concentrating all his strength, forming 3 light shields in front of him. This was clearly designed to block Gu Shi's attack. Gu Shi couldn't discern what tactics artificial heaven was using. But Gushi could see that man-made heaven lacked confidence. If he were fully confident, he wouldn't have used 3 layers of light shields like this. He would have used only 1, or even no light shields at all. Don't ask how Gushi knew this. It was because Gushi himself wasn't that confident in his own defenses. He usually preferred to add multiple layers of defense. So, Gushi was quite familiar with the other party's reactions to his defenses. So Gushi delayed the timing of his fatal strike, waiting until his energy had reached a certain level before unleashing it at artificial heaven. Gushi couldn't yet say how powerful this strike was, but one thing was different. The sound and light effects Gushi had used were quite dramatic. When a laser beam flew from the magic staff, it was originally just light, without sound. But this time, Gushi had managed to add sound effects. Not only that, Gushi also used illusions to make the laser effect look even more magnificent and irresistible. Seeing this, artificial heaven smiled. His rules were said to be all-knowing and omniscient, so he could naturally discern which attacks were real, which were fake, and which were illusions. Seeing Gushi incorporate illusions into his attacks, he understood that Gushi was trying to scare him. This was a reassurance. He was no longer afraid of Gushi's attacks. His mindset suddenly improved. But at this moment, the orange-clad guard, New Nine-Tailed Fox, moved. This captures the process of artificial heaven's mindset shift. Previously, artificial heaven hadn't been entirely confident, having seen the power and effectiveness of Gushi's fatal blow. He was simply taking a gamble. Now, Gushi's move gave artificial heaven hope. This meant Gushi was no longer viable. And so, artificial heaven's mindset shifted immediately, becoming quite confident. He believed he could definitely block Gushi's attack. This was a sure thing. However, artificial heaven never anticipated that this shift in his mindset would give the orange-clad guard, New Nine-Tailed Fox, an opportunity to seize. The Orange Guardian, New Nine-Tailed Fox, didn't command artificial heaven to do anything, nor did he attempt to manipulate the opponent's mind or thoughts. The Orange Guardian, New Nine-Tailed Fox, simply did 2 things. One was to amplify artificial heaven's confidence, making him believe he could withstand the attack and that he was omnipotent and omniscient. This was similar to the attack on the long-beaked clouds before, both amplifying certain thoughts within the opponent's mind. The long-beaked clouds were like this back then, and artificial heavens also had this weakness. It seemed they were both lacking in spiritual cultivation. The other was to temporarily interrupt the influence of spiritual power on artificial heaven's own strength. Normally, when artificial heaven feels competent and confident, his combat effectiveness will also increase. This is the transformation of self-confidence into power. But now, this channel had been cut off by the Orange Guardian, New Nine-Tailed Fox. No, it wasn't cut off, it was just delayed. About a few seconds. But those few seconds of sound were enough for Gushi. The concentrated attack of the death blow struck artificial heaven's already insecure shield. 3 layers of the shield proved no match for the death blow. In 3 seconds, all 3 layers of defense were shattered. In the 4th second, the aftermath of the death blow struck artificial heaven. The death blow struck artificial heaven's lower body, instantly shattered. Artificial heaven now looked like it had been submerged in water, with only half of its body remaining. Artificial heaven was also bewildered. He was somewhat confused. He didn't understand what was happening. Wasn't the enemy's attack power weak? How could it suddenly become so powerful? How could it have directly destroyed half of his body? Artificial heaven's confidence was instantly shattered. Chapter 3166. Indeed, Gushi and the orange-armored guard, New Nine-Tailed, worked in perfect harmony, shattering artificial heaven's confidence. Artificial heaven's omniscience was destroyed by the orange-armored guard, New Nine-Tailed. Unbeknownst to him, his mind had been compromised, and he still believed he was confident enough to block most attacks, leading to his instant defeat by Gushi. And even after being defeated, the situation before him dealt a heavy blow to artificial heaven. Artificial heaven had assumed a 70 to 80% chance of success with his all-out defense, yet he couldn't even block this attack. Imagine how powerful Gushi was. Could he really withstand such an attack? It seemed unlikely. This attack seemed to be the product of the superposition of several principles. And it had been prepared for a long time. Those sound and light effects must have been deceiving, making me believe this attack was insignificant. Artificial heaven's mind raced through various thoughts, and his lower body regenerated. His lower half still resembled a white horse. From the front, he looked as if he were riding a horse. But Gushi could see at a glance that the man-made heaven before him no longer had the same high spirits as before. His state now resembled the moment Gushi first saw him at sea. Only half his body, he carried a sense of unease. He wanted to survive, but lacked the courage to fight. In this state, Even if someone claimed he was an omnipotent and omniscient god, no one would believe him. How could he be called omnipotent and omniscient? Man-made heaven now realized he had been defeated. The most important thing he needed to do now was escape. Only by surviving would he have a chance to resolve everything. If he died here, even if he could be resurrected, his mastery of the rules would be reduced in level. He might even lose his position. Artificial heaven had no desire to relinquish his position. After all, his current position offered him ample benefits, allowing him to reach peak strength. If he lost it, even if he were resurrected, he would never be able to return to his original level. So, escape first. If he couldn't defeat Gu Shi, then so be it. He hadn't seen the 7-second world, and he hadn't fought it either. Even if he couldn't defeat him, he wouldn't die. So, Artificial Heaven immediately regained his spirits, seemingly ready to fight Gu Shi head-on. At this moment, the Orange Guardian, New Nine-Tailed Fox, suddenly spoke to Gu Shi. Sir, his resolve has been resolute. He seems to be trying to escape? The Orange Guardian, New Nine-Tailed Fox, had been keeping an eye on Artificial Heaven's mind. Previously, the Orange Guardian, New Nine-Tailed Fox, could sense the powerful psychic fluctuations of Artificial Heaven. This was precisely why the Orange Guardian, New Nine-Tailed Fox, was able to cause trouble for Artificial Heaven through the back door. Now that Artificial Heaven's resolve had been reaffirmed, it meant that Artificial Heaven had made its decision and was staking its all. Gu Shi's eyes flickered with a smile upon hearing this. Trying to escape? No way. Sacred Moonlight. Gu Shi immediately unleashed his full power. As the moonlight descended, the surroundings quickly turned silver, and even Artificial Heaven was bathed in silver moonlight. At the same time, a layer of frost appeared on his body. It was this very layer of frost that significantly slowed man-made heaven's movements. This layer of frost was no ordinary ice. It was the chill of the sacred moonlight. Of all Gu Shi's many pieces of red armor, only the sacred moonlight reached a level unique to him. Further down was the clover field, which belonged exclusively to destiny. And even with his various enhancements and upgrades, the rules of man-made heaven were roughly equivalent to the path to advancement to red armor. If you had to be serious, it was comparable to the remaining 3 paths of the head of the goddesses. He might be able to withstand other paths, perhaps even suppress the dual red armor resonance. But when faced with Gu Shi's sacred moonlight, he was completely defeated. At this moment, Gu Shi's strategy was essentially like using sacred moonlight to suppress the binding protection of red armor. Suppress everything. No other methods were needed. Simply use the normal sacred moonlight method. Artificial Heaven felt his body stiffen immediately after being pressed down by Gu Shi's divine moonlight, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. No, we can't stay here any longer. We must escape first. Call the 7 Seconds World and the Blood Mother to join forces against Gu Shi. Just as Artificial Heaven tried to move, he discovered that his body had transformed into an ice sculpture. This was Chang's final state when Gu Shi gained the frigid moonlight. The kind that encased him in ice. Didn't Artificial Heaven want to escape? Then let him not. This move was far more effective than the deep freeze technique Gu Shi had previously learned. Deep freeze conditions like these simply couldn't hold Artificial Heaven in place for long. In fact, as long as the holy moonlight remained frozen, Artificial Heaven couldn't break free from this icy state. The Orange Guard, New Nine-Tailed Fox, observing this situation, couldn't wait to miss such a golden opportunity. Half of Artificial Heaven's power lay in his self-confidence. Omniscience gave him confidence, and confidence gave him omnipotence. Now was the perfect time to dissolve Artificial Heaven's resolve. Orange Guard, New Nine-Tailed Fox, immediately used the backdoor Gu Shi had planted within his mind to influence Artificial Heaven's mind. This time, unlike dealing with the long-mouthed cloud, there wasn't a single chance. Now that Artificial Heaven was trapped, Orange Guard, New Nine-Tailed Fox could constantly stimulate his mind. Under Orange Guard, New Nine-Tailed Fox's provocation, Artificial Heaven grew increasingly depressed, feeling as if he had lost all purpose in living. Of course, Artificial Heaven still tried to regain consciousness. He knew that if he truly believed those thoughts, he would truly die. To ensure his own survival, Artificial Heaven was also thinking about ways to escape, and his determination to flee only grew stronger. That was how things were with Artificial Heaven. Whenever a person's will was firm, changes would occur. It was as if he desperately wanted to escape, but couldn't, and so he attracted the unexpected. The 7 Seconds World, which had been watching the battle, suddenly appeared. He appeared at Artificial Heaven's side at breakneck speed. Then he took a deep breath. This marked the moment his ability was activated. From this moment on, his speed would reach its limit for 7 seconds. He hadn't been able to push the evil coffin before, but this time, He wasn't here to push the evil coffin, he was here to take artificial heaven away. But the moment the 7 seconds world came into contact with artificial heaven, he was frozen. Chapter 3167. Huh, buy one get one free? Gushi immediately laughed. He hadn't expected the 7 seconds world to be so daring. The artificial heaven was frozen solid, and the 7 seconds world wasn't some all-powerful, weird creature. How could he possibly escape from such a situation? So the 7 seconds world was frozen even faster than the artificial heaven. In a split second, before the 7 seconds world could even break free, his body had transformed into an ice sculpture, then quickly into a block of ice, encasing the 7 seconds world within. After about 2 or 3 seconds, the massive block of ice began to vibrate, and the 7 seconds world forcibly burst out. But his movements were clearly affected by the cold, and they were somewhat stiff. As a result, the 7 seconds world's originally immense speed slowed significantly. Gushi could even see the 7 seconds world's trajectory. Faced with this situation, Gushi wasn't just focused on leaving the artificial heaven behind, he also included the 7 seconds world in his sights. Compared to the artificial heaven, the 7 seconds world's weaknesses were even more obvious. Gravity, even a super heavy impact, could carry the 7 seconds world away. Not to mention the 7 seconds world before him, frozen solid. Now, there was no way for 7 seconds to escape from this place, let alone take the artificial heaven with him. The 7 seconds world was very clever. Upon seeing this situation, it immediately abandoned the artificial heaven. It had come to save people, not to die. But at this moment, the others failed to respond, and instead lost themselves. So, the 7 seconds world immediately abandoned the artificial heaven. But he was still a little slow. This might be the first time the 7 seconds world had been called slow. Because when he started, Gushi's evil coffin had already rushed in front of him. Bang! The evil coffin launched a direct collision, sending both the artificial heaven and the 7 seconds world flying. Even though the artificial heaven had lost its confidence, it was focused on escaping, and its resolve was strong, which gave it an advantage in escaping. After being hit, the artificial heaven merely flew backwards, not shattered. In contrast, the situation on the 7 seconds world side was not so good. First, the freezing had stiffened his body, and now the full force of the evil coffin was unleashed upon him. Most importantly, the artificial heaven was merely knocked back, he was crushed by the evil coffin. After being crushed by the evil coffin, the 7 seconds world's body shattered instantly. If his blood had been that of an ordinary person, not a freak, he would have been reduced to pulp by now. Even so, the 7 seconds world's life had come to an end. He couldn't activate his signature 7 seconds speed skill. After all, his body was shattered, so how could he possibly run? But even so, Gushi didn't leave the evil coffin. While the 7 seconds world might seem far less bizarre than the man-made paradise, it truly held Gushi in check. Gushi didn't want to jump from the evil coffin and be instantly killed by someone's hand. Since the 7 seconds world wasn't dead yet, he would let the holy moonlight fall, freezing the flesh and blood before using the evil coffin to crush it back and forth a few times. As for the man-made paradise that had been knocked away, Gushi wasn't worried at all. For by then, the man-made paradise had been slammed into a pillar. The pillar, handed over to the puppet, had now transformed into a pillar of fire. The power of the sun's flames instantly ignited all the threads affixed to it. When artificial heaven collided with it, it was naturally affected by the solar flames. There was also a crucial aspect here. The solar flames and the moon's chill had opposing effects. The solar flames did not dispel the chill brought by the sacred moonlight. Instead, the yin-yang effect caused the solar flames to tear at artificial heaven. Artificial heaven felt his body alternately hot and cold. When it was hot, his body was still frozen, unable to move at all. When it was cold, his flesh felt like it was being burned. Escape was impossible. And now, the only thing that could save him, the 7 seconds world, was still moving back and forth beneath the evil coffin, crushing him. It looked like the 7 seconds world might be gone before him. Against these circumstances, artificial heaven's resolve to save his life grew even stronger. He believed he could survive. Ideas and plans began to form in his mind. His artificial heaven still had some strength left. As long as these plans had a chance of success, he still had a chance of escaping alive. As long as he could escape, artificial heaven could quickly recover his combat effectiveness. Even if he couldn't recover to his original level, he definitely wouldn't be like he was now, being beaten to death without any chance of fighting back. So escape. He still had a chance, artificial heaven firmly believed. Not even the orange-clad guard, new nine-tailed fox, could dispel the idea of artificial heaven through his mental backdoor. Finally, the orange-clad guard, Nu Nightales, had no choice but to inform Gu Shi of the situation and ask him to handle it. Upon hearing this, Gu Shi frowned. We couldn't let this guy get away like this. But Weird wasn't so easy to kill. Even now in the Origin Sea, Gu Shi had no way of knowing what other tricks the artificial heaven had up his sleeve, or how to truly kill him. Gu Shi was debating whether to drag the artificial heaven here and launch a crushing attack, just as he had done with the 7 Seconds World. Just as Gu Shi was considering this, he suddenly smelled a whiff of blood. The leader of the goddesses behind Gu Shi immediately turned and looked towards the point where they had entered. There, the sky had turned blood red, and a blood-red cloud was pressing towards Gu Shi. Inside the clouds, a blood-red city lay hidden. Such a large movement clearly indicated the arrival of the last of the 3 great powers of the Origin Sea, the Blood Mother. But Gu Shi was somewhat speechless at their situation. They're like the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather, each one rushing to their deaths. But we can't let them ruin the situation right now. Gu Shi thought for a moment, then opened the city gates again. Simultaneously, his 2 hands of death pointed at the blood-red clouds. 2 death cities appeared in the sky, blocking the blood-red clouds' path. As he did this, Gu Shi also launched his attack on the artificial paradise. After all, now wasn't the time to dwell on anything else. The artificial paradise had to be destroyed. So Gu Shi employed the dual red suit resonance technique, and he didn't consider anything else. Everything was driven by a single thought: powerful force for miracles. Saturation attack. Crushed the artificial paradise into dust, just like the 7 Seconds World, crushed to smithereens by the evil coffin. Chapter 3168. Dead? Watching the artificial paradise being bombed back and forth, Gu Shi felt for the first time uncertain about the outcome of the death. Even though a faint aura of death could be emanating from the artificial paradise's location, Gu Shi remained unsure. What's wrong with me? After fighting the artificial paradise, I become less confident? Gu Shi muttered, waving his hand, and an undead laborer rushed out from the Knight's Blood Road. Gu Shi glanced at the undead laborer, about to say something, but immediately shook his head. No! Then another undead servant emerged. The undead laborer from before was likely the transformation of the 7 Seconds World after death, while the undead servant before him was the artificial paradise. Even knowing the enemy was dead, Gu Shi still didn't leave the evil coffin. He simply had the remains of the corpses from the 7 Seconds World and the artificial paradise collected. As for the red roads within the corpses, which could be used to craft red armor, Gu Shi naturally focused his search on them. You know, this kind of road can be used to craft red clothing. If you pick up one more now, you can craft an extra piece of red clothing. As he dispatched his men to do this, explosions were heard simultaneously in front of and behind the evil coffin. Gu Shi looked up and saw that the pillars before him had been nearly burned. The pillars supporting the sky and the earth in the space were slowly collapsing. The explosions had just occurred from these pillars. And behind Gu Shi, the 2 death cities he had just released collided with the blood-red clouds. The explosions behind him had come from that direction. Gu Shi was just a little curious. He remembered that there were no obvious explosives in his 2 death cities, and most of his troops were magic and melee focused. Where did the explosion come from? Gu Shi glanced back curiously. After this observation, Gu Shi found the situation of the 3 giants of the Source Sea quite baffling. Of the 2 previously eliminated, one had pushed basic weirdness to the limit, and the other had focused solely on special weird rules, relying on self-confidence. But neither could match the Blood Mother before him, who had pushed the bloodline rules to the limit. At this moment, the blood-red clouds in the sky had collided with Gu Shi's 2 death cities. From the city hidden behind the blood-red clouds, a large number of creatures resembling a hybrid of vampires and insects immediately rushed out. This creature was the first time Gu Shi had seen it. They had vampire heads, and they were quite unsightly vampires, and their bodies looked like a patchwork of different insects. There were vampires with scythe arms and chitinous shells, and even those that resembled spiders. Each type of vampire had its own unique characteristics, and it was clear they already had a complete combat system. The 2 death cities Gu Shi brought with him were built as a countermeasure to the Hand of Death. They were filled entirely with Moonlight Undead. The Moonlight Undead's combat effectiveness was decent, and they formed a fairly organized system. However, the Moonlight Undead appeared relatively recently, so their current numbers were relatively small. Moreover, they primarily consisted of orthodox undead troops. Without undead dragons or death knights, their highest troop types were necromancers and liches. These factors forced the undead forces of the 2 death cities to focus primarily on defending their cities. Actively attacking from the cities was not their specialty. Thus, while the battle was clearly between the two Death Cities, squeezing the blood-red cloud, the fighting felt as if the two Death Cities were being crushed by it. This situation left Gu Shi somewhat speechless. However, Gu Shi needed to deal with the pillars at the moment, and he couldn't intervene. Put away the dump trucks, and have Princess Anna send someone to handle this. With these words, Gu Shi drove the evil coffin toward the collapsing pillars. At Gu Shi's command, several more city gates appeared behind him, and large numbers of undead troops, along with the dump trucks, rushed out of the gates. These undead were primarily necromancers and blood plagues. After all, Gu Shi had already reported the situation here when the battle began. Princess Anna quickly made her assessment. If she were to deploy melee troops, she would either have to fly directly through the sky on undead dragons, or she would have to charge through the two Death Cities. Neither option was particularly easy. Not to mention the slow deployment of undead dragons, even the melee participation of ordinary undead would be quite troublesome. Because, if one were to make a calculation, Gu Shi's two Death Cities would be considered megacities. Among Gu Shi's Death Cities, only Aridov was larger than these two. If Gu Shi's undead troops were allowed to charge in through one city gate, then circumvent the chaotic streets and reach the battlefield through the other city gate, the battle would likely be over. So, instead of deploying melee troops, it would be better to have the Moonlight Undead within the Death City take the lead, while Gu Shi could simply use the Corpse Witches and Blood Scourge to attack. After all, ranged attacks don't require circumventing the city walls. As for whether he could reach the enemy from such a distance, there was no need to worry about that. Because Gu Shi was right next to the Corpse Witches and Blood Scourge troops. His soul-calling bow could be used to strengthen the Corpse Witches and Blood Scourge troops. First, an arrow field would grant all Corpse Witches and Blood Scourges the same archery skills as Gu Shi. What? Gu Shi hasn't learned archery? Oh, with the soul-calling bow, he could shoot anywhere he could see. This is ultra-long-range archery. And the power wouldn't decrease. Now that Gu Shi had unleashed so many Corpse Witches and Blood Scourge troops, their primary purpose was to conduct ultra-long-range strikes. As long as they could deliver their attacks to the enemy's battlefield, it would be enough. Then, a large-scale attack would naturally teach those vampire-looking creatures a lesson. With this thought in mind, the leader of the goddesses behind Gu Shi took over this portion of the operation. The hand of death raised its life-threatening bow, and a field of countless arrows spread outward from Gu Shi's center. Then all the corpse wizards and blood disasters heard a voice. "Watch my arrows, shoot with me." With this voice, an ordinary-looking arrow was released. As it flew, the arrow flashed with dazzling light. The corpse wizards and blood disasters heard this, and without hesitation, they raised their weapons and followed Gu Shi's arrow with a single strike. Then they discovered that their attack range had changed. Chapter 3169. Poison Mist, Poison Cloud, Poisonous Gas Envelopment, Lightning Chain, Thunderstorm, Lightning Thunderstorm. A variety of ranged attacks and magical methods followed the arrow shot by Gu Shi, crossing countless spaces and landing directly on the battlefield. The vampires on the battlefield were still tearing at Gu Shi's undead troops. Suddenly, their various attacks dyed the entire blood-red cloud a bright green. The light came from the lightning, the green from the poisonous gas. It was clear that this wave of attacks had achieved the effect Gu Shi desired. And this was just the beginning. After firing his arrow, Gu Shi paid no attention to the subsequent events. But the commanders of the Corpse Witches and the Blood Scourge troops did not stop. They all understood Gu Shi's purpose in firing that single arrow. This was a message to everyone. With my help, your range has been enhanced. Although the accuracy has decreased, the power of your ranged attacks is not. So, just stand still and keep attacking. As long as you stand in this position and attack, you can keep hitting the enemy until they're all defeated. As for the rest of the battle, Gu Shi won't need to direct it. We have plenty of leaders and heroes here, just leave everything to them. If Gu Shi were to issue orders, he wouldn't have to consider their attack methods and skills. How could he possibly manage that? It would be much simpler to just direct the whole thing. Each leader and hero leads a unit with a unique fighting style and strategy. They always manage to maximize the effectiveness of their subordinates. Gu Shi didn't need to dwell on how to command his men or how to utilize them to maximize their combat effectiveness. He simply needed to tell them who his target was. After arranging everything, Gu Shi returned his attention to the pillar. The evil coffin had already approached the half-collapsed pillar. At this moment, Gu Shi also noticed the meteorite known as the source of the strangeness. With just one glance, Gu Shi felt that the shadow of the black players in this world was truly omnipresent. This wasn't a meteorite at all, it was clearly a stone head, about 50 meters tall. This head resembled the appearance of a black player. Its eyes had been gouged out, and the area below the mouth was almost completely damaged. But Gushi could still see that the stone head bore a striking resemblance to the face on the back of the black-purple spider. It seemed that the spider's influence was truly formidable. At least its influence could directly impact the core of the game. If the meteorite had been anything else, Gushi might have considered taking it back. But this one bore the face of a black player, and Gushi lost interest. Puppet. The puppet, still working with the remaining threads, immediately rushed to Gushi's side upon hearing his command. Destroy that meteorite. You go first, and I follow. Upon hearing Gushi's command, the puppet immediately switched to a spear, and then turned its attention to the meteorite. The sun chariot also retreated, ready for the attack. Gushi was also making preparations. He dropped the seeds of the ghost flower, and the threads of the death mane toward the meteorite. Wherever there was a crack in the meteorite, Gushi would drop a ghost flower seed into it. Gushi's plan was to grind the meteorite into powder, set it on fire, and then crush it with moonlight. Finally, he would send it to a realm of death, leaving it with no chance of resurrection. This method wasn't difficult for Gushi, it just required careful attention. After all, it was all Gushi's usual tricks. Gushi had done this countless times before, now he simply had to be more careful, not giving the meteorite even the slightest chance of escape. While Gushi was preparing, the puppet had already retreated over 1,000 meters. This position wasn't too far away, and it was also within reach of the solar chariot's charge. From this point, the solar chariot could unleash its maximum power. Raising its spear, the puppet immediately activated its harvest field. Then, the sun chariot launched, and the puppet, holding its spear horizontally, charged directly towards the head-like meteorite. At the same time, Gushi launched his own attack. Death String. Slice everything, Netherworld Flower Attraction. Hundreds of flowers bloom. Gushi's two attacks dealt a heavy blow to the meteorite. Besides its strength to sever everything, the Death String also possessed the ability to sever fate and shatter life. Under all this, the meteorite's last remaining connection to the black-purple spider and the black player was severed. Now, the meteorite had finally become a rootless source. At that moment, the puppet's spear touched the center of the head's brow. Each time the spear struck, it was always slightly stronger than its target. This time, too, the spear's hardness, combined with the sun chariot's speed, pierced the head's forehead perfectly. Then, with a bang, the meteorite shattered at the point where the head's brow was. At this moment, the effect of the death string was activated. Under the entanglement and compression of the death string, the meteorite shattered in more and more places. At this moment, the ghost flower began to grow rapidly, continuously squeezing the already cracked meteorite outward. This combined effect, combined with the impact of the spear, the flames of the sun chariot, and finally the chill of the sacred moonlight, was concentrated on the meteorite. Finally, the meteorite, which stood over 50 meters tall and resembled a human head, rapidly broke into numerous smaller pieces. Then, piece by piece, was crushed, pulverized by Gushi. As the meteorite shattered, Gushi's attacks never ceased. The death string's effect reactivated, but this time it targeted not the entire meteorite, but the larger rocks, while the smaller pieces were all dealt with by the nether spirit flower. At this moment, the meteorite showed no reaction at all, as if no one at the source sea cared about Gushi's destruction of the meteorite. Gushi was somewhat worried about this situation. After all, the strange methods used along the way had been quite bizarre. How could the meteorite not change at this final, crucial moment? This situation was very unusual. Gushi pondered, remaining cautious. While grinding the meteorite, he also kept a watchful eye on his surroundings, preventing any sudden intrusion from other enemies. But even after the meteorite was completely ground to dust, Gushi encountered no further attacks. The only thing that affected the overall situation was that, with the collapse of the pillars, this space was about to collapse. The seawater nearby has begun to flow into this space, and this source sea is likely to be destroyed. Chapter 3170. Seawater poured in. Although Gushi's current location was quite far from the initial entrance, with his current strength, he immediately understood the situation outside the space. After learning this news, Gushi realized that the origin sea space was destroyed. However, now was not the time to leave immediately. Not to mention the blood-red clouds behind him that had not yet been dispelled, Gushi felt that he needed to polish the meteorite fragments in front of him a little longer. What if a larger piece of meteorite fragment was left behind? Gushi did not want to leave and see the origin sea become strange again. So Gushi could not leave now, he had things to do. At this moment, Gushi flew up quickly on the evil coffin, radiating sacred moonlight and rapidly pushing it towards the ground. Gushi used the sacred moonlight to illuminate the area inch by inch, aiming to destroy the active energy within the meteorite. At the same time, the nether spirit flower began to frantically drain the nearby spiritual energy, preventing the meteorite powder from reaggregating and absorbing energy. Seeing no further action here, the puppet immediately turned and headed towards the battlefield. Of the three giants of the Origin Sea, only the Blood Mother remained fighting. Gushi certainly didn't have time to deal with the Blood Mother now, so the puppet would take over. Apart from anything else, judging by the blood-colored cloud surrounding the Blood Mother and the city within it, the puppet's tactics should be enough to restrain her. After all, once the flames of the Sun Chariot ignite, any cloud will be consumed. There's another advantage to the puppet attacking the Blood Mother. Vampires won't be able to draw blood from the puppet. So the puppet immediately rushed in that direction. Gushi, on the other hand, merely glanced at it and ignored the matter. After all, he had more important things to do right now. That was to put the final touches on the meteorite. If anything went wrong here, Gushi worried there would be other complications. After all, the temporary mission hadn't yet popped up, indicating that the source of the strangeness hadn't been completely eliminated. Gushi still needed to investigate further. Of course, Gushi hadn't completely suspected that the source of the strangeness hadn't been completely eliminated because of the Blood Mother. But after some thought, Gushi couldn't help but feel something was amiss. After all, the mission was to destroy the source of the strangeness, not to kill the three giants of the Source Sea. So Gushi moved back and forth, the power of the sacred moonlight constantly crushing the original pillar's position. Because of the prolonged processing time here, a moonlight-colored pillar had even risen in its place. Thankfully, the corruption caused by the black player wasn't even at the level of a god, let alone an ancient god. They're just some tricksters. Gushi plowed back and forth 3 times, and just as the seawater was approaching, he finally heard the quest completion notification. You have completed the temporary quest, Origin of Evil Spirits. Temporary quest, Origin of Evil Spirits. Quest description: as unique entities that suddenly appeared in this world, the evil spirits are considered immortal. To kill them, you must find the origins of all the evil spirits. Otherwise, the most you can do is seal them. Quest requirements: find and destroy the origins of the evil spirits. Complete. Quest reward: defile the spirit stone mine. As the prompt ended, a meteorite-like stone appeared in Gushi's hand. Contaminated spirit stone or red mother, or placing this contaminated spirit stone or mother or into ordinary iron or stone, or will transform it into a red quality contaminated spirit stone or vein, producing 70 units of contaminated spirit stone or orange, or 7 units of contaminated spirit stone or red per week. Contaminated spirit stone or red, although highly contaminated, it is a red quality material and can be used in crafting red equipment or constructing red buildings. Gushi's eyes lit up at the sight of this attribute. Red, that's not bad. This is the first red or vein Gushi has encountered. Although it's a contaminated red or vein, for Gushi, it's still useful. Some players even seek out contaminated items. After all, some people play with pollution. Even if Gushi can't use it himself, trading it out is certainly no problem. This is a vast treasure. Looking at the extra stone in his hand, Gushi smiled and quickly put it away. What's happening with the contaminated spirit stone mine? Gushi will study it later when he has time. Now, the only thing to do is to gather the troops and prepare for evacuation. Just as Gushi gave the order to retreat, he noticed that the battle in the blood-red clouds in the sky wasn't over yet. The Blood Mother was even more formidable than the previous artificial paradise and the 7 Seconds world. Except for her first direct confrontation with the puppet, she had spent the rest of her time hiding within the blood-red clouds. Her main point was, I won't come out. Bite me if you dare. The puppets, unconcerned with the enemy's situation, charged back and forth within the blood-red cloud. But the blood-red cloud was like the Blood Mother's defenses. Every time one layer was destroyed, another would appear. No matter how the puppets set fire, they couldn't completely consume the blood-red cloud. Gushi's blood disasters and corpse wizards continued their ranged attacks. Many of the Blood Mother's men were killed, but none of them harmed the Blood Mother at all. It was clear that the Blood Mother intended to drag out the battle, hoping to force Gushi to his death. Gushi was speechless at the current situation. He didn't know what the Blood Mother was thinking. She managed so many people, yet she still considered her men's lives so precious. Even if Gushi abandoned his men here and didn't take any back, so what? These undead could still return to their territory through other means. Thinking of this, Gushi shook his head and launched the evil coffin into the air, flying towards the blood-red cloud. As they flew toward the blood-red cloud, Gu Shi had already begun ordering his men to retreat. Aside from the 2 death cities blocking the blood-red cloud, the remaining undead would quickly retreat to their original positions. The moonlight undead in the death cities would also be relatively easy to collect. Gu Shi only needed to retrieve the death cities upon his departure, and the moonlight undead would then automatically return to the 2 death cities. To give his men ample time to retreat, Gu Shi didn't use the evil coffin at maximum speed, instead flying at a normal speed toward the blood-red cloud. As they flew, Gu Shi was already observing the blood-red cloud. Before, from being too far away, Gu Shi hadn't noticed its details. Now it seemed that Gu Shi had taken his puppets for granted. It turned out that this wasn't a cloud, but a swarm of countless blood-stained insects. Chapter 3171. No wonder the puppets couldn't be burned no matter how hard we tried. So this isn't a cloud, it's not a combination of water vapor. On the surface, this blood-colored cloud appears fluffy, but in reality, it's a massive, solid entity. Building a castle or something on it would be a piece of cake. Most importantly, this thing moves much faster than normal clouds. Looking at the vast swarm of insects before him, Gu Shi swallowed. Gu Shi wasn't afraid, but rather pondered a question. How many insects are there in such a large swarm? When they are killed, are they counted individually or as a whole? If they are counted individually, there might not be much good to gain from the double death. After the insects die, they will still transform into insects. But things are different in the Knight's blood path. When the insects die, they will at least transform into some undead beasts. That number wouldn't reach tens of billions all at once. Judging from the situation in the blood-red cloud before them, this number was probably an underestimate. At this moment, the puppet also noticed Gu Shi's approach. So, the puppet immediately mobilized all its strength, using methods it had previously been afraid to use. The puppet immediately flew upwards in the sun chariot, reaching a high altitude. Gu Shi happened to be able to see the sun chariot's current situation and immediately understood the puppet's intention. The puppet wanted to penetrate the blood-red cloud. Previously, pushing sideways hadn't been able to achieve a breakthrough, but now, charging from above, it had the potential to penetrate everything. After all, this cloud layer covers a considerable area, but its thickness isn't particularly thick. Its thickest point is only about 20 meters, making it a thin layer compared to its surface area. Before Gu Shi arrived, even if the puppet noticed something was wrong with the blood-colored cloud, it wouldn't have been able to use this attack method. After all, if no one came to follow up with a strike, even if it penetrated the blood-colored cloud, it would be useless. But now that Gu Shi had arrived, the situation was different. The puppet, driving the sun chariot, soared directly to an altitude of 10,000 meters. At this moment, Gu Shi also raised his magic wand and quickly locked onto the puppet's position. A death army immediately appeared, and a large number of death avatars rushed towards the puppet. These death avatars were still moving at a slower speed. By the time they flew out, the puppet, driving the sun chariot, had already passed through the blood-colored cloud layer. Fortunately, the death incarnation was only following behind. They immediately sealed the hole created by the sun chariot. Then, the death incarnation exploded, creating an even larger hole. Amidst this explosion, the foundation of the blood-colored cloud became unstable, and Gu Shi could see it twisting and turning. But Gu Shi paid no attention to this at the moment. He transformed the hole created by the death incarnation into a death kaleidoscope, cast various effects of the netherworld battlefield onto the blood-colored cloud, and continuously dropped nether spirit flowers. The Night Blood Road drove directly onto the enemy's blood-colored cloud, focusing on a direct deployment of troops. However, Gu Shi noticed something. Neither the puppet's attack nor the death incarnation's explosion had brought any new undead to the Night Blood Road, which immediately puzzled him. That explosion must have killed a large number of insects. Gu Shi could clearly sense the thick aura of death. But these insects hadn't transformed into undead. That was clearly wrong. A flicker of confusion suddenly crossed Gu Shi's eyes. Could it be that these insects weren't living beings? Or perhaps they weren't dead yet? Thinking of this and that, Gu Shi himself didn't pause. The evil coffin immediately landed on the blood-red cloud. Afterward, Gu Shi decisively activated a tactic similar to the underworld battlefield, beginning to influence the aura above the blood-red cloud. But Gu Shi's most effective tactic was the nether spirit flower. This time, as soon as the nether spirit flower landed, Gu Shi immediately activated the yin-yang transformation technique. In Gu Shi's mind, any place where a building could be built was ground. Anywhere ground could be transformed into the underworld, yin-yang could be transformed. As for who would own the land after it became the underworld, would you like to know what Gu Shi's previous occupation was? The king of the underworld. That's a master at seizing the underworld's territory, isn't it? An unowned. No, an owner but poorly controlled territory. Isn't that exactly what Gushi wants? So Gushi's strategy was quite clear. After breaking through the blood-colored cloud, Gushi realized something was amiss. So, combined with the death aura generated by the explosion of the death avatar, the death kaleidoscope had a fairly good effect on the blood-colored cloud, prompting Gushi to immediately change his fighting style. He prepared to transform this place into the underworld and compete with the Blood Mother for this blood-colored cloud. As for what to do if he couldn't seize it, he couldn't seize it. Gushi's objective in the sea of space had been achieved. The source of the strangeness had been cut off. He had only joined this battle to buy his men time to retreat. As for whether or not he could seize the blood-colored cloud, Gushi didn't really care. If he could, then he would. If not, when his men were free, he would gather everything and depart on the evil coffin. With the evil coffin's speed, even if the Blood Mother tried to catch up, she wouldn't be able to. So Gushi's current mindset was quite simple. The underworld battlefield, the transformation of yin and yang, the incarnation of death, even the army of dead witches, every possible means Gushi could muster were deployed against the blood-colored cloud. If one were to look outside the blood-colored cloud at this moment, one would see that it was turning pitch black. But Gushi ignored this situation for now. He continued to proceed with his own procedures. The puppet immediately arrived beside Gushi, its gaze fixed on a certain spot within the blood-red cloud. There, the Blood Mother was approaching, step by step. Contrary to Gushi's expectations, the Blood Mother who emerged was slightly green in color. Her body resembled a human, though noticeably taller. Her head was hairless, a simple chit in a shell. A pair of fangs at the corners of her mouth betrayed her identity, a vampire. Clinging to her body were a multitude of insects. As she moved, their wings vibrated at an incredibly high speed, emitting a piercing shriek. Is this telling everyone that the Blood Mother's power lies not only in blood, nor in the combination of vampire and insect, but in sonic attacks? Chapter 3172. Whatever the Blood Mother's strange rules were, they were all the same to Gushi. His thinking was simple: eat what he could, forget what he couldn't. With the source of the strangeness gone, the strangeness's immortality was gone too. Strangeness that could be killed was nothing. Gushi didn't need to waste too much time here. Fight his way out of the sea of origin, and once outside, kill as many as he wanted. Gushi had been lingering here so his men could clean up the battlefield, so he could take them all out in one fell swoop. The battlefield had clearly been cleared, and the fallen and standing pillars had been taken away. Gushi no longer had any time to delay. So, Gushi immediately unleashed his most powerful attack. 3 red suits against 1 enemy. The 3 red suits were naturally Gushi, the puppet, and the Corpse Mountain God of War, who had been temporarily released by Gushi. After all, the enemy's blood-red cloud formation contained some city-like structures, so Gushi needed siege weapons. Besides the giant wave battering dagger, the only siege weapons Gushi could muster were the Corpse Mountain War God. The giant wave battering dagger was in Wei Hu's hands, making it more difficult to mobilize, unlike the Corpse Mountain War God, which could be easily dispatched at a command. After the attack, the enemy would have to be sent back. So, Gushi would choose the most appropriate method for the current situation. Send the Corpse Mountain War God forward. The 3 attacked the Blood Mother from different directions, beating her to death regardless of her rules. Meanwhile, behind Gushi, the head of the goddesses controlled the Hand of Death, continuing to undeadize the blood-red cloud formation. As for what to do after becoming undead, Gushi hadn't yet decided. But it wouldn't be a bad idea to strike first. After making his decision, Gushi attacked with considerable force. Gushi, the puppet, and the Corpse Mountain God of War attacked from 3 directions, plus the Red Mount, the evil coffin. It could be said that it was a simultaneous attack from 4 directions. The sound emitted by the Blood Mother seemed only slightly harsh to Gushi, and had little impact. Gushi couldn't even understand why the Blood Mother hadn't attacked yet. Did she really think she couldn't fail? In fact, Gushi's guesses about the rules of the other 2 were correct. But he was wrong about the Blood Mother's rules. The Blood Mother's rules were based on sound, but sound wasn't used to attack. It was used to confuse others. The Blood Mother's rules actually use sound to control illusions and influence others' minds. If they encountered humans or Blood Mother's minions, this sound might have some effect. But Gushi's situation was that he had focused on mental defense from the beginning. Ever since he had the ability, Gushi had always maintained the ability to be mind immune. Not to mention that Gushi was accompanied by an orange-clad guard, the new 9-tailed fox. This one was a true master. The Blood Mother's attacks were nothing more than piercing screams in Gushi's ears. They had no effect on him at all. As for the puppets and the corpse-mounting god of war, you expect the puppets and the god of war statues to possess minds of their own? You're overthinking it. You could say that Gushi misjudged the rules, but used the right method. Gushi and the other two just happened to be able to counter the Blood Mother's rules. The Blood Mother only reacted when she saw Gushi and the others about to charge at her. By then, it was too late. Gushi had activated the magic wand and the power of Death's Mane. The puppet had invoked the effects of the Sun Chariot and its spear, and the corpse-mounting god of war had invoked the all-shattering effect. These were all considered ultimate attacks. A normal person wouldn't be able to withstand even a single attack, let alone 3 simultaneous attacks. With just one strike, the Blood Mother's body was shattered. This speed of death was far faster than that of the 7 Seconds world and the man-made heaven. Even Gushi himself hadn't expected this single strike to so easily take down such a strange figure. Looking at the shattered Blood Mother, Gushi didn't know what to say. But as cracks began to appear in the sky, Gushi finally sighed. Forget it. Now wasn't the time to dwell on this. The Origin Sea dimension was already destroyed. It was time to leave. Come back, all of you, Gushi said, planning to reclaim the Death Cities, and then ride the unholy coffin out of this dimension. But just as Gushi was about to reclaim the 2 Death Cities, the head of the goddesses did something he hadn't anticipated. The head of the goddesses unexpectedly controlled the original Death Hand and the altered Death Hand, one on each side, to forcibly split the blood-red cloud before them. This situation made Gushi realize that it wasn't time to leave yet. Gushi immediately stopped and began to focus all his energy on the yin-yang transformation, transforming the blood-red cloud into a netherworld state. After all, this was a rare instance of the head of the goddesses taking the initiative. So, no matter the reason, Gushi had to help. Gushi and his group then realized something. As the blood-colored cloud before them transformed into a netherworld, Gushi noticed that his 2 Death Cities, the original Death City and the altered Death City, were devouring the transformed blood-colored cloud. The buildings and cities above the blood-colored cloud were completely destroyed, devouring the blood-colored cloud's insect swarm foundation. And, as if by agreement, the 2 Death Cities divided the blood-colored cloud fairly evenly, each taking half. It was clear that the insect swarm within the blood-colored cloud had a strong beneficial effect on both Death Cities. This was the final enhancement of the Hands of Death. Gushi had been pondering what kind of peculiarities and equipment to enshrine in this final pair of Death Hands. After all, this pair of Death Hands was completely different from the previous 2. This pair of Death Hands opened up not a ghost prison, but a Death City. It was filled with moonlight undead. Gushi had previously tried various peculiarities, but all of them were incompatible. Gushi had been racking his brain over this matter. Unexpectedly, this had given him an idea. The blood-colored cloud before him was actually a single entity, a complete monster. And its properties were exactly what the Death City needed. If that was true, then the monsters Gushi was sending to suppress in the Death City should be those cities occupied by monsters. For Gushi, this game world, polluted by hackers, was a true treasure trove. The red-level city of Baiyujing could be acquired, and the monsters with red roads from the defeated monsters could be used to craft red equipment. The cities occupied by monsters could be used to replenish the Hand of Death. It seemed that Gushi had made the right choice this time. He was going to be rich. Chapter 3173. Because of the blood-colored cloud, Gushi stayed in the Origin Sea space for over half an hour longer. Only after the blood-colored cloud was split in half, swallowed by the primordial Death City and the altered Death City, did Gushi leave the Origin Sea space. When Gushi left, the sea had completely submerged the entire space. The water depth at the location of the pillar had reached over 3 meters. Cracks began to appear in the sky. Gushi estimated that the Origin Sea space before him could hold out for about half an hour. But at this point, Gushi had no intention of staying. After all, he had taken everything he could this time. Gushi had just received news from Lingxi. The items he had retrieved from the broken pillar that Gushi had sent back were enough to make him feel his trip was worthwhile. The pillar that had been sent back was handled by Li Shiqian and Catherine. Lingxi simply reported on the situation. According to information received from Lingxi, Li Shiqian is currently researching how to dismantle the rule threads that form the pillars. A conservative estimate suggests there are between 10 and 15 billion of these gray, junk rule threads. Even without considering the purpose of these rule threads, the sheer number of them is beyond Gushi's imagination. Furthermore, Gushi understands that many of the immortal anomalies in this game world, polluted by hackers, are fueled by these gray, junk rules. In other words, even if Gushi discards everything else, relying solely on these rules, he could create tens of billions of strange weapons or artifacts, or even allow his undead to master a single, albeit minor, rule-based method. Of course, reaching the level of the Red Road with these rule-based techniques isn't easy, but it's a hope. Who knows, one day, Gushi's men might become mythical-level soldiers thanks to these rule-based techniques. And this is just the basics. Li Shiqian and Catherine haven't yet figured out the rest. But according to what links he has learned, white-quality rule-based threads are probably numbering in the billions. Even if there are hundreds of millions, it's still uncertain. As for even higher-level rule-based threads, there are also some. Li Shiqian even discovered red-quality rule-based threads. This can no longer be called rule-based threads, it can be called the Red Road. If they were selected and combined with some high-quality materials, crafting red armor would be a piece of cake. As for the inability to extract the road and melt the materials, that's fine. What's the Great Furnace for? The fact that Li Shiqian could transfer the road from a piece of red armor to the evil coffin proved that he possessed such abilities. Even if the resulting item is a fake red item, does it have the essential features of a red item? Will it be recognized in the human world? Not to mention that Gushi killed the 3 giants of the Source Sea. The rules they possess were definitely powerful red, perhaps even reaching the red level. These are all valuable items. While there's a chance of failure when crafting red items with the red rule thread from the pillar, this kind of rule, snatched directly, is guaranteed to produce red items. At most, the red item combination will require some extra consideration. Everything else shouldn't be a problem. This news instantly excited Gushi. Initially, he considered simply wiping it out, like he'd done in the previous game worlds. Now, it seemed like this battle needed to be more meticulous. Those anomalies needed to be annihilated, but after that, he couldn't simply destroy the world like he'd done before. Some of the gains had to be taken back. There were valuable things in there. With this in mind, Gushi naturally left the Origin Sea dimension. As soon as he left the Origin Sea dimension, Gushi noticed that the Origin Sea vortex, originally located in the center of the ocean, had vanished. Where the vortex had once been, the ocean water was pouring back in one direction. It was clear that this water was being poured into the Origin Sea dimension. Once that dimension was filled, this place would vanish forever, and the source of the anomaly would then be completely gone. As for the external anomalies in outer space, that was another matter. In any case, the anomalies and the changes in this world were no longer directly connected to the black players. After leaving the Origin Sea, Gushi also considered checking on Baiyujing. He wanted to see how far this item was from completion, and if there was any chance he could snatch it away once it was complete. Just as Gushi adjusted his direction and prepared to head east, he suddenly felt something flying towards him. A field of 4-leaf clover flashed around him, and then Gushi noticed that some green threads were falling towards him. These threads weren't threads of destiny or spiritual veins, they were clearly rewards. Gushi hesitated, ignoring the 4-leaf clover field that had appeared, and reached out to touch the green threads. At the mere contact, the cyan threads melted into liquid, easily absorbed by Gushi. Gushi instinctively understood what was happening. This was the gratitude of this world's heavenly Tao to Gushi. As for the reason for gratitude, Gushi glanced at the still calming sea below. Wasn't it because Gushi had cut off the corruption of the black players? For a moment, Gushi felt a slight fondness for the heavenly Tao of this game world. At least this world's heavenly Tao respected people. When someone helped them, they at least knew to come and express their gratitude. Unlike the heavenly Tao of other game worlds, they clearly existed, and Gushi had clearly helped them greatly, yet they still went on courting disaster. In the end, they watched Gushi destroy the world without a single move. If they weren't willing to intervene, then they couldn't blame Gushi for taking the initiative. But this game world was different. Their heavenly Tao was willing to intervene. That would give Gushi a bit more consideration when dealing with this game world. If Gushi could seize Baiyujing and ensure the complete eradication of the corruption and strangeness of the black players, then it wouldn't be impossible for Gushi to preserve this world's civilization. If the black players' pollution couldn't be completely eliminated, then Gushi would be helpless. After all, the black players' pollution was a nuisance to Gushi. After this place was cleaned up, Gushi would have to investigate how this black player pollution had entered Gushi's game world. After collecting the small reward from the game world's heavenly Tao, Gushi glanced at the still surging sea surface and patted the evil coffin. Let's go! Chapter 3174. After leaving the Origin Sea, Gushi headed east, approaching the continent again. He had landed on a continent tethered to the edge of the main continent, also the territory of the 7 Seconds world. After arriving here, Gushi prepared to turn north, cross the Mediterranean, and enter the main continent. Of course, Gushi didn't rush along the way, but instead passed through every city. Because of the three giants of the Origin Sea, the continent before him was not much different from the continent where the artificial paradise was located. Chaos dominated the continent before him. The people of this continent had no intention of uniting their forces. Most of them escaped on their own. But how could humans possibly escape the strange? Those who escaped by instinct ultimately perished in the wilderness of the continent. It could be said that this continent was in chaos, with few survivors. No wonder the 7 Seconds world had so many strange creatures at its disposal. He could really choose from them at will. Still, this action left Gushi somewhat disappointed. He traveled through several cities, most of which had already been reduced to ruins, with no chance of transforming into undead cities. At most, the undead within the cities would have grown at a higher rate. Their strength was roughly on par with that of regular mythic soldiers, and they could use red or near-red road rules. Faced with such an enemy, Gushi didn't even consider stopping. Since the undead could already be killed, he let his men handle it. At each city, Gushi would open the city gates and dump trucks for the undead troops to handle. This time, Gushi's orders were to kill all the undead and take whatever they could. Gushi's undead have been doing this kind of thing a lot over the past few months. They're involved in various battles almost every day. Fight, clean up the battlefield, and then be deployed again. The coordination of around 100,000 people is no big deal. How to move quickly, and how to quickly change the battlefield after the battle has become their instinct. Before, when the weirdos were unkillable, sending them out was useless. Often, after finishing one battle, they would have to go back and fight another. In the end, this would slow down Gushi's forces. But now, things are different. With the Source Sea gone, the weirdos have lost their source, making them slayable. Gushi can treat them like ordinary monsters. This is exactly what Gushi has been doing over the past few months. Gushi's men can handle everything with ease. You see, Gushi had only been on this continent for a few hours. Aside from the first city, where he wasted a bit of time, he's simply flown over and dropped a city gate and a dump truck. He also left a few contacts, and then he could quickly depart for the next city. So, from the time Gushi entered the continent, crossed the Mediterranean, and reached the other side, where the Blood Mother controlled the area, only about 6 hours had passed. And in those 6 hours, the entire game world had undergone tremendous changes. The previous slaying of the 3 giants of the Source Sea had little impact on the weird. At most, the top weird being was eliminated, and the other weird beings sensed the loss of their strongest one. For the scattered monsters, this wasn't a problem. They continued to do what they usually did. After all, they didn't survive by relying on the auras of higher-level monsters. They relied on their own rules and their mastery of them. As long as they lived within their rules, there was nothing they couldn't do. But before the news of the deaths of 2 of the 3 giants of the Source Sea had fully arrived, a new situation emerged. All the monsters sensed a common occurrence. It seemed their very essence had been severed. At this point, all the monsters clearly sensed something was amiss. While their monster rules were still usable, attempting to exploit the underlying information and improve their control over them by exploiting them was utterly impossible. Most importantly, their bodies, made immortal by the rules, were now experiencing problems. All the monsters sensed one thing: they could be killed. The monsters had been so rampant before because they were immortal. Humanity's heavy firepower was of no use to them. Even if humans wanted to perish together, it would be hard to see if they could do it. But now, all the weirdness suddenly quieted down. They weren't stupid, they all understood that now wasn't the time to wander around. If humans discovered that heavy firepower could annihilate them, they definitely wouldn't retreat to their cities. Heavy firepower would be the best option. By then, forget about the Type 055. Have you ever heard of a blanket artillery shell firing 3 million rounds per second? Humanity truly could pull off something like that. However, humanity's methods of attack had never been able to kill the monsters. So many of their resources remained unused. Now that they knew the monsters could be killed, humans would strike back directly. So most of the monsters quickly quieted down. They hid themselves and prayed. Their prayers weren't for them to regain their immortality. But they prayed that none of their fellow monsters, whose brains had been eaten, would dare to challenge humanity at this moment. The hope was that humans wouldn't discover too quickly that the monsters could be defeated. But even if the monsters prayed again, it was useless. When Gushi destroyed the source of the monsters, the heavenly Tao of this world rewarded him. The heavenly Tao immediately notified Baiyujing. Although Baiyujing hadn't yet reached the red level, with the heavenly Tao's blessing, Baiyujing could do much. After receiving this news, Baiyujing responded swiftly. In just over 6 hours, Baiyujing had already made the necessary judgment. The strange creatures no longer pose any threat, and now is the perfect time to strike back. The humans reacted differently upon hearing this news. However, they acted swiftly, first dispatching personnel to find some strange creatures to test the situation and determine if the news from Baiyujing was true. If it was true, and the strange creatures could be killed, then the humans on that continent would have much to consider. This time, their consideration wasn't to kill the strange creatures, but whether to seize this opportunity to break out and unify the entire game world. After all, they had sufficient combat power and manpower, and they were also aware of the situation in other countries on the continent. Now was the perfect opportunity to unify the game world. However, they never anticipated that while they were fast, Gu Shi was even faster. Chapter 3175. While Shangjing was contacting other cities and reclaiming lost territory, Gu Shi had already cleared the Blood Mother's territory and was heading east. Similar to the territory of the 7 Seconds world, the Blood Mother's territory was now devoid of life. All living beings had been transformed into vampires, leaving only blood and mosquitoes, save for the ruins of the city. The intact city Gu Shi had hoped for was gone, and neither was the blood-red cloud he had previously torn in two. Even the more powerful of the strange things had vanished. Gu Shi's initial excitement turned to frustration. If it weren't for the resources still available, Gu Shi would have considered finding the highest point and flattening this half of the continent. Because of this, Gu Shi's eastward progress increased significantly. Gu Shi had originally thought he would spend 6 or 7 hours on this continent. Instead, he set off again after about 3 hours. It was precisely for this reason that Gu Shi was able to catch the counterattack on the main continent. Of course, Gu Shi didn't know this at the moment. He was sitting on the evil coffin, heading east. Gu Shi was now walking on the Continental Bridge, where a vast forest was frozen in the permafrost. Since entering this forest, Gu Shi felt as if the strangeness and humanity had vanished. In this forest, there was nothing but the cold wind, ice, snow, and trees. Gu Shi stopped several times, wanting to check if the entire land had become strange. But the facts proved otherwise. It was the coldness here that made even the strange creatures unwilling to live here. But Gu Shi agreed with the strange creatures. Not even a dog would want to stay in a place like this. Just as Gu Shi realized there was no chance of this forest becoming strange directly, and was about to embark on the evil coffin and head out with all his might, a burst of singing suddenly emanated from deep within the woods. Hearing this singing, Gu Shi was speechless. This must be directed at him. This must be directed at him. He had just said there wouldn't be any strange creatures here, and then a strange voice rang out from deep within the woods. This must be intentional. Gu Shi stood up with a look of helplessness on his face. But the moment he stood up, he noticed a green aura drifting in front of him. The green aura was heading in the exact direction the strange voice had come from. It seemed that the way of the game was guiding Gu Shi's path. However, Gu Shi didn't immediately follow, but paused where he was. Gu Shi gripped the 4-leaf clover ring in his hand, debating whether to invoke the power of fate. The current situation left Gu Shi somewhat confused about the intentions of this game world's heavenly Tao. He didn't know whether this person was trying to guide Gu Shi to do something, or simply to prevent him from approaching Baiyujing. If this person was trying to prevent Gu Shi from approaching Baiyujing, then this heavenly Tao was Gu Shi's enemy. The direction he had led him to, no matter how many valuable things it held, Gu Shi couldn't go there. After all, strangeness wasn't the most important thing to Gu Shi. He wanted Baiyujing. Thinking of this, Gu Shi glanced in the direction where the green air had drifted. The sound of singing was faint, and it seemed that if he took a few more steps, he would find the singer. But Gu Shi didn't even spare a second glance. He activated the evil coffin and soared straight into the sky. Sitting atop the evil coffin, Gu Shi's face darkened. Whatever he encountered on the road ahead would determine how he would handle the rest of the situation. If all went smoothly, Gu Shi might peacefully seize Baiyujing. Even before Baiyujing was completed, he could help the humans here deal with some of the strange phenomena, or even defend against those alien creatures from outer space. But if he encountered any obstacles along the way, that would be embarrassing. When Gu Shi first arrived, he intended to destroy this game world. However, for some reason, Gu Shi changed some of his goals. But that didn't mean Gu Shi would be soft-hearted. If someone truly offended Gu Shi, he wouldn't have done anything to destroy the world. Gu Shi only had a favorable impression of this world. He didn't worship its humans as his ancestors. Gu Shi wouldn't stop just because the humans of this world performed well. When they tried to snatch Baiyujing from Gu Shi, they became enemies. As for Tian Dao's attempt to stop Gu Shi from taking Baiyujing, Gu Shi didn't care at all. The current Gu Shi was no longer the Gu Shi who, after being tricked by Tian Dao, was so frightened that he dared not take the axe of creation. Gu Shi now possessed multiple pieces of red armor. Not only exclusive items like the head of goddesses, but even ordinary items, like the magic staff, could be outmatched by Gu Shi. You still want to use the same old tricks to deceive me? Gu Shi really gave you a lot of credit. But after the evil coffin flew a distance, Gu Shi's expression gradually calmed down. Gu Shi noticed that after the evil coffin soared high into the sky, the heavenly Tao of this world no longer interfered with his judgment. Instead, it allowed Gu Shi to proceed smoothly. It was clear that they were trying to send Gu Shi to Shangjing. This situation made Gu Shi somewhat suspicious that the person who had been singing earlier was some good person, so the heavenly Tao had specifically lured Gu Shi there, only for him to miss out. Gu Shi wasn't worried at all about this situation. Missing out on 1 or 2 weirdos wasn't a big deal. As long as Gu Shi could capture Baiyujing, it wouldn't be a loss. Not to mention that his men were already wreaking havoc in this world. Even the puppets, equipped with Gu Shi's specialized positioning system, had returned to the continent of the artificial paradise, intending to deploy the gates of the Death City there. Just imagine how many weirdos Gu Shi could capture now. He wouldn't regret losing just 1 or 2. Without the hindrance of heaven, the journey was smooth sailing. Gu Shi soon returned to the main continent. Upon entering the main continent, Gu Shi discovered that it seemed to be enveloped by some kind of power. The chaos outside had been completely shut out of the main continent. This place was noticeably different from when Gu Shi had left. It seemed that Baiyujing had undergone significant changes in just a few days. In reality, Gu Shi didn't know that he was the cause of all this. Previously, over 80% of Baiyujing's power was devoted to suppressing the strange phenomena in various locations, preventing them from invading the area. However, since Gu Shi destroyed the source of the strange phenomena, the pressure on Baiyujing has been greatly reduced. Now, Baiyujing finally has the power to protect its territory. Chapter 3176. Baiyujing is fulfilling its intended purpose. Or perhaps it could be said that Baiyujing is growing into a red piece of equipment. Upon entering the main continent, Gu Shi had a distinct feeling that he was being watched. From time to time, surveillance cameras would streak across the sky, scanning him. Although Gu Shi still sat in the evil coffin, he had already hidden the head of the goddesses and the hand of death to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Even so, Gu Shi's situation quickly attracted the attention of the human leaders of the main continent. After all, flying through the sky in a coffin, at a speed exceeding that of a normal aircraft, was bizarre in every way. The humans had just seen a glimmer of hope in defeating the strange creature, and now this figure suddenly appeared. They naturally wanted to see what was going on. If Gu Shi hadn't been flying fast enough, and if he hadn't been alive, the various attacks from the sky might have already been brought down. Even so, the humans didn't consider Gu Shi a friend. Especially once they determined Gu Shi's target was Shangjing, the human leaders began to view him as a potential enemy. As for the initial report from Luo's office, due to Gu Shi's swift action and the slow spread of information, it hadn't yet reached Shangjing. The Shangjing leaders had no idea who Gu Shi was. They saw him as an enemy out to steal their property. So, as Gu Shi flew past Xiangning City, the human weapons were already trained on him. If Gu Shi had taken another step forward, all manner of attacks would have been unleashed. Gu Shi had seen the methods used by the humans here before. After all, when the apocalyptic nuclear bombs were released from another continent, it was this side that intercepted them with missiles, detonating them all on the other continent. Gu Shi saw everything that happened. If it weren't for the long-mouthed cloud formation's intervention, that continent might have been completely destroyed in a single blow. Although they were now on the main continent, Gu Shi still had concerns. He wasn't particularly afraid of cross-continental strikes, he was concerned about large-scale attacks. Gu Shi himself possessed weapons, like the nuclear Katyusha, and knew exactly what kind of damage he would suffer under such a devastating attack. Gu Shi didn't have to worry because he had the evil coffin. At worst, he could use its various effects to withstand the attack, or if things didn't work out, he could just go underground. But Gu Shi's undead troops would suffer heavy casualties under such an attack. Although the ghost flower was there, it could resurrect them at any time. But this wouldn't cause an undead disaster. This had a significant impact on Gu Shi. After all, what if Gu Shi was about to fight his way to Shangjing, only to have the undead forces behind him wiped out by a nuclear bomb? Should he go and revive them? If he went, he missed the opportunity to fight. But if he didn't, the empty space in the middle of the battlefield would be a huge flaw. For this reason, as Gu Shi clearly felt the surveillance, several thoughts flashed through his mind. No more high-altitude flying. You're flying too high. Or maybe just go underground. Thinking of this, Gu Shi nodded heavily at the Xia coffin. The Xia coffin had no opinion on where to go. At this point, the Xia coffin was a versatile mount, capable of flying in the sky and space, running on the ground and underground, and moving both on the surface and underwater. Aside from its inability to become invisible, the Xie coffin was arguably the most versatile mount. At Gu Shi's command, the Xie coffin dropped directly from the sky. Before it touched the ground, the earth parted like the sea, and only after the Xie coffin, carrying Gu Shi, entered the earth did all things return to calm. Gu Shi's actions were conducted under human surveillance. When all the means of monitoring Gu Shi failed to detect him, chaos erupted among the humans. Shengjing, in particular, immediately sounded the alarm. After all, Gu Shi's previous direction had been directly towards Shengjing. Everyone understood that Gu Shi was heading for Shengjing. Although Gu Shi had previously moved quickly, he was still under their surveillance, giving them time and means to respond. But now, Gu Shi had vanished from their sight, creating a dilemma. Previously, Gu Shi had been heading all the way to Shengjing. But who knew if he was actually heading that way now? Furthermore, no one knew whether Gu Shi had stopped along the way, changed direction and attacked from another side, or even sneaked underground into Shengjing. If Gu Shi had truly managed to infiltrate Shengjing within an unspecified time frame, they would be doomed. While the human leaders had never witnessed Gu Shi's combat prowess, they could tell by the speed of the evil coffin's movements. There were many scientists in Shengjing City. They could calculate the impact of the evil coffin's speed, even with just a little bit of weight. They absolutely could not allow such a person to appear in Shengjing City. But what should they do now? Scientists quickly mobilized, researching various methods to locate Gu Shi. The initial space satellites were now useless. Gu Shi had fled underground, and satellite positioning methods were completely incapable of finding his location. The underground detection methods they used were also based on vibrations. These were primarily used for natural disasters, like earthquakes. Precisely locating Gu Shi, moving at such high speeds, was likely impossible. So some scientists began to set their sights on Baiyujing. When Baiyujing appeared in their hands, it was actually a complete aerial city. However, all 12 towers and 5 cities within the city were in an inactive state. After years of research, scientists have finally uncovered the details of the 7 towers. As for the 5 cities, none have been fully understood yet. What they discovered are only the corresponding properties of the 7 towers. Normally, they can't even enter any of them. They can only use energy from outside the towers to stimulate the corresponding towers, leveraging their power to target the mysteries within Shengjing City. Or perhaps, they can establish connections with the entire nation. Currently, a scientist has proposed an idea. One of the 7 towers is connected to the Earth. If they can harness the power of this tower, they might have a chance of finding Gu Shi, who is burrowed underground. But they have to do it quickly. Chapter 3177. Baiyujing, located approximately 160,000 meters above Shengjing, is connected by a line of light. Standing in Shengjing and looking up, one can only see a thumb-sized white jade dot hanging in the sky. But upon closer inspection, this is actually a vast city built of white jade. The entire city exudes an Eastern immortal style, consisting of 5 smaller districts of equal size. These 5 districts are connected by bridges, but it's clear that they have different forces of attraction and repulsion, causing their positions in the sky to constantly shift. And each shift creates a new dimension. Tall jade buildings rise from these spaces. Each building is different in size and style, but all are in the Eastern immortal style. No matter how the 5 districts are torn apart, a total of 12 spaces are created, meaning that 12 buildings will always exist at any one time. At this moment, at the edges of 2 districts in Baiyujing, a group of scientists were dumping large quantities of flesh and metal onto the 2 sides. But this was just the beginning. What was truly important was that they had brought in a large quantity of stone emitting a strange aura. As the flesh and metal fell, the 2 districts' edges automatically parted, slowly tearing open a small space. The scientists then directed their men to dump the stone into the newly opened space. A small jade building, emitting an earthy yellow glow, rose up. The building before them was only 3 stories high, yet stood nearly 40 meters tall. The entire building is jade-colored. Even the tiles on the roof are made of white jade. Even before appearing in this space, the door to the small building was still tightly closed. Atop the building's door hangs a plaque with the word Shirley Tower. But everyone can see that the plaque doesn't fit the building style. It's clearly a later addition. This is actually quite normal. This Baiyujing is superficially known as having 12 towers and 5 cities. But in reality, the entire Baiyujing, corresponding to the number of Zhoutian, has 365 small towers. However, only 12 appear outside at any one time. Without human control, the arrangement of the small towers changes daily, and no one knows what each new tower represents. This is why, after so many years of Baiyujing's existence, humans have only developed a method to summon and temporarily stimulate the 7 small towers. After all, the appearance of small towers is so strange. This small tower appeared today, and it might not appear again for dozens of days. Or it might appear in one location today, and then in another location later. Some buildings even look identical but possess opposite properties. After suffering repeated setbacks, humans resorted to creating plaques, initially attaching one to each building. After discovering the corresponding properties, adjustments could be made. The Shirley building before us is one example of a building whose properties are known, and whose activation methods are known. Its properties are primarily oriented towards the Earth. After piling a large number of stones in front of the Shirley building, these scientists began adjusting it according to methods they had previously experimented with. Because they couldn't enter the building, controlling its contents required more resources. Fortunately, they had already discovered the situation at Shirley Tower early in the morning. Shirley Tower's primary function was to survey the Earth. They had previously used it to detect underground resources, hidden mysteries, and so on, with considerable success. Gushi was clearly moving underground. Judging from his previous speed in the sky, it would only take about half an hour to reach Shangjing from his current location. Just thinking about this plan and summoning Shirley Tower had already consumed a considerable amount of time. Now they had to find Gushi as quickly as possible and calculate his direction of advance. Only then could the troops in Shangjing stop Gushi, or even kill him. Yes, Shangjing's attitude towards Gushi was to kill him. In their view, if Gushi tried to reach Shangjing at this time, he would be considered an enemy. If they didn't kill him now, it would be difficult to do so once he entered Shangjing's range. By then, with Gushi and Shangjing, the humans will be wary of any potential consequences. They have to agree to whatever Gushi wants. The human leaders have no desire to relinquish control. Not to mention whether Gushi will make excessive demands. The fact that he's heading directly towards Shangjing already displeases these leaders. If anyone with even a little strength were to attack them directly, would Shangjing's stability be in jeopardy? If everyone could come to Shangjing, who would own it then? Now that the unnatural are no longer immortal, order must be re-established. Outsiders must not be allowed into Shangjing at this time. Gushi's situation is unclear, yet he's heading straight for Shangjing. He's clearly a troublemaker. If they don't kill Gushi to establish their authority, no one in Shangjing will know what they're thinking. So no matter what Gushi's purpose, in the eyes of Shangjing's human leaders, he's already a dead man. Now, as soon as the human leaders find Gushi's location, they immediately use their most powerful weapons to eliminate him. As for whether Gushi can survive such an attack, the human leaders aren't worried at all. In their view, if their weapons can't defeat the weird, then what about humans? Gushi looks like an ordinary human. Although the evil coffin moves a bit faster, it actually has no combat power. Previously, when Gushi was flying in the sky, he was targeted, and he didn't dare to resist. What's there to be afraid of? Find the enemy's location and bomb them directly. After the man was killed, humans could publicize the incident and re-establish a new order on their side. As long as the new order was established and the strangeness was defeated, they would have ample time to study Baiyujing. Once Baiyujing was fully under their control, they would no longer be afraid even if another strange crisis struck. But the humans never imagined that Gushi wasn't the easy target they imagined. At this moment, Gushi was moving rapidly underground. Gushi, believing that moving underground meant diving deeper, was now heading toward Shangjing from over 700 meters underground. Because he was moving so deep underground, Gushi hadn't considered changing his direction or taking any detours. Thus, his underground route was immediately calculated. Chapter 3178. We locked onto the enemy. We also calculated their speed and direction, and the attack location. But, in the combat command room in Shangjing, a battle report from Baiyujing was received. At the same time, a superfast computer was rapidly processing the corresponding information. But everyone was focused on one question: how to reach Gushi. After all, according to the intelligence they had received, Gushi was currently approximately 700 meters underground. At this depth, it was completely covered in mud. Normally, even a nuclear bomb wouldn't be able to penetrate such a thick layer of mud. In other words, the current means available to humans wouldn't be able to reach Gushi. As for blasting a hole here with artillery, that was also impossible. Artillery was powerful enough and could be quite accurate, but there were two unsolvable problems. First, an artillery explosion at this location would make too much noise. Gushi was lurking underground, but he wasn't a fool. He wouldn't have heard an explosion above and run towards this location. Although the Shirley Tower has been activated, it's not fully operational, and humans can't monitor it constantly. If Gushi escapes underground, Finding him will be a real hassle. Another issue is the lack of time. Even if Gushi were a fool, knowing the constant explosions ahead, he still kept rushing in. It would take humans a long time to blast the ground with artillery shells. Gushi might only be there in another 10 minutes. And to blast a 700-meter deep crater with artillery shells would be impossible without 3 days and 3 nights of continuous bombing. So, no matter the reason, blasting a hole wasn't the right approach. But if Gushi couldn't be dug out, if he remained at around 700 meters underground, humanity's most powerful means would be useless. Just then, someone spoke up. How about we use the continental shelf weapon? Everyone looked at that person. He said, somewhat embarrassed, there's nothing we can do. The enemy is 700 meters deep now. We have no other options. The continental shelf weapon is the most suitable. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. They all knew what the so-called continental shelf weapon was. It was a weapon still under research. It's called the continental shelf oscillator. It targets the Earth's veins and can slice a continent in two like a cake. The main purpose of this weapon is to tear an entire country off the main continent. It's as if the continent controlled by the artificial paradise was originally cut from the original continent. However, this continental shelf weapon is high-tech, faster, and doesn't require thousands or tens of thousands of years to complete. It can be nearly complete in a single strike. This is to ensure that the entire nation has a chance to escape in the most dangerous moments. Now, it will be used to strike Gushi. And the strike range isn't the originally planned national defense border, but rather a location just minutes away from Shangjing. If we're not careful, Shangjing could be destroyed. So everyone fell silent. It wasn't the right time yet. Did they really need to use the continental shelf weapon? Finally, the one sitting at the top said, use it, use the weaker version. Target the right position, calculate the timing, and pin him there. After hearing this, the people present fell silent and sprang into action. After all, time waits for no one. The continental shelf weapon is not a pistol, fast and accurate within 7 steps. Deploying it requires calculating countless pieces of information. For example, when and where Gushi will arrive, how to strike him, how to kill him, and how much force to use without affecting Shangjing. All of this needs to be calculated. If there's even a single mistake, not only will Gushi not be killed in one blow, but the surrounding ley lines will be severed. By then, even if they want to go back and remedy the situation, it will be too late. And Gushi is constantly moving underground, so this data isn't quantitative, but variable. In this situation, everything will be extremely complicated. They don't have time to drag it out. And the continental shelf weapon can't be deployed at will. This required charging, warm up, controlling the power, and adjusting the attack direction. All of this took time. Even if multiple tasks could be performed simultaneously, the humans didn't have much time. They couldn't just place Gushi near Shangjing City before attacking. The attack location had to be chosen where the damage to human territory would be minimized. All of this further reduced their preparation time. They couldn't waste a single second. While the humans prepared, Gushi calculated his direction and speed. The downside of being underground is that there aren't many reference points to determine his location. Gushi could only estimate where he was. But to truly confirm his position, he'd probably have to go out again. But Gushi didn't want to ascend to the surface anymore. The feeling of being monitored from high above had left him quite uneasy. Gushi was convinced that the humans were definitely searching for him. If he went up now, not only would he be immediately discovered and remonitored, but they would even use Gushi's recent escape to analyze his direction. In the case of humans, they could even calculate Gushi's subsequent direction and time. By then, what would be the point of Gushi diving underground again? He would surely be attacked upon emerging. Gushi wasn't stupid. Jumping out at this moment would completely abandon his advantage. So, if Gushi couldn't see the outside world at this point, then let him be. In any case, as long as he could determine his direction and maintain a constant speed underground, there wouldn't be any problems. The evil coffin's automatic cruise control was quite useful in this situation. From the outset, the evil coffin had already locked onto Shangjing's location, calculating its own progress. Gushi generally wouldn't miss an opportunity to enter Shangjing. Just when Gushi thought he could reach Shangjing in 10 minutes, he suddenly felt something was amiss. Gushi immediately released the Temple of the Gods and prepared to enter. But the evil coffin reacted even faster than Gushi. Its multiple pathways fully activated, transforming the surrounding area into a massive earth ball, protecting Gushi within. Gushi then spat out a mouthful of blood. After landing in the Temple of the Gods, Gushi felt his entire body vibrate continuously, as if he were about to be shaken apart. Upgrade. Chapter 3179. As the golden light of upgrade descended, a dinging sound reached Gu Shi's ears. Your level has been raised to level 26. Your health and mana will be replenished, all negative status effects will be cleared, your intelligence will increase by 2, and you will receive 2 of the following 5 skills as rewards. As he listened to this sound, Gu Shi's body began to rapidly recover. Gu Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling alive again. That previous attack had been truly terrifying. Gu Shi had no idea where the enemy had come from, or how they had attacked him. Even with the protection of the evil coffin, his bones and internal organs were shattered by the powerful vibrations. If he had reacted a little slower, his body would have been shattered to dust. Gu Shi was a little confused as to what kind of attack this was. How could it affect him so silently? Luckily, he still had a chance to level up. If he hadn't had that opportunity, and no means of rapid health recovery, Gu Shi might have turned undead just from that attack. This was a complete slap in the face for Gu Shi, who had been enjoying a smooth sailing for a while. Originally, Gu Shi had thought that after reaching Shangjing, he would see if there was any chance of communicating with the humans there, leaving them with a place to survive. Now, it seemed that this was no longer necessary. When they attacked Gu Shi, they had already chosen their own path. Suppressing his anger, Gu Shi turned to look at his current class skills. Gu Shi didn't have the luxury of wasting time here. He needed to quickly select his current class skill so he could return to the battle at hand. After all, this time humans are acting mysteriously, so who knows what other tricks they might have up their sleeves. Gu Shi needs to refine his own skills. Dead Object Spirit, a skill exclusive to the Netherworld Ghost Sage. Requires a level 5 Netherworld Indoctrination platform and a level 5 Dead Object. Upgradable. Using the Netherworld Indoctrination platform, use 100 mana points to enlighten and transform dead objects, raising their quality by 1 level, not to red quality. This also grants some spiritual intelligence to weapons and equipment, gradually developing corresponding paths. Note, only partial traits can be transformed into paths, and this does not qualify as a red path or a quasi-red path. Dragon Battle Formation, a skill exclusive to the Netherworld Ghost Sage. Requires a level 5 dragon transformation point. Upgradable. Undead spirits guided by spirituality can be incorporated into the Dragon Battle Formation. This formation requires a blessing of 10,000 mana upon activation. Afterwards, the formation merges with the undead, forming a fighting spirit corresponding to the leader. Note, initially, the battle formation creates the undead, and later, the undead create the battle formation. Death Witch Trick, exclusive skill for the Death Witch Lord. Consumes 500 mana to summon a group of necromancers with strange abilities. These necromancers use themselves as materials to cast strange curses on their enemies. Those affected by these strange curses will be killed unless they can break the corresponding rules. Earth Bite, a special death skill, upgradable. Consumes 5,000 mana to perform an Earth Bite effect at a designated location. This effect uses ley lines and dragon veins as energy to devastate the continental structure. If the attack hits a specific location, it will have the effect of severing or destroying the continent. Bone Crusher, necromancer skill, upgradable. Consumes 30 mana points to pulverize all the bones in a body. Looking at the 5 skill options before him, Gu Shi couldn't help but utter an "oh." The 4th skill, Earth Bite, was telling Gu Shi what kind of blow he had just suffered. Because he was lurking underground, someone had used a method targeting the underground, targeting his position. While Gu Shi didn't know what this method was, he was certain it was as powerful as Earth Bite. If it landed at a precise location, it could slice or destroy a continent. Gu Shi was the little bug that landed at that precise location. If it weren't for the evil coffin's exceptional defense, Gu Shi would have been killed with just this one blow. The Bone Crusher skill was a direct taunt, telling Gu Shi that his bones were almost shattered like this, and asked him if he wanted to learn it. System-rewarded skills are always much more powerful than magic you learn on your own. The system-rewarded skill can shatter an enemy's bones, ensuring they remain alive, half-dead, or dead beyond death. Can magic do this? That's impossible. If Gu Shi had a bit of a wicked urge and chose this skill, he could use it on everyone in Shangjing 1 by 1 once he reached Shangjing, letting them experience the bone-crushing sensation. Of course, Gu Shi wasn't so idle. His attention immediately shifted to the remaining 3 skills. The performance of these 3 skills showed that the game world before him had a significant influence on Gu Shi. The Death Witch's trick killing is designed to lead necromancers down the path of rule-based killing. If Gu Shi chooses this path, his necromancers will possess a wealth of skills, and their abilities will be vastly expanded. However, compared to the 2 unique abilities of the Netherworld Ghost Saint, this move is completely useless. especially the first one, which Gushi felt was meant for the rules he had snatched away. The pillar Gushi had previously reclaimed from Yuan Hai contained numerous rules. While there were undoubtedly orange and red rules, the largest number were those of gray to blue quality. These rules couldn't be crafted into red equipment, but they couldn't be wasted. Gushi had initially considered infusing them into weapons to enhance them. Now, this directly pointed Gushi to a clear path, transforming dead objects into weapons infused with rules. Using this move later, while the resulting weapons wouldn't reach the level of red equipment, their power would undoubtedly be considerable. At least the power of the quasi-red equipment is there, and there are also various rules that can serve as a path. With this path pointed out, Gushi now has a direction, and he won't waste any gains. And the Dragon battle formation itself is a skill unique to the Netherworld Ghost Sage. After all, after awakening the undead, the next step is to strengthen the undead forces. There's a difference between undead with and without battle formations, and between undead forces that can be developed using battle formations. Just like how Gushi's undead forces, organized and led by heroes, were more powerful than those without. This is the power of the group, and it's also the role of the Netherworld Ghost Sage. Otherwise, why would the Netherworld Ghost Sage assume such a prominent position after the Netherworld King? This represents a qualitative change in the undead under Gushi's command. Chapter 3180. After selecting the Dead Spirit and Dragon battle formations, Gushi immediately left the Temple of the Gods. The external attacks had ceased. Upon exiting the Temple of the Gods, Gushi saw a chasm at least 30 meters wide and deep cracking in the ground. The ball of earth gathered by the evil coffin was stuck right in the chasm. When Gushi emerged, he happened to be standing on top of the earth ball. Looking up, he could see the cracks above, and looking down, he saw a bottomless pit. It seemed that Gushi's previous judgment was correct. Someone had used a method that could directly cut through the continent. However, this place was close to Shangjing, and they were afraid that such an attack would destroy the main continent. So, they didn't use their full power. If they had, Gushi would have been in vain. At this thought, Gushi's face changed. Standing on the earth ball, Gushi stomped hard, and the evil coffin carried Gushi back into the earth. But this time, Gushi didn't march straight ahead as he had before. The previous attack showed that the enemy had a way to lock onto him underground and launch an attack. Continuing to march forward according to the original plan would simply lead him into the enemy's crosshairs. When the enemy realized they couldn't kill Gushi with a single strike, they would resort to multiple attacks or even an all-out assault. Gushi wouldn't have the same luck as before. He would likely die a horrible death. So, even after activating the evil coffin, Gushi didn't dare to march straight ahead, instead taking random detours. Gushi went wherever he wanted, regardless of the destination. His safety was paramount. Gushi's idea was to use the speed of the evil coffin to scurry underground for a short distance. Gushi then randomly jumped out of the evil coffin. Although Gushi couldn't move underground himself, he had other means of teleporting short distances. If that didn't work out, Gushi still had methods like extra-dimensional teleportation. If that didn't work out, Gushi had other ways to hide himself. He could use these methods to bypass human surveillance and get closer to Shangjing City. For Gushi, there were always more solutions than problems. Of course, he had to leave this place now to prevent another enemy attack. The enemy was probably still searching for Gushi's location. If Gushi couldn't get away quickly, a nuclear bomb or something similar might arrive soon. Gushi's idea was correct. Shortly after he re-entered the underground with the evil coffin, 2 nuclear bombs landed on the earth ball. The earth ball might have been more defensive because of the evil coffin. But after the evil coffin left, the earth ball's defenses were gone. 2 nuclear bombs destroyed the earth ball instantly. The human leaders also discovered the evil coffin's movement. This time, the evil coffin was moving freely, with no discernible pattern. The humans could only be sure of one thing: Gushi was alive and heading towards Shangjing. Based on the evil coffin's speed, they would only be 3 to 5 minutes away from Shangjing. By then, they would no longer be able to use their continental shelf weapons. What should they do? For a moment, the human leaders hesitated. We used it once, so why not use it a few more times? This will give Shirley City more energy, allowing them to calculate the enemy's movements and account for all possibilities. From now on, forget about the 10% attack power. Strike with 30% energy. This time, we must destroy the enemy. But now, the enemy is close to Shangjing. Everyone saw the power of the continental shelf weapons before, and that was based on our calculated strength and positioning, creating a formidable barrier. If we increase the power even more, even a single use, let alone multiple, would destroy Shangjing. At this point, someone expressed a different opinion. After all, they were taking action solely to prevent Gu Shi from entering Shangjing. If Shangjing were destroyed, what would be the point of stopping Gu Shi? For this very reason, the number of people who agreed to use the continental shelf weapons again, this time was significantly reduced, with less than a third using them simultaneously. With that number, it was impossible to forcefully activate the continental shelf weapons. Seeing this situation, the person who proposed using the continental shelf weapons again shouted, "You are committing a crime. You will regret it." Because there were different options this time, no one could reach a consensus, and time wasted minute by minute. Although reports on the location of the evil coffin arrived every half minute, no plan had yet been developed for Gu Shi. What they didn't know was that Gu Shi had separated from the evil coffin minutes earlier. Gu Shi was accompanied by the orange-clad guard traffic. Orange-clad guard traffic was the orange-clad guard Gu Shi had hired to assist Sylvia with transportation matters. His role was to lay out various routes, and he was also skilled in methods, like spatial teleportation. After leaving Xie Guan to act alone, Gu Shi immediately summoned orange guard traffic, intending to use spatial positioning techniques to stealthily infiltrate Shangjing. Orange guard traffic's brief appearance gave Gu Shi a plan. To enter Shangjing City, some strategies needed to be altered. If Gu Shi hadn't clashed with the Shangjing City authorities before, he could have used Xie Guan's speed to fly directly through, or even rushed in from underground. But now that a conflict had occurred, flying underground or through the air was no longer an option. Now, Shangjing City was likely using every possible means available. Whatever defenses Shangjing used to prevent intrusion by the evil coffin could now be used to prevent Gu Shi's entry. So, if Gu Shi wanted to enter Shangjing City, he had to resort to some different methods. Different methods? Gu Shi initially considered opening a dimensional portal. But this certainly wasn't some unique method. Because Shangjing was definitely on guard against spatial methods, like alternate dimensions. There were only a few things truly impossible to defend against: life, death, and fate. Shangjing City couldn't defend against these fundamental things. And the deployment of death was actually quite simple. The gates of the Death City were a form of spatial death. And there were also methods, like the Tribulation Road between Death Cities. So, there were actually quite a few death-related spatial abilities, but Gu Shi hadn't considered them. After being pointed out by the Orange Armored Guardian, Gu Shi was silent for a moment, and finally he said, "What do you mean?" Chapter 3181. Open the Yellow Springs Road. Orange-clad guard traffic spoke. Gu Shi was silent for a moment. It made perfect sense. The underworld and the living world are two completely different paths. Humans will consider arrangements in the living world, but once a person dies, they truly have no control. The underworld is a place humans haven't explored. Even if there are necromancers there, their numbers are limited. After all, this world focuses on the uncanny. The uncanny is immortal, and doesn't need the underworld. As humans develop technology, the underworld has not developed much. It's fair to say that humans never imagined that such a passage to the underworld existed. But Gu Shi was different. Knowing which path to take, he immediately said to orange-clad guard traffic, "Help me locate it. Go over there, and find me a better spot." With that, the Naiha Bridge appeared at Gu Shi's feet. Orange-clad guard traffic quickly agreed. After all, he was the one who did this. Spatial positioning, road layout, all of it was his forte. As long as there was a road and the location was known, he could build it there. As for what kind of road it was, Orange Guard traffic never cared. After all, the Yellow Springs Road was still a road, and it could be built outwards. So Orange Guard traffic quickly departed, and Gu Shi began laying out the Yellow Springs Road, centered on the Naiha Bridge where he stood. The Yellow Springs Road Gu Shi had laid was only a little over a meter wide and 10 meters long, hardly noticeable from their current location. But Gu Shi didn't care. After laying the Yellow Springs Road, he took a step forward. The next moment, Gu Shi entered the Yellow Springs Road. This time, he wasn't truly underground. Even Shirley Liu, with all his might, couldn't find the underworld. Standing on the Yellow Springs Road, Gu Shi looked up and saw a bright light appearing ahead. Gu Shi knew that was the end of the Yellow Springs Road. However, no corresponding image had yet appeared there, indicating that the Orange Armored Guard's traffic hadn't yet deployed the Yellow Springs Road to Shangjing. Therefore, if Gu Shi continued forward, he would only continue along the Yellow Springs Road, not towards his intended destination. So, Gu Shi simply sat down where he was, awaiting a response from the Orange Armored Guard's traffic. After about a minute or two, Gu Shi felt the Yellow Springs Road shift slightly, and a glimpse of an image flashed in the distance at the location of the light. Gushi knew it was done. So, Gushi quickly headed towards the light. Just then, Gushi suddenly felt the ground shake. Gushi immediately sensed that something was amiss outside. It was as if the ground outside had collapsed. This was a good opportunity. Gushi dodged and headed for one end of the Yellow Springs Road. With just a few steps, he stepped out of the spot of light and entered Shangjing City. Upon entering Shangjing City, Gushi immediately felt the ground shaking. He also noticed that numerous buildings were rapidly collapsing, and many people on the streets were rapidly evacuating. Though they moved in a hurry, they didn't scream or anything. It was clear they were accustomed to this kind of life. Under normal circumstances, Gushi would have blended directly into the crowd, found a place to hide, and then observed the surrounding situation. But now, Gushi didn't think so. Gushi looked up at the sky and saw a massive beam of light rising straight up from the center of Shangjing City. That was Baiyujing in the sky, his target this time. Looks like there's no need to hide anymore. Just head straight for Baiyujing. Gushi didn't believe the humans would use the same weapons they used against him on Baiyujing. And even if they did, Baiyujing wouldn't be harmed. Baiyujing was currently in the sky. If it lost its balance and fell directly, not only Shangjing below, but even the surrounding continents would be pulverized. No one alive here would be able to escape. So, no matter how many tricks the humans had, they wouldn't dare attack Baiyujing in the sky. So, instead of blending in with the crowd, it was better to charge directly onto Baiyujing. That way, Gushi could fight freely and unleash the power of the red suit. At this thought, Gushi's eyes flashed, and 10 dump trucks appeared nearby. At the same time, a city gate opened, and a large number of undead rushed out. At the same time, 3 leader-level undead nodded to Gushi as they stepped forward. At this moment, Gushi pointed at the 3 leader-level undead. Dragon Battle Formation, bless. Gushi released so many undead, not only to cause chaos in Shangjing City, but also to test the Dragon Battle Formation. This kind of thing can only be effective on the battlefield. If it is not used on the battlefield, the best that can be done is to make all the undead use the unified Dragon Battle Formation. However, once on the battlefield, the battle formation would be fine-tuned based on the leader and the battlefield situation. The sooner adjustments were made, the better. That's why Gushi immediately unleashed his undead troops and blessed them with the Dragon Battle Formation. After arranging the undead troops' attack directions, Gushi took advantage of the chaos and headed towards the center of Shangjing City. At this time, Shangjing City had also received news of the undead invasion. But now, Shangjing's leaders were also in chaos. The organized escape Gushi had witnessed earlier wasn't due to orders from the top, but rather the ability of the lower-level organizations. It was precisely because of their presence that Shangjing's chaos was prevented from becoming unmanageable. It was the human leaders who didn't intervene at this time. It wasn't that they couldn't send forces, but rather that the human leaders had suffered significant losses from the recent earthquake. Just now, the human leaders discovered that the evil coffin was quite close to Shangjing City. So, some humans simply issued the order, activating their continental shelf weapons and attacking the location of the evil coffin. Due to the distance and power of the weapons, no one knew for the time being whether the continental shelf weapons had hit the evil coffin, but the urban area of Shangjing City was undoubtedly affected. The human leaders were currently handling this matter. In the eyes of those leaders, this was no different from a violent conflict or mutiny, and it was absolutely unacceptable. They had to deal with this matter quickly. Otherwise, more and more people like this would try to seize power. Then the human leaders' orders would become confused, and humanity would be doomed. It was precisely for this reason that the human leaders ignored the events in Shangjing City. They also failed to notice that Gushi was taking advantage of this opportunity to head towards the Pillar of Light in the center of Shangjing City. Chapter 3182. After moving around Shangjing City for a while, Gushi realized that the Pillar of Light he had initially seen wasn't actually located in the exact center of Shangjing City. It was located slightly south of the center. Gushi had entered Shangjing City from the north, so it took him some time to reach it. Thankfully, Gushi's movement speed wasn't slow, and he had plenty of stamina. Without the evil coffin, while his movement speed wouldn't reach 100 kilometers per second, Gushi could still reach several hundred kilometers per hour with some effort. Although he couldn't reach the Pillar of Light within a few minutes, after more than 10 minutes, Gushi had already drawn closer. At this point, Gushi noticed that many powerful troops were stationed near the Pillar of Light. These troops were all technological units that Gushi had rarely encountered. They were equipped with a wide variety of heavy weapons. Gushi felt that if they weren't in the city, under the beam of light, and couldn't act recklessly, they might have deployed heavy artillery and other super heavy weapons for defense. But even so, The position in front of him was impenetrable. After arriving here, Gu Shi naturally wouldn't charge in on his own. As a necromancer, Gu Shi's method was naturally the scourge of the undead. Gu Shi simply raised his hand, and a large number of undead poured out of the city gate. Once these undead were released, Gu Shi cast the dragon battle formation on them, and then sent them charging the troops in front of him. As for how the battle would end, Gu Shi didn't care. After all, everything had already been provided to them, and the blessings had already been granted, so there was no reason to handle the rest themselves. The troops stationed here were genuinely drawn to the undead released by Gu Shi. They immediately attacked the undead he had unleashed. But at this moment, Gu Shi chose neither large-scale undead like the Blood Scourge or the Death Titan, nor long-range undead like the Corpse Witch. Or perhaps, the Ghost, which was immune to physical attacks. Faced with heavy weaponry, they not only suffered few casualties, but actually fought back. The humans had experienced being unable to defeat the undead before, and the current situation did not alarm these human soldiers. Even if they couldn't kill many undead, they continued to suppress the enemy. However, they didn't notice that Gu Shi had already approached the Pillar of Light. Looking at the Pillar of Light before him, Gu Shi thought for a moment and dove into it. When Gu Shi leaped out, he was surrounded by various defenses. The Ghost Flower, the four-leaf clover ring, and even the head of the goddesses had activated. As soon as Gu Shi noticed something was amiss, all the defenses would deploy, sending him into the temple of the gods. Thankfully, the humans hadn't messed with the light column. Or perhaps, it was simply not something humans could mess with. After Gu Shi entered the light column, he felt a powerful suction pull above him. Before Gu Shi could react, his vision lit up, and he had arrived at a white jade palace complex. This palace complex was truly constructed entirely of white jade. Not only the ground, but even the trees lining the road were made entirely of white jade. It was clear that this place was called Baiyujing for a reason. But Gu Shi's attention wasn't on that at the moment. As he stepped into the palace, a voice reached his ears. By understanding all 12 immortal towers simultaneously, you can move and take Baiyujing away. By activating all 12 immortal towers simultaneously, you can subjugate Baiyujing. This was followed by various information regarding Baiyujing. At this point, Gu Shi finally understood what Baiyujing was all about. He also understood that Baiyujing had a total of 365 immortal towers, but only 12 of them were visible to the outside world at any given moment. Furthermore, the duration and location of each immortal tower's appearance were not fixed. The conditions for taking Baiyujing away that Gu Shi had heard earlier sounded simple, but actually fulfilling them was quite difficult. After all, either you had to move Baiyujing away, or at a certain time, all 12 immortal towers you knew about would appear simultaneously. At that moment, you could then take Baiyujing away. Otherwise, you must understand all 365 immortal towers. No matter which tower appears, you can take Baiyujing with you. But even with such a simple condition, Baiyujing has been in human hands for so many years, and they only know the details of 7 towers. Even if all 7 towers were to appear together one day, humans would be unable to remove Baiyujing. Not to mention activating all 12 towers simultaneously. Of course, beyond this common sense, Baiyujing has provided a wealth of information. At least Gu Shi learned what Baiyujing is from the temporary notification. This item is definitely a red item. But this isn't just any red suit. This special red suit combines red equipment, special wonders, red buildings, strategic weapons, the ability to suppress luck, and the ability to enter and exit the void. This item's function is far greater than that of regular red suit. If we must make an analogy, Baiyujing is the equivalent of the creation bridge. Gu Shi is quite familiar with the situation of the creation bridge. Although the creation bridge is merely considered a piece of red suit by humans, judging by the reaction of the human high-level officials to it, it must be strategic. Or do you really think players who have fallen into the depths of the game can easily return? After understanding Baiyujing's situation, Gu Shi was also quite surprised. However, his attention remained on how to master Baiyujing. Baiyujing is known as the 12 floors and 5 cities. The 12 floors, constantly changing, are the control center of Baiyujing. The 5 cities are where people live. To understand the situation on the 12th floor, one can either dispatch personnel to break into the building, observe the changes in the number of people killed, and then make inferences there. Or, one can conduct experiments with various materials and record the changes. This method is a straightforward exhaustive search, not only consuming a great deal of manpower and resources, but also relying on luck for success. As for activating the Immortal Tower, one needs to place orange equipment corresponding to the building's attributes within it. This will then spawn a figure similar to an orange-equipped guard or a person holding the equipment, who will control the building. The closer the attributes of the orange equipment match the buildings, the better. Placing orange equipment within a building before confirming its attributes is simply courting death. Of course, if you're wealthy and have more red equipment than you can use, you can also place red equipment within the building, which is guaranteed to have a better effect. But even if Gushi were rich, he wouldn't have that much red equipment, and even if he pieced together red equipment, he wouldn't be able to get that much. Let's focus on the orange equipment first. Chapter 3183. Wait, now doesn't seem like the time to bring out the orange gear. What we need to do now is to gain control of Baiyujing and find a way to take it away. Instead of just focusing on how to control Baiyujing and how to bind it. Of course, that's not the most important thing right now. What Gushi needs to do now is to drive out all the humans who have already entered Baiyujing. As for how to do it, that depends on Gushi's ability. In Gushi's eyes, Baiyujing is nothing but a place without an owner. The humans who have entered Baiyujing are all foreign invaders. Drive them out first, then deal with the humans in Shangjing. That's the most important thing to do now. And those humans in Shangjing are likely to be wiped out. Gushi looked at the situation before him, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. It wasn't that Gushi didn't want to spare these humans, but rather that these humans were too troublesome. Gushi had been struck inexplicably earlier, shattering every bone in his body. If Gushi hadn't been able to level up, he'd probably be dead by now. In other words, while these humans may appear insignificant on the surface, their technological capabilities are incredibly advanced. If Gushi had simply taken Baiyujing and left them with no hope, they would have absolutely deployed all their weapons against it. Judging from the earthquake near Shangjing City, the civilians of this world might not have had such concerns, but the higher-ups were definitely of the if I can't get it, I must destroy it type. If they discovered that Baiyujing was out of control, they would undoubtedly have sought to attack it. Who knows what kind of blow Gushi will face next, and Gushi can't avoid it. Because Baiyujing is right here, it will remain until Gushi can move it. So he must first eliminate the humans down there. Thinking of this, Gushi raised a brow and unleashed another new wave of undead. This wave of undead troops first headed deeper into Baiyujing, aiming to deal with the remaining humans. At the same time, Gushi sent a message to Princess Anna, asking her to arrange for other troops to enter Shangjing City through the gates she had previously left there. After arranging all this, Gushi once again unleashed the night blood path of the Nether Spirit Flower. The undead laborers transformed by the muscle quirk were immediately dragged out by Gushi. You said before that in the future, Baiyujing was half stolen, right? Do you know who took it? Artificial Heaven. The undead laborer responded quickly to this question. So it was him? No wonder. Hearing that it was the Artificial Heaven that had stolen Baiyujing, Gushi had a certain suspicion. Gushi didn't know whether the Artificial Heaven was omnipotent, but he knew this for sure. And Baiyujing's need for movement was to understand all 12 immortal towers simultaneously. This might be more troublesome for others, but it was different for the Artificial Heaven. As long as he believed his judgment was correct, it was correct. Even if it was wrong, Baiyujing's situation would be distorted to some extent. So the Artificial Heaven was most likely to understand the mysteries of the 12 immortal towers in a short period of time. However, Artificial Heaven was, after all, just a monster. Its rules couldn't directly alter the red quality Baiyujing. So, Gushi believed that the reason Artificial Heaven only took half of Baiyujing in the future was most likely because he had deceived Baiyujing through this method, and Baiyujing had backfired. In the end, they only took half. This also split the once powerful Baiyujing in two, and it could never return to its original level. In the end, it couldn't even stop the monsters from beyond the starry sky. But this did give Gushi an idea. The rules of Artificial Heaven could really be used here. So Gushi hurriedly searched his body. When Artificial Heaven was defeated, his rules had been retrieved. After searching, Gushi paused. When these rules were obtained, they seemed to have been directly delivered to Li Shiqian and the others. It's unknown whether they have been dealt with now. Also, the rules of Artificial Heaven are effective on monsters, but not so effective on equipment. After all, the fundamental principle of the Artificial Heaven rule is confidence. How can you expect confidence from a piece of equipment? Even if Gushi activated the undead spirit effect, the equipment wouldn't immediately have confidence. This rule wouldn't work well. At the very least, Gushi couldn't use this rule to quickly understand the situation at the Baiyujing Immortal Tower. However, Gushi's ingenuity was sharp. His eyes raced, and he immediately came up with another idea. If Artificial Heaven died at Gushi's hands, he would surely be transformed into an undead laborer. Then, let him go to the Baiyujing Immortal Tower and give it a try. Who knows, the transformed undead might still retain some of the rule's aura. Anyway, Gushi simply wanted to use the rules of the artificial heaven to understand the 12 immortal towers. If it didn't work, he'd try another method. If it did, his understanding of Baiyujing would be countless times faster than a human's. Once Baiyujing was in his possession, Gushi would move it out. It would be placed on Chongxi Mountain for now. Once Gushi had thoroughly investigated the attributes of all 365 immortal towers, he would have Li Shiqian craft orange equipment with corresponding stats. By then, he could guarantee that every piece of orange equipment would be a perfect match for the immortal tower stats. Once he figured it out, Gushi swiftly took action. The night blood path opened again, and a black blood knight leaped out. Looking at the black blood knight, Gushi was visibly stunned. Then Gushi realized that while the artificial heaven appeared to be a human, when he appeared, the lower half of his body was a horse. Although it was only half a horse, it met the requirements for the black blood knight transformation and had a mount. Even if the mount is already connected to the body, it's still a mount. So, having a black blood knight is truly the most normal thing. Well, whether it's a black blood knight or an undead laborer, it's the same to Gushi. He directly addressed the black blood knight. Do you still have omnipotence and omniscience? I'm gone, but I still have some omniscience. Oh! Is it because the rules have been retained? Hearing the black blood knight's answer, Gushi was delighted. No, it's because I gained too many memories back then. As the black blood knight spoke, he pulled out something resembling a disc. Gushi had seen this kind of thing before in Destiny, and knew its function. He just hadn't expected that even after artificial heaven was dead, the black blood knight he transformed could still pull out the disc. It seemed this was artificial heaven's instinct, not the rules he had originally used. Chapter 3184. After experimenting, Gushi had to admit that the so-called omnipotence and omniscience of the artificial paradise were truly well-deserved. Although the Black Blood Knight had died once before, and only retained a portion of his memories, some of his instincts remained. When Gushi and the Black Blood Knight arrived in front of a fairy tower, the Black Blood Knight simply glanced at it, and pointed at the plaque hanging on the tower, saying, "The information written on it is wrong." The Black Blood Knight then began to analyze the tower based on the surroundings. Of course, he could only analyze the tower's surface appearance and some details. Gushi listened, not saying whether he believed the Black Blood Knight's judgment or not, but simply listening. Only after the Black Blood Knight confidently stated the tower's attributes and direction did Gushi summon two undead spirits to record everything the Black Blood Knight had said, and then lead them closer to the tower. At Gushi's command, the undead spirits attempted to push the door of the tower. However, the doors either wouldn't open, or the undead would simply enter, and dust would come out. The Black Blood Knight's omniscient analysis was both helpful and useless. What did you see inside? After resurrecting the undead that had been blown out in powder, Gushi asked directly. A space where, upon entering, I'm asked something to do within a specified time frame. If I don't, a bolt of lightning will strike. The undead quickly described the situation within the immortal tower. The Black Blood Knight stood nearby, analyzing. This is the correct response to our analysis. I believe this is a necessary step in our understanding of the immortal tower. My previous judgment was only from outside the immortal tower. The situation inside the door is completely invisible. A lot of this is just speculation on my part. My lord, test my guesses with the undead. If you guess wrong, you won't even get the door. The Black Blood Knight pointed at the unharmed undead. If you guess right, the door will open. The undead will then enter with my guess. They will then use their analysis and understanding of the immortal tower to solve puzzles and answer questions within. The immortal tower will assess their understanding of the immortal tower. In the end, the undead you sent in knew nothing at all. Once inside, they would either be unable to answer, give incorrect answers, or make errors in their analysis of the attributes. If they made a mistake, they would be pulverized and sent straight out. Hearing this, Gushi felt a bit more at ease. It was enough to know the situation within the immortal tower. At least Gushi's side would be able to progress faster than the humans. With the Black Blood Knight, Gushi wouldn't make too many mistakes when using exhaustive methods to understand the immortal tower. Furthermore, the undead within could be resurrected once they emerged, allowing Gushi to immediately understand what went wrong. This progress was definitely much faster than humans, because humans wouldn't risk their own lives for even the slightest chance. And after their death, there was no way to spread the news. In this respect, Gushi had the advantage. Gushi could absolutely risk the lives of the undead, fighting for a future. After realizing this, Gushi immediately ordered the Black Blood Knight to take action. Okay, you judge the situation here. For the next period of time, you don't need to do anything. While the immortal tower transforms, analyze all of them. My request is simple, a preliminary understanding that will allow me to seize Baiyujing. Hearing Gu Shi's order, the Black Blood Knight immediately said, yes, but sir, can the undead use undead laborers and undead servants? Yes, you can mobilize as many as you like. I want speed. Gu Shi agreed to the Black Blood Knight's request without a second thought. After all, the undead within the Knight's blood path currently hold the most manpower. The most important point is that, unless they encounter an unstoppable attack, even if these undead perish in battle, they can be quickly resurrected within the Knight's blood path. The Black Blood Knight only needs to ask to find out where the problem lies, and quickly provide a new analysis. So, Gu Shi agreed immediately. He simply asked the Black Blood Knight to move faster. Gu Shi himself returned to the entrance to Baiyujing. By then, the people in Shangjing had already discovered that someone had entered Baiyujing. Human. The higher-ups, while striving to control the situation in Shangjing City, were also contemplating how to reclaim Baiyujing. They now knew that Gu Shi was a necromancer. If Gu Shi could be killed, most of the undead would vanish. But Gu Shi was currently within Baiyujing, and the higher-ups were wary of any potential harm. Until the very last moment, they had no intention of destroying Baiyujing. After all, Baiyujing not only provided them with a wealth of knowledge, but also gave them immense power. These were all things the higher-ups were unwilling to relinquish. But short of attacking Baiyujing with nuclear weapons or something similar, how could they possibly deal with Gu Shi? At this moment, a high-ranking human suddenly said, why don't we use space-based weapons? With our current capabilities, they can achieve an accuracy of no more than 1 meter. Even if Baiyujing sustains some damage, we can handle it. No, we all know Baiyujing's situation. Last time, a strange creature suddenly appeared and attempted to forcibly attack Baiyujing, but was immediately destroyed by Baiyujing. What if our attack provokes a counterattack from Baiyujing? That was an accident. Who could have imagined Baiyujing would launch a counterattack at that moment? Our previous attacks also destroyed some buildings in Baiyujing, but in the end, nothing happened, did they? Can you guarantee that we won't encounter any accidents? If not, then shut up. Space-based weapons are definitely not an option. If anything goes wrong, none of us can bear the responsibility. What then? I can't help you with that, but... Actually, I have an idea. At this moment, a human suddenly spoke. Everyone turned their attention to him, hoping his idea would be effective. But at that moment, the ground shook again. The human leaders were hiding in a bomb shelter somewhere beneath Shangjing. The earthquake sent a torrent of rocks plummeting from the sky, burying the human who had spoken. When the tremor subsided and everyone realized what was happening, the human who had so confidently believed his idea would work had been crushed to death. For a moment, the human race fell silent again. Finally, one human spoke up, use space-based weapons. We have nothing left to gamble on. Chapter 3185. At this moment, Gu Shi had no idea what the humans were thinking. Gu Shi was now in full-scale battle mode. All the red suit's effects were fully activated, and Gu Shi simultaneously released wave after wave of undead troops. These undead troops were released in units of 100,000. Gu Shi didn't care about their situation. Whenever a leader emerged, he would immediately set up a dragon battle formation. Then he pointed in a direction and released them. Some of these undead headed for other locations within Baiyujing, primarily targeting scientists who had already entered or were conducting research there. Some were deployed into Shangjing City. They were intended to accelerate the capture of Shangjing City. At the same time, some flying troops flew directly out of Baiyujing. They were there to prevent any enemy attacks from the air. Of course, Gu Shi didn't believe the humans had any aircraft capable of flying at an altitude of over 80,000 meters to engage in combat. But it was better to keep a low profile if possible. After all, Gu Shi had witnessed the diversity of humanity. What if some humans acted recklessly? So he had to be on guard. Just as Gu Shi had finished setting up everything, he felt something staring down at him from above. Outer space weapons? A flicker of disdain flashed in Gu Shi's eyes. Before, underground, he had no idea where the enemy's weapons came from, which was why he was seriously injured. Weapons like these coming from outer space were different. Gu Shi could easily block weapons with visible trajectory. After all, even if Gu Shi wasn't constantly monitoring the sky, the leader of the goddesses could still see it. As expected, under the gaze of the leader of the goddesses, Gu Shi saw a streak of cold light flying towards him. Gu Shi smiled. With his sharp eyesight, he could clearly tell what was flying towards him. He didn't even move, as the hand of death behind him drew his life-threatening bow and shot an arrow into the sky. A destined strike. After Gu Shi released the arrow, he paid no further attention to the situation. A destined strike is guaranteed to hit its target. no matter what happens, unless the target is completely destroyed. This was the situation before him. After firing the arrow, Gushi paid no more attention to the situation in the sky. Instead, he rapidly released the undead. At this moment, Gushi was like the entrance to a beehive, continuously releasing the undead. It could be said that he only had to mindlessly focus on this one task. As for everything else, he didn't need to deal with anything else. About 7 or 8 minutes later, an explosion was heard, about 3,000 meters above Gushi's head. The shockwave from the explosion blew directly towards Gushi. Gushi looked up at the sky and saw various objects resembling missiles and lasers constantly appearing. However, they seemed to be blocked by Gushi's arrows, unable to reach him. A hint of disdain flashed across Gushi's eyes at this situation. It seemed the humans had taken action. However, compared to their previous tactics against the underground, this method was not as effective. Gushi was still muttering to himself when he saw several more points of light flying towards him. The colors of these light points were noticeably different, but what truly surprised Gushi was that they seemed to contain bits of flesh and blood. This reminded Gushi of the meteorite he had destroyed in the Origin Sea. Perhaps it had been in space for so long that it had been unknowingly affected by a strange influence. Gushi was naturally unfazed by ordinary attacks, but with a strange attack, he had to consider how to deal with it. After all, Gushi's initial goal in this visit was to eliminate all traces of the black players. Now Gushi was certain that the black players had been eliminated. Gushi didn't want to introduce any more black player-related elements at this time. So, Gushi could ignore the previous attacks launched by space-based weapons. But he couldn't deny that he didn't see the current attack. Thinking of this, Gushi lowered his head and glanced towards the location of Shangjing City. Shangjing City was in chaos. Having already reached Baiyujing, he presumably knew the higher-ups there by now. They wouldn't be drawn to the evil coffin. So, sending the evil coffin out to attract the enemy's attention became less important. With this thought in mind, Gushi waved his hand forward. His mount retracted. With Gushi's gesture, a cloud of black smoke appeared before him, and the evil coffin burst forth from within. As the evil coffin burst forth, Gushi heard a tremor in Shangjing City below. This time, the tremor was so distinct that even in Baiyujing, Gushi could hear the earth shaking below. At this point, Gushi even muttered they wouldn't keep using those perverted attack weapons they had before, chasing the evil coffin forever, would they? If that were the case, Gushi couldn't help but admire the humans' decisiveness. They truly would do anything to repel an attack that posed a threat to them. In fact, Gushi was overthinking it. The humans' continental shelf weapons had only been used 3 times. After Gushi infiltrated Shangjing City, the humans stopped using them. The reason they didn't use them wasn't because they had caused too much damage to the mainland, but because Gushi had already entered Shangjing, making it impossible for them to attack from within. But just because the human leaders didn't use the continental shelf weapons, didn't mean the evil coffin wouldn't use them. After being hit 3 times by the continental shelf weapons, the evil coffin had a better idea of their purpose. To put it bluntly, it was a positioning vibration underground, shaking the continental shelf apart. The evil coffin was capable of doing something like this. So, when Gushi didn't summon the evil coffin, it prowled the underground of Shangjing City, making occasional attacks. The subsequent earthquakes in Shangjing City were actually all caused by the evil coffin. When Gushi summoned the evil coffin back, it was actually preparing to create a massive earthquake beneath Shangjing City. A significant amount of Earth-attributed energy had accumulated, but Gushi's counterattack caused this Earth-attributed energy to become uncontrollable and explode underground. The earthquake Gushi witnessed earlier was caused by this very process. Of course, Gushi didn't know this at the moment, and the evil coffin, as his mount, couldn't communicate with him. At this moment, Gushi flipped over and leaped onto the evil coffin, raising his magic staff and pointing it at the objects flying from space. Let's go over there and plow it up. Chapter 3186. Gushi's plow once really meant he entered space and plowed once. Gushi ignored other directions, but he spent a full half-day circling the skies above Baiyujing in his evil coffin. During this time, Gushi not only cleared out the strangeness above Baiyujing, but also the space stations and satellites in outer space. If Gushi hadn't wanted to travel too far, with his strength, he could have completely cleared the entire starry sky above this continent. But Gushi had no intention of leaving Shangjing City. Gushi had suffered so much in his previous attempts to enter Shangjing City. Now that he had finally gained the upper hand, and was in the process of conquering Baiyujing, what was the point of running away now? Would Gushi's trip have been in vain? Gushi had no intention of doing such a foolish thing. He plowed through space solely because humans had used space-based weapons against Gushi, and the space-based weapons humans had deployed into space were more or less stained with strange blood and flesh. If they weren't careful, they could easily bring something strange back. Gucci wouldn't mind bringing back just one strange thing. But they couldn't bring back any other corrupting methods used by the black players. If they brought any pollution, they would become Gucci's #1 enemy. This time was no different. Everything in space was completely cleared out by Gucci. Gucci even hovered in space for a moment, confirming that nothing could affect the game world before returning to Baiyujing. As for the eyes he seen in space, they were too far away and hadn't descended on their own accord, so Gucci didn't approach them. Returning to Baiyujing, Gucci noticed that the situation seemed to have changed. The movement speed of parts of the city had noticeably slowed down. It felt like a clockwork had jammed, with a noticeable lag. Intrigued, Gucci descended and observed that the Black Blood Knights were continuously processing the 12 immortal towers that had appeared in Baiyujing through the Knight's Blood Road. At every moment, undead servants and undead laborers pushed open the doors and entered the immortal towers, seeking their doom. Of course, their tactical attempts had their results. At least the Black Blood Knights knew what lay within the immortal towers, and increasingly detailed information about their properties was being uncovered. By the time Gucci descended, the properties of 5 immortal towers had already been fully determined. The plaques on the gatehouses had been replaced, and the building designs had been recorded. All the data was quite complete. If time hadn't been so tight, the undead would probably have already entered to investigate how to activate these immortal towers, and when they would appear. As for the remaining 7 immortal towers, progress was quite rapid. Apart from anything else, the gates of these 7 immortal towers have already been opened, and the undead have been sent inside to test their specific properties. Upon seeing Gucci approach, the Black Blood Knight immediately presented him with information on several immortal towers. "Sir, we have thoroughly investigated the status of 9 immortal towers, but our progress has been slow. Some of the towers we previously investigated have been relocated. They haven't appeared yet, but several of them are already well understood. If they reappear, there's no need to re-explore them." The Black Blood Knight explained the current situation. Gucci was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that what he had seen was only a fraction of what he had discovered. It seemed the Black Blood Knight was making rapid progress. So how long will it take to take over Baiyujing? According to our observations, there's a small movement every hour in Baiyujing, with one immortal tower being reclaimed and another appearing elsewhere. Every 3 hours, there's a medium-sized movement, with 6 immortal towers being reclaimed and 6 new ones appearing. We're still observing to see if all the immortal towers will be replaced by the end of the 6-hour period. Yes, what I just described is all fixed movement and tower switching. There are other plate shifts in Baiyujing from time to time, so sometimes immortal towers are inexplicably switched. We have no way of determining this. What if all 12 immortal towers are switched this time? Do we have to start all over again? Yes, but our progress will be rapid. With our previous experience, we can shorten the time it takes to explore an immortal tower to 1 to 1.5 hours. Most importantly, we can explore multiple immortal towers simultaneously. The Black Blood Knight spoke quickly. If you simply wish to relocate Baiyujing, you don't need to understand the attributes of all the immortal towers. At our current pace and progress, we should be able to understand each one within an hour by tomorrow afternoon. Even if the immortal towers are moved, we can guarantee we can handle it within an hour. Tomorrow afternoon, right? Fine. You can expedite it. Gucci thought for a moment. Tomorrow afternoon would only take about 10 hours. This speed was already considered fast. The Black Blood Knights had provided this data, presumably to conduct various experiments. This was to prevent them from finally controlling Baiyujing, only to be stopped by the immortal towers switching. After leaving the Black Blood Knights to handle the situation on their own, Gucci picked up the immortal towers documentation and began to read it. Gucci noticed that the Black Blood Knights had kept very detailed records and descriptions of the immortal tower's attributes. Just like the one Gucci was reading, the immortal tower's name wasn't specifically recorded, but its attributes had already been determined. This immortal tower had 3 floors, each with 3 acres of space, and its own sunlight and feng shui circulation. The immortal tower's attributes were natural. Under the immortal tower's influence, the internal space could be used to grow various plants. All plants would be affected by the immortal tower and mature at a rate of 1 cycle per week. If the immortal tower was needed, plant juice could be poured into the designated location. This was discovered by the Black Blood Knight through traces left on the surface of the immortal tower. Also, the immortal tower's full potential is currently unavailable. To activate the immortal tower, one must place an orange quality staff, typically used by druids or immortal farmers, within it. The staff placement location is behind the main entrance to the Immortal Tower. Until the corresponding orange quality staff is found, knowledge of this Immortal Tower remains limited. By placing corresponding resources outside the building, such as natural materials, one can borrow some of the Immortal Tower's abilities, but cannot control its operation. Gu Shi quickly reviewed the information on several other Immortal Towers. He found similar situations throughout, suggesting that the Black Blood Knight truly understood these documented Immortal Towers. Chapter 3187. With that level of skill, a dozen hours is fine. Putting down the information in his hand, Gu Shi formed a conclusion. The Black Blood Knight's idea was correct. With another 10 hours or so, he could fully understand Baiyujing. All Gu Shi had to do was hold out for those 10 hours, and prevent the humans from retaking Baiyujing. After a moment's thought, Gu Shi left the Black Blood Knight in Baiyujing, while he followed the beam of light back to the surface. After several hours of chaos, Shangjing City had calmed down. The ordinary humans who had originally inhabited Shangjing City were either dead or had retreated to relatively safe areas. The ones still appearing on the streets were either human troops fighting Gu Shi's undead, or semi-automated mechanical troops. While their numbers were considerable, they were vastly outnumbered by Gu Shi's undead. Not to mention the troops Gu Shi deployed upon entering Shangjing City. Even the undead troops he deployed after entering Baiyujing outnumbered them. If these troops hadn't been familiar with Shangjing City's terrain and hadn't been surrounded by the undead during their battles, the human forces might have been annihilated by now. Even so, the human side was in a precarious position. Forget resisting Baiyujing, simply maintaining the safety of Shangjing was a remarkable feat. The current situation changed again with Gu Shi's arrival. While the undead didn't have much morale, all of them could sense Gu Shi's arrival in Shangjing City. Those undead leaders eager to show off, before Gu Shi immediately unleashed their own methods. Gu Shi noticed that within Shangjing City, auras resembling those of underworld dragons would occasionally rise. This was precisely the aura of the military spirit evoked by the Yin Dragon battle formation. Gu Shi now understood why the Underworld Ghost Saint's first battle formation ability was to use the Yin Dragon. This wasn't a desire to capitalize on the power of the Underworld Dragon veins. It was because the Yin Dragon battle formation was the most suitable method. A Yin Dragon is essentially a dragon-shaped form formed by Yin Qi and the aura of dragon veins, or earth veins. Yin Qi has a certain strengthening effect on the undead, and the aura of the undead can also increase the total amount of Yin Qi. It can be said that they complement each other. Dragons, especially Eastern dragons, are subject to change based on whatever influence they are exposed to. Using the Yin Dragon as the battle formation soul not only complements the undead, but the undead's fighting style will gradually influence the Yin Dragon's situation, ultimately transforming it into a state that perfectly matches the undead's personality. In other words, the Yin Dragon battle formation is the easiest to achieve 100% compatibility with a particular undead army. The Yin Dragon aura Gu Shi had already detected was already a clue. For example, not far away, the Yin Dragon's body there resembled blood, dark purple lightning flickered on its scales, and lightning pulsed from its mouth. This indicated that the main force of this unit was the Blood Scourge, a unit that typically focused on long-range combat. Looking eastward, the Yin Dragon, concealing itself in green mist, indicated that the main force of this unit was Gu Shi's Corpse Witch unit. Then, there were the Yin Dragons to the south, their flesh rotting, their bodies covered in bone armor, their bodies partially fading. This was the unit controlled by Dini, Gu Shi's first leader. This leader, who had been with Gu Shi from the very beginning, had fallen behind the growing number of leaders due to her limited growth, but she still worked hard to improve herself. She hadn't missed a single one. The dump truck, the victory condensation, the bloody night road, and now, the Yin Dragon battle formation. She knew full well that no matter how hard she tried, she could never match those epic beings. But in other areas, she was always capable. This was exactly what was happening right now. Gu Shi could see that among all the units that had mastered the Yin Dragon battle formation spirit and transformed into Yin Dragon phantoms, Dini's unit had the most distinct personality. Dini knew her strengths best, and she truly focused on strengthening them in a single area. Unlike some other leaders, who focused solely on the troops Gu Shi assigned them, without a clear plan for advancement. The gap wasn't significant at first, but it widened with each subsequent battle. Aspiring leaders, like Dini, might eventually become a key player within Gu Shi's system. Those mediocre leaders were effectively useless as minor players. This disparity stemmed from the choices they made from the outset. There were times when striving and lying flat on their backs made completely different outcomes. Gu Shi merely glanced at the situation and didn't overly interfere with the choices of the undead leaders. He simply stood before Baiyujing's beam of light, watching his men fight. At this point, Gu Shi understood that he was merely a man in charge. Gu Shi would only be called upon to intervene when something truly serious occurred. At other times, he could simply stand by and watch. Of course, if Gu Shi had nothing else to do, he could use more spells, such as the Yin Dragon Battle Formation, which was a good option. After all, many leaders still hadn't yet adopted the Yin Dragon Battle Formation. But Gu Shi didn't think so. From the current situation, Gu Shi could already see that the Yin Dragon Battle Formation would only grow faster if it was used in conjunction with combat. If the Yin Dragon Battle Formation was deployed but not engaged in combat, merely observing from the back, then it would be worse than not using it at all. So, even though Gu Shi had some free time, he chose not to deploy more Yin Dragon Battle Formations. Instead, he opened some of the city gates and released Gu Shi's most important undead transport unit. Once they emerged, they began their traditional job, transporting goods. Although many buildings in Shengjing City had collapsed due to the earthquake, Gu Shi didn't care. Not to mention the large number of corpses here. Gu Shi initially heard that, since the strangeness appeared, only the elite could come to the capital. They all possessed some unique skills. Though they were now dead, their bodies were still there. Gu Shi naturally planned to take their bodies back and have Eve sort them. Those with research potential and talent should all be kept, so as not to be wasted in a bloody disaster. After all, what Gu Shi needed most right now were scientists, scholars, and researchers. Before, there weren't so many suitable corpses, and Gu Shi had to make up the numbers by selecting corpses from the humans in Beiludi. But now, things were different. With so many corpses here, there would definitely be some with good quality and talent, and this would definitely be another great harvest for Gu Shi. Chapter 3188. Sir. Under the light beam of Baiyujing, Gu Shi was awakened from his deep sleep by his men. Although he wasn't being attended to by Lingxi and her maids, Gu Shi had long since grown accustomed to such surroundings. Even now, on the battlefield, Gu Shi could sleep and wake as he pleased. After being awakened, Gu Shi only needed a glance to understand what had happened. However, he glanced at the sky and realized that the sun had just risen. Glancing around, he saw that all nearby buildings had been demolished. Aside from Gu Shi's undead hordes, there were no other troops nearby. Is this news from Baiyujing? Yes, sir. Baiyujing just underwent this intermediate transformation, and the results of the Immortal Tower swap are favorable to us. We already have complete knowledge of all 6 of the replaced Immortal Towers. Of the remaining 6, 5 have already been fully explored, and 1 is undergoing final inspection, estimated to be completed in another half hour. Hearing this, Gu Shi's eyes lit up. This meant that Baiyujing could be relocated immediately. If Baiyujing could be relocated at this point, then Gu Shi must relocate Baiyujing and remove it from this game world as quickly as possible. After all, Gu Shi didn't fully understand Baiyujing's situation. He wasn't sure if the switch would continue while Baiyujing was relocated. If it did, and to a Immortal Tower Gu Shi didn't know about, the situation would be dire. So Gu Shi really didn't have much time. This is precisely why, upon discovering this situation, the Black Blood Knight, without waiting for the final outcome, immediately sent his undead servant to search for Gu Shi. Gu Shi also understood that time was of the essence. Upon hearing this news, he immediately stood up, turned, and entered the pillar of light behind him. As for the troops Gu Shi had stationed in this game world, he had no intention of withdrawing them. Withdrawing them at this time would not only waste time, but would also attract the attention of the humans. What if the enemy counterattacked at a critical moment? Gu Shi did not want to end up unable to capture Baiyujing. So now, Gu Shi would not do anything that would hinder his ability to capture Baiyujing. Returning to Baiyujing via the Pillar of Light, Gu Shi immediately felt that Baiyujing was something he could influence. Gu Shi understood that this was because he had already gained sufficient knowledge of the 12 Immortal Towers that had appeared in Baiyujing. Some of Baiyujing's authority had been opened to Gu Shi and his team. If Gu Shi needed anything, he could raise it with Baiyujing rather than, like the humans before him, pouring countless resources into it only to receive uncertain information. This feeling delighted Gu Shi. He understood it as a sign that Baiyujing could be taken at any moment. However, Gu Shi only took 2 steps forward before stopping. He looked up at the sky. Another burst of cyan descended from the sky, accompanied by the intermittent sound of singing. This was exactly what Gu Shi had encountered in the snowy forest. This world's laws of nature were telling Gu Shi something. Gu Shi understood what the heavenly Tao was most concerned about right now, the red dress before him. When Zulong first obtained the axe of creation, Gu Shi had considered snatching it away. However, frightened by the heavenly Tao over there, Gu Shi ultimately backed down. How powerful was Gu Shi at that time? How high was his chance of taking the axe of creation? Even if Gu Shi had tried to snatch it, his chances of actually doing so were not high. As a result, the heavenly Tao over there attacked Gu Shi directly. Gongling Yu might not even have experienced such heavenly Tao level intimidation, but Gu Shi had to enjoy it first. Now that Gu Shi clearly had the potential to take Bai Yujing away, the heavenly Tao over here was likely to intervene. Thinking of this, the head of the goddesses behind Gu Shi also soared a little higher. Pretending to be ready to attack at any moment, Gu Shi charged towards the Black Blood Knight. He didn't even glance at the cyan aura. At this moment, Gu Shi's mind was firm. Capture Bai Yujing and escape. Anyone who tried to stop Gu Shi was an enemy. But while Gu Shi refused to engage the Azure Energy, the Azure Energy showed no sign of letting him go. As Gu Shi moved toward the Black Blood Knight, the Azure Energy lunged directly at him. Gu Shi tried to dodge the attack, but found himself surrounded by the same Azure Energy. He immediately unleashed his Sacred Moonlight, but Gu Shi discovered that the Azure Energy had no intention of attacking him. Instead, it sent a message to Gu Shi. I am dying. I wish to use this white jade crystal and my last remaining strength to save these children. Hearing these words, Gu Shi paused noticeably. Finally, he stopped where he was, and the Sacred Moonlight slowly faded. After a moment's thought, Gu Shi extended his right hand and touched the Azure Energy before him. The voice that came back was the same. I'm dying. I want to use this white jade capital and my last remaining strength to buy these children a chance to live. Hearing this, Gu Shi hesitated. They want to become players? Gu Shi didn't actually want to turn the humans of this world into players. Not to mention that the humans of this world were heading in a different direction than Gu Shi's. The fact that this world had previously been contaminated by black players was why Gu Shi didn't want them to leave. What if they became players, and then turned around and joined the black players' ranks? Wouldn't everything Gu Shi had done be in vain? Perhaps it was Gu Shi's question that finally changed the voice's tone. No, just ensure their safe departure. Safe departure would mean treating these humans as players. But considering the situation of the Feather Crown tribe, the departure of these humans in exchange for a red dress wasn't really a big deal. Finally, Gu Shi said, Yes. Gu Shi agreed to the request. The voice then presented Gu Shi with a map and a picture. The picture showed the game world from outer space. On its periphery, a transparent object, resembling an eggshell, stood. But now, the shell was covered in cracks, seemingly on the verge of collapse. The map, on the other hand, showed the snowy forest he had passed through. It seemed the aura had intended to lure Gu Shi there. However, Gu Shi's mind was solely on Bai Yujing, and he was wary of any plotting against him, so he didn't fight the enemy. In the end, he gave up and went to investigate. But now things were different. When the map was handed to him, there was a hint. My body is there. Take it if you want it. Remember, Bai Yujing is gone. Time is running out. Chapter 3189. As the voice faded, Gu Shi understood the current situation. The heavenly Tao of this world had actually vanished long ago. The cause of death was unknown, but it was likely related to the black players. Bai Yujing was the means by which this world's heavenly Tao developed self-awareness. Gu Shi had cut off the source of the black player pollution while outside, thus stimulating the deceased heavenly Tao. So, when Gu Shi entered this game, he received many related tasks, all of which were the work of the deceased heavenly Tao, who was helping him from behind. Afterwards, Gu Shi cleansed the source sea, effectively clearing the last traces of the black player pollution. This gave the deceased heavenly Tao a glimmer of hope, allowing him to appear directly before Gu Shi and offer him the corresponding reward. However, Gu Shi was too self-confident, believing that this world's heavenly Tao was looking for trouble. When the heavenly Tao offered him guidance along the way, Gu Shi ignored it, and instead ran to Bai Yujing. This ultimately led to this incident. Seeing that Gu Shi was about to take Bai Yujing, the heavenly Tao was forced to expend its last remaining strength and force contact with Gu Shi. He simply hoped Gu Shi could help him by sending the humans of this world out. As for how many to send, Tian Dao didn't impose any requirements. As long as the seeds of this world were sent out, it would be fine. And if they were to be transformed into players, if Tian Dao were still alive, he might be able to negotiate with Gu Shi. Now that Tian Dao was dead, with only his last breath left, even giving the humans of this world a chance to survive was already quite a feat in players. That was just wishful thinking. Of course, Gu Shi could just ignore these humans. After all, Tian Dao was already dead, and this wasn't a mission, so there was no need for Gu Shi to drag it out. But Tian Dao had actually calculated Gu Shi's needs accurately. The image he sent along with the map was meant to inform Gu Shi. If he took Bai Yujing, The strangeness and pollution in outer space would break through Baiyujing's defenses within hours, destroying the entire world. In other words, if Gushi took Baiyujing, this world would be destroyed. If Gushi wanted to return later to search for the remains of World Tiandao, he wouldn't be able to find them. For a necromancer, that was a pretty accurate assessment. If it were anything else, Gushi wouldn't want it. But the remains of a World Tiandao, Gushi was definitely going to want them. After some thought, Gushi finally accepted the cause and effect. After all, the remains of Tiandao were quite rare. And since this world's Tiandao was born from Baiyujing, Gushi felt that this item might be connected to Baiyujing. If they truly missed out, Gushi would be heartbroken. So, after a moment's thought, Gushi opened the gates of Moonlight City and summoned Mary, who was working in the real world. After hearing Gushi's explanation of the situation, Mary immediately laughed. How many days does your excellency plan to give these humans to evacuate? 5 days, perhaps? I just asked the Black Blood Knights, and they're told they should give them about 3 days to process the information on over 80% of the immortal towers in Baiyujing. It's not that they can't process the remaining ones, but we're worried that some immortal towers won't be able to switch to them for a while. So 5 days should be more than enough to achieve initial control of Baiyujing. Okay, 5 days is 5 days. I talk to them, and get all of their humans to enter Baiyujing within 5 days. But where do we put them in the end? Mary asked. After all, if we're asking the humans here to abandon their homes and leave, we should at least tell them where they're going. To simply relocate them without saying anything wouldn't be saving their lives, it would be slavery. But now that we know where they're going, we truly want to save them. After all, if Gushi truly wants to take Baiyujing away, this world will be destroyed, and not a single human here will survive. Let's place them deeper in the game. The factions we defeated previously all have cities. Even though it's been a few years, those cities haven't been occupied. We can arrange for them to settle in these cities. Gushi thought for a moment. Back in the deep game, Gushi had also been on a rampage, fighting the portal, the octopus head, and the war god statue. He had truly conquered many cities. Gushi hadn't occupied any of these cities, he had simply looted their belongings and transported the bodies. Even though over a decade had passed since these locations were acquired, few people were eager to seize them. After all, the depths of the game were vast, and suitable locations for garrisoning were plentiful. Not every location was under scrutiny. These locations were relevant to Gushi. He knew the locations of these cities and their surroundings, but they were not the core areas of his own territory, and they didn't even touch the territory of the White Deer Wilderness humans. Gushi had previously ignored them because he looked down on them. But using it to house these humans now is a good option. These humans can survive strange attacks, and as long as they're given the right living environment, they can survive anywhere. Now it all depends on whether they're willing to leave with us. The path has been open for them, and if they refuse, then Gushi won't be blamed. After all, Gushi has already considered everything for them. If they don't want to go with Gushi, there's nothing we can do about it. Gushi can't just kidnap them all. That would take too much energy. Gushi isn't stupid. So, Mary will handle this matter, and have her communicate with the human leaders, the surviving ones. If they're unwilling, then so be it. Gushi can relax a bit. At most, he can just remind them what will happen to this world after Baiyujing is removed. And tell them they only have 5 days left. As for better treatment, don't even think about it. Gushi hasn't forgotten their attack on him. If it weren't for the fact that this world's heavenly Tao had given so much, Gushi wouldn't have cared about the lives of these humans. After giving his instructions, Gushi didn't linger long, leaving the necessary troops and personnel to guard the area. Then, he rode the evil coffin toward the location designated by Heavenly Tao. Meanwhile, Mary followed the beam of light from Baiyujing into Shangjing City. She first explained her identity and the current situation, then began to lay out her demands. Though Gushi didn't say it, his dislike for the humans of this world was evident. Thus, Mary's demands during the negotiation were much higher. Chapter 3190. 3 days later, when Gushi returned from the snowy forest, he immediately met Mary. "Sir, the deal has been made." Gushi simply smiled at Mary's smug expression. "Oh, what's the deal?" "The human leaders of Shangjing City are willing to sacrifice their lives to ensure the safe departure of all civilians from this game world." Mary's first word startled Gushi. "What did you say?" "All the human leaders of Shangjing City are willing to sacrifice their lives to ensure the safe departure of all civilians." Mary repeated. "Are they willing to do so?" "It's not their choice." Mary spoke calmly. There was definitely some implication from Mary, and of course, some arrogance from those leaders. They all understood that they had offended Gushi. If they didn't eliminate this influence and relied solely on the help granted by heaven, these humans would be nothing but fat meat once they left this game. In a matter of days, they would be wiped out. In the end, Gushi came to help collect the bodies, fulfilling the trust entrusted to them by the heavenly Tao. So they had to resolve Gushi's resentment. During the negotiations, they also understood from Mary's hints that Gushi had nearly died at their hands. This was precisely why Gushi had initiated a massacre upon entering Shengjing. Now, Gushi had been lured by the heavenly Tao into agreeing to lead these humans out. If they hadn't dispelled the lingering malice in Gushi's heart, they might not even know how they died. By dying now, they could still gain a good reputation, resolve Gushi's resentment, and save a large number of civilians. Why wouldn't they want to? So, without even Mary's hint, the human leaders had already proposed this method, simply asking Gushi not to embarrass the civilians. After hearing Mary's explanation of the situation, Gushi couldn't help but sigh. They still have some blood in them. Forget it, let's leave it at that. Liu, please take note. Find someone to guide these people's souls into the Yellow Springs Road and take them to the Netherworld reincarnation platform. Tell Chiotro that these people are bloodthirsty and can be retained. After Gushi finished speaking, he waved his hand and looked at Mary. What happens next? Then it's our most basic plan. We take them out, and all human lives here belong to us. While they're alive, we don't care, but after they die, their souls return to our netherworld. This is the keystone of everything. If they don't agree to this, then there's nothing more to discuss. Gushi nodded after hearing this. What Mary said was right. This is the basics. If they still don't agree to this, then don't take them out. Just kill them and turn them into undead. The humans, I think, have already agreed to all of this. Otherwise, Mary wouldn't have said it so easily. Also, we're taking these humans out by borrowing our passage, because Baiyujing is relatively small, and the supplies we can take away are limited. The humans chose to take some food, weapons, and books with them, and we have to provide everything else. So, they'd be relying on us for everything they have for the next 3 generations. For 3 generations, or 60 years, they all be our vassal races, and their luck will belong entirely to us. After 3 generations, they become our allies deep within the game, and we have 30% of their luck. Hearing this, Gushi fell silent for a moment, though he longed to say that 60 years was too short. But then he thought, these humans had been smuggled out. They couldn't become players, so they could only live deep within the game. While they could gain some extraordinary powers, they weren't players, so they didn't have the system. Surviving for 60 years was already quite good. Gushi was even worried they wouldn't last another 10 years, that they might just perish. So 60 years was 60. Let them survive first. Seeing Gushi nod, Mary continued, because we provide all their supplies and living quarters, 70% of their income for the first 3 generations will belong to us. At the same time, they can research various weapons for self-defense, but we also want a share of any weapons they develop. Mary detailed the various clauses. Each one was well-reasoned, and each one hit the bottom line for these humans. They could survive, they could thrive, but they were blocking the most important path, becoming players. The human leaders readily accepted all of this. They only sought one hope. After she finished explaining everything, Mary added a final word. Sir, leaving aside these human leaders, I have a feeling these humans are united, orderly, brave, courageous, and intelligent. They are a fine race. I noticed that, too. But you haven't noticed one thing. We can't afford to support them. Gushi stretched out his hand, and an ice crystal as thick as a snowy mountain appeared in his grasp. This ice crystal was filled with chill and death, but when it was taken out, it seemed to stir with life. Baiyujing, the remains of the heavenly Tao, requires a loss of luck to be taken out. If you want to transform them into players, you must choose 2 out of 3. Furthermore, this world has been affected by the influence of the black players. Although the pollution has been cleared, the seeds have been planted. It's one thing for them not to become players, but if they do become players, there's no telling when they become black players again. What choice would I make in this situation? Hearing Gushi's words, Mary stopped trying to persuade him, and announced that she had signed the agreement on Gushi's behalf. Meanwhile, some matters had already begun to be handled. For example, the relocation of civilians from nearby cities, and the mobilization of troops. There was a crucial piece of information. The human leaders in Shengjing were unable to contact the human forces on the other continents. Hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but smile. Oh, there aren't many people there anymore, so there's no need to contact them. You keep an eye on this matter. Pack as many civilians as you can. All the soldiers can be taken with you, as well as their doctors, teachers, and scientists. As long as they can arrive within the stipulated time, we take them all. As for those high-ranking officials, they left early after signing the agreement. Mary paused. They left quite decisively. Furthermore, the high-ranking officials specifically stated that their top scientists weren't considered high-ranking officials. All the orders came from them. We hope we won't make things difficult for these top scientists. Gu Shi was silent for a moment. Okay, give them some courtesy, and take them along. Chapter 3191. On Chongqi Mountain, at the game portal concentration point, Titanium Lion was waiting in front of a portal. Just then, Gu Shi suddenly notified him to activate the emergency plan for possible emergencies. Titanium Lion immediately understood what had happened in the game world Gu Shi had entered. Just as he was getting ready, Gu Shi rushed out of the game in a panic. Titanium Lion noticed that as Gu Shi rushed out, a large amount of green energy seemed to surge from his body. This green energy was forcibly drawn away as Gu Shi stepped out of the portal. When the green energy ran low, it also drew away some of the blood-colored and white auras before stopping. After exiting the portal, Gu Shi immediately dodged, appearing 10,000 meters away without a single movement. Then, a pillar of light expanded outward from Gu Shi's center. Above the pillar of light, Bai Yujing, who had been temporarily stored by Gu Shi, also appeared high in the sky above Chongqi Mountain. Finally, I got it. Gu Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the Bai Yujing unfold and stabilize. He knew that bringing a piece of red clothing from the game world would consume a considerable amount of luck. But he hadn't expected that this luck expenditure would nearly drain him completely. It even drained half of his vitality and all of his mana, and that was the end of it. Checking his own situation through means like fate, Gu Shi discovered that his luck had reached its lowest point. For the next month or so, he wouldn't have any good luck. Until Gu Shi's luck was slowly replenished, his good fortune would slowly return. This was all because Gu Shi had his own territory, allowing him to gather luck at a rapid rate each day. If it happened to anyone else, such a loss of luck would likely take 3 to 5 years to recover. But then again, many people would be willing to trade 3 to 5 years of bad luck for a piece of red equipment. Not to mention, the red equipment Gu Shi brought back wasn't just any ordinary red equipment, but a special kind. This item was equivalent to a special city that combined red equipment, special wonders, red buildings, strategic weapons, the ability to suppress luck, and the ability to enter and exit the void, among other functions. In addition, Gu Shi also brought back the remains of that world's heavenly Tao, along with a large population. These, too, consumed luck. This also demonstrates the profound effectiveness of Gu Shi's territory in gathering luck. However, Gu Shi hadn't considered this. In his eyes, his luck had been completely drained, and his fortune would be poor for the time being. Not to mention, Bai Yujing wasn't completely under control yet. All the immortal towers hadn't been fully explored yet. Later, Bai Yujing will have to increase its investment. After determining the status of each immortal tower, orange equipment will be prepared for control. Only after controlling all immortal towers can Bai Yujing be bound. If we truly want to completely conquer this place, it will probably take at least a year or two. It seems we need to send some troops here. Gu Shi muttered to himself and followed the beam of light into Bai Yujing. Bai Yujing was already covered in nether spirit flowers, and the Black Blood Knights were conducting their final exploration of the immortal towers through the Night Blood Road. And within Bai Yujing's 5 districts, silent humans filled the air. Their eyes remained firm, not fearful or weeping. They simply stayed where Gu Shi had designated them, unwilling to move even a step further. They didn't even spare a glance at the undead troops standing beside them. It was as if these undead didn't exist. However, Gu Shi noticed that these humans had a certain behavioral pattern. Although they appeared to be huddled together, the young and middle-aged men all stood on the outermost edge, while the women, children, and some of the elderly were protected in the middle. It was clear that they knew who needed to be protected. In response to their reaction, Gu Shi simply turned and said, "Begin." At Gu Shi's command, his undead began to move. Batches of dispatched messengers began to communicate with these humans. "We arrived. We take you to your place of residence. Follow closely, everyone. There's no turning back this time. There's currently no direct teleportation or transportation between cities. If you go to the wrong place or get separated, you might have to wait until the afterlife to see your loved ones again. So follow closely." Under the guidance of these ghost messengers, the humans quickly moved forward according to their predetermined teams. They all understood their fate, and even though the ghost messengers looked terrifying, they chose to believe them. They believed that if Gu Shi really wanted to kill them, there was no need for such a thing. There was no need to trick them into Shangjing City, and then send them to Bai Yujing. They believed the high-ranking official's final words. They all knew that their chance for survival was purchased by the high-ranking officials with their own lives. As Gushi busily transported the nearly 200 million humans he had brought from the game to the city's plan from the beginning, the portal in front of the titanium lion began to shrink rapidly. It was obvious that after Gushi had taken the most important items from the game ultimately collapsed. The humans who remained within the game and didn't leave were immediately crushed along with the game's land. The strangeness of outer space continued to squeeze in, as if something valuable lay on that land. Under these circumstances, the entire world became distorted. The titanium lions, having received Gushi's orders long ago, immediately mobilized their personnel upon seeing this situation, sending all the items they had prepared into the portal. Gushi's orders had been clear. He had already taken everything from this game world. Now, there was nothing left in this world. Now, taking advantage of the game's collapse, they could completely destroy everything within it. The titanium lions had done a lot of this sort of thing in the past 3 months. They were now quite experienced. As soon as they discovered a problem with the portal, they would send all the items directly into it. Then, the scene behind the portal could be seen shrinking and collapsing. Finally, it transformed into a black dot, swallowing the portal along with it. The titanium lion would then quickly transport this black dot to the foot of Mount Chengxi for burial and suppression. This sealed the fate of a game world. As for the corruption of the black players, any player would understand how terrifying the dead game world is. Black players transform themselves into NPCs for immortality, not to be trapped in endless death. This was how the titanium lion handled it now. The titanium lion didn't realize that as he processed the game world before him, death was watching him. Chapter 3192. When Gushi finished dealing with the over 200 million refugees in Baiyujing and returned to the vicinity of the portal's central point, he saw the titanium lion frantically searching nearby. Seeing Gushi approach, the titanium lion quickly stepped forward and said, "Sir, don't come near. The game world of death has suddenly vanished. I need to first determine where it has gone. It's very dangerous here now." Gushi froze for a moment, about to say something, when he saw death waving at him with a black light in his hand. Gushi smiled and said, "It's okay. Go find it. I won't come near." With that, Gushi walked towards Death. "Sir Death, what brings you here?" "I sensed you were dying and came to see what happened," Death said calmly, raising the black light in his hand. Gushi immediately understood that Death had truly sensed his own impending death and had come to see what was happening. If Death hadn't come, Gushi would undoubtedly have come to see the final outcome of this game world after he finished dealing with the Baiyujing matter. At this point, Death's game world would be slightly stimulated, unleashing a terrifying force. Gushi's luck had reached its lowest point yet. If he wasn't careful, Gushi might actually have died. It could be said that this was the closest Gushi had ever come to death. So close that Death even came to see what Gushi was up to. Why did he feel like he was being killed? Noticing that Gushi understood the situation, Death looked him up and down again. "For the next 2 months, stay in the most prosperous area of your territory. Don't leave. If you move, you die. Look at what you've been doing all this time. It's all a mess. You've been tangled up in countless threads of death. You're truly risking your life." Death showed no mercy to Gushi, pointing at him and beginning to speak. Gushi listened attentively, his attitude quite sincere. Gushi knew that if Death hadn't appeared here today, he would have been dead. What's wrong with being pointed at and scolded? If being scolded can save you, there are definitely many people who would like to be scolded. Not to mention that after scolding Gushi, Death did give him some guidance. Just like now, Death was pointing at the head of the goddesses behind Gushi. "That extra head of yours is good, but you don't know how to prioritize. I've given you the hand of Death for so long, and it's still stuck at orange quality. What do you want to do? And you use the mane of Death as a bowstring. Do you want to be an archer?" He kept on swearing, finding more and more displeasure with Gushi. Gushi listened obediently, not daring to even retort. Only after Death had vented his anger did Gushi say, "Brother Death, don't be angry. Let's go out and play. I treat you. Play with your head. Remember, find a place with good luck for the next 2 months and don't leave." Death rolled his eyes at Gushi. What a fearless fellow, still thinking about going out and playing at this time. But come to think of it, Death is just around the corner. Going out and having fun isn't like dying. "How could I not treat you at this moment?" Death said this and prepared to leave, but just as he started, something seemed to occur to him. Fate is divided into 3, and the others are considered a trinity. No matter which one you support, you get the remaining 2. When they finally merge, the benefits and drawbacks will all come together. Just follow along and don't get too involved. Getting yourself involved won't do you any good. Also, the Baiyujing you captured isn't the only one. This item isn't just any red item. It must ultimately become the only one to achieve its full potential. If you truly wish to keep it, be prepared to make enemies. Gu Shi glanced back at the Baiyujing in the sky. Does Lord Death know about this item too? Yes, it's somewhat similar to the doll next to you. It was created by the combined efforts of the older generation. Huh? Then why would it appear in such a game? Gu Shi was somewhat puzzled. That's the power of games. You never know what you encounter in them. Well, you entertained me enough. Live on. I don't want to come here alone to drag you down again. This time, Death was truly gone. After Death left with a black light, Gu Shi was silent for a moment, then turned to those around him and said, Li Yufeng, please inform them that they will handle everything on their own for the next 2 months. Let Luna and the others handle any problems. Even if there's an invasion, we fight them back. If you need me, just say I'm not here. I don't know what game I'm trapped in. Several thoughts raced through Gu Shi's mind. It seemed he really needed to find a place with abundant luck to hide for a month or 2. At first, Gu Shi thought of hiding in the Pantheon, where he was safe from all attacks. But Gu Shi quickly rejected this idea. Where Gu Shi entered the Pantheon, he would eventually exit. Besides, fate couldn't reach the Pantheon, so naturally there was no way to replenish Gu Shi's luck. After hiding for 2 months, the moment he emerged, his luck would still be at its worst. If someone really ambushed him, that would be the perfect opportunity. Then Gu Shi considered hiding in Aridov or Mirror Victoria City, hiding under an apple tree. He could replenish his luck through the luck of the wonders. But that would make Gu Shi easy to find. If anything really happened, he could just contact Gu Shi directly. And Gu Shi had many relationships to deal with in the real world. Gu Shi was deep in the game, so it was naturally impossible to find him for trivial matters. But if something truly catastrophic were to occur, those in the real world wouldn't be unable to enter the depths of the game through the Genesis Bridge. If that were to happen, and Gu Shi were found in Aridov City, how would he refuse to leave? Gu Shi couldn't just say he had bad luck the past 2 months, and would die if he left. If that were the case, many would surely try to get Gu Shi out. Because only if Gu Shi died, the red outfits he possessed would flow into the inheritance market, rather than being concentrated in his own possession. So Gu Shi had to find a place where no one could find him. At least a place where he could hide for a short period of time. Furthermore, that location had to be a marvel, capable of gathering and suppressing luck. After much deliberation, there was only one place where Gu Shi could hide. Originally, Octopus Head's lair, Gu Shi's secret underworld. Chapter 3193. Under the Octopus Head Pyramid, Gu Shi immediately felt some of his luck being transferred into his body. This was the daily accumulated luck of the Octopus Head Pyramid. Because Gu Shi's attention was usually focused on Aridov City, his luck flowed first to the Corpse Mountain War God in Aridov City, and then to the Apple Tree. The secret underworld wasn't often used, so the 5,000 luck it produced daily was stored. This pre-accumulated luck compensated for some of Gu Shi's consumption. While it couldn't change the fact that Gu Shi's luck was low, it did have the effect of preventing him from dying at the slightest risk. After ensuring his own safety, Gu Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He patted the Octopus Head Pyramid. He would remain here for the next 2 months. But before that, Gu Shi had something else to do. That was to temporarily seal the entrance and exit to the secret underworld and sever all the fate lines connected to him. The passages leading into and out of the secret underworld were sealed to prevent anyone from entering. During this period, even Lingxi was unable to find Gu Shi. To save his life, Gu Shi surrendered all his power. All this was done to prevent anyone from finding him. Previously, the secret underworld still had some connection to the outside world, allowing some people to enter through the Tribulation Road. Now all this is lost. Gu Shi has temporarily sealed the Tribulation Road. It can be said that the secret underworld is now in a state of concealment. It has been directly erased from everyone's mind, and no one will find it for the time being. Cutting off the fate threads prevents anyone from finding him through fate's power. Gu Shi often uses this. How did Gu Shi find this place? Wasn't it because he used the fate thread of Death's Return, a dual red suit resonance, and kept an eye on Octopus Head's progress, ultimately leading him there? If Gu Shi can do this, so can anyone else playing Fate. So now, Gu Shi must deal with all of this. Set up the clover field first. Ensure that other fate threads don't affect him. If it weren't for the Temple of the Gods hindering his luck recovery, Gu Shi would have wanted to use the Temple of the Gods. For now, Gu Shi can only use the clover field for now. Thankfully, it's a special item. Although Gu Shi doesn't have much use for it, and its development isn't high, he can still prevent fate's influence and cut off any fate threads that fall on him. After completing all of this, Gushi did another thing: temporarily deactivate the abilities of his various threads. All abilities related to the threads were temporarily deactivated. Afterward, Gushi used the head of the goddesses to circle his body several times, examining his condition. Death had previously revealed that Gushi had developed numerous death lines, which had startled him. Death lines signify death. Although death had helped Gushi deal with them, Gushi felt uneasy until he had examined them himself. After this examination, Gushi indeed found traces of several death lines. Using the head of the goddesses, Gushi also observed the situation of the death lines. The one that had taken the deepest root in Gushi's body connected to the Hell's Splendor chapter, demonstrating the danger inherent in the name of the Hell. Despite the death warrant, no one knows if something might suddenly fly out and strike Gushi. So be cautious. As long as the matter pertains to the underworld Huazhong, one must not be careless. This one cannot be eliminated, and it's worth the risk. The remaining route is through the Creation Bridge. The final direction is from the Celestials. It seems the Celestials have confirmed that Gushi is the one who will ensure the completion of the Creation Bridge, and their attitude towards Gushi has clearly changed. It's fine if Gushi doesn't leave human territory, but if he does, he'd definitely be attacked by the Celestials. Don't be fooled by the fact that Gushi currently possesses quite a large amount of red armor. But compared to the Celestials' over 5,000 pieces of red armor, Gushi's possessions are nothing. Even if only 1% of these 5,000 pieces are exclusive, that still leaves 50 pieces. They could crush Gushi to death. Not to mention, are there any among them who have already broken through the red armor and entered the realm of rules? If even one of them were to emerge, Gushi would have to use all his strength to deal with them. So, for the time being, it would be best for Gushi to remain quiet. That's understandable, but the remaining dead ends were more difficult for Gushi to understand. Even though these dead ends had all been severed by death, but the remaining things left Gushi feeling a bit bewildered. He really didn't know when he had offended so many people. Everyone was staring at him, and they all seemed to want to kill him. He can't leave his territory, right? Thinking of this, Gushi's expression grew serious. It seemed his reputation was only known among humans. Many non-human forces were still unaware of his strength. After Gushi's luck had calmed, he needed to find time to travel to other places, so that those alien races could also witness his fighting prowess. While Gushi was thinking this, the head of the goddesses noticed that Gushi's death lines were slowly increasing. Without a word, the head of the goddesses controlled the hand of death to deal with them. Gushi, startled, quickly released the strange dragon to absorb the evil energy from him. After all, Gushi realized that his mindset had been off. He had come here to deal with the death line issue, not to seek death by simply asserting his authority. It seemed death was right. He had lost track of priorities recently. The hand of death matter needed to be dealt with quickly. Fortunately, the last pair of death hands benefited greatly from the blood cloud this time. The fragments that had been torn apart initially appeared to be within the blood cloud. Besides the numerous insects that formed it, there was also something strange mingling within. When they were previously swallowed by the two death cities, they hadn't felt anything. But now, things were different. Gushi felt he could capitalize on the strangeness within. After all, the death hands ultimately needed to suppress the strangeness. As long as this was accomplished, the final pair of death hands would be complete. At that point, Gushi's death hands would transform into red, resonating with the head of the goddesses, becoming the most powerful red in Gushi's possession. Before, Gushi didn't have much time to deal with this matter, but now it was different. 2 months was plenty of time for Gushi to do much. Chapter 3194. When Gushi entered the secret underworld, the outside world didn't change at all due to his disappearance. After all, Gushi wasn't the core of any world, nor did the entire world revolve around him. It was impossible for the outside world to stop spinning just because he disappeared. On the contrary, aside from a few factions with close ties to Gushi, no one had noticed that Gushi hadn't appeared for some time. But just 1 month after Gushi's disappearance, something happened in the real world. A race that appeared out of nowhere suddenly emerged, rising from nowhere to 4th place in the real world. For a time, the myriad spirits, celestials, and even humans were all inquiring about this race, the Stone Wings. It was later revealed that the Stone Wings' sudden rise in ranking was entirely due to a reckless slaughter. Originally, the Stone Wings were just a minor race in the game world, but within this game, they possessed a red item of clothing. The Sword of Izal. This sword is also known as the Sword of the Honest Man. Lose it, and you're an honest man. But once you take up the sword, others must be obedient. The implication here is clear. The difference between carrying a sword and not carrying one is enormous. The Stonewing leader, constantly wielding this sword, slew numerous enemies who sought to seize the Sword of Isual, and each kill brought him numerous benefits. Eventually, the Sword of Isual even gained a special upgrade. After a while, one of its attributes actually became a rule. This brought the Stonewing leader to his senses. Now that I'm so powerful, can I lead the Stonewings out of the game world? You know, mastering the rules transcends levels and surpasses the red armor. So the Stonewings emerged from the game in such a spectacular fashion. And upon their emergence, they immediately seized a star region and began bringing in other Stonewings from other games to replenish their population, while also snatching red armor to increase their luck. In just 2 months, thanks to their ruler-level existence, the Stonewings went from appearing to 4th place in the real world. The Stonewings also expanded from an initial population of 3 million to 250 million, occupying 9 star regions, and possessing 6 different red armor items, with 11 unbound items in their possession. In terms of population, star regions, and red armor, they surpassed the other races. While not as vastly outnumbered as the myriad spirits, celestial beings, and humans, they still had far more than the 5th place race. It could be said that the Stonewing clan achieved fame with this single battle. After achieving fame, they didn't rest on their laurels, but instead continued to expand. Their expansion was diverse, not simply targeting the weaker races. As a result, this month, the Stonewing clan officially confronted the myriad spirits, the celestials, and the humans. Challenging these 3 races simultaneously, the Stonewing clan felt no fear, but rather, considerable joy. 250 million Stonewing clan members were transformed into players, all driven by the desire to secure victory in this battle. In the eyes of the Stonewings, victory in this battle would secure their foothold in the real world. Lost population, luck, and everything else would be replenished immediately. Then they could develop however they desired. Of course, if they lost, the Stonewings would likely be wiped out. Not only would over 200 million people be wiped out, but more than a dozen pieces of red armor would also be lost. As for the Rule Master, he might survive thanks to his immortality, but the negative luck he carries will prevent him from ever establishing another player race. In the end, he'd be left alone in his position as Rule Master until his death. However, the Stonewings were confident in this battle. After all, they had all emerged from the game. They believed that the game and the outside world were the same. As long as they were willing to fight, there was no battle they couldn't win. Of course, the Stonewings' belief was related to their racial characteristics. How should we describe the Stonewings? They looked like living gargoyles. They had the appearance of ordinary people, with wings of stone on their backs. These wings could be demon wings or angel wings, but they were made of stone, and once donned, they allowed flight. When not flying, they could be folded behind their backs, acting as capes. In combat, they could be used as weapons and shields. When unwinged, they looked not much different from humans. At least, they didn't look strange. It could be said that their unique characteristics gave them a strong fighting talent, making them a rare unit capable of fighting both on land and in the air. It's precisely because of this reason, coupled with the fact that they usually target attack-focused red equipment, that the Stonewings possess exceptional combat prowess and combat awareness. Once they set their sights on an enemy, they swarm in from all directions, refusing to retreat until their enemy is completely destroyed. And every time they attack, they're accompanied by at least 2 players with red equipment. So, whether they're high-tier or ordinary troops, they possess immense combat confidence. Fighting them, if one isn't careful, they could lose their troops and their red equipment. This has snowballed the Stonewings' military strength and combat confidence. Originally, the Stonewings' sudden appearance had nothing to do with Gu Shi. But as luck would have it, this time, the Stonewings' target for their attack on humans was the White Deer territory. As the guardian of the White Deer territory, Gu Shi was not present. There were only 2 red-suited players in the White Deer territory, Lu Yongcheng, Gu Shi's subordinate, and the other the one who controlled the Jade Bell. While it wasn't a problem for the 2 of them to control the White Deer territory now, they had to notify Gu Shi in this situation. At the very least, they had to let Gu Shi make a decision. But Gu Shi had simply disappeared, and Lu Yongcheng didn't know what to do for a moment. To complicate matters, Mary had also been away. After some thought, Lu Yongcheng simply contacted Li Yufeng, hoping he could find Gu Shi. Li Yufeng knew where Gu Shi had gone. Looking for Gu Shi at this moment was absolutely not an option. Looking for Gu Shi at this time would mean bringing trouble to Gu Shi. But the White Deer territory couldn't be abandoned. Li Yufeng considered it, and finally, decisively, invited Shirley and his god-slaying army to enter the White Deer territory to defend it. Chapter 3195. In the secret underworld, Gu Shi, who had just finished training all his spells and skills for the day, suddenly felt a wave of unease. It felt as if something troubled him. Gu Shi quickly took out his four-leaf clover ring and activated it to examine it. The four-leaf clover ring, especially the four-leaf clover field, displayed all the forces of fate approaching Gu Shi. Gu Shi could clearly see his fate a few months from now. Of course, these were only fragments of fate. After all, these events hadn't yet occurred, unlike past destinies, which were already fixed. Gu Shi only saw possibilities. However, Gu Shi noticed one thing. He seemed to have died in battle. Just 2 weeks later, due to an attack on the Genesis Bridge, Gu Shi was forced to leave the secret underworld early and fight at the Genesis Bridge. In the end, Gu Shi was attacked by 7 or 8 red-suited players, plus one player whose strength was supposedly above the normal red suit level. Gu Shi deployed all his troops, but was still killed in battle at the Genesis Bridge. The most frustrating thing was that Gu Shi saw himself fighting alone at the Genesis Bridge. The promised human guards hadn't appeared, and the human troops from the White Deer territory hadn't returned to join the battle either. It was as if the Genesis Bridge had nothing to do with them. This situation was utterly unreal. The Genesis Bridge was located near the center of human territory. It was surrounded entirely by human star fields. Foreign enemies would have great difficulty even approaching the Genesis Bridge, let alone attacking it. They were attacked by 7 or 8 red-suited players, and no one intervened. This was completely illogical. So there must be something fishy going on. Could they have entered the Genesis Bridge from Beiluyi's side? Gu Shi's mind stirred, and a possibility suddenly occurred to him. If the enemy had entered the Genesis Bridge from deep within the game, this explanation would make sense. But how had they appeared, and why were they suddenly attacking the Genesis Bridge? For a moment, Gu Shi hesitated. He thought for a moment, then, finally unable to suppress his curiosity, he examined the screen before him. The enemies in the screen were roughly between 1.8 and 2 meters tall. Aside from the grayish-brown wings strapped to their backs, they looked no different from normal humans. The grayish-white wings on their front resembled petrified flesh machines. They weren't just for decoration, they could actually carry them into flight, or provide direct defense, blocking enemy attacks, or use the tips of their wings as sharp blades to strike enemies. Their fighting was filled with aggression and agility, yet Gu Shi's men were surprisingly suppressed. Seeing this, Gu Shi's mouth twitched. What kind of fate was this? Were all his troops completely stunned? Putting aside other things, even without Gu Shi, Princess Anna, having already obtained and bound the ghost-eating flower necklace, would have boosted the combat effectiveness of his troops. Gu Shi's men were suppressed by such an army. This was truly outrageous. If Gu Shi weren't in such a critical situation, he would have wanted to challenge this race and teach them the true meaning of the undead scourge. After calming down, Gu Shi immediately unleashed his dragon halo, checking to see if any evil spirits or other methods had affected his mind. He then focused all his attention on the Death Primordial City and the Death Alienation City. But this time, as Gu Shi dealt with them, his mind became increasingly distracted. From time to time, he thought of the fate he had witnessed. Gu Shi understood that this was because he couldn't calm down. It was because his luck was failing. Gu Shi was no fool. If he left now, he would most likely be dragged to the most dangerous place. In the end, his fate would be just as he had witnessed. Manipulated by various means, he would eventually die in battle at the Creation Bridge. Gu Shi didn't even need to leave. As long as he gave the order, various means would be employed to lure him out. The phrase "fellow Taoist, please stay" would resurface near Gu Shi. And then, Gu Shi's fate would no longer be in his control. No, he had to calm down now, and not think about anything else. Gu Shi tried hard to calm his mind. Death had come specifically to warn Gu Shi, so how could he possibly jump out? If Gu Shi didn't still hold an important position, he would have planned to retreat here for a year or two, trying to avoid the current trouble. Even if there was no way to avoid it, he would retreat until the time death indicated, avoiding any involvement in that trouble. In reality, Gu Shi didn't know that some things were unavoidable. Do you really think the Stonewing clan suddenly appeared in 2 months? You're overthinking it. In the eyes of some old monsters, who have lived for who knows how long, the Stonewing clan is like one of the 72 rebels in the North Sea. They were all just background figures before the catastrophe arrived. If you say they were useful, they didn't affect the course of the catastrophe at all. But if you say they were useless, they were truly just a part of the story before the catastrophe began. Without their appearance, the real world wouldn't have been disrupted at all, let alone the catastrophe that would have followed. So, let alone the 2 friends, if this were the real reason, it might not have been avoided for years. Of course, As long as Gushi didn't exhaust his luck like he did this time in the next few years, this incident wouldn't have been his fault. Because this catastrophe no longer targeted ordinary player races. It targeted the top 3 races. Sometimes, a random one from the first or second race would be wiped out. Sometimes, the entire top 3 would be destroyed. Often, the top and second would fight, and the third would be killed. But no matter what the final outcome, the shadow of this catastrophe had already appeared. It would be fine if Gushi wasn't in the calamity, but if he were, the situation would be completely different. You have to understand that Gushi currently possesses many advantages. He hadn't given anything before, but now it was time for him to pay. If he could pass this test, everything Gushi had previously occupied would rightfully belong to him. If he failed, Gushi might even have to seek help from death beforehand. Perhaps then, Gushi wouldn't even need to seek help. The name of the underworld would simply be slapped upon him. Then he could change his name to Death the Underworld. Chapter 3196. But the more Gushi tried to calm his mind, the more restless it became. On the third day, Gushi was once again awakened by the turmoil in his heart. Sitting up, Gushi simply abandoned his current tasks and began circling the octopus head pyramid. However, besides generating and suppressing chi, the octopus head pyramid's only ability to cope with the current situation was immunity to mental effects. This immunity couldn't help Gushi control his wandering thoughts. Even if he could seal this part of his memory, it wouldn't work. For Gushi knew full well that his memory couldn't be disturbed again. He hadn't yet finished dealing with the rules. If he sealed part of his memory at this point, he wouldn't want to interact with the rules again. So, Gushi simply began circling the octopus head pyramid. Gushi intended this action to distract himself. In reality, Gushi didn't realize that the more he did this, the more he was losing control of his thoughts. If it weren't for the death threat, he might have already found an excuse to leave. Of course, Gushi had his own reasons for leaving. After all his hard work, he had finally completed the filling of the last pair of death hands. Now the quality of Gushi's death hands had reached orange +5. At the same time, Gushi could activate the red equipment upgrade quest at any time, upgrading the death hands to red equipment. This was something Gushi had been waiting for a long time. When he heard the news, Gushi's first thought was to activate the red equipment upgrade quest and leave immediately. But the 2-month time limit forced Gushi to suppress such thoughts. But these past few days, because of this incident, coupled with the future fate he had foreseen, Gushi's heart had been restless. These days, a voice constantly echoed in Gushi's heart. Get the good stuff a day early, enjoy it a day early. Get it a day late, use it a day late. What if I missed this opportunity? What if I had other things to deal with the moment I left? Now was the perfect time to complete the red equipment upgrade quest. Besides, he was only completing the equipment upgrade quest and not participating in the battle at the creation bridge, so the power of death shouldn't affect him. This thought kept ringing in Gushi's mind. And the more it kept ringing in his mind, the less he wanted to leave. He knew these weren't his own thoughts. For someone to come into his mind and persuade him, it must be something more than a simple trick. If it weren't for the inconvenience of finding someone right now, Gushi would have wanted to call the orange-clad guard, new nine-tailed fox, to investigate the situation. Of course, Gushi had a better option. Mation's place. However, Gushi was still somewhat afraid of Mation's place. For a day or two, or a week or two, Gushi could still go directly there. But staying at Mation's place for a month or two, Gushi felt he wouldn't be able to endure it. So, from the beginning, he hadn't considered hiding there. Now, there was no way he was going to give up such a good place and run to Mation to ask what was wrong with him. He had all sorts of persuasions in his mind. Now, Gushi could only devote all his energy daily to studying and experimenting with magic and skills. Whenever he had extra time, he would walk around the octopus head pyramid, wasting it all. But the effect was becoming less and less noticeable. At first, Gushi only needed to circle the octopus head pyramid once, and when he was tired, he could go back to sleep. Now, after circling it 4 or 5 times, Gushi was practically exhausted, yet he still couldn't fall asleep. Sometimes, even after falling asleep, various persuasions would still echo in his mind. If those persuasions hadn't been so comprehensive, Gushi might have believed them. Today, Gushi had already completed his 6th circle, and the feeling was still palpable. Gushi frowned, realizing that circling the pyramid was no longer effective. It seemed he needed a different approach to dealing with the situation at hand. After some thought, a thought suddenly struck Gushi. It seemed like he hadn't used his clone in ages. Perhaps this was a good opportunity. Gushi closed his eyes and opened them again. The last trace of the necromancer's aura vanished, replaced by a feeling that made him appear incredibly strong. A fitness clone. Primarily focusing on a fitness-focused enhancement, Gu Shi's strength and physique were instantly boosted. This transformation sharpened Gu Shi's mind. There were many things Gu Shi no longer considered deeply. Now, Gu Shi had only one thought: to remain in the hidden underworld, never leaving, no matter what happened. The fitness technique clone's primary focus was physical fitness. It was important to not think about anything else, to focus on one thing. As long as one remained grounded, everything would be fine. Under the fitness technique clone's influence, the strange noises in Gu Shi's heart diminished considerably. It wasn't that Gu Shi didn't hear the strange noises in his heart, but so what? A normal Gu Shi might have been agonizing over how to handle the situation, but with the fitness technique clone, he simply treated the situation as background music. He simply ignored what these voices were saying. The main point was, you do your thing, I do mine. This approach was much simpler than Gu Shi's previous approach. Before, even if Gu Shi didn't want to listen, whenever those persuasive voices started ringing, he would inevitably think about them. When you think too much, you inevitably have some thoughts. But now, it was different. Gu Shi ignored these voices, and instead felt at ease. In this way, Gu Shi had finally avoided this most serious crisis. Although there would still be some intermittent impact later on, as long as Gu Shi remained true to his original intention and stayed put, no one would be able to find him. In fact, since Gu Shi had nothing else to do during this period, he simply used it to strengthen the layout of the secret underworld. Leaving aside other techniques like the death kaleidoscope, Gu Shi truly used all of them in the secret underworld. Although the secret underworld might not be as large as Chengxi Mountain, judging from the current Yinqi situation, the Yinqi there was far greater than that of Chengxi Mountain. This even gave Gu Shi the idea of building an underworld palace here to house his final life. If something truly happened to Gu Shi, he could be resurrected in the secret underworld and not be wiped out. Chapter 3197. The 2 months mentioned by Death passed in a flash. Ever since Gu Shi opened his clones, things have been much smoother. At least Gu Shi no longer has that constant urge to leave. Of course, due to the clones, Gu Shi's research ideas were somewhat skewed during those final days. While using his fitness clone, Gu Shi constantly used necromancy to enhance his combat effectiveness, at least to strengthen his strength and physique. While using his pathfinding clone, Gu Shi spent 7 days resurfacing the path within the secret space. When it came time for his painting clone, Gu Shi truly did nothing but paint non-stop. When Gu Shi realized what was happening, he realized that many of his drawings depicted future destinies. It seemed that painting wasn't completely useless, at least it was quite compatible with powers like fate. As for more, Gu Shi couldn't imagine. However, during those final 2 months, he discovered that of the 3 clones, the painting clone was the most useful. When the 2-month deadline was up, Gu Shi didn't rush to leave the secret space. Instead, he summoned his orange-clad guard, New Ninetails. I've been experiencing something strange. Could you please help me determine if I'm under the influence of psychic forces? After listening to Gu Shi's description, the summoned guard glanced at the nearby octopus head pyramid, then looked at Gu Shi with some confusion. That shouldn't be the case. The orange-clad guard, New Ninetail's suspicions were well-founded. Gu Shi had always been protected by various means to counter psychic influences. It shouldn't be affected by any psychic influence. But she still checked on Gu Shi's current condition. The orange-clad guard, New Nine-tailed Fox, reached out and pressed a hand on Gu Shi's forehead for a moment. After a long pause, he finally said to Gu Shi, "Sir, why don't you suppress some of your red outfits? Is my situation related to red outfits?" Gu Shi's face was filled with disbelief. "Sir, you have too many red outfits, and you don't prioritize them. Red outfits have their own path and spirituality. Your red outfits can't dominate everything. Right now, only the leader of the goddesses is in a class of their own, and the others are each unwilling to submit to one another." Hearing this, a flicker of speechlessness crossed Gu Shi's eyes. "You're kidding. How could such a situation arise with red outfits? Are they kidding me? My lord, don't disbelieve me. I sense the inner voice within your red suit spirit. Even if there's a resonance and bond between your red suit, the relationships aren't that good." The orange guard, New Ninetail, said this with a serious expression. After hearing this, he finally believed the orange guard, New Ninetail's words. He sat down immediately. "Tell me more about my situation." "It's actually very simple. My lord, among your current red suit, only the chief of the goddesses is officially exclusive to it. The 4-leaf clover ring has only one exclusive path. The rest are all red suit or are on their way to becoming more powerful red suit. Originally, your red suit was a kind of alliance, mutual restraint, with no one trying to suppress the other. The chief of the goddesses is supreme. The bow of death, and the mane of death are as set. The four-leaf clover ring is also connected to the bough of death, the ghost flower, and the mane of death. The magic wand was brought out separately. The relationships here are quite complex, yet a balance is maintained. No matter what, everything is under the master's control. Just obey his orders. But this time, the master's luck has suffered a great loss, and he has fled here again. The negative luck is constantly trying to lead the master to his death. And the four-leaf clover ring, with full power, blocked most of the influence of fate for the master. But there is a problem with the four-leaf clover ring. The four-leaf clover ring itself is not of high quality. It only has one path that is exclusive, and the others are ordinary. After blocking most of the influence of fate for the master, the aftermath of fate produced some special resonances, which formed the persuasion in the master's heart. When the other red-clad people encountered this situation, they also began to suppress the four-leaf clover ring, which eventually made the red-clad people become more spiritual. Gushi now understood. When the orange guardian, new nine-tailed fox, mentioned the red armor becoming spiritual, he was actually telling Gushi that these red-armored creatures had developed self-awareness. Normal people might not be able to sense it, but Epsilon could sense it, every last one. And the several red-armored systems Gushi had previously considered hadn't been finalized yet. Most importantly, Gushi couldn't bring all of them together. After the red-armored creatures gained spirituality, the relationships between them wouldn't be as harmonious as Gushi had imagined. Without a suppressor like the head of the goddesses, the conflicts between the red-armored creatures would only grow. Why did this trouble arise? That's because you've grown too fast, sir. Think about it, sir. From the time you obtained your first red equipment, the nether flower, to the time you acquired the unbound red equipment, how long did it take you? What can you accomplish with that little time? You always said that Principal Liu of Netherworld University spent countless years slowly nurturing his jeweled gloves towards the undead. Even your teacher, Gongling Yu, has been constantly adjusting the path of the demonic sword after obtaining it. But what about you? When you had the nether flower, you considered adjusting the red equipment path. Later, as the number of red equipment increased, you focused your attention on red equipment resonance and the leveling of the red equipment path. Controlling and transforming the red equipment path has all come to a halt. At least you're not working as hard as before. Before, you had abundant luck, so you could suppress all these problems. Now that your luck is insufficient, problems will naturally arise. Gushi listened to this, and glanced down at his own situation. His luck was indeed quite low. What the Orange Guardian, new nine-tailed fox, said was not without reason. Thinking of this, Gushi waved his hand curtly. I understand. You go down first. Let me take a break. With that, Gushi sat back down on the ground and considered the matter at hand. Orange Guardian new nine-tailed fox didn't comment on Gushi's reaction. After all that had been said, he should at least give Gushi some time to think and react. Besides, even if Gushi could make a decision immediately, he would need time to adjust his red suit. In this situation, Orange Guardian new nine-tailed fox didn't need any guidance. Only Gushi himself would know what he needed. After hearing Gushi's words, Orange Guardian new nine-tailed fox disappeared before Gushi. At the same time, he closed the passage to the secret underworld once again. Chapter 3198. 3 days later, the passage to the secret space reopened, and Gushi, who had been in seclusion for over 2 months, finally emerged. When he emerged from the secret space, Gushi's appearance had completely changed. Aside from the head of the goddesses, and the hand of death behind him, all of his other red armor had been hidden. He held no weapons, looking like an ordinary person who had never worn red armor. After leaving the secret space, Gushi immediately returned to Aridov City. It was clear that during these 3 days, Gushi had made a decision and began to adjust his red armor. When Gushi returned to Aridov City, his contracted undead quickly surrounded him. After all, Gushi's retreat this time was not like his previous ones, which allowed for some communication. This time, Gushi's retreat had completely severed all contact, making it impossible for anyone to reach him. Although Gushi had already made many arrangements before leaving, but Gushi had to be informed of what everyone had been doing during his 2-month absence. The first to step forward was Mary. While Gushi was in seclusion, the Stone Wings were attacking the White Deer territory. Li Yufeng had dispatched Shirley, and in a 3-on-2 situation, they effectively held off the Stone Wings until human reinforcements arrived. Afterward, the Stone Wings changed direction, and the White Deer territory's crisis was finally averted. So, the humans of the White Deer territory didn't say anything about Gushi's absence at this critical moment. The human military criticized Gushi a bit, but considering that all 3 red outfits in the White Deer territory were provided by Gushi, they didn't say anything further. They simply hoped that Gu Shi would at least show up the next time something like this happened. Gu Shi simply listened to this advice and let it go. Show up? According to the timing Mary mentioned, when the Stonewing tribe went to battle, if Gu Shi really did show up, it would probably be during his lowest period of luck. Even if he did, he'd still have to rely on his subordinates. At most, he'd just be there for show. On the contrary, Gu Shi's presence would definitely make him a target of the Stonewing tribe. As soon as Gu Shi heard Mary's account, he understood that the scene he's seen of himself fighting the stone-winged enemy at the Creation Bridge was caused by this fateful line. If Gu Shi truly intervened, his fate would undoubtedly be in this direction. So Gu Shi simply listened, not even asking about the Stonewing tribe's origins. Finally, he said, "Yu Fang did a good job on this matter. Next time we encounter something like this, just send out a few red-armored players. By the way, you mentioned earlier that 2 red-armored players from the Stonewing clan could work together in pairs. That's a great idea. We can try this once we have more red-armored players." Hearing Gu Shi's words, Li Yufang's face lit up with a hint of a smile. At this point, Gu Shi turned to Princess Anna and said, "Princess Anna, you are the commander-in-chief of our army. You must be brave enough to mobilize the troops while I'm away." Princess Anna simply smiled and said nothing. This time, it wasn't that she didn't want to send out the troops, but rather, for some reason, Chungshi Mountain had been encountering various troubles over the past 2 months. Princess Anna mobilized all her troops, but still couldn't completely quell the chaos. Li Yufang's ability to transfer surely was actually forced by Princess Anna. Of course, Princess Anna wouldn't explain anything at this point. She would know the details after reporting to Gu Shi. So, she didn't elaborate. Next, Titanium Lion immediately stepped forward and explained to Gu Shi the resettlement of over 200 million humans. Because this was something Gu Shi had planned from the beginning, he had already begun working on it when he released Bai Yujing. So the resettlement of those humans went quite smoothly. The most time and effort involved getting those humans out. Once these humans reached their designated location, they could survive on their own, not to mention Gu Shi had provided them with a large amount of resources. It could be said that these humans had now completely settled in. At least there had been no problems. As he listened to Titanium Lion's words, Gu Shi felt a warm sensation, as if something was being injected into him. Gu Shi understood that these humans had settled down, and that the initial agreement between Gu Shi and them was in place. They would begin providing him with luck. The luck he had previously lost by bringing them out was now gradually recovering. It could be said that Gu Shi's luck had finally returned to normal. Feeling his luck returning, a hint of a smile crossed his face. "What's the situation in Bai Yujing?" The master suddenly left, and Bai Yujing remained where it was. However, the exploration of all the immortal towers in Bai Yujing has been completed, and all 365 of them have been clearly recorded. It was Titanium Xingshi who answered Gu Shi. After all, Bai Yujing was with him, so it made sense that he knew more. "I can prove that." At this point, Li Shiqian also stepped forward. "A month and a half ago, I received the request list for a complete set of orange equipment required for the Immortal Tower. We are currently intensively researching these orange equipment, and have already begun crafting them according to the requirements." Upon hearing this, Gu Shi became somewhat puzzled and interrupted Li Shiqian. "Don't we have enough orange equipment? We can just pick the appropriate ones, and put them in as required. Why bother crafting them from scratch? We tried it. After the orange equipment is put in, the Immortal Tower will provide more detailed requirements. The data is already detailed, including the functions and properties required of the orange equipment. Only in this way can we have complete control over Bai Yujing." Gu Shi nodded, continue. "Also, we completed the preliminary disassembly of the pillars we brought back last time and extracted some red quality roads. According to our research, there are several red roads that complement each other. They're perfect for crafting red equipment. I've been waiting for your response on this matter." Gu Shi asked, "What quality of red equipment can be crafted?" "Ordinary." At this, Gu Shi's eyes lit up. At first, he thought Li Shiqian only crafted fake or pieced together red equipment. He hadn't expected that ordinary red equipment could be crafted. This is no simple task. Even if they only managed to create the most ordinary piece, it was still a learning experience. Once a craftsman crafted a piece of red clothing, it was equivalent to mastering the technique. As long as they had the right materials, they could continue crafting red clothing. What's the success rate? At least 80%. Then fight. Chapter 3199. Gu Shi could understand Li Shiqian's continued delay in crafting the red equipment path. After all, red equipment, unlike orange equipment, requires far more consideration. First, there's the coordination between paths. The growth potential of red equipment its applicability, and so on. Then there's the user's profession. To craft a perfect red equipment, there are countless things to consider. So, before crafting, it's crucial to consider everything thoroughly. Mass production is impossible. For Gushi, producing one red equipment every 3 years is already a significant achievement. Now, upon hearing that Li Shiqian was 80% confident he could craft a red equipment, Gushi nodded. The pillar we brought back this time is a treasure. For the next period of time, you should focus some of your energy on it to accumulate experience for future large-scale red equipment crafting. Li Shiqian quickly agreed. The rest of the process was much simpler, consisting of minor tasks. The main issue was the various events and responses that had occurred in Chengxi Mountain, the depths of the game, and the real world during Gushi's absence. Although Gushi's contracted undead could make decisions, there were still some matters he needed to discuss with him. Gushi also needed to adjust the future direction of development. Furthermore, Gushi believed he would encounter many more such incidents in the future. He still had some further instructions. So everyone discussed this for a long time, until Gushi had sorted out everything. He finally said, "Shea, I've been keeping an eye on the stone wings. I always felt something was amiss with them. Keep a close eye on them, and find a way to investigate their background. Also, Mary, go talk to Lu Yongcheng and tell him that my red suit is at a critical juncture and needs to be upgraded. My return date is uncertain. We will make arrangements for the guards in Bailu territory and Bailu wilderness. After I leave, Wei Hu will be transferred to Bailu territory. More will be transferred to Bailu wilderness. If there are special circumstances, we will have other red suit troops stationed there." Gushi also understood that his actions were wrong. But right now, he had more important things to do. So, he had to find someone to talk to the human leaders and sort out all the issues. Gushi might even have to pay a price to gain a little freedom. After everything was arranged, the death hand behind Gushi moved in front of him. Gushi was about to start the death hand's red suit upgrade mission. Gushi wasn't trying to embarrass himself. He understood that as his collection of red suits grew, as the number of items increased, he had to establish his dominance among these red items. He could no longer, as he had before, simply equip the red items and then ignore them, or let them develop on their own. If that continued, the events of the past 2 months in the hidden underworld would continue. In the end, Gushi might even have to unbind some of the red items to maintain his balance. Gushi didn't want to do that. So, the upgrade of the Hand of Death to red had to be advanced. Only by upgrading the Hand of Death to red, and then adding the Head of the Goddesses, could Gushi suppress all the red items he had on him. Make all the red outfits behave themselves. This is the key to Gushi's red outfit system. Without this, it would take Gushi dozens of times longer to forcibly organize a red outfit system from so many red outfits. So, Gushi preferred to take a short leave of absence to finalize the core of the entire system. After completing this, Gushi would have a clear direction for controlling and enhancing the red outfits. Gushi's subordinates understood this situation, and quickly took on the tasks Gushi assigned them. At this moment, Gushi focused all his attention on the Hand of Death. "Start the Hand of Death red outfit upgrade quest," Gushi said calmly. As Gushi spoke, everyone saw the Hand of Death, floating in front of Gushi, emit a red light that caught his eye. Gushi seemed to see something in this red light, and his eyes shifted rapidly. There was confusion, surprise, and understanding. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Gushi understood how to upgrade the Hand of Death from orange +5 to red. Upgrading the Hand of Death didn't require a specific game, but it was quite tedious. This was because Gushi needed to find the necessary materials in several locations to perform a sacrifice for the Hand of Death. These materials came from the realm of death, the realm of life, the real world, the depths of the game, and the void and the game. The materials Gushi sought were also relatively difficult to obtain. Each material represented a degree of control over death. Most importantly, Gushi had to personally search for these items. After obtaining them, they had to be held by the Hand of Death. Otherwise, there was no way to bring these materials back. Furthermore, Gushi couldn't search for materials randomly, he had to search in pairs. For example, if Gushi wanted to search for a material in the Land of Death, he had to search for it in the Land of Life. After finding one material in the void, he had to search for the next in the corresponding game. As for the other orderings, there was no mandatory requirement. And these materials were also collected in various ways. While following the instructions wasn't too difficult, Gushi always felt there were still some things he didn't understand about the material collection process. To ensure the Hand of Death didn't have any problems, Gushi decided to follow the instructions. After all, the Hand of Death would be the core of his red set. If something went wrong at this point, it would be difficult for Gushi to go back and fix it later. So Gushi had to be serious. It was better to take it slow than to make a mistake at this step. Opening his eyes, Gushi made a decisive decision. First, explore the void and the game, then return to the real world, then explore the depths of the game, and finally process the materials in the life and death zones. The reason for this approach was entirely because the upgrade instructions clearly explained it. After Gushi found the materials, he would need to hold the corresponding death hand in his hand. By the time he reached the last piece of material, the death hand would only have one arm available. While this didn't affect the use of other red equipment, it was somewhat troublesome. Plus, to upgrade the death hand, he needed to find a place with a strong aura of Een and death. So, Gushi simply put the materials he had found in the death territory last. The first materials would be collected from the void first. Chapter 3200. Void Ghost City. During Gushi's absence, resources have been continuously invested in this city. Although it can't be restored to its original state, some basic functions are still available. For example, the ability to move within the void. As for the speed of movement within the void, asking this question shows that you don't understand the void. Those bigwigs all live within the void. Gushi has traveled to the void several times, for example, to find the goddess of beauty. If measured by distance, he is quite far from the goddess of beauty's hiding place. Not to mention Gushi's movement speed, even the speed of the evil coffin is not enough. But Gushi didn't need to go to find the goddess of beauty that much. He could go that day and arrive in a blink of an eye. Why is that? It's because time and space are chaotic within the void. If you want to move within the void, you must know where you want to go and the route you're taking. Otherwise, even flying far within the void will be useless. But once you know the route, travel is incredibly fast, practically a matter of seconds. The legendary place hidden outside of time and space refers to the void. The Void Ghost City possesses the ability to travel within the void, and Gushi's search for materials hidden within the void also has corresponding addresses, making travel quite convenient. Gushi arrived at the Void Ghost City directly by entering and exiting the Death City. Afterward, Gushi, following the instructions provided by the Hand of Death, directed the Void Ghost City to move in a specific direction. This time, Gushi was heading to the Void Asteroid Belt, located in the very center of the void. This is the dividing line between the upper and lower layers of the void. It also serves as a stopper. Cities in the real world that fall into the depths of the game, or games that are destroyed, must pass through the Void Asteroid Belt before us. Those with bad luck might be completely destroyed after a few collisions here, leaving only the debris as asteroids in the asteroid belt. Only those with good luck, or larger cities or game worlds, can knock over the asteroids here and fall into the lower layer of the void, ultimately entering the depths of the game. Gushi had previously experienced impacting the asteroid belt when the head of the ancient gods fell. He had indeed struck an asteroid. After that, Gushi mostly moved through the normal void. Those powerful individuals, who could live in the void, wouldn't place their residences in the asteroid belt. They would carve out a territory in the void and then make other arrangements. Thus, the asteroid belt was the least populated area in the void and the heaviest deadly aura. Gushi's reason for coming here was naturally to search for the materials needed to upgrade the Hand of Death. A bone from a creature called a living beast. The void contains 3 types of creatures: star beasts, void beasts, and living beasts. All of them are extremely large, exceeding 1,000 meters in length. These creatures are quite varied in appearance, with a wide variety of features available. Their functions also vary. Star beasts primarily roam the void, attacking all living creatures. They are considered carnivorous beasts within the void, and will be attacked if encountered. Of course, defeating them can also bring many benefits. Void beasts are different. They are considered scavengers within the void, their primary function being to consume discarded items. Cities that never escape the void, game worlds that were bombed into ruins, and so on are all on the void beasts menu. Living beasts, on the other hand, are found only in the asteroid belt. They are the least numerous, and their diet is the rarest. They feed on things like fragments of rules. As for why there are so many living beasts in the asteroid belt, it's simply because many cities, or game worlds, that didn't make it through the asteroid belt are ultimately left behind. While not every living beast carries its own rules, it's common for them to have a large number of rule fragments. Furthermore, rules aren't as Gushi imagined, meaning that only one person controls each rule. Rules like death, for example, are actually present in every game world. When these game worlds are destroyed, these rules naturally become free and are captured by living beasts. Gushi's goal this time is to kill a living beast. Furthermore, it must be a living beast that has consumed at least 10 fragments of the death rule, and its skull removed. As for how to find and kill this living beast, that depends on Gushi's own ability. The Hand of Death only provides a hint on how to determine whether a living beast has consumed more than 10 death rule fragments, so that Gushi won't kill the wrong one. Gushi's strategy this time is also simple. First, head to the asteroid belt. Then, he would release some rule fragments there. Use the rule fragments to attract living beasts. After all, the asteroid belt is so vast, and Gushi wasn't sure where all the living beasts were hiding. Letting him search the asteroid belt would ultimately yield nothing. But when Gushi brought out the rule fragments, things would be different. They were food for the living beasts, and they would always be able to determine where they were. Release some rule fragments, and the living beasts would chase them. Then Gushi could choose his targets. As for where Gushi's rule fragments came from, the pillars he brought out from the game world last time were filled with rule fragments. This time, Gushi brought out some rule threads, ranging from gray to red. He wanted to try and see if he could capture the most useful living beasts. After reaching the Void Ghost City, Gushi determined the direction, and let the Void Ghost City head toward the Void Asteroid Belt. Gushi then began to inspect the troops within the Void Ghost City. This place wasn't suitable for a normal undead battle. Flying in the void isn't very effective. Aside from creatures and troops capable of void flight, no one else can fight in the void. The same goes for Gushi's undead. The Blood Plague and the Corpse Witches can attack from a distance, but sending them out of the city to fight is unlikely. To truly fight in the void, one must rely on the creatures within the Void Ghost City. So Gushi always had to check how many combat troops were currently available within the Void Ghost City. This would allow him to better determine how to fight if he encountered a living beast. At this moment, the Void Ghost City had already determined its direction and route. The Golden Crow, which had originally transformed into the city's foundation, lit up and headed in the determined direction. Chapter 3201. The Void Asteroid Belt might not sound impressive, but it's actually quite large. After all, the void is so vast. The entire Void Asteroid Belt literally cuts the void in half, and could easily swallow up most cities and the game. Just imagine how massive this asteroid belt is. Gushi definitely couldn't have escaped the entire asteroid belt once he arrived. Gushi chose a location not too far from the center, and directed the Void Ghost City into the asteroid belt. Gushi's chosen location was quite good. As soon as he approached, he saw a city of unknown design floating in the air. This city was only about 1/10 the size of the original city, and the edges looked like they had been gnawed by a dog, with patches missing here and there. Most importantly, within this city, one could see numerous mummies embedded in the walls. It was clearly a city that had fallen, but failed to reach the depths of the game. After taking a quick look around, Gushi said, "Let's do it here." Following Gushi's command, the Void Ghost City moved directly toward the asteroid belt, with a portion of it stationed on the edge of the city. Gushi then began deploying troops, mobilizing large numbers of Blood Plague and Corpse Witch units. All of the troops deployed this time had been strengthened by the Een Dragon battle formation. When they emerged, they looked unremarkable, but when they stood together, phantoms of Een Dragons appeared above their heads. Gushi could tell at a glance that these Blood Plague and Corpse Witch units had been repeatedly strengthened. While any blood disaster could hardly claim to possess the strength of a mythic-level soldier, they could certainly defeat a demigod. And for this battle, Gushi had prepared numerous troops. Gushi had brought out 300,000 blood disaster troops alone, along with 6 divisions of various types of corpse witches. Besides camping in the half-city Gushi had just discovered, they also stationed themselves in Gushi's Void Ghost City, with some landing on nearby asteroids. At the same time, the Void Crow troops within the Void Ghost City also flew out. These troops are a specialty of the Void Ghost City. The original Void Gargoyles are no longer produced here, so the main production is creatures like the Golden Crow. These creatures possess extremely high void movement speeds, can also use fire, and are quite effective in close combat. They are far superior to gargoyles. Most importantly, these crow troops possess their own spirituality, and can be equipped with a variety of weapons and equipment. They are considered the most useful troops in the void. Therefore, the Void Ghost City didn't consider anything else and simply deployed these crow soldiers. Gushi was currently testing the strength of these crow soldiers. At the very least, Gushi needed to understand their fighting styles and levels so he could assign them tasks. After arranging everything, Gushi set up the Blood Thread Net, Life and Death Net, and other devices. Then Gushi produced a ball of gray thread. This was the same gray, high-quality, regular silk thread from the pillar. The main advantage of this item was its abundance. Even if it wasn't used, it wouldn't be a shame to discard it. After producing it, Gushi threw it around, using it as bait to attract any living beasts that might appear. Gushi used gray rule silk thread not because he couldn't afford white or higher. Rather, he didn't know the range of live beasts' perception, so he wanted to expand the bait circle. After all, the asteroid belt was so vast that Gushi's Void Ghost City was like a speck of dust on a table compared to it. It would be impossible to find without careful observation. If the rule silk thread's range was smaller, the live beasts wouldn't be able to sense it at all. In that situation, even if Gushi released red rule silk thread, it still wouldn't attract the enemy. So, Gushi simply used more gray rule silk thread to expand the bait's range, thereby attracting more live beasts. As for what he could attract, that depended on Gushi's ability. For Gushi, this wasn't difficult. If he could attract one live beast, he could attract more. Even if the number of these live beasts was small, it didn't matter. Gushi had already made up his mind to hunt in the asteroid belt for 1 to 2 months. There will always be a living beast that Gushi desires. With this thought in mind, Gushi quickly deployed the threads of rule. Gushi's deployment of these threads was quite smooth. After all, Death's Mane possessed excellent control over the threads. These threads were then sent directly out along with Death's Mane. In Gushi's eyes, he saw a vast net centered around him. However, how to spread this aura of rule? Gushi had no idea. After all, the instructions for the Hand of Death didn't explain how to handle this situation. Gushi pondered for a long time, but ultimately chose the most primitive method: wait. He could set up a giant trap here, and wait for the living beast to come to him. This might take some time, but for Gushi, it was far better than entering the asteroid belt and taking his chances. And Gushi's choice was the right one. After he had set up the trap, about an hour later, Gushi could clearly sense the presence of a strange creature in the asteroid belt. The creature emerging from the asteroid belt was a living beast. However, the living beast didn't look alive at all. It looked like a piece of space junk assembled from the ruins of a dead city. The 2 bell towers served as its eyes, the vast ruins were its scales, and the countless spires were its claws. Its body, like flowing water, constantly moved back and forth between the asteroid belts. The things that made up the asteroids were thrown away before they could even get close. When he saw this living beast, Gushi finally understood why they said that as soon as you see a living beast, you know it has consumed some fragment of the laws. The living beast before him carried the effects of the laws on its surface. Gushi took a quick glance and spotted a hospital, barracks, farmland, and orchards amidst the ruins of the beast. It was clear the beast had only laid down 1 medical, 1 combat, and 2 planting rule fragments. This wasn't what he was looking for. Gushi felt unhappy, but as long as he could attract the beast, it was the right thing to do. So, Gushi immediately mobilized his men. Blood Disaster, aim in the direction of the beast's advance and prepare a lightning attack. Corpse Witch, prepare a poison gas attack. Wait until the enemy approaches. Chapter 3202. The first attack on the living beast went quite smoothly. Gushi's men were numerous, and their attack power had been repeatedly strengthened. Whether it was their weapons or their own men, it was impossible to tell how much they had been boosted. Now, with the addition of the Een Dragon battle formation, their power was significantly increased when they concentrated their fire. The living beasts themselves were essentially mythical units, at most gigantic. In terms of combat power, they were just ordinary entities, not even reaching level 60. Gushi's concentrated firepower instantly ripped the living beast in two. Then, the combined attacks of the Blood Disaster and the Corpse Witch blasted the living beast's body to smithereens. The attacks only ceased when the outer city fragments were blown away, revealing the flesh and bones beneath. At this moment, Gushi noticed that the fragments of rules that the living beast had previously devoured were now concentrated in a mass of flesh, which was slowly transforming into a short sword. It was clear that the fragments of rules devoured by the beast were transforming into red equipment. As for when the transformation would succeed, that depended on the beast's lifespan. At the moment, it hadn't been successful. If the beast lived another 300 to 500 years, this mass of flesh and blood might transform into a dagger, likely useful for healing, combat, and 2 additional planting effects. Gushi felt this item might be suitable for a druid. Unfortunately, now that Gushi had slain the beast, the dagger might never be completed. After sheathing the dagger, Gushi quickly ordered his undead troops to clear the battlefield. Although Gushi had already taken the most important items, the flesh and bones of the living beasts were still the finest materials. Although their level wasn't particularly high, due to the long-term permeation of the rules, the flesh and bones of the living beasts had already been imbued with some of the rules' effects. It could be said that these flesh and bones now reached shred quality, making them the best materials for crafting red equipment. Gushi wasn't stupid. How could he possibly refuse these flesh and bones of the living beasts? After killing the living beasts, Gushi's first priority was to clean up the battlefield. However, the only people Gushi could do were his crow soldiers. This time, none of Gushi's transport troops were able to move within the void, even the Ghost Squad, who had been pretending to be the White Impermanents. Unable to leave the Void Ghost City, the Crow soldiers were the only ones left to carry the load. These Crow soldiers never imagined that they had been trained to fight, only to become transporters. But Gushi's orders had been issued, and what could they do? They could only obey obediently. However, the Crow soldiers soon discovered that the incident wasn't a big deal. While they were transporting the flesh and blood of the living beasts, another beast arrived from nearby. This time, the beast was much larger. If the previous one was only the size of a human index finger, then this one was the size of a human arm. Not only was it several times longer than the previous one, but it was also much thicker. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that this creature actually had 3 heads. And the heads were all made of architectural structures. One, at the front of the beast, resembled a whale's head. Another, at its waist, was small but resembled a Buddha's head. And yet another, stuck in its abdomen, was a mechanical body. All 3 heads had complete facial features and eyes, and with human and animal arms and limbs, the beast before him felt abstract. Is this a species from the void? How did this thing grow? But it looks alright. At least it eats well. Gushi was right. This rather abstract-looking beast was truly wonderful. It had grown this way because it stuffed everything into its mouth. Gushi saw traces of nearly 30 different laws of nature on this beast's body. Most importantly, this beast had no plan for consuming the fragments of these laws. It simply ate whatever it wanted. So, in the end, it had grown into this form, seemingly less agile. Each fragment of rules possessed its own thoughts, as if it possessed 3 heads and 3 systems. Gushi sighed as he gazed at the suddenly appearing living beast. He felt as if he were a living beast. It seemed Gushi would need to lighten his load a bit, and not load himself with so much. With this thought in mind, Gushi waved his hand, commanding his men to attack. This living beast was larger, and therefore possessed greater vitality. Most importantly, with 3 heads, he could counterattack from all sides during a fight. The Blood Scourge's attack didn't rip it apart in the first wave, as it had done previously. While the concentrated fire was just as effective, it didn't disrupt the living beast, meaning it still had the ability to move. So the living beast charged towards Gushi's Void Ghost City. At this point, Gushi wasn't ready to attack, but his crow soldiers were delighted. They immediately rushed out, finally no longer having to act as porters. Thus, the crow soldiers held the living beast in abeyance, preventing Gushi from unleashing his full attack. Thankfully, Gushi had already set up the life and death net, and the resonance of his 2 red armors was still effective. From the life and death net, a large number of arrows automatically flew out, piercing the living beast's body, pushing it back several steps. But at this point, Gushi's expression turned slightly unhappy. It seemed his choice had been somewhat wrong. To defeat a living beast like this, he should have used siege weapons. The Corpse Mountain War God, or Wei, who are the most suitable red suits for the current battle. The red suit in Gushi's hand really isn't that suitable. But now, that Wei who has been dispatched to the White Deer territory by Gushi, the only one who can be mobilized is the Corpse Mountain War God. When Gushi discovered the situation here, he immediately called for the Corpse Mountain War God. But at this moment, Gushi suddenly realized something. Because the previous live beast had been killed, its rule fragments had been released, and a new live beast had appeared nearby. Seeing this, Gushi's eyes lit up. Blood Disaster troops, redirect and attack the smaller one. We have no choice. Corpse Mountain War God, come over and attack immediately. Destroy the hide of this big one. Hurry! I think we hit the nest this time, and there might be new live beasts coming soon. Chapter 3203. Gushi's guess was correct. During the battle, several more living beasts sensed the situation and rushed over. Although Gushi encountered some difficulty in fighting, he exploited the living beast's core weaknesses and encountered no problems. The battle ended smoothly. At most, new living beasts appeared before he could clean up the battlefield. At that time, Gushi had to change direction and attack the newly emerged living beasts. For this reason, the battle lasted a little longer. However, after the battle, Gushi's harvest was quite good. For example, Gushi had collected at least 7 of the short swords that were being transformed from flesh and blood. Gushi had come to realize that living beasts were essentially a crucible for cultivating red armor. After consuming the fragments of rules, They would nurture them within their bodies, and transform them through their internal cycles. Once the fragments of rules had transformed into red armor roads, they would select a part of their bodies, and introduce the red armor road into it. For red paths formed a group, slowly transforming this part of their bodies into red armor. As for whether the red armor would eventually grow within them or transform into weapons and equipment, that depended on their own wishes. Some raised them for themselves, some for others, but ultimately, they all nurtured the red armor. Gu Shi had no problem with this situation. In his view, it was ultimately a win-win for him. After finally stopping the appearance of new live beasts, Gu Shi directed his men to clean up the battlefield while inspecting the flesh and blood they had just received. The flesh and blood bearing the red path before him were truly top-quality red path embryos. Take these things home, add any red materials, throw them into the furnace, and forge them, and you instantly have a red path. Li Shiqian wouldn't even need to do any special processing. Gu Shi could do it all himself. This kind of stuff is truly remarkable. At this moment, Gu Shi was somewhat puzzled. He could tell it was a good thing. So why didn't the races of the real world come here to hunt living beasts? Just as Gu Shi was wondering, another living beast appeared in the nearby asteroid belt. This one appeared smaller in size. From a distance, it looked like all the buildings in a residential complex crammed together. But what Gu Shi noticed wasn't this. It was the sound and light effects on this living beast. A unique red light emanated from the gaps between its joints. If it had been before, Gu Shi would have been confused. But now, Gu Shi could see at a glance that this living beast was no longer just flesh and blood bearing the red path. Its flesh and blood had become a proper red path. But this is truly a gift that's been delivered to my door. Destroying him will definitely net me a red suit. Such a good thing is simply too good to pass up. Gu Shi pondered this as he stood up. Without a single movement, he appeared in the air. In reality, Gu Shi was standing on a blood-threaded net, but this net was invisible to normal humans, making it seem as if he were standing in the void. Before Gu Shi could raise his magic staff to attack the living creature before him, it emitted a strange sound. Outsider, your actions violate the agreement we have made with you. Agreement? Gu Shi was visibly stunned at the sound. No, the living beasts had an agreement with the beings in the void, but the next moment, Gu Shi had quickly moved. Gu Shi then looked at the living beast with some confusion, because while Gu Shi was momentarily stunned, the living beast hadn't attacked him. This situation was somewhat unexpected. Is this a living beast that can communicate? Why not communicate with them? Just as Gu Shi was hesitating, a humanoid figure composed of starlight and purple aura appeared nearby. As soon as this figure appeared, Gu Shi knew he was a being that had mastered his own rules. Every movement he made emanated an aura of rules. After appearing nearby, the figure first glanced around, then turned his gaze to Gu Shi, as if analyzing the situation. Gu Shi's brows furrowed. What was going on? Could it be that attacking a living beast had caused trouble? By this time, the strange figure seemed to have understood what was happening. He turned to look at Gu Shi. You're new here, right? I never imagined a newcomer could set traps to attract live beasts. But this is a truce, and your actions are violating that agreement. Gu Shi wanted to say, what a bullshit agreement. I didn't participate in it, so it's none of my business. But the words were on the tip of his tongue, but he suppressed them. It wasn't that Gu Shi didn't want to cause trouble. Gu Shi wasn't afraid of these live beasts at all. And the more living beasts he killed, the more benefits he would gain. He mainly wanted to understand what was going on here, so as not to foolishly fall into a trap. Wait a minute. No matter what you say, you have to tell me what's going on. You're just spouting off without any context. Do you think I'd be convinced? Gu Shi interrupted the strange figure rudely. At this, the strange figure's body trembled noticeably. It was clear that he was quite angry at Gu Shi for interrupting him. But what did his anger matter? Just because he controlled the rules, did Gu Shi have to fear him? With this thought in mind, Gu Shi's aura shifted, and the mummies in the asteroid belt seemed to be stimulated, slowly raising their heads to look towards him. Though they hadn't yet become undead, they were somewhat affected. It was clear that Gu Shi was actually slowly moving towards certain rules. It was this change in his aura that weakened the strange humanoid's momentum. Gu Shi exuded the aura of death. And who did the rule masters least want to interact with? Definitely death. After all the rule masters claim to be immortal. If you tell this to an ordinary person, they undoubtedly believe it. But tell death about it, and see if you're truly immortal. So, as Gu Shi revealed his background, the strange humanoid explained the agreement between living beasts and outsiders. This agreement essentially consisted of one sentence. Fishing is allowed, but setting nets is not. In other words, you can enter the asteroid belt to hunt living beasts, and no one will bother you. After entering the asteroid belt, it's unclear who's hunting whom. You might just be bait. But you can't set traps to kill live beasts en masse. That would undermine the living beasts' very existence and cut off their financial resources. Gushi's actions were, in fact, somewhat breaking the rules. Chapter 3204. Gushi, understanding the current situation, quickly asked a few questions. Gushi quickly understood what was going on. Live beasts producing red equipment. Anyone who could defeat live beasts knew this. Before a live beast transforms its first piece of official red equipment, it has no brains and is automatically attracted to the rule fragments. Some suppress their instincts and only consume rule fragments that benefit them, while others disregard everything else and consume them all. But regardless of type, they are drawn to the rule fragments and rush directly towards them. As a result, some people specifically use rule fragments to create nests and trap live beasts. Regardless of whether the live beasts have grown or started to produce red equipment, they are simply killed. During that period, the number of live beasts plummeted almost to the point of extinction. This situation made some rule masters feel uneasy. If this continued, the live beasts would be completely wiped out. Where would they find such easy red equipment in the future? So, several beings nearing the level of ancient gods gathered the surviving beasts and made an agreement. From now on, they would only enter the asteroid belt to hunt, and would no longer use bait and traps to capture large numbers of beasts. This was to ensure that the number of beasts would not decrease too much. Of course, the beasts didn't enjoy this protection in vain. Some of them would help those who came to raise the red armor. How would they do that? The person who came could capture a beast and mark its body. Then, they would release it, waiting for it to devour the rule fragments and grow a complete red armor within its body. The person who captured the beast could then return to collect it. This was something the living beasts couldn't resist. But the captors couldn't take more than one live beast. They could only deal with them one-on-one. Only after taking one red item could they set up a second one. This was called sustainable development. It was precisely because of this that the living beasts gradually survived, and some of them were doing quite well. What Gushi had done was a violation of the agreement with the living beasts. However, everyone knew that this was Gushi's first time here, and he wasn't aware of the agreement. And most importantly, Gushi was incredibly powerful. Gushi stood there, his main message: "I'm not afraid of you. Come and capture me if you can." So, neither the strange humanoid nor the seemingly powerful living beast took Gushi's violation of the agreement seriously. In their view, the only thing they needed to do was stop Gushi from doing this. Gushi also took this opportunity to explain his situation. He had come to capture a living beast that had consumed a large number of fragments of the rule of death. If a living beast was willing to guide the way, or tell Gushi where such a beast was, Gushi would naturally not delay further. Both of them were somewhat troubled by Gushi's request. However, they also saw that Gushi truly possessed the ability to easily kill living beasts. If Gushi was not told where the living beast he was looking for was, he would simply charge into the asteroid belt, like a shark entering the ocean. Gushi would attack any living beast he saw, and his speed would be no slower than setting a trap. If that were the case, they would have no way to stop him. After all, as long as Gushi didn't use traps, it wouldn't be a violation of the agreement, no matter who came. So, for the safety of the living beasts, the obviously stronger living beast spoke. "You're looking for a living beast that has consumed death rule fragments, right? Does it need to produce red armor?" "It doesn't need to produce red armor, but it must have consumed death rule fragments at least 10 times. Gushi came here to upgrade the Hand of Death. He wanted the skull of a living beast, not the successfully converted red armor. Even if Gushi took the red armor, it would be useless. Given his current situation, he wouldn't wear red armor again until he had dealt with the Hand of Death. So Gushi simply didn't want the red armor, and instead sought a target that had consumed a large number of death rule fragments." After hearing Gushi's words, both the strange humanoid and the living beasts breathed a sigh of relief. They had thought Gushi would want a living beast with red armor. Now it seemed that what Gushi was looking for wasn't a difficult task after all. "I can find that." Hearing the living beast's words, the strange humanoid knew that nothing was wrong for the time being. He glanced at Gushi and said, "I hope you won't mess around anymore." Gushi muttered to himself, "I don't want to mess around either." Who could have imagined such nonsense existed in the void? But he didn't say anything on the surface. He simply nodded at the strange humanoid. Although Gushi was confident he could suppress the other party, he was still a rule-level expert, and he hadn't been overly difficult for him. He should be polite at this moment. After the other party left, the remaining living beast spoke. "I know where I'm taking you. Gather your things." Gushi said nothing more, waved his hand, and sent his men off to clean up the battlefield. Gushi himself returned directly to the Void Ghost City via the blood-threaded net. At the same time, the various troops Gushi had stationed nearby were quickly withdrawn. After all, there was no need to ambush the living beasts anymore, and keeping them would be pointless. So, hundreds of thousands of troops quickly retreated, leaving only approximately 200,000 blood disasters and 200,000 corpse witches remaining in the Void Ghost City. They would advance alongside the Void Ghost City and attack directly upon finding a suitable living beast. Gushi's final cleanup of the battlefield took about an hour and a half. During this time, the living beast left once, returning about half an hour later. Gushi understood that the living beast was driving away all the other smaller living beasts nearby, lest Gushi kill them at random. Gushi didn't insist on anything. All he needed to do was achieve his goal. As for capturing a live beast to feed Red Suit, that could wait until Gushi had dealt with his hand of death. While the live beast was gone, Gushi also retrieved the gray rule threads he had previously cast as bait. While collecting these threads, Gushi was surprised to discover that, after serving as bait and the stimulation of the live beast's flesh and blood, the rule threads had actually solidified. These could no longer be considered rule threads, they could be considered rule particles or small rule fragments. The quality had also improved. While not reaching the level of white, it was clearly much stronger than before. After Gushi had everything packed up, he looked up at the live beast. Let's get ready to go. Chapter 3205. With the living beasts leading the way, Gushi's Void Ghost City moved through the asteroid belt like a swimming fish. The leading living beast spoke not a word, nor made any sound. This was actually quite normal. After all, he was leading an outsider to steal a house. He was betraying his own kind. Although living beasts weren't very intelligent, this one still felt a bit unsettling. The stealthy movements he made with Gushi were completely distorting Gushi's aura. Gushi felt that if this continued, he might become a thief. Thankfully, with the living beasts leading the way, Gushi and his companions didn't have to sneak around for too long. Led by the living beasts, Gushi had already entered the inner part of the asteroid belt. From time to time, Gushi could see some living beasts moving back and forth between the asteroids. Also, some larger living beasts were watching Gushi from behind the planets. It seemed as if they would quickly flee if they noticed something was wrong. Gushi's eyes narrowed. This must be a living beast's lair. Although it was a lair farther out on the asteroid, was it reasonable to bring Gushi here directly? But Gushi soon understood the meaning of the living beast bringing him here. This wasn't a lair, it was a teleportation point between asteroids, also a means of ultra-high-speed travel within the asteroid. This teleportation point wasn't like those in the real world or deep within games, where transporting tens of thousands of people at once was considered massive. This teleportation point before him could easily fit an entire city. Gushi's Void Ghost City was already quite large, but entering the teleportation point before him was like a small boat entering a vast lake. It was impossible to fully grasp its enormity. When the living beast brought Gushi in, it was actually quite displeased. If it hadn't been for Gushi's initial contact, the living beast wouldn't have wanted to lead Gushi, let alone let him know about the teleportation points in the asteroid belt. These were the secrets of the living beast's resource-grabbing schemes. Normally, the living beasts would hide them if they discovered one on their own. Now, however, they had to reveal it to Gushi, which made the living beast quite unhappy. But despite its displeasure, the living beast still brought Gushi in, and used its own energy to activate the teleportation point. The next moment, Gushi felt as if all the stars in the asteroid belt were flying towards the teleportation point. By the time Gushi realized what was happening, they had already reached another part of the asteroid belt. We're here. There's a living beast over there that has consumed more than 10 death direction fragments. You can go there on your own. As Gushi surveyed his surroundings, the living beast leading the way appeared near the Void Ghost City. The beast pointed Gushi in a direction and immediately turned away, clearly not wanting anyone to know that it had brought Gushi here. Gushi wanted to call out to the beast, but before he could speak, he spotted a unique beast slowly moving behind an asteroid. This beast was significantly different from the beasts Gushi had encountered before. Those beasts he had encountered before were composed of buildings squeezed together. This beast, however, was composed of cemeteries squeezed together. On the beast's back, there were more than 10 significantly larger tombs, each of which contained a writhing mass of spirits. This was clearly a sign of having consumed the fragments of the death direction rule. Over 10 mausoleums should be more than enough for Gushi. Chase after it. After confirming his target, Gushi immediately gave the order. At Gushi's command, the crow soldiers immediately flew towards the beast. However, the beast seemed to have known Gushi's arrival. The moment it saw Gushi launch his attack, it immediately flew towards him. At the same time, a large amount of gray gas began to emanate from its body. Within this gas were many distorted faces. This was clearly the method of the undead. But watching the beast charge, Gushi simply smiled. I knew you would tip me off, but do you really think that's all I have? Gushi could see at a glance that the beast had charged at him because it had informed him of its fighting style. This, in turn, was the key to this battle. So, upon seeing Gushi, he charged directly at him, practically disregarding everything else. From the living beast's perspective, Gushi was standing atop the Void Ghost City, and with his massive size, he could easily ignore any attacks and knock the Void Ghost City over. Then, if he could force Gushi into the void, he could easily suppress him. As for the red armor techniques Gushi had previously employed, he had already inquired about them all. Those techniques were powerful, but they lacked the ultimate, devastating effect. All of these attacks either took time or were too powerful to instantly destroy a being as thick-skinned as the living beast. All of Gushi's attacks had the effect of accumulating fire in numbers exceeding 100,000. Gushi's forces were currently concentrated solely on the Void Ghost City. If the Void Ghost City were to be overturned, the concentrated fire attack would be ineffective. Gushi would then have to rely on himself and the corpse-mounting god of war to attack. The gray aura emitted by the living beast before him was the aura of death. As a marksman-type lord, Gushi certainly couldn't understand the situation. If Gushi entered the range of the aura of death, he would be affected by it. Even if he escaped, he would be contaminated by it and transformed into an undead. The living beast could then destroy Gushi, avenging his brothers who had died at his hands. Then it could devour Gushi's Void Ghost City. It's said that Gushi's Void Ghost City contains many fragments of rules. These are valuable items, even those of great quality, and can be traded. Then, he could exchange more fragments of the death-directed rule, and finally forcibly fuse them into a single rule, ignoring the red equipment and jumping directly to the rule. This way, he would be the death god among the living beasts. Finally, he just need to come up with a name, and he could become an ancient god. The living beasts felt quite happy just thinking about it. The more he looked at Gushi, the more he felt like he was hearing from his companions, an elven archer lord. Although he didn't know why he wanted the death-directed rule, he knew at first glance how powerful the power of death was. Just rush over and fight the archer in close combat. It would be a simple matter. But at this moment, Gushi, who had always been mistaken for the archer lord by the living beasts, raised his hands, and the tribulation path unfolded. 6 strange giant beasts rushed from the tribulation path into the void. Chapter 3206. The giant monsters that burst forth from the tribulation road were naturally undead creatures transformed from the living beasts Gushi had slain through a double death. Though transformed from living beasts, the rule fragments and unfinished red armor had been removed. All that remained of these monsters were their enormous bodies, and the ability to fly and fight in the void. At most, their quality was comparable to that of a demigod, but their vitality and strength were immense. Furthermore, they possessed the ability to fight in the void, and could easily hold down the living beasts before them. The living beasts had never imagined that Gushi was a necromancer. Because Gushi had previously attacked, he had mostly utilized the soul-calling bow and the power of death's mane. He had not used any undead spells. While the blood scourge and the corpse which possessed undead attributes, with the soul-calling bow's power, they were both ultra-ranged attack units. A normal person would at most assume that Gushi simply didn't have enough suitable troops, and was forced to use the tower and cemetery troops to fight. This situation was quite common. Normal people wouldn't think too much of it. It's not like they're purely undead. At most, they just look a bit unlucky with some undead around. So Gushi's character wasn't lost. All the living beasts thought he was a marksman. As for a deeper understanding, creatures like them, mindless and fighting solely on instinct, are actually quite easy to deceive. They're willing to trust information their companions have risked their lives, just as their companions trust them, and will place the heavy responsibility of killing Gushi on them. So when these giant monsters rushed out, the living beast was actually bewildered. He was about to reach the Void Ghost City, when these creatures blocked his path. These creatures were clearly engaged in a battle in the void, as they collided with one another. The living beasts were covered in numerous arms in the form of bones, corpses, and ghosts. But the giant monsters they were dealing with were all pure undead. They were quite familiar with such situations, and with just a few strikes, they ripped off these arms. At this moment, Gushi also noticed the aura of death emanating from the living beasts. Such a strong aura of death was something Gushi had not expected. This was a good thing. Gushi simply flipped his hand, and the underworld battlefield immediately descended upon the living beasts. He then unleashed various tactics that complemented the underworld battlefield. The yellow springs road then descended upon the living beasts. With his body so large, he could naturally deploy many weapons. But as Gushi attacked, the more he felt something strange. The situation of this living beast somewhat resembled that of the Death City. Gushi suddenly thought, could it be that the master who first developed the Death City had come up with the idea after killing a living beast that had consumed a vast amount of fragments of the death-oriented law? If that were the case, that senior was truly remarkable. Gushi muttered to himself as he directed his men to attack. The Corpse Mountain War God charged forward as before, striking directly at the vital points of the living beast's body. Gushi, standing at the highest point of the Void Ghost City, concentrated all his firepower, channeling it into his magic wand. At the same time, a death hand behind Gushi held the soul-calling bow, activating its arrow field effect, increasing Gushi's range and accuracy to the maximum level. Several other hands of death were constantly injecting the effects of their death incarnations and magical explosions into the magic wand's fatal blow. This was Gushi's experiment. He wanted to see how far he had progressed in modifying the magic wand. The results were actually quite good. As the Blood Calamity's lightning, the Corpse Witch's poisonous gas, and Gushi's death incarnation all converged, the color of the magic power concentrated at the tip of the magic wand changed. It had originally shifted from a green laser to its current gray, appearing weak and ready to break at any moment. But the more this changed, the more Gushi felt that this fatal blow was a serious one. Now he didn't dare get too close to the gray light appearing at the tip of the magic wand. Instead, he held the magic wand horizontally, aiming it at the fighting beast. After a moment's hesitation, he selected a spot on its body and struck. At Gushi's command, a thin, almost invisible gray light shot out, striking the beast squarely. The beast's body noticeably paused at the blow. The beast still had the strength to look up at Gushi. Seeing this, Gushi wanted to ask, isn't this power too weak? But Gushi never expected that the next moment, the beast's body would explode, transforming into countless fist-sized pieces of flesh and construction debris. Lightning danced back and forth among these objects, shattering them with each leap. But Gushi's attention wasn't focused on that. Amidst all the fist-sized pieces of flesh and construction debris, a single spine, as white jade, stood out. This vertebrae consisted of 12 segments, each gleaming like white jade. Each segment bore 4 skulls. Gushi, with a single glance, understood that these were 12 fragments of the rules related to death, the living beast skulls needed for this hand of death. After understanding what he needed, Gushi pointed his hand in that direction, and the Void Ghost City flew toward the battlefield still pulsing with lightning. As the Void Ghost City moved, Gushi could clearly sense many nearby eyes directed his way. Watching all this, Gushi couldn't help but smile. Is this a buy one get more deal? With this thought in mind, Gushi prepared as before, a thin gray line appearing on the end of his magic staff. Gushi's gaze then shifted in other directions, now searching for the enemy's location. If another living beast appeared at this moment, it would face Gushi's fatal blow. However, perhaps because the power of the previous attack was so immense, startling all the living beasts, no new ones emerged until Gushi's Void Ghost City approached the battlefield. As it neared the blasted flesh of the living beasts, the white bone lightning hand behind Gushi flew out. Ignoring the still flickering lightning, it flew directly into the battlefield, reaching out and grasping the spine tightly. The moment the white bone lightning hand grasped the spine, originally at least 60 meters long, suddenly shrank rapidly, transforming into a fist-sized skull. This skull was completely white, with lightning pulsing on it, perfectly grasped by the white bone lightning hand. At the same time, 12 red auras flowed out, dyeing the white bone lightning hand red. The Hand of Death's upgrade was 1/6 complete. Chapter 3207. Heavy, so heavy. The bone lightning hand is useless. This was the feeling Gushi had as he retracted the bone lightning hand. The entire bone lightning hand was incredibly heavy. Although it floated behind Gushi, it didn't move freely as usual. Instead, it hung down, unable to move at all. At the same time, the bone lightning ghost domain corresponding to the bone lightning hand couldn't be opened. Looking inside, one could only see a large amount of red light moving back and forth within the bone lightning ghost domain. This was the bone lightning hand turning red. Gushi also noticed that this red light was being continuously devoured. At this point, Gushi finally understood why the Death Hand's red upgrade required death-directed rule materials. This was adding energy and materials to the Death Hand's red path. Without even thinking, just a glance at Gushi told him that if the next 5 Death Hands were like this, there was an 80% chance that the final upgrade to red equipment would yield a unique red item. 2 unique resonance items would be enough to form the core of Gushi's red equipment. Gushi finally felt at ease. This way, the biggest problem with Gu Shi's red armor was solved. From now on, Gu Shi only needed to focus on his own growth. The red armor would no longer be a problem for him. Thinking of this, Gu Shi's heart settled somewhat. After Gu Shi took the spine, the lightning that flickered across the battlefield vanished. Only flesh, bone fragments, and construction debris remained. Gu Shi glanced at it and casually said, "We have half an hour to clean up the battlefield. Once we're done, we leave." At Gu Shi's command, the Crow soldiers flew out again to carry the items before them. This time, however, Gu Shi didn't send them back to Arida's city via the Tribulation Road. Instead, he had the Void Ghost City consume them on the spot. After all, the Void Ghost City had accompanied him on this battle, so they had to give him some benefits. The corpses of the living beasts had all been sent to Arida's city, and now, naturally, they would be used to strengthen the Void Ghost City. As Gu Shi waited, he noticed that the asteroid belt occasionally cast a glance at him, but upon noticing Gu Shi's condition, these glances quickly retracted. The living beasts didn't seem to expect Gu Shi to dispose of the beast in such a short time. This was completely different from their original plan. They had initially planned for the living beasts to kill Gu Shi, avenging their lost companions. But now, they could only watch, unsure of what to do. Just then, the battlefield was almost cleared. Gu Shi felt another gaze on him. Without a second thought, Gu Shi raised his hand, his magic staff transforming the gathered magic into gray lines, and launched it in that direction. This time, however, Gu Shi's strike missed, landing on a nearby city ruin. After completing the attack, Gu Shi addressed the direction of the previous attack. "Come out, or the next blow will hit you." At that moment, the roar of a living beast echoed in the distance. "What do you want to do? We already brought you to the right place." "What? You only brought me here. Where's the way back? Do you think I should charge out now?" Gu Shi was so angry that he laughed. The beasts finally realized that they had initially assumed they knew Gu Shi's situation, and had chosen a method to restrain him, so they could definitely kill him here. So, the beasts hadn't even considered telling Gu Shi how to leave after the fight. In their minds, Gu Shi was already dead, so why would they even consider leaving? But they had never imagined that Gu Shi would actually kill the powerful warrior they had chosen. Most importantly, Gu Shi's current location was at the very core of the asteroid belt. If Gu Shi were to act recklessly here, the beasts would be severely damaged. No one would be able to come to their aid. Faced with this situation, the beasts who were monitoring everything nearby, they were all startled. It took them a long time to realize what was happening. But they also understood that Gu Shi couldn't wait much longer, so they finally squeezed out a living beast and asked him to come out and take Gu Shi away. Looking at the small living beast, only a little over 1,000 meters long, with only a trace of a rule fragment on its body, Gu Shi sneered disdainfully. It seemed that the living beasts were frightened by Gu Shi's attack. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so cautious. Under normal circumstances, Gu Shi might have circled here a little longer. But right now, Gu Shi's goal was to quickly complete the upgrade of the Hand of Death, and he had no time to pay attention to this. Otherwise, with the living beasts behaving like this, no one would say anything even if Gu Shi slaughtered them here without hesitation. And after being suppressed by Gu Shi, the living beasts were quite obedient. After sending a weak beast to lead the way, no one dared to spare Gu Shi a second glance. Even in the area Gu Shi was about to pass, no beasts dared to appear. It was completely different from before, when the beasts led the way, and smaller beasts could be seen. Gu Shi knew what was going on immediately. They had previously assumed Gu Shi was doomed, so there was no need to hide anything. Now that Gu Shi had demonstrated his formidable strength, they naturally wouldn't risk their lives. When they led Gu Shi to the edge of the asteroid belt, the beast leading the way quickly fled, fearing that if they slowed down, Gu Shi would kill them instantly. Watching the beasts like this, Gu Shi shook his head and smiled. They really didn't need to act like this. Gu Shi simply didn't have time for such matters right now. Retreat to the Genesis Bridge, strengthen yourselves, and wait. After the beasts had departed, Gu Shi gave his orders to the Void Ghost City. Afterward, Gu Shi activated the power of the red thread of the underworld, and leaped directly back into Arida's city. At this moment, Arida's city was constantly watching the battle unfold on Gu Shi's side. When Gu Shi returned, his men quickly surrounded him, especially Titanium Lion. He knew full well that Gu Shi had first traveled to the Void, and next he would be heading into the game. This was the location corresponding to the Void. For the past few days, Titanium Lion had been selecting suitable game worlds according to Gu Shi's instructions. Now, upon Gu Shi's return, Titanium Lion rushed over. After Gu Shi's men reported their work and received new orders, Titanium Lion finally arrived before Gu Shi. "Sir, I have selected 3 game worlds as you requested. Here are the details of each world. Gushi took the information, glanced at it, and then pointed to one resource and said, "This world is very interesting." Chapter 3208. In a lush forest, Gushi, who had just entered the game, surveyed the world before him. Outside, people always said Gushi was an elf archer. But in reality, Gushi had come into contact with various races to some extent, though elves were the only ones he had relatively little contact with. Gushi rarely encountered elves, Pegasus, tree people, unicorns, and the like. And shortly after arriving in this world, Gushi saw several figures flash through the nearby trees. Gushi's goal in the game world, corresponding to the void, was to search for the essence of death within the game, a piece of soul representing the source of death. Of course, Gushi chose this world not because he wanted to see what elves looked like, but rather, it was because of something Titanium Lion had discovered. The elves in this world were immortal. If there was no war, they would not die and would live forever. If they died in war, they would transform into a special tree spirit, absorbed by nearby trees, and transformed into new elves. There was no need for reincarnation. In other words, this world has relatively few rules related to death. Forget the underworld. Even the concept of death might not exist. If the soil representing the source of death were found here, its essence would be the purest. It was precisely for this reason that Gushi selected this game world from the 3 most suitable ones. It wasn't at all because of the gossip Titanium Lion had recorded at the end of the data. For example, because they lived for so long, many elves have brain problems, and tend to indulge in imaginary things. After entering the game world, Gushi didn't bother looking at the pop-up mission. He stood up and flew to the top of a nearby tree to check his direction. This was a habit Gushi had developed. Upon entering a game world, he first confirmed his direction before deciding where to go. However, as he reached the treetop, he noticed something. Although the tree before him was only the size of a bowl, it gave Gushi the impression of having lived for an incalculable amount of time. This discovery prompted Gushi to crouch down, turning over the leaves and branches, curiously examining the area. But just then, a snow-white squirrel suddenly darted past him. Gushi reached out and snatched the squirrel away. With just one glance, Gushi understood the situation. The squirrel's white fur wasn't due to a color change, but rather to the fact that it had lived for so long that its fur had turned white, yet it hadn't yet died of old age. This, combined with the condition of the tree before him, gave Gushi a feeling. This was the most fundamental aspect of this world. Immortality, but decay. This was the first time Gushi had looked at a game world from its roots, without any intertwined worldviews from within the game. Instead, he delved directly into the very essence of this game world. Because this world has no death, life is constantly growing. Therefore, this world developed in a different way. After a tree reaches a certain size, it no longer grows taller or larger, but becomes more solid, its leaves and bark thickening until they become as hard as steel. The small animals here continue to grow, never dying even after aging. But then Gushi suddenly had a thought, and he dropped to the ground, rapidly rolling over it. Gushi knew clearly that something was wrong. Even if elves and tree people could live forever, and Pegasus and unicorns could survive on grass, there would always be carnivores that ate meat. What did they eat? There must be something else behind this world. It's just that Gushi hadn't discovered it yet. Thinking of this, Gushi's heart stirred, and the nether spirit flower fell from his hand. Then, a wave of Yin energy quickly rose around Gushi, but it only rose slightly before quickly fading. The Yin-Yang transformation had failed. Not that it was a failure, but that this underworld was no different from the living world. Both were devoid of Yin and death energy. This situation was quite baffling. Without Yin and death energy, could it still be called the underworld? Unwillingly accepting this, Gushi quickly deployed the soul summoning tower and, with the tower as a center, began to summon spirits. This time, Gushi used the Yin energy and souls he had brought with him. The necromancy spread outward, but failed to summon any undead. It wasn't because of a lack of souls or Yin Chi, nor was it because Gushi's Ghost King Cloak and Blood Calamity Aura weren't effective. It was simply that no bodies or bones had been found in the woods. Gushi didn't know what to say about this situation. Faced with the situation, Gushi was at his wit's end. As a necromancer, encountering this world of immortality and decay, Gushi didn't know what to do. Luckily, at that moment, the sound of flapping wings suddenly echoed in the sky. Gushi looked up and saw a black Pegasus soaring overhead. This Pegasus was a very normal, ordinary Pegasus, the kind with wings on its body. It flew quite fast, but its color didn't look very elf-like. Gushi had assumed elves favored white or green. He hadn't expected a black creature to appear. As the Pegasus flew by, a thought flashed through his mind. I wonder what's going on here. I should ask someone. The creatures here have lived for so many years, so they should have some spirituality and be able to speak. It doesn't matter if they can't speak, necromancers can make corpses speak. At this moment, the hand of death behind Gushi quickly raised its life-threatening bow and fired an arrow in the direction of the Pegasus that had just flown by. The Pegasus had no idea that it had simply flown for a bit to relax, yet it had become a target. It was still flying forward. Just as it was enjoying its flight, an arrow shot from behind it, piercing the back of its head. This spot was a fatal wound. The Pegasus merely shuddered before plummeting heavily from the sky to the ground. Gushi then arose and headed towards the Pegasus. At the same moment, the knight's blood path opened outward, and from it burst an undead wolf. Gushi glanced at the creature, said nothing, and landed directly beside the Pegasus's corpse. The undead wolf was the undead transformed by the Pegasus through the knight's blood path. It was a bit of a shame, though. If the Pegasus had an elf riding on its back, they could both transform into black blood knights. Unlike now, it could only transform into an undead wolf. While still undead, communication with them was not as easy as with humanoid undead. While examining the Pegasus's corpse, Gushi questioned the undead wolf about the forest. Chapter 3209. Although he hadn't specifically focused on improving, Gushi had already reached a relatively high level in the basic necromancer abilities. Passive skills, like corpse construction and bone research, were already approaching level 40. Even without the right tools, Gushi could easily dismantle such a corpse. With just a few strokes, the Pegasus's corpse was disassembled into various parts and placed aside. Of course, Gushi wasn't a butcher or a biologist, he was a necromancer. So, his treatment of these parts was the undead way. He didn't sort things by edible parts like a butcher, nor by organs like a biologist. Gushi sorted them by blood, flesh, and bones and placed them aside. Then he carefully examined each piece. After examining every bit of flesh and bone, Gushi let out a long sigh. Just as he had sensed, the foundation of this world was immortality, but there was also another aspect, aging. The creatures in this world weren't like those in the void, where age and strength increased with age. On the contrary, due to living too long, some beings that weren't originally immortal began to experience internal decay. Just like these bones and internal organs now, the bones were as brittle as glass, shattering into powder when dropped from the sky. If it weren't for Gushi's exceptional expertise, there might have been no way to put them back together. At the same time, the inherent characteristics of Pegasus were also lost due to immortality. According to the information Gushi had obtained, Pegasus' bones were originally supposed to be hollow. This allowed Pegasus to fly more easily. But the bones of the Pegasus before him were clearly not like that. The bones Gushi had pieced together were flat. They looked as if they had been overused, formed piece by piece under immense pressure. It could be said that under certain influences, the very essence of the Pegasus's body had changed. Gushi also discovered that the Pegasus's fur was originally white, but the Pegasus had used some means to change it to black. It's unclear whether this was an attempt to highlight its personality or to transform itself. It seems that immortality brings not only decay, but also the loss of these life forms' original characteristics. However, the samples before him were few, and Gushi couldn't tell whether this Pegasus was a unique case or a universal phenomenon. It seemed that he had to find more samples to examine. It would be best if he could find the elves or tree people of this world. After being killed, they transformed into humanoid undead, and they could still speak to some extent. Unlike the undead wolf now, Gushi would have to guess at its response whenever Gushi asked. Gushi wasn't a master of guessing games, and he didn't have the energy to guess the thoughts of the undead. At the moment, Gushi had only learned about the nearby elves from the undead wolf. As for places farther away, or information even further afield, that was beyond Gushi's reach. After all, you couldn't expect a horse to know the context of this world. It knew where the nearby elves were because it flew through the sky every day and saw them regularly. Any other animal might not even know the surrounding terrain. After collecting all the flesh and blood, Gushi let the undead wolf lead the way, while he himself drove the evil coffin toward the elves' location. Gushi's initial thought was to capture a few tongues. It didn't matter if they were living elves or dead, as long as they could be questioned about the situation, Gushi would use them. But as he approached the elf hut, Gushi felt something was amiss. The hut the undead wolf was referring to wasn't deep in the woods. Elves don't all live in trees. These elves had cut down many trees, and used them to build their huts. They carved a sun belt around the huts, allowing sunlight to reach the ground and making the clearing before them a vibrant array of colors. That's right, vibrant colors. When Gushi arrived near the clearing, he saw more colors than a rainbow. The ground was covered with petals of various colors and a thick layer of pollen. Meanwhile, vibrantly colored mushrooms grew in the sunlight, and the wind blew up a variety of powders. These powders, under the sunlight, were a riot of color. Looking at them, it felt like entering a multicolored mist. However, it wasn't this that caught Gushi's attention. It was an elf lying flat in the middle of the clearing, basking in the sun. It was a female elf, her bluish-gray skin smeared with powder. If it weren't for her pointed ears and her figure, Gushi wouldn't have mistaken her for an elf. And this female elf was clearly in a state of excitement. Although she was wearing clothes, they were twisted beyond recognition. At the sound of Gushi approaching, the elf raised her head and gave him a vague glance. Then her eyes lit up, and she half raised herself and waved at him. Another green little man, looking so strong. So many arms. He must be a multi-armed orc. Only orcs would be so perverted, adding arms to themselves. That's it. Come here, I'm not afraid of you. If you dare, pin me to the ground. Gushi listened, sweat dripping from his forehead. Some part of his body was green. This was clearly the result of being high from toxic mushrooms. Although I heard that the elves in this world like to imagine things, there's really no need for that. It's still daytime. How high must he be on food? Looking at the situation before him, Gushi didn't even bother to approach the open space. He waved his hand, and the undead wolf leading the way rushed in, dragging the elf from the clearing into the nearby woods. The elf reacted somewhat as the undead wolf dragged her. But she simply raised her eyes. It's a dog. It's a dog. I'm about to be dragged into the woods by a dog. They surely envy me if they know. Hearing this, Gushi wanted to kill the elf with a single blow. What kind of world is this? At first, Gushi had thought that this world was merely normal in that it lacked death. But now it seemed that this world itself was a problem. How could such an elf exist? The legendary dark elves beneath the earth were purer than this kind of creature. These guys must be crazy. Asking them, could they really know the truth about this world? Gushi was momentarily skeptical. Chapter 32:10. The elf dragged from the forest clearing by the undead wolf showed no sign of regaining consciousness. Seeing Gushi approach, it even attempted to wrestle him to the ground. The words it spoke reeked of romance novels. However, these weren't about domineering white-haired girls, but rather about sturdy orcs and lithe elves. Most importantly, the elf had clearly consumed too many poisonous mushrooms, and couldn't distinguish reality from illusion. Forget telling Gushi the relevant information, even her words couldn't be articulated. Gushi spent the better part of a day slaying the elf. She summoned an undead servant from the Knight's Blood Road, and began to inquire about the world before her. Compared to the howling undead wolf, the undead servant knew far more. At the very least, the elf that was slain had lived for tens of thousands of years, and had witnessed the great wars of ancient times. The elf might have forgotten many things, but through the undead's profound recollection technique, everything was recalled. Even with their incredibly clear minds, the idea of not being able to distinguish reality from illusion simply didn't exist. From the undead attendant's situation, Gushi learned some things about this world. That is, this world actually existed from the beginning. It was only later that the elves received some kind of enhancement, rising from the immortal species to the immortal species. In other words, their lifespans went from 1,000 to 3,000 years, directly to the level of immortality. After becoming immortal species, the elves fell. They truly didn't want to do anything. After all, a lifespan of 1 or 2,000 years could still end, and they worried about what they might not accomplish. But since they were all immortal, as long as they didn't commit suicide, they wouldn't die. They could study whenever they wanted, without having to rush. And because they were immortal, their bodies wouldn't age, so they had a lot more to do. Things like falling from the sky and landing on a tree. Things like exploring a volcano's crater. The elves had all tried it. On the other hand, the elf just killed by Gushi was a relatively docile elf. At least, he didn't commit suicide. At most, he was just pursuing some illusory things. Oh, and of course, he also wanted to transform himself. But that wasn't the most important thing in the ancient times. The most important thing was that after the elves became immortal, they had a period of more fun. So, besides the elves, all other races in this world also became immortal. Because everyone was immortal, death gradually disappeared from this world. This elf hadn't heard the word death in tens of thousands of years. If Gushi hadn't killed the elf this time, even if they'd been brutally brutal, an elf's physique would have recovered in less than 2 days. Gushi's night blood path wouldn't have directly transformed an undead. Hearing this, Gushi became curious. He held up the female elf's corpse and shook it with disdain. With just this little bit of rotten flesh, how can it be healed so quickly? Gushi couldn't comprehend it at all. However, the undead attendant stated with certainty that the elves in this world could indeed recover quickly. Even if their means of restoring vitality involve overdrawing their own life force, it's still the same. But do they truly care about life? Don't forget they're immortal. So this is the situation in this world. The entire world is in a state of immortality. To maintain ecological balance, many essential functions have gradually been lost. Life has begun to develop in a different direction. Just as Gushi had observed, all animals cease to grow and thrive after a certain age. Behind immortality, there's decay. But Gushi had heard something from the undead servants. That is, in the very beginning, this game world actually existed in death. This realization made Gushi's eyes light up. There was death before, which meant there was the underworld. But because the elves had transformed the entire world into immortality, there was no underworld or death here. But traces of the past could always be found. If he could find the underworld or a previous death, Gushi would be rich. Gushi understood that death wouldn't just be erased. Death, which was supposed to pervade this game world, has now been relegated to its source. This offers Gushi a benefit. All death in the entire game world is now concentrated on a single point. This is something other game worlds can't achieve. But Gushi had a thought. If he took away this portion of death, would the elves in this world go from immortal to undeath? Come to think of it, it's true. These elves are winning without even realizing it. From the initial immortal species, which could live for 2,000 or 3,000 years, to the immortal species, which can live for tens of thousands of years. Now, Gushi is going to remove death from this world, and based on the current situation, Gushi can do so completely. Unlike the others, who can only take a portion or a small portion. In this way, these elves will once again become immortal. This is truly a step-by-step climb to the level of demigod or myth. Of course, Gushi has no time to dwell on this now. After learning about the existence of the underworld and death, Gushi immediately took action. You can't find the underworld by switching between yin and yang, right? Then use a more professional method. The red line of the underworld. This is a method for jumping from the living world to the underworld. Gushi now has his target set. Not jumping to Gushi's own underworld, but to the underworld of this world. After this jump, Gushi felt his vision go dark. He seemed to still be in the woods before him, but time suddenly jumped to night, and a purple moon appeared in the sky. Moonlight fell on a pool deep within the woods. The pool before him didn't look too large, about the size of a normal bathtub. It was made entirely of stone, with many strange patterns carved into the stone. A dark purple liquid, like mercury, flowed through it. As he headed toward the pool, Gushi could just see the pattern on the stone. Seeing it, Gushi couldn't help but smile. Others might not recognize it, but Gushi knew it clearly. It was the nearly formed word of death. However, this wasn't something anyone had researched. Rather, the death of the entire game world had been squeezed onto this stone, and it had naturally formed. Chapter 32:11. Gushi tilted his head to glance at the lines on the stone beside the pool, trying to identify them. These were unfinished death characters. To Gushi, they were like modern people reading ancient Chinese characters. They could recognize them, but they still had to guess at their meaning. With a little time, one could more or less guess. Just by staring at the lines on the stone, Gushi understood the nature of the pool before him. There was no need to ask anyone as before. In fact, no matter who came here, they would never have guessed that the bathtub-sized pool before them was the underworld of this world. Because it no longer contained the aura and power of death, this pool had begun to absorb yin qi to sustain itself. As for the source of yin qi, it certainly couldn't come from this world's yang world. The underworld was almost gone, so where could the yang world get yin qi? The final destination for yin qi became this world's moon. They were drawing some yin qi from the moon to sustain the last of the underworld. After understanding the situation, Gushi took 2 steps forward, quickly reaching the pool and pressing his hand down on the purple, mercury-like liquid within. With this press, Gushi felt a strange aura emanate outward, as if attempting to eject his hand. In that instant, Gushi understood the nature of the liquid within the pool. Yin qi, condensed into liquid form, was a substance that even Gushi possessed in relatively limited quantities. However, what truly astonished Gushi wasn't this, but the power hidden behind the yin qi. Gushi had never imagined that the core of the underworld before him was immortality, not the death, undead, or spirits common in the normal underworld. The core of an underworld is immortality. If this underworld doesn't shrink, who will? If this happened to Gushi, it would be gone in a matter of minutes. While complaining about the situation, Gushi reached out to the pool of water in front of him from other directions. But the water seemed to have a spirit, constantly resisting Gushi's contact. Every time Gushi made contact, the water would bounce back at Gushi's hand, preventing him from getting closer. If Gushi got anxious, some of the liquid would even transform into sharp teeth or a large mouth to bite Gushi's hand. If an ordinary necromancer encountered such a situation, he would probably be at a loss as to how to handle it. But who was Gushi? A ghost saint of the underworld. A ghost saint's greatest ability was to awaken spirits, especially the undead. The situation before him was exactly what Gushi was best at. How could Gushi not see that even this tiny pool of water already had independent intelligence? Its resistance to Gushi stemmed from Gushi's direct disdain and his desire to take over the entire underworld. The most important point was that this spiritual intelligence was incredibly clever. Gushi's netherworld ghost saint's enlightenment only targeted individual undead spirits. Despite the small size of the pool before him, it was a whole underworld. The spiritual intelligence was also calculated based on the underworld. In other words, despite its small size, it represented the entire underworld. Its status was undoubtedly equal to that of Gushi's former underworld king. After a few attempts, Gushi became even more energized. If he wasn't allowed to move, he would insist on taking over the entire underworld. Gushi understood that the key to this world right now lay in this underworld. By uprooting the underworld, Gushi could receive the source of the power of death and find what he sought. Thinking of this, Gushi's movements became even more powerful. At the same time, Gushi now possessed the corresponding abilities, rather than simply grasping with bare hands. Dead creatures and ghosts. Gushi's first move was directed towards the core of the small underworld before him. After all, the entire underworld was so small. The pool looked deep, but in reality, it only reached up to a person's knees. Gushi could see what was within the pool at a glance. Gushi understood that to deal with the small underworld before him, which had already become spiritual, he could either inject a large amount of yin qi and the aura of death into it, directly opening the death kaleidoscope and making it his own. Or, he could personally activate the spirit, allowing the small underworld to generate another spiritual intelligence, and let the two spiritual intelligences fight each other. As for the final outcome, that depended on the strength of Gushi's support. If Gushi was willing to provide a large amount of yin qi and death qi to support it, it wouldn't take long for the new spiritual intelligence to devour the old one. If Gushi was unwilling to provide support, then it would depend on the circumstances. It could take a day or two, or even a year or two. That speed would definitely be slower than a direct attack by the Underworld King. But every time Gushi considered using the Underworld King's tactics, he backed off. Because the area before him was so small, even deploying a death kaleidoscope would occupy a much larger area than this pool. Gushi was truly afraid that a death kaleidoscope would completely collapse the pool. Even without the death kaleidoscope, if he were to place a hell battlefield here, even a couple of skeleton soldiers would fill it up, and the pool would be completely overcrowded. Not to mention anything else. So the Underworld King's methods were relatively direct, but for Gushi, they weren't the best option. Instead, he treated the small underworld before him as a dead object and directly activated its spirit. This was the best option. Gushi's use of the dead object's spirit this time was highly effective. With just one strike, all the stones beside the pool lit up, and the patterns on them began to change, transforming from Oracle Bone's script to normal death characters. This sight made Gushi's eyes light up. Gushi's initial thought was simply to activate its spirit, so he could take down the small underworld. But the current situation gave Gushi a different idea. Gushi simply turned his hand, and some death characters were written on the stone. As he wrote these words, Gushi continued to speak. "Isn't this all that's left of your underworld? Then take this little bit of the underworld, and I think of something to add. The concentration of death, and the transformation of power. We can't let the effects of immortality dominate this underworld any longer. If we don't die anymore, this underworld will truly cease to exist. Finally, yes, there's the word source. After all, the source of the underworld lies right here, so we must write it down." Gushi spoke as he quickly wrote the word death on the stones of the pool. Because Gushi was adjusting the words according to the original inscriptions on the stones, and with the help of the spirits of the dead, the stones had a hint of spirituality, and they cooperated perfectly with Gushi's manipulations. In a blink of an eye, the stones that formed the pool were inscribed with the death words Gushi desired. Gushi then flicked his hand back, and saw a drop of green liquid appear in the pool. Chapter 32:12. Another spiritual power? Gushi immediately understood the situation as soon as he saw the changes in the pool. So, Gushi quickly communicated with the green liquid. Master. Although the response was a little vague, it was quite clear. Gushi knew now was not the time to use this little spiritual intelligence, so he immediately sent a message. What do you need to grow quickly? Gushi asked this question, but there was no response for a long time. Gushi was stunned. What was going on? He had chosen the simplest question, not even needing to think carefully, just an instinctive response. Why was there no answer for so long? Could this be the key to the small underworld before him? Just as Gushi was puzzled, the newly emerged spiritual intelligence also sent a message. At present, this part of the spiritual intelligence could not conquer the small underworld before him, but it had already obtained some historical information about the underworld. Just as Gushi had guessed, the tiny underworld before him was the underworld of this game world. However, in the beginning, the underworld hadn't been this small. As the number of elves and creatures that died dwindled, the underworld gradually lost its function. Finally, the nodes representing the underworld vanished, leaving only the single pool of water. According to the information provided by the spirit, when elves still died, this world had at least tens of thousands of such pools scattered throughout. Afterward, when elves became immortal, the number of pools began to dwindle, eventually dropping to just over 300. At that time, the underworld still existed, but it had little to offer. All the aura of death was concentrated to maintain the existence of several core underworld locations. Afterward, thanks to the spirits, all other creatures in this world became immortal. Over 300 pools of water also rapidly disappeared. In just a few short years, only this tiny fraction of the underworld remained. If the world hadn't needed an underworld, even these few pools might have vanished. So, the small underworld's intelligence didn't need Gushi's input of Yin-Chi or aura of death. It wanted to ask Gushi for help in locating the core underworld from the time when the underworld was still intact. Retrieve some materials from there. These materials were exactly what the underworld's intelligence needed now. Hearing this information, Gushi's eyes lit up. You have a map? Gushi had come here to find the source of death. According to the intelligence, the underworld had suddenly vanished. This small underworld before us isn't actually the most central location, nor is it the original site of the underworld. It was simply a last resort, chosen at random. It can be said that this location offers no real advantages. Over the years, while this pool has concentrated the last breath of death, it has been used to generate the word death. This is also the last remaining means of self-preservation for this small underworld, ensuring it doesn't completely disappear. Since no one has visited the underworld in recent years, there's naturally no way for it to communicate with the outside world, and no one is allowed to search for the remains of other underworlds. Now that Gushi had asked this question, the newly emerged spirit from the underworld naturally had something to say. He wanted the most core underworld materials. With these materials, he could quickly dispose of the original underworld spirit. So, as soon as Gushi asked, the spirit sent Gushi the map it had just obtained. Gushi's eyes lit up when he saw the map transmitted to his mind. This was exactly what he wanted. Although the map didn't provide a comparison with the locations in the living world, it was enough for Gushi. At least he knew where to find the source of the underworld. It could be said that this map was more important than hundreds of spirits. Okay, wait a moment, I'll be back soon. Gushi sent a message back, and then a red line from the underworld appeared, leading Gushi out of the underworld. With the map and coordinates, Gushi's use of the red line from the underworld had a purpose. This time, Gushi appeared not in the same place where he had just entered the game, but in the ancestral land of the elves. Yes, that was the place where the entire elf race first appeared in this world. Normally, the elves would have a world tree or a main city here. But the elves who had just arrived in this world were not yet considered immortal. They didn't have anything like a world tree. When they first arrived, they simply built a small city on the edge of a cliff. After they planted the world tree, the entire tribe moved there. The world tree subsequently collapsed and burned due to war. The world tree the elves now inhabited was the third and final world tree they planted before achieving immortality. After the elves achieved immortality, they could no longer plant things like the world tree. Because everything here was immortal, trees stopped growing after reaching a certain size. Even if they obtained world tree seeds, the trees wouldn't grow. So, in the end, the elves were left to defend this small area, living in this state. And their ancestral lands were abandoned. Gushi's presence here is entirely due to the fact that the ancestral lands of the elves served as elven tombs for a period of time, until the elves became immortal, and corpses were no longer transported here. Also, due to the elves' unique funeral culture, the use of small pools to locate the underworld in this world originated here. It can be said that this is the origin of the elven underworld. Since Gushi couldn't find the source of death in this world, he could only find the source of the underworld. Gushi planned to complete his task with the Hand of Death first. After that, he would search for the core location of the underworld during its peak power. After obtaining what he wanted, Gushi could deal with the affairs of the small underworld. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about upgrading his Hand of Death, and he wouldn't miss out on something more interesting like the small underworld. This was a treasure many necromancers wouldn't even encounter in their lifetime. Gushi had already thought about it. Once he obtained the small underworld, he would definitely use the power of the Underworld King to compress it even further. If it could be spherical, even better. If not, a larger size would also be fine. This way, Gushi would have a portable underworld. Chapter 32:13. Although Gushi didn't yet know the purpose of the portable underworld, he had a feeling it would change some of his class's tactics. So, given enough time, Gushi wouldn't give up on the portable underworld. Of course, Gushi was dealing with the Hand of Death first, because that was more important. Otherwise, Gushi might have dealt with the portable underworld first. After arriving at the elves' ancestral land, Gushi took a look around. According to the instructions, this was the burial place of the ancient elves. But upon arriving, Gushi couldn't believe it was a graveyard. Let's not even mention the fact that it was filled with sunlight. After all, Gushi had seen many sunlit graveyards in Balian City. Let's not even mention the lack of any undead presence here. That was understandable, given that death in this world had nearly been wiped out. But the white scene before him made Gushi feel incomprehensible. These elves weren't just having a party at a graveyard, they were engaging in a mass rampage. Gushi felt that even the goddess of beauty wouldn't be capable of such a thing. What were these elves thinking? Could immortality really be a curse that drives people insane? Thinking this way, Gushi looked up at the elves who were holding the bones of their elven ancestors on their heads or bodies. Gushi waved his hand. Death string. The mane of death transformed into sharp blades, slicing through the flesh of these elves, slicing them into pieces of varying sizes. For a moment, the entire elven cursed land was ablaze with blood, looking utterly miserable. The elves had never imagined that they'd just come out for some fun, only to encounter something like this. They didn't even have time to react. Despite possessing sufficient levels and strength, they had little fighting power. They couldn't even find their clothes. Even if they managed to dodge the first blow of the death string, they couldn't dodge the subsequent ones. Even if some elves managed to dodge, they were ripped to shreds by the second and third waves. But Gushi wasn't just attacking randomly to kill the elves. After killing the elves, Gushi entered the battlefield, magic staff in hand. Although this was the source of this world's underworld, but death had long since vanished from this world. He had previously used the red thread of the underworld, but it had only teleported him to that small underworld. The ruins at the source of the underworld weren't actually in the living world. Gushi would need to use a method like yin-yang transformation to enter. Gushi had used yin-yang transformation before, and knew that this world didn't have much dead energy. Using yin-yang transformation would also yield the wrong results. Gushi had to kill a group of elves, using their lives to attract yin and death energy. Only then will the yin-yang transformation be effective. You might think Gushi doesn't enjoy watching a spectacle, but he's quite excited about this spectacle of dancing on the white graves. After killing the elves, Gushi stepped on the elves' corpses and reached the center of the elven ancestral land. As he walked towards this location, Gushi's ghost king cloak fluttered without wind, constantly attracting a large amount of death aura. Simultaneously, the Undead Legion activated a technique that Gushi had not used for a long time. A large number of liches transformed by the necromancer appeared nearby. Their mission this time was simple: to gather the meager amount of yin chi and death aura here, and work with Gushi to complete the yin-yang transformation. This was a delicate task, requiring Gushi to either dispatch his strongest mage unit or employ these necromancers. Although these necromancers hadn't been used for a long time, Gushi's skills had actually been continuously improving. Now that these necromancers had appeared, their levels were on par with Gushi's. Of course, the key issue wasn't level, but skill. Suffice it to say, these necromancers knew everything Gushi could do, except for the red armor. And they were incredibly meticulous. They weren't the kind of liches who primarily focused on combat. Under their guidance, every inch of yin chi was gathered and concentrated in front of Gushi. Gushi watched the yin chi concentration grow, then finally pointed to the elven ancestral land before him, and said, "Yin-yang transformation." Thanks to the gathering of yin chi and death aura, this yin-yang transformation was finally successful. However, the range of the transformation was quite small, only about 50 meters in front of Gushi. Under normal circumstances, Gushi would certainly be unhappy about this situation. But being able to achieve this now was already quite remarkable. With the completion of the yin-yang transformation, the place before him quickly transformed into a netherworld. Gushi glanced at the sky and the ground. Nothing had changed. The ground was still covered in lush flowers and plants, and the sky was still filled with direct sunlight. It looked no different than before. But Gushi's attention was not focused on this at all. His gaze fell directly on a spot not far away. That location was the original site of the underworld. Originally, there should have been a pool here, similar in size to the small underworld Gushi had previously encountered. However, now only a few collapsed stones remained, covered in dust and devoid of any other traces. Gushi could tell at a glance that this was one of the first underworlds destroyed. After all, this was only the source of the underworld in this world, not its core. Although this was the beginning of everything, after the elves planted the world tree, everything shifted outward. Later, the first destruction of the world tree was considered the core of the underworld. When the elves achieved immortality, this place suffered the greatest blow. Because the immortality of the elves effectively severed the core of the elven underworld. If the elves were immortal, what would the underworld be for? The core underworld was fine. Even if it were to be impacted, it would still survive. But the source of the underworld in this world was a conceptual entity. It existed only because of the elves. Now that the elves were dead, the concept of the underworld was no longer necessary. This place was therefore the hardest hit, and the first to be destroyed. Thus, the concept of the underworld, the contraction of the aura of death, and so on, had no relevance here. All that remained were some powerless stones. But this was the location Gushi was looking for. Looking at the stone ruins before him, Gushi took a step forward and reached out to pick up one of them. The moment he grasped the stone, an image suddenly flashed through his mind. He understood the situation of the stone before him, and also understood the situation of the source of this underworld. Chapter 32:14. This place before him was merely the source of the underworld, not the source of death Gushi sought. Or perhaps, the source of death Gushi sought hadn't yet completed its final transformation. According to the original idea provided by the Hand of Death, the normal source of death was the first creature to die in this game. This source of death might later form the underworld, or perhaps the first god of death. Either way, there would always be changes. Once this world's underworld took shape, it would slowly fade away. The Hand of Death offered many methods for finding the source of death. But this game world was somewhat different. Due to immortality, death had been erased, and this world's death system had suffered a significant blow. Except for the small underworld at the end, everything related to death was gone. The source of death had also been erased, never to be found again. Now, with the help of the intelligence of the small underworld, Gushi had found the source of the underworld. And when Gushi picked up one of the stones, he understood the situation of the source of death. However, the image presented also suggested another solution for Gushi. That was to kill a sufficient number of elves to restart the source of the underworld before him. As long as the source of the underworld began to function, the source of death would be reopened. In other words, the object Gushi sought would then appear in the new source of the underworld. This was not a difficult task, at most a bit of a hassle. Gushi would have to kill quite a number of elves. Perhaps, he would have to destroy the last world tree of the elves. But this was a game world, and the elves within weren't forbidden from being killed. After all, Gushi had destroyed several worlds before, and he hadn't promised to kill too many this time. It was just a matter of massacring a city. It wasn't a difficult task. Gushi was also quite familiar with the city's location. He could simply dispatch his troops there. With this in mind, Gushi immediately took action. He first deployed a city gate at the current location and sent Demi and her troops to garrison it. Demi's troops were now fully staffed, with 300 dump trucks and a total strength of 300,000. As she emerged with her troops, the sky darkened noticeably, and a Een dragon, over 100 meters long, appeared. This Een dragon had already somewhat materialized, representing the second stage of the Een dragon battle formation. As it soared, one could see the white bony scales on its body, and the faint blue flames in its eyes. At the same time, countless black, white, and purple roses swirled around the Een dragon as it flew out. This was the manifestation of the Een dragon battle formation's second phase. The Een dragon materialized, and the battle philosophy of the formation's commander materialized. While it was still unknown what level of combat effectiveness they could achieve, holding this area was a sure thing. After securing the source of the underworld, Gushi reactivated the underworld red line. At this point, Gushi had completed the Yin Yang transformation, so the current location, with a diameter of over 50 meters, could be considered a temporary underworld. Once the underworld red line was activated, Gushi appeared near the world tree of the elves, according to the coordinates provided by the small underworld's spiritual intelligence. Upon arriving here, Gushi was immediately struck by the overwhelming aura of decay. The world tree before him was unlike the legendary elves' world trees. It was towering, sacred, and over 3,000 meters tall, supporting an entire city. Unicorns galloped across the grassy plains beneath the tree, while Pegasus soared back and forth among its leaves. Dangling from the leaves were numerous flower houses, where the elves lived. Under the tree lay many huddled saplings. At the mere sight of an outsider, these saplings would quickly transform into trees, ready to fight. It all seemed quintessentially elven. But Gushi, observing it all, shook his head. The overwhelming aura of decay was so overwhelming that it was impossible for Gushi to ignore it. This elf race was doomed. Eternal life was like a curse, destroying a once preeminent race. Destroy them. Eternal life is a curse to them. And if we take away death this time, they will become immortal, which will only accelerate their decay and make them even more perverted. Killing some elves now will be beneficial to this world. I believe no new humans have appeared in this world in tens of thousands of years. The world is no longer functioning. This is not a good thing for a world. I can be considered a good person for once. Gushi muttered, naturally justifying his actions. Then, at Gushi's command, approximately 30 city gates were simultaneously deployed around the world tree. A large number of undead troops quickly rushed out of the city gates. Also deployed were approximately 5,000 dump trucks. Originally, Gushi had developed version 1.0 of the Yin Ju Tai through the Zhujiang Tai and wanted to test it out here, to see how effective it would be at deploying 100,000 troops at once. However, after Gushi obtained the Yin Dragon Battle Formation, the Yin Ju Tai was taken back for processing. Some of the Yin Dragon Battle Formation's features were to be incorporated into it. As a result, no new products have been developed. Only 2 byproducts are currently available. One of these is the Dayun, which appears directly on the battle formation. This is also a type of dump truck, except it's a flying dump truck. This Dayun comes in 2 different styles. One is the aircraft carrier deployed model, capable of deploying large numbers of flying troops and providing a resting platform for them. The other is the concentrated fire attack model, which carries ranged troops instead of flying troops. They can launch concentrated fire attacks from high altitudes, and their mobility far exceeds that of ground-based dump trucks. This was the first time that the airborne Grand Luck appeared on the battlefield, and Gushi deployed 1,000 of them at once. However, Gushi discovered that the elves here were remarkably slow to react. Gushi's troops had already been deployed, and were approaching the world tree before the elves reacted. About 7 or 8 minutes later, a horn sounded from the world tree, a voice that sounded like a call to arms. This speed of reaction left Gushi speechless. Is this still the elf known for its swiftness? Even his zombies reacted faster than this. Not to mention the various reactions from the world tree after the horn sounded. Gushi was too embarrassed to even watch. The elves couldn't find their bows. Is that even plausible? They found the bows but couldn't find the arrows, or they had the arrows but couldn't draw the bows. These elves were truly doomed. Eternal life wouldn't have brought them any good. Chapter 32:15. The elves reacted slowly, but Gushi's was incredibly fast. Before the elves were fully positioned, Gushi's forces had already entered attack range. The Yun in the sky immediately launched an attack on the world tree. Under these circumstances, the world tree did have some effect. At least during the first wave of attacks, it formed a pale golden defensive net, blocking all attacks and buying the elves some time. But even this little time was wasted by the elves. They hadn't yet recovered from their drunken stupor, put on their clothes, or found their weapons. So when Gushi's men launched the second wave of attacks, without the world tree's protection, they were completely unable to withstand the attacks from the undead, both above and below. The world tree, over 3,000 meters tall, looked enormous to the elves. But to the undead, it was nothing. At this height, it was not much different from the height of Poison Peach Mountain. Gushi's various undead had experienced everything before. After being released, they immediately devised a plan for dealing with them. The flying creatures swooped down from the sky into the world tree, preventing the elves from counterattacking. Oh, the elves had no counterattack prepared. Even before Gushi's undead charged into the world tree, over 70% of them were still unaware of what was happening. Eternal life had eroded their sense of time and their vigilance. Many elves who hadn't seen the undead thought the horn blast from the world tree was just an accident. Some didn't even look up. Their reaction gave Gushi's undead a multitude of opportunities. The undead slaughtered the few remaining elven troops, and then began slaughtering the elves within the city. Due to their sense of life, all elves were within the undead sight, making it useless even for them to hide. Furthermore, they couldn't even find a place to hide. After Gushi's army had almost completely penetrated the world tree, Gushi finally soared high into the sky on the unholy coffin. Just as he had done at the source of the underworld, Gushi once again activated the Dead Witch Legion effect. A large number of necromancers, already ascending to liches, quickly appeared and began clearing the battlefield. They gathered the Yin Qi, Corpse Qi, and Death Qi generated by the slain elves. When they had collected enough, they packaged and sealed this Yin Qi, Corpse Qi, and Death Qi, transforming them into a series of air masses. Once these objects were created, Gushi's transport troops quickly set into action. They used Gushi's Death City as a transit point, sending this dead energy to its source in the underworld. Using this method to deal with this dead energy was a last resort. Because death in this world had almost been wiped out. Death energy only appeared immediately after the death of an elf. It had no way to circulate, nor could it persist for long. If not handled carefully, this dead energy would simply disappear within a day or two, and would not flow into the underworld as it would in the normal world, becoming the Yin Qi of the underworld. So Gushi had no choice but to use this method to transport this Yin Qi. If it hadn't been used, Gushi's battle would have been in vain. Of course, Gushi also understood. The aura of death in this world couldn't be too abundant. Even if all the elves were killed, it wouldn't restore the world to normal. The total supply was insufficient. Gushi was now conserving as much as he could. At the very least, he couldn't waste the Yin energy here. At this point, the elves finally reacted. Some of them had regained consciousness, grabbed their weapons, and charged towards the undead army. At this point, it had to be said that the elves still had some ability. After equipping themselves with equipment and armed with bows and arrows, they still had some fighting power in the woods. At least they could leap back and forth between the trees. Suddenly, they unleashed a fatal arrow. Although these elves were few in number, the damage they inflicted on the undead was still significant. Most importantly, as they attacked like this, the elves gradually regained some form of organization. These elves also coordinated with each other, slowly changing the situation. Just when the elves thought they still had a chance to turn the tide, Gushi's undead leaders launched their ultimate attack. Wouldn't the elves be darting around in the woods? Wouldn't they be impossible to target with single target aiming? Wouldn't they be able to sneak attack? Then there's no need for single target attacks. The leader of Gushi's men immediately understood the situation and knew how to handle it. A blanket attack. A regional strike. The undead didn't slaughter the elves separately as before, but instead gathered together and cleared out area by area. Demi had used the same method when he attacked Aridav's city. However, at that time, Demi could only mobilize about 2,000 to 3,000 troops. With that kind of force, they could easily defeat the original Aridav's city. Gushi had already dispatched over 600,000 undead troops, so what was there to defeat? Besides, the gate to the Death City was right there. Originally used to transport the aura of death, now that the situation was unsettled, it was perfectly natural to use it to mobilize some new undead troops. Gushi didn't need to do anything. As soon as the elves began their counterattack, his undead leaders had already taken care of everything. They notified their heroes, divided up the territory, contacted Dao leaders of the same rank, and determined the battle situation. The battle reports on the 3 live stone mirror that appeared before Gushi were all encouraging. But Gushi's attention wasn't focused on that right now. He was more concerned with the world tree. Since the war began, the amount of Yin Qi Gushi had collected was still insufficient. Relying solely on the elves here, he probably wouldn't be able to gather the Yin Qi he desired. Therefore, Gushi had to find another way to deal with it. The world tree before him was the best option. Gushi pondered how he could destroy the tree in front of him with a single blow, transforming it into a breath of death. Gushi believed that after tens of thousands of years of growth, the world tree, unable to grow any taller, must be incredibly hardy. If he didn't use a decisive move, his men would likely only be able to kill all the elves here, but wouldn't be able to destroy the world tree before them. Then, relying solely on the death energy brought by this small force of elves wouldn't be enough to restore the source of the underworld. Gushi had to deal with the world tree himself. So what move could he use? Gushi's mind stirred, and an idea flashed through his mind. Chapter 32:16. Forgetful River. Gushi raised his magic wand and pointed forward. Gushi immediately activated the Lord of the Underworld skill, Forgetful River. Forgetful River itself is actually a technique that releases water. Gushi usually only uses it once every few days at Chongqi Mountain. It is rarely used on a large battlefield. After all, the Forgetful River is known primarily for its corrosive water, not for its volume. But in this situation, the Forgetful River's water, which corrodes everything and even engulfs the undead, is the most effective. On the surface, the world tree appears incredibly solid. But in reality, like the elves, due to its immortality, the world tree's interior is already rotten. It's just that the surface of the world tree is quite solid, so the condition inside cannot be seen now. However, when Gushi saw the world tree before, he clearly felt the aura of decay. It would be strange if there were no problems here. Gushi released the forgetful river, and the water rushed directly onto the world tree. The waters impacted the world tree's roots and trunk. Under the impact, the bark affected by the water rotted away. A green liquid flowed from the world tree's interior. Those unfamiliar might think the world tree was trying to save itself. In reality, these were all rotten parts of the world tree. Previously, these were all stored within the world tree, making them invisible. Now, a hole had been broken, and the liquid within the world tree was flowing out. This liquid erupted like an avalanche. Anything touched by it would begin to rot, even the ground beneath the world tree. Soon, the roots of the world tree were exposed by the liquid. Without the support of the soil, and compounded by the chaos above, the world tree began to shake violently. The changes here had no effect on the undead troops atop the world tree. Undead combat doesn't consider battlefield conditions. If they can fight, they fight. If they can't, they can just fill everything with their own bones. Facing the crumbling world tree, the undead didn't hesitate, charging directly towards any possible elves. They abandoned their primary target, and killed the elves and their troops first. The elves, however, had never expected the world tree they had inhabited for tens of thousands of years to fall. Normally, a world tree this tall could absorb any negative effects. Earthquakes and typhoons were nothing compared to the world tree. The elves had forgotten how the previous two world trees were destroyed. Now, faced with this situation again, the elves, who had finally managed to organize themselves, were scattered once again. Gushi's undead leaders, seeing this, naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity and immediately charged forward with their troops. At this point, Gushi, having freed the Forgotten River, had some free time. He began to reward the leaders who had participated in this battle. For example, he bestowed upon each of them a Een Dragon battle formation, bolstering their potential for growth. Also, he directed his necromancer troops to deal with the world tree. Gushi could see that the world tree was already brimming with death energy. With just one more gentle push, the tree would collapse. Gushi could then dispatch his men to gather up the deathly energy and carry it away. Now was the perfect time to dispatch more necromancers and liches. These newly released liches were incredibly effective. The moment they saw the aura of death, they immediately gathered it up, even the smallest drop. In particular, they possessed the Lethe River tactic. They were currently controlling the waters of the Lethe River to mix with the green liquid emanating from the world tree. This mixture was even more corrosive, with a far greater impact on the earth. Adding the lich's guidance, the soil beneath the world tree was quickly corroded. At this point, Gushi simply gave a gentle push, and the over 3,000-meter tall world tree collapsed in one direction. As the world tree fell, all the undead and elves atop it were affected. But at this moment, several phantoms of Een Dragons suddenly appeared. Under their influence, the undead forces were able to maintain a relatively intact battle formation. They even took advantage of the world tree's collapse to locate the last remaining spirits and attack them. Even the towering world tree took several dozen minutes to fall. During this time, Gushi watched as the Een Chi here grew thicker, threatening to move underground. This situation alarmed Gushi. Could it be that the death chi was so abundant that it was creating a new, smaller underworld here? This wouldn't work. Although the underworlds of this world are all small underworlds, the consumption is considerable. Most importantly, this world lacks death energy. Now that the world tree has finally gained some new death energy, if it's wasted, Gushi won't be able to find new world trees to gather Een energy. So, as soon as Gushi realized something was amiss, he immediately dispatched his liches to begin collecting this Een energy and death energy. Now time was of the essence, and Gushi couldn't afford to worry about much else. He simply flew up, leveraging his unlimited mana to continuously unleash his army of dead wizards. Groups of necromancers and liches quickly entered the scene, collecting all the visible death energy. As a result of their collection, when the world tree fell, approximately 98% of the surging death energy was collected, leaving only a small amount flowing into the ground. Observing the current situation, Gushi spoke immediately. The transport troops should first deliver the death energy to the source of the underworld. Ignore the others for now. Other troops should hunt down the nearby elves, leaving no elves behind. Under Gushi's command, his troops sprang into action. The packed death energy was delivered to the source of the underworld. At the same time, new undead troops continued to pour out of the city gates. These undead troops were all undead, who had just been transformed into Aridavi city through double death. Most of them had been transformed into skeleton archers, and a few into skeleton mages. They hadn't yet been organized or even selected, but they rushed out at the first opportunity. That's because they were well aware of the elves in this world, where they lived, and how they typically fought. Gu Shi's goal for them was to form their own teams, attack on their own, and kill all the elves. The necromancers and liches Gu Shi had released would follow behind them, packing up and transporting everything, including the most important Yin energy and death energy. Chapter 32:17. Leaving enough personnel to handle matters at the World Tree, Gu Shi quickly returned to the source of the underworld. Because Gu Shi used methods like the red thread of the underworld, his movement speed was faster than if he had transited through the Death City. When Gu Shi arrived at the source of the underworld, most of the death aura had not yet arrived. At this time, the source of the underworld was still as unprepared as before, with only a few broken stones remaining. Demi was guarding the four sides, while the necromancers Gu Shi had left behind were performing the final treatment on the source of the underworld. Under the guidance of these necromancers, they easily set up numerous magic circles near the source of the underworld. These magic circles were all used to strengthen or store Yin Qi, to ensure that too much of the Yin Qi sent over was not wasted. Gu Shi was not idle when he arrived. He also joined in the arrangement of the magic circles. At this time, the first batch of death aura was finally delivered here. Without even needing Gu Shi's directives, the necromancer immediately stepped forward, dragging the bundled death auras away and placing them at the designated location, then guiding them bit by bit into the source of the underworld. At first, the infusion of death auras felt insignificant, but as more and more death auras were injected, the source of the underworld, which had originally only been a few stones, gradually began to change. This slight change caught Gu Shi's eye. Gu Shi immediately reached the source of the underworld, and he and the head of the goddesses were paying close attention to the situation before them. At the same time, the ghost dragon power hand, corresponding to the bone lighting hand, flew out in advance, ready to reach out and grab. But Gu Shi was still a little nervous. The situation before him hadn't reached the point where the underworld source had fully recovered. Currently, the underworld source had only slightly reacted, and it would still require a great deal of Yin Qi and Death Qi to fully recover. Of course, this situation was clearly a good start. At this point, it meant that Gu Shi's plan was working. At this moment, more and more Death Qi was being sent in, and the reaction from the underworld source became increasingly obvious. A turquoise liquid slowly appeared on several stones. This turquoise liquid contained extremely pure Yin Qi. The underworld source? Gu Shi's eyes lit up. He had only seen this thing in the land of death. The death-favored ones in the land of death treasured it. Apart from anything else, even just taking a single drop and drinking it in water would significantly improve a necromancer or other death-related profession. Most importantly, this underworld essence could be used to enhance the level and quality of the underworld. Many necromancers and death knights, with nothing better to do, would search the lands of the dead for this substance, then process it and sell it for a hefty price. Gu Shi had long known about its existence, but had avoided purchasing it due to the high price. Now that underworld essence had begun to appear here, Gu Shi's eyes lit up. This was definitely an unexpected bonus. Even if it was only a few drops, it was still a surprise. And judging by the current situation, there was definitely more than just a few drops of underworld essence appearing this time. Gu Shi then quickly took action, personally processing the netherworld essence. Although it wasn't the time to collect it, Gu Shi's manipulation still caused it to condense on the stone, preventing it from dispersing freely. At this time, the death aura from the widespread slaughter of elves was also delivered. This death aura arrived just in time. Once replenished, the changes at the netherworld source became even more pronounced. Gu Shi didn't delay, he immediately addressed the changes that had occurred. After about 10 minutes of Gu Shi's manipulation, the netherworld source began to take shape. At least, a small pool of water had begun to appear, and some liquid had begun to form within it. But Gu Shi felt that this was not enough. After all, he hadn't come here for one or two netherworlds. The real key was to use the netherworld source to lead out the death source. Now the netherworld source was slowly emerging and complete. Gu Shi had to find a way to deal with the death source. Now was a critical moment. The death source could appear at any time. If Gu Shi had let this opportunity slip by carelessly, there would have been no chance for a second try. So Gu Shi's complete attention was fixed on this one point. Even though significant changes occurred elsewhere, Gu Shi did not change his focus. Gu Shi's focused attention actually gave him the opportunity to seize it. As the third wave of death energy was sent over, Gu Shi saw a sudden flash of a unique light at the source of the underworld. This light was strange. It appeared purple, but Gushi's eyes flashed red. That's it. Gushi immediately understood why he had come here, so he reached forward with his Ghost Dragon Power hand, grasping at the spot where the light had flashed. As Gushi reached out, the light had already vanished. But within his grasp, Ghost Dragon Power hand was already grasping something. It was a plain, gray stone, far inferior to the skull held by the Bone Lightning hand. But the stone had the same effect as the skull. As soon as it landed in Ghost Dragon Power hand's hand, the purest force of death was immediately injected into it, and the corresponding Ghost Dragon Power prison. Everything Gushi had previously placed within the Ghost Dragon Power prison, the altars, the artifacts, and the various equipment, was affected by this force of death and rapidly transformed. Even the sky above the Ghost Dragon Power prison turned a crimson red. At the same time, the Ghost Dragon Power hand, which had been tightly gripping the stone, seemed to lose its power and naturally dropped, becoming a complete set with the Bone Lightning hand beside it. At this moment, a thought suddenly occurred to Gushi. Perhaps this was the normal progression of the Hand of Death, from no Hand of Death to an extra pair of arms, then 2 pairs of arms, then 3 pairs of arms. And from the 3 extra pairs of arms to 2 pairs of arms, then 1 pair of arms. Finally, all power was concentrated on Gushi's own arms, and the orange armor could be transformed into red armor. And it was a red armor exclusive to him. Red armor that belonged exclusively to Gushi. This realization made Gushi's eyes light up, and without a single movement, the Bone Lightning hand and Ghost Dragon Power hand, which had been hanging behind him, vanished, leaving only 2 red shadows behind him. Chapter 3218. The Hand of Death upgrade is 1/3 complete. With the second upgrade material for the Hand of Death in place, Gushi's gaze shifted. The most important task of coming to this game world had been accomplished. Now it was time to deal with some less important matters. For example, preparing some materials for the small underworld. Gushi quickly gave orders. Continue to inject the aura of death into the underworld source. Until this underworld source no longer produces new underworld origin, pack up everything here and leave the rest alone. Gushi instructed the necromancers to deal with the underworld source while instructing Demi to guard it. Then Gushi launched the Mane of Death into the underworld source, using it to search for other destroyed underworlds. Found it. Gushi simply sensed it and immediately locked onto a direction. That was the location of the core underworld marked on the map given to Gushi by the small underworld's intelligence. It was also the location of the materials needed for the small underworld's spiritual intelligence. Gushi had no plans to have the aura of death sent there again this time. The activation of the underworld source meant that the underworld's transmission lines were temporarily operational. Other branch lines might experience some issues, but the main lines would definitely be flawless. Transferring underworld energy was still possible. It would be relatively fast and wouldn't consume too much energy. The amount of aura of death stolen from the world tree was sufficient, and while Gushi was rushing there, it could be used to temporarily activate the core underworld he was heading for. Gushi wanted the items stored in this core underworld. He wasn't here to restore this world to its underworld state. After obtaining the items, everything would be transferred to the final small underworld, becoming Gushi's final nourishment for supporting the small underworld's spiritual intelligence. At that point, as long as the small underworld's spiritual intelligence defeated the original small underworld consciousness, Gushi could take that modest underworld. And this world's only small underworld would quickly devour everything at the source. Devour the underworld source and the underworld core. When Gushi took it away, he would also eliminate death from this world. This would eliminate death from this world, transforming its creatures from immortality to immortality. Therefore, until he could capture the small underworld, the defenses at the underworld source and the transfer of the aura of death could not cease. After making these arrangements, Gushi once again stood near the underworld source. A red underworld line jumped, and he appeared at the underworld core of this world. This was the core of the underworld at the beginning of this world, the very spot where the original world tree collapsed and destroyed. When Gushi appeared nearby, he happened to see a fallen world tree stuck in the ground. If this world tree were still alive, it would undoubtedly be even larger than the one Gushi had destroyed. The remaining trunk alone was over 700 meters in diameter. Gushi noticed that something seemed to be pressing down on the world tree's trunk. However, because the world tree had already fallen, Gushi couldn't see clearly from his vantage point. Gushi simply jumped onto the evil coffin and rode it towards the other side. Gushi had a feeling that the fallen world tree wasn't the key to the core of this underworld. The thing crushed by the world tree was the key to the core of the underworld. As Gushi approached the world tree in his evil coffin, he suddenly noticed a grayish-white hue beneath it. Is this a bone? A dragon's bone? No, not only that, but the bones of a giant dragon. Gushi also had troops, like undead dragons under his command. Whether Eastern or Western, bone dragons or ghost dragons, most undead dragons were around 30 meters long. While there were some larger ones, none exceeded 100 meters. And the giant dragon's bones, crushed by the World Tree, were over 100 meters long just for their shortest fangs. In other words, Gushi's bone dragons might not even be as big as its fangs. Just from this, one could imagine how enormous this dragon had been. And such a large bone was pinned to the ground by the World Tree. Gushi believed that the World Tree had fallen to suppress the bone dragon before him. This truly was a valuable item. Gushi's true nature resurfaced. Seeing anything valuable, he wanted to pack it up and take it home. It was like that with the World Tree before him, and it was also like that with the World Tree before him. Although this thing was rather large, transporting it intact back to Aridov City would be difficult. But Gushi didn't necessarily need it intact. The World Tree could be dismantled, and so could the dragon's carcass. The dismantled World Tree might not be reassembled, but the dismantled dragon's carcass could definitely be reassembled. If such a large corpse were sent to Dragon City, more would surely be delighted. Gushi pondered this as he tapped the World Tree with his magic wand. Gushi considered where to best begin. After all, it would be a waste of time for his undead minions to chop down such a massive World Tree. Gushi needed to establish a node ahead of time so that his undead minions could quickly dismantle it. But just as the magic wand struck the World Tree, it collapsed. This collapse was sudden, like a balloon suddenly bursting. It simply collapsed. By the time Gushi realized what was happening, the World Tree was gone, as was the dragon skeleton it had been holding down. Only a mixture of wood and bone dust lay on the ground. Gushi blinked at the scene before him. The corners of his mouth curled up, forcing a smile. That's a good thing. At least I don't have to resort to cutting down trees. While Gushi considered this a good thing, he didn't let the current situation make him careless. Instead, he carefully examined the current situation and finally understood how the World Tree and the dragon's corpse had vanished so instantly. It turned out that when the previous World Tree fell, it had already become the foundation of the core of the underworld. When the underworld of this world perished, some of the contents of this World Tree and the dragon were also extracted. But at least these two were in the living world, and the World Tree only fell, not burned directly like the second World Tree. So, to some extent, the tree and the dragon's corpse remained. No matter how much wind and rain lashed out, the World Tree and the dragon's corpse remained largely unaffected. But this time was different. When Gushi arrived, he caused the source of the underworld to inject new death energy into this place, revitalizing the core of the underworld that had been erased, and the balance on the living world side was disrupted. This is why Gushi turned the World Tree into powder as soon as he touched it. Chapter 32:19. Forget it, let it be powder. This is a good thing, as it saves Gushi from having to grind the powder himself. While Gushi dispatched his men to carry the troops over to process the powder, he calculated the location and used a yin-yang transformation to cut out the hidden core underworld. Compared to the small underworld with the word death and the source of the underworld, which consisted of only a few stones, this core underworld was actually already abandoned. It was just that, because it was the core of the original underworld of the entire world, it stored more things. Although the later underworlds were gone and this place was abandoned, many of the stored items did not disappear and remained in place. These were exactly what the small underworld spirit wanted. After all, these were materials used to strengthen this small underworld. The small underworld spirit was just short of the energy to suppress the will of the previous small underworld. Gushi did not ask anyone to help, he personally stepped forward and picked up the items. You obtain Eternal Bone, orange, Blood Moon Water, orange, and Eternal Flower, orange. Eternal Bone, orange, a bone that never breaks, imbued with an indelible energy. It can be used to craft underworld weapons and equipment, as well as to construct underworld structures. Blood Moon Water, orange. Eternal Flower, orange. As Gushi picked up these items one by one, prompts popped up before him. Most of the items here were of orange quality, imbued with attributes like death and eternity, and their primary purpose was to build the underworld. No wonder the little underworld valued these items so highly. With these things, the spirit of the small underworld could rebuild a small underworld on its own. But Gushi wasn't looking to rebuild, his final step was to uproot it completely. This time, aside from the materials for the Hand of Death, this small underworld was pure profit for Gushi. If Gushi didn't seize this unexpected benefit, it would be a shame to not take it. So Gushi gathered all his belongings and immediately prepared to head to the small underworld. Just as Gushi was about to leave, he suddenly sensed something. Gushi frowned and quickly ran to a location about 700 meters away from the core underworld. Gushi stood there, puzzled. This was the four-leaf clover ring's reminder to Gushi. This was the first time this red suit had proactively sent a reminder to Gushi. If it had been a reminder from any other red suit, Gushi might have glanced at it and considered whether to proceed. But the four-leaf clover ring's reminder, Gushi would definitely take it seriously. After all, this item was a destiny device, providing hints to Gushi, which meant it would influence his fate. While he didn't know how this would work, Gushi believed that taking action now would have decisive consequences for his future. So Gushi came over. But when Gushi stood there, the previous feeling disappeared. It was as if Gushi's previous feelings had all been illusions. However, Gushi didn't believe his judgment was wrong. He simply tapped a spot with the end of his magic staff, and the remaining 4 hands of death flew out, digging continuously downwards. Although 2 death hands were missing, the 2 pairs, one for physical attack and the other for siege and defense, were incredibly effective at digging. In a flash, the spot Gushi pointed to was dug up. Gushi also saw the four-leaf clover ring pointed directly at the object Gushi was about to take. Looking at the object before him, Gushi couldn't help but exclaim. The death hands then stopped moving. Gushi reached out and rummaged through the excavated soil, pulling out a normal-sized apple seed. As he picked up the apple seed, Gushi was filled with confusion. How did this thing end up here? Golden apple seed, red. First generation. The apple seeds left after consuming the first generation of golden apples can, through special means, be grown into second generation golden apple trees. Just as Gushi realized what this object was, the golden apple seed vanished from his hand. Then a scene appeared before his eyes. A giant dragon broke through the void and appeared near the world tree. At that time, the elves on the world tree still possessed immense fighting power. Using the world tree as their center, they continuously attacked the suddenly appearing dragon. Even those who died transformed into blue points of light, piercing the dragon's body. In the end, the world tree collapsed, crushing the dragon to death. For this reason, the consciousness of this world rewarded the brave elves. Give them immortality. Afterwards, the fallen world tree became the core underworld of the entire world. But no one cared to know where this giant dragon came from. Unknown to everyone, this dragon hailed from the original golden apple tree. It was one of the guardian dragons of the original golden apple tree. Of course, this creature wasn't officially a member. At most, it had mastered the rules by guarding the original golden apple tree and eating the golden apple. Oh, Gushi also saw a vision here. That is, by eating the original golden apple, even an ordinary person with no level and no knowledge could master a rule. So, even after so many generations, the golden apple would still be sought after. How this dragon appeared in this world, and why, no one knew. But he truly was the master of rules. For the elves to consume an entire world tree to destroy such a being was truly remarkable. However, after achieving eternal life, the elves fell. They no longer possessed the fighting power they once had, but that's another story. At least, the elves at that time could still annihilate masters of the rule level. And this golden apple seed was the product of the dragon's undigested remains. After the dragon's death, it somehow ended up in the core underworld, where it was hidden and preserved. After all the images flashed by, Gushi understood why the golden apple seed had appeared there. But as he reacted, he noticed that the four-leaf clover ring seemed to have changed. Originally, only one path on the four-leaf clover ring had reached exclusive status, the four-leaf clover field. Now, all 3 of the four-leaf clover ring's remaining paths had reached exclusive status. It could be said that, in a single instant, the four-leaf clover ring had become Gushi's most powerful red item. Gushi could even clearly sense something leaking out. What was this? Rules? Chapter 3220. What the hell? Looking at the aura emanating from the four-leaf clover ring, Gushi was speechless. His goal was to reach the rule level first, and then become an ancient god with his own name. But the rule he sought should at least be the rule of death. What kind of situation was the rule of fate? But looking at the things slowly emanating from him, Gushi felt it would be a shame not to seize this rule. This was a rule. While not an overnight opportunity like the golden apple, who knows how many times he would encounter this kind of rule generation accidentally triggered by the golden apple seeds. If he missed it now, it would be like Gushi missing out on the Griffin Black Throne's first red transformation because he didn't provide enough energy, or like Gushi was tricked into not grabbing the axe of creation. But just as Gushi was about to reach out to touch the emanating power, his hand changed direction. He didn't touch the overflowing power. didn't use it to construct his own rules. Even if he couldn't take the step of rule now, he could still lay a foundation. Instead, he reached out and plucked the four-leaf clover ring, saying calmly, "Unbind." In the next instant, the four-leaf clover ring was removed from Gu Shi's left hand. At the same time, from Gu Shi's memory, the skilled destiny arrow, which resonated with the combination of 10,000 arrows and the fate clone, was instantly erased. What a shame, it's such a good skill, Gu Shi muttered to himself. At the same time, the four hands of death behind him swiftly advanced, locking the four-leaf clover ring in their center. Simultaneously, the head of the goddesses floated forward, and sacred moonlight descended, revealing the temple of the gods within the sacred moonlight. Under Gu Shi's manipulation, the pantheon suppressed the power. In reality, the power that Gu Shi had overflowed was being drained by the pantheon, ultimately suppressed by them. Gu Shi knew exactly what he needed. Death was his foundation. Gu Shi wasn't foolish enough to side with the trifurcate fate, even with death as his support. Under the pressure of the sacred moonlight and the suppression of the pantheon, not only was the power overflowing from the four-leaf clover ring drained, but the levels of the remaining paths were also lowered. Aside from the four-leaf clover ring, which had always been exclusive, the other three paths had one relegated to the promotion level, and two to the power level. While they were slightly stronger than their original quality, they were still far behind the power that was about to overflow. But Gu Shi had no regrets. Not to mention that he had conserved this portion of his power. While some energy was wasted, it wasn't excessive. The next time Gu Shi had the opportunity to take this step beyond the rules, this stored energy would be the foundation for his growth. Not to mention that this time, Gu Shi was resolute in his decision. After completing all this, Gu Shi glanced at the four-leaf clover ring in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and finally sighed at the unbound status indicated in the instructions. In the end, he chose not to bind it again. It had already been removed, so there was no need to bind it again. At the same time, Gu Shi also felt a slight repulsion from the four-leaf clover ring. It was obvious that unbinding was quite painful for the red suit. After putting the four-leaf clover ring away, Gu Shi activated the red line of the underworld and headed towards the small underworld. As Gu Shi left, a burst of laughter erupted from where he had been standing. Death was laughing happily. Come on, admit defeat. If you lose, you have to admit it. Bring out your things." Across from Death stood Golden Destiny. Although his expression changed slightly, his eyes betrayed him, he looked deeply unhappy. But facing Death, Golden Destiny could do nothing. Although they were both ancient gods, they were not even on the same level. If you were to calculate it, Destiny was only half a level higher than the underworld and half a level lower than Death. This was evident from the fact that Death had its own territory and subordinate ancient gods, while Destiny did not. Most importantly, the Destiny standing here was only 1/3 of Destiny. This was roughly equivalent to being half a level lower, putting it on the same level as the underworld. No matter how unhappy Golden Destiny was, he had to hold it in. Not to mention, this incident had been instigated by Golden Destiny. He had just discovered that Gu Shi's luck had reached rock bottom, his inevitable death altered by Death, leaving him no chance for mercy. That was why he had set up this bet. To see if Gu Shi, faced with certain circumstances, would betray Death and embark on the path of fate. In fact, fate had been testing him constantly throughout this journey, but because they were minor, Gu Shi hadn't paid much attention. But this time, with the opportunity to break the rules right before his eyes, Gu Shi acted decisively, pulling out the four-leaf clover ring. This, in effect, severed most of his connection to Golden Fate. Even if they rebinded later, their relationship with Golden Destiny would be significantly weakened. But Gu Shi still did it. What does this mean? It means that Gu Shi had just figured out what he needed. Faced with such a devoted fan, Death was naturally pleased. Not to mention that he had made a bet with Golden Destiny, and this time, if he won, he would get a stake that would astonish even Death. You have to understand that at the level of Death and Golden Destiny, the things they were gambling on weren't just red clothes. Even things like rules weren't at stake. Look at the four-leaf clover ring in Gu Shi's hand. How could it have almost created rules? These are props, just like playing cards in people's hands, just props. So anything Death would gamble with must be extraordinary. Golden Destiny was the kind of person who would accept defeat. Facing Death, he finally shrugged, produced a batch of golden humanoid phantoms, and handed them over. Accepting these golden humanoid phantoms, Death smiled happily. Okay, thank you so much. So do you want to continue betting? Never mind, let's stop here for now. But be careful. I'm betting with you openly. That guy in black wouldn't be like that. He has no moral principles. If you don't defend well, he might rob you. Do you think I'm afraid? Besides, my little friend has helped me make so much money. I have to give him a share of the profits. Death said, as he launched a shot in the direction Gu Shi had left. Then, unbeknownst to Gu Shi, something entered Death's hand behind him. It wasn't worth anything now, but that might not be the case in the future. Chapter 32:21. Returning to the small underworld, Gu Shi noticed that the area before him had undergone some changes. Aside from the targeting of the small underworld's spiritual intelligence, which had been awakened by Gu Shi, the most important factor was the activation of the underworld source. Some of the aura of death was being transmitted from there, stimulating the small underworld. Thus, while the small underworld had no chance of expanding, it looked full of spirituality. As soon as Gu Shi arrived, the small underworld's spiritual intelligence sensed his presence. He immediately relayed this information to Gu Shi. Gu Shi could also clearly sense that the small underworld's spiritual intelligence had made significant progress. It seemed that fighting was a good way to become smarter. After contacting the small underworld's spiritual intelligence, Gu Shi immediately invested the various materials he had brought back. These materials all came from the core underworld. Although the source of these materials was unclear, Gu Shi had a strong feeling that the core underworld was hoarding them with the intention of expanding the underworld's scope. In other words, these materials were targeted. After receiving these materials, the lesser underworld's spiritual intelligence immediately launched a counterattack against the lesser underworld's will. They had already been engaged in a back-and-forth battle. Now, with Gu Shi's investment of resources, the lesser underworld's spiritual intelligence immediately gained the upper hand. Gu Shi wasn't idle either. While the lesser underworld was engaged in battle, he took the initiative to operate from another direction. Under Gu Shi's guidance, he traced the source of the lesser underworld's death aura and, along the way, sensed the situation at the source of the underworld and the core underworld. By this time, the core underworld had calmed down again. After all, Gu Shi had taken everything, and the aura of death was no longer flowing inward. The core underworld was no longer the core. At the source of the underworld, however, because the world tree's aura of death had not yet been fully replenished, there was still a sufficient influx of energy. If Gu Shi didn't address this at this point, this world might slowly form a new underworld system due to the source of the underworld. This was not what Gu Shi wanted. Gu Shi went looking for the source of the underworld, not only to find the source of death, but also to wipe out the underworld and the forces of death in this world. Reincarnating this world into the underworld? What a joke. Gu Shi wouldn't do that anyway. After confirming the situation at the source of the underworld, Gu Shi stood in the small underworld and controlled the actions of the underworld source. Under Gu Shi's control, the underworld source cut off energy dissipation to all directions other than the small underworld. Once everything is completely cut off, the energy from the netherworld source will only be transmitted one-to-one with the small netherworld. Gu Shi went to such lengths, not only to obtain the netherworld origin produced by the netherworld source, but also to pursue another goal. He wanted to use the opportunity of collecting the small netherworld to remove the netherworld source as well. The netherworld source is the source of this world's netherworld. After removing this, and then taking away the last netherworld in this world, there will be no netherworld in this world, and there will never be another netherworld. Otherwise, using other means to deal with this world's netherworld would leave some irregularities, and would not be able to completely remove this world's netherworld. After communicating with the source of the underworld, Gu Shi began to act. Gu Shi would certainly not intervene in the fighting within the small underworld. But he would unleash a large number of necromancers and liches, allowing them to prepare for his actions. Gu Shi employed all the methods of the Lord of the Underworld and the King of the Underworld. Everything that could be deployed on the Yellow Springs Road and on the battlefield of the Underworld was deployed by Gu Shi. Through these arrangements, the land near the small underworld was also imbued with Yin energy, gradually forming a certain connection with Gu Shi's arrangements. Having achieved this, Gu Shi's next task was to waiting for the final opportunity to appear. And the intelligence of the small underworld did not disappoint Gu Shi. This opportunity soon presented itself. After Gu Shi had everything arranged, about 7 or 8 minutes later, the liquid in the small underworld's pool had visibly turned a yellow-green color. Gu Shi understood that this meant that the intelligence of the small underworld had taken complete control of the small underworld. So, Gu Shi seized this opportunity and activated his own arrangements. Suddenly, countless starlights flew in from far and near, all landing on the small underworld before him. Simultaneously, the head of the goddesses behind Gu Shi released a sacred moonlight, which fell upon the small underworld. This was Gu Shi's arrangement. The source of this world's underworld, along with all of Gu Shi's arrangements, would be squeezed into the small underworld. Although the small underworld was small, it must contain everything. Everything that the underworld should have, the small underworld must also have. At the same time, the source of the underworld itself, and everything in the underworld would be placed here. This was a delicate task. When Gushi struck, all the necromancers and liches he had released sprang into action. Some of them assisted Gushi in the small underworld, while others were adjusting the earth veins in different corners of this world. The most crucial element here was the holy moonlight Gushi released. Although Gushi had always been reluctant about holy moonlight becoming his exclusive skill, after getting used to it, he found it quite useful. At least when it became a personal skill, a skill became quite powerful. This was the situation at hand. The small underworld's intelligence, Gushi, the necromancers, the liches, and the holy moonlight all worked together to instantly transport this world's underworld and everything connected to it, regardless of whether it existed in this world or not, to the small underworld's pool. Then Gushi lifted his hands upward, and the pool was lifted from the ground. The word death on the stone surrounding the pool changed again. This time, the death inscriptions were no longer incomprehensible, but rather Naiha Bridge, Huangquan Road Level 1, Wanchuan River Level 1, Road to the Soul, Sansheng Stone, Sunluo Palace. This was the entrance to the underworld. Originally, there should have been a long road. But now, the entire underworld was so small, there was no road at all. But the necessary arrangements still had to be made. The death inscriptions carved into the stone were Gushi's final insistence. And the liquid within the pool was the entire underworld. Every drop of water in the underworld seemed to carry a world. From then on, the entire underworld had left this world, becoming its own system, a self-contained cycle, becoming Gushi's fourth underworld. Chapter 3222. With the small underworld now independent and self-contained, Gushi began the final operations. The underworld before him might be small, but it was actually about the size of a bathtub. This was fine for normal use, but when Gushi truly wanted to carry the underworld with him, it was actually a bit too large. So, after the small underworld was separated, Gushi needed to compress it further. Before, when the small underworld was devoid of yin qi and death energy, its energy source was borrowed from the moon. This showed that the small underworld before him actually had a certain connection with the moon. The sacred moonlight could influence the small underworld before him. Gushi's initial idea was to integrate the small underworld into the sacred moonlight, just as he had integrated the two dead cities. That way, regardless of what the small underworld could do in the future, at least Gushi could keep it with him. But as Gushi manipulated the sacred moonlight, he suddenly realized that the small underworld's intelligence seemed to have its own thoughts. The power of the sacred moonlight was blocked from entering, and the little underworld seemed to be trying to maintain its independence. Gushi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to trust the little underworld's intelligence. However, Gushi also made a request. He wanted to keep the little underworld with him. Its purpose, then, was to perform tasks that the Death City couldn't. After all, Gushi's Death City wasn't yet at the highest level. At most, it was at the level of Gonglingyu back then. While it could modify the weather and battlefield environment, it couldn't yet directly deploy an entire Death City onto the battlefield. And only Aridov City could do this. No other city had reached this level. But having an underworld with you was different. With the underworld, Gushi could do many things. For example, he could directly send souls to the underworld behind him. For example, if Gushi were to encounter a situation like this one, where there was no underworld, he could create one himself. Most importantly, Gushi's underworld red line could be used to teleport directly from this small underworld, meaning he could teleport automatically with just a coordinate. This alone was enough to make Gushi happy. Not to mention, the underworld had its own advantages. For example, various herbs that could only grow in the underworld could grow inside. For example, the underworld had its own administrative system. Furthermore, the underworld had landforms that only existed in the underworld, such as the nearly unsolvable wall of size, and the insurmountable river Styx. Gushi still remembered the things paved on the road leading to the Underworld University Gate. When Gushi first saw these things, he thought of moving them to his own city of the dead. But now, Gushi wanted to keep them with him. In addition, the portable underworld could provide Gushi with a safe haven, ready for him to rest whenever he needed. At that point, Gushi's location would be the underworld. No one would imagine such a spectral object appearing in the mortal realm. After conveying these thoughts to the spiritual intelligence of the small underworld, Gushi sent a message. As long as this could be achieved, it was possible to disobey the Holy Moonlight's control. After transmitting this message, Gushi withdrew the Holy Moonlight. After leaving the holy moonlight, the small underworld slowly underwent some changes. First, the underworld size changed. Originally the size of a bathtub, it now shrank directly to the size of a wash basin. Also, it no longer resembled a pool, but rather a flower pot. The stone that had originally formed the pool now formed the bottom of the flower pot, and all the death characters Gu Shi had previously inscribed were now on its surface. The flower pot contained a yellow-green liquid. Then, the small underworld before him floated beside Gu Shi. He could communicate with Gu Shi at any time. After several attempts, Gu Shi found that controlling the small underworld was quite flexible and natural. When Gu Shi didn't need it, the small underworld would transform into a shadow and hide behind him, sometimes hidden in the shadows, sometimes completely invisible. But when Gu Shi needed it, the small underworld would quickly reappear. Sometimes it would fall to the ground, transforming into the pool it had been looking at before. Sometimes it would float behind Gu Shi, transforming into the flower pot he saw before him. It could be said that this effect exceeded Gu Shi's needs. Most importantly, Gu Shi discovered that this small underworld could be large or small. Although its large estate might only be a little over 30 square meters, for Gu Shi, it was already an independent underworld. If he so desired, he could truly hide here for an extended period of time. Good stuff. A hint of happiness flashed in Gu Shi's eyes. Then he began to consider the potential uses of this small underworld. His previous ideas were quite obvious, but now that the small underworld had been dealt with, Gu Shi had even more inspiration. Many ideas Gu Shi hadn't considered before now all popped up. Gu Shi felt that he could invest more resources in this small underworld. Upgrading it wasn't necessary to consider its size for now, but the quality of the small underworld needed to be improved. In addition, some of the underworld essence previously obtained from the underworld source should be added to the small underworld. All of this came from the same source, and I believed it would greatly supplement the small underworld. While thinking about this, Gu Shi began to recall his troops. Gu Shi had already obtained everything in this game world. The mission was complete, so Gu Shi had no intention of lingering here any longer. Now, Gu Shi still needed to complete the upgrade mission for his death hand and search for the materials needed to upgrade it. The two most difficult levels had been completed. Next, it was a matter of traveling a long distance. The land of life and death was the last place to go. There's no rush for that. Gu Shi now needs to search the real world and the depths of the game for two special, but not particularly rare, materials. These two materials are primarily far from Gu Shi, especially the one in the real world, which isn't found on human territory. To find them, Gu Shi must first venture into other people's territory. Given the current situation in the real world, this undertaking would be relatively dangerous. Because war is raging everywhere in the real world, with Gu Shi's limited strength. Well, with Gu Shi's strength, he can really go anywhere. So, the next goal is to visit the real world first. Thinking it all through, Gu Shi caused the small underworld to vanish into a shadow. He then stepped to the exit point and exited the game world before him, leaving only the game world, where death is no longer possible due to the complete removal of the underworld. The moment Gu Shi left, the spirits of this world took another step forward. Eternal life and immortality. Chapter 3223. Back in Arida City, Gu Shi was preparing to relax for a day, rest up, and then have someone mobilize some supplies to strengthen the newly acquired small underworld before setting off again tomorrow. But Gu Shi never expected to hear news the moment he returned to Arida City. The heavenly Tao remains that Gu Shi had brought back from the game world had resonated with the newly transported world tree on a small scale. Although it was a small-scale resonance, the resonance was quite noticeable. And the more world tree materials were dismantled, the more frequent the resonance. Gu Shi's subordinates saw all of this clearly. Gu Shi pondered for a moment, and a hypothesis formed in his mind. If normal development continued, the world tree of the elves might truly become the core of a world, even the heavenly Tao of that world. The heavenly Tao remains that Gu Shi had brought back were incomplete, but they were still a world's heavenly Tao after all. Even if only a portion remained, it had the desire or instinct to be resurrected. It's normal for them to react to the fragments of the world tree Gu Shi brought back. Most importantly, this world tree is different from ordinary world trees. This world tree inherently possesses immortality, having survived for so many years. If it weren't for internal decay, its essence wouldn't have become what it is today. The heavenly Tao remains reaction clearly indicates that they take in a liking to the essence of this world tree and want to make a final fight. Under normal circumstances, Gu Shi might have suppressed such a reaction or simply ignored it. After all, Gu Shi's attention was now completely focused on the hand of death. But things were different now. This battle in the game world had brought about many shifts in Gu Shi's thinking. First, Gu Shi recognized his roots. Second, he understood that awakening the spirit was the key to the undead's future. The existence of the underworld's administrative system would gradually begin to take effect. Things like the heavenly Tao might not be important when they weren't important, but when truly put to use, they were the mastermind of the administrative system. You might not understand other situations, but if you think about it, a heavenly Tao could manage an entire game world and orchestrate its normal operation. Just imagine how crucial this was. When Gu Shi heard about this, he immediately wanted to free up some time to test whether he could transform the heavenly Tao into the undead. I understand this. I wait for the following documents to arrive. You go prepare them. I take a day off today, and I handle this tomorrow. Gu Shi quickly made arrangements. Li Yufeng, who had come to report the current information, was about to go down and make the arrangements when Gu Shi stopped him. Wait a minute, leave this with you. Tell Mary that we pretty much finished observing the children in Beilui and Bailuyu. There's no need to observe them any further. Give them up and look for another target. As Gu Shi's personal secretary, Li Yufeng naturally knew what Gu Shi meant by observation. Those were the vampires Gu Shi had left behind when he left Balian City. There were even some left in Balian City before that. However, decades had passed. These were no longer children, and there was no way to tame them. Gu Shi ultimately gave up the idea of bringing them back. As for Gu Shi's trips out to play, while studying in Yin City, those were professional attempts, not to leave offspring. Tang Xuan, however, had been trying to have a child for Gu Shi for years, but to no avail. Li Yufeng knew all about this, and upon hearing Gu Shi's words, she immediately responded. Sir, what should we do next? Would you like me to help you organize an audition? Gu Shi hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. Let's leave it to fate. While you can give up observing, don't give up completely. Have Shea keep an eye on those people. See if they have any children. If so, bring them back. Well, after more than a decade, Gu Shi no longer cared about his son, he had his sights set on his grandson. But Li Yufeng didn't say much. This was actually quite common among players. After all, a player's situation could easily last a decade or two playing the game. By the time he looked back, his son might have already been successfully employed. In this situation, forget about family ties. They weren't from some wealthy family. Just being able to recognize each other was already a blessing. If Gu Shi's parents were still alive, would he have gone to meet them? Besides, most of these children were raised by the aristocratic families of Balian City. It's easy to imagine where they're leaning. After unbinding the four-leaf clover ring, Gu Shi pondered this matter. This item definitely couldn't be given to one of his subordinates to contract the undead. It must be passed down through bloodline. Otherwise, Gu Shi wouldn't have had that feeling when he first received the four-leaf clover ring. That's why Gu Shi had been keeping an eye on the children related to him. He wanted to pick one or two suitable heirs from among them. However, this matter had been brought forward because Gu Shi had untied the four-leaf clover ring. Gu Shi had to find a way to determine the direction and resolve this matter. After all, Gu Shi was quite familiar with the four-leaf clover ring. It was now as powerful as the most powerful of the goddesses. And it controlled something as untraceable as fate. Gu Shi had to control this power himself. Even if he didn't use it himself, he couldn't let anyone plot against him. Hence, this situation had occurred. At the very least, someone had to find a suitable heir. It would also be best if they were trained from a young age, perhaps even into a career as an astrologist or fortune teller. After arranging this matter, Gu Shi waved his hand, leaving it to Li Yufeng to handle it. He then collapsed onto the bed. At this moment, Gu Shi didn't go to sleep, but was contemplating a crucial issue of his own. Level. This time, Gu Shi had gained plenty of experience from defeating the elves. Combined with the experience gained from defeating the monsters, he had enough experience to reach level 27. Gu Shi was considering whether to level up. Although Gu Shi hadn't felt his level was insufficient during these battles, he had also seen the problem of suppressing his combat power. Gu Shi's current class was the Ghost Sage of the Underworld, which focused on enlightening and awakening the undead and establishing the administrative system of the Underworld. These were all very important tasks, and required considerable time to complete. Normally, the sooner they were started, the sooner they would be perfected. Continuously suppressing levels would have a significant impact on Gu Shi's management of the Underworld. Especially now that Gu Shi had 4 underworlds, his administrative system was still in disarray. Not considering leveling up properly would be a serious problem. Chapter 3224. Gu Shi pondered the upgrade until the latter part of the night, never fully contemplating it, and fell asleep. The next morning, Lingxi helped Gu Shi to his feet. Li Yufeng and Shea were there, reporting the day's work and intelligence to him. Gu Shi listened vaguely, thoughts flashing through his mind, and the upgrade was temporarily put aside. The most important thing right now was the matter of the heavenly Tao remains. Last night, while Gu Shi was resting, his men had already begun processing the materials he needed. Meanwhile, the materials for the heavenly Tao remains and the world tree were all delivered to the designated location. It could be said that Gu Shi's men had already taken care of everything, just waiting for Gu Shi to come over and take a look. Who's over there? Eva's there with Yongdo. They also mobilized a large number of skeleton mages and liches. They're currently carrying out the final processing. Upon hearing this, Gu Shi immediately stood up. Okay, I go take a look first. You guys go do your work. Within the confines of Chengxi Mountain, Gu Shi could teleport freely, going wherever he pleased. With a mere thought, he arrived at Xiamu Lake. Xiamu Lake was now at least 10 times larger than it had been at the beginning, with various artificial and natural waterways leading to it. On both sides of the waterways were docks of various sizes, and various underwater and aquatic structures were built on both sides of Xiamu Lake. As Gu Shi approached, he could see numerous boats and underwater undead creatures in the lake. About 80% of the undead creatures here were completely new to Gu Shi. This situation stunned Gu Shi. Although he had been receiving various reports about the changes in Xiamu Lake, he hadn't been there often, leaving him unaware of many things. It wasn't until he saw this that Gu Shi realized that most of the aquatic undead here were actually transformed by Supra's slayings through double death. Gu Shi hadn't seen Supra, this epic undead, for many years. Gu Shi only knew that he was not only alive and well, but also incredibly successful. Every time he could contact him and report back, he'd hear about how many ghost ships he had added and how many troops he had expanded. But there was no sign of him, and Gu Shi had no idea where he was. This guy was truly even more reckless. At least Moore went out for the Red Dragon blood bottle, but this guy went out for freedom. But seeing the situation at Xiamu Lake, Gu Shi didn't say anything. Surviving the journey and bringing these things to Xiamu Lake was actually quite good. The others, Gu Shi, didn't see what was happening, but Gu Shi saw what was happening right before him. Gu Shi now had his own navy, and judging by the current situation, its combat effectiveness was quite good. At least, whenever a battle broke out, he could directly bring his troops into the fray, unlike before, when he was at a loss as to which troops to deploy in a naval battle. With this in mind, Gu Shi stopped blaming Supra. He simply glanced at the situation on Xiamu Lake, and then headed to the only untouched lakeside spot near Xiamu Lake. This is where Gu Shi soaks special corpses. Most of the corpses Gu Shi collects are sent to the magic zone or other areas for nurturing. After being strengthened, they are then used to create undead or summon spirits for Gu Shi. Only some special corpses are soaked here, nurtured by the yin energy of the entire city of Aridov. The remains of the heavenly Tao are such corpses. Also, by the lakeside, there are many altars. These altars have been used for many years, and have undergone various fine-tunings. Even the most ordinary ones are quite effective. Many ordinary skeleton wizards and liches like to conduct their magic experiments here. Among them, Yongdo is the most famous. After all, he was specifically chosen by Gu Shi for his development of various magical effects. When Gu Shi arrived here, he happened to see a large amount of wood being transported in. Most of this wood was bark, at least 100 meters long. It was obvious that this was wood from the world tree, a valuable commodity that had just been transported. Gu Shi originally planned to use these as building materials for his own city. So, when he had his men transport the troops to dismantle them, he specifically dismantled them in larger pieces. The lengths were all calculated to be over 100 meters, with the main goal being a tall structure. Now that they've been transported here, they're quite useful and require no further detailed processing. By the time Gu Shi landed beside the wood, Tian Dao's remains had already been retrieved from Xiamu Lake. In fact, Tian Dao's remains resembled a model of a small mountain. When Gu Shi first received them, he simply carried them back in his hands. But Gu Shi hadn't yet figured out how to proceed. Now, things were different. Having just dealt with a little netherworld, Gu Shi immediately had an idea. Add to that the fact that it was the heavenly Tao remains who wanted the world tree themselves, which gave Gu Shi a plan. After reaching out and taking out the heavenly Tao remains, Gu Shi immediately carried them to the world tree's wood. Gu Shi's target was the largest piece of wood. From its appearance, it was clear that it had been cut from the world tree's main root. The wood was half twisted, about 103 meters long, and over 10 meters in diameter at its thickest point. It was still covered in dirt and a yellow-green liquid. Gu Shi leaped directly onto the wood. Without a single movement, the 4 death hands behind him swiftly flew out, writing a large number of death characters on the wood. At the same time, the head of the goddesses behind Gu Shi also flew out. Sacred Moonlight, Victory coalesced, and the Dark Blood Path activated simultaneously, infusing the tree root with various powers. This was what Gu Shi had learned from the little underworld. No matter what you want to do, as long as you want a space of your own, you must have a complete circulation system, even if it's not perfectly rational. The little underworld did this exceptionally well. It had been automatically circulating from the start, lacking only a single source of power, which Gu Shi had provided. Thus, the little underworld's final disposal would be quite simple. Now, Gu Shi had to deal with the remains of the Heavenly Tao. Although they were only remains, Gu Shi's goal was to use them as the Heavenly Tao. Not having killed the Heavenly Tao outright was like missing out on $1 million for Gu Shi. Now, Gu Shi naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. He needed to prepare the materials necessary to resurrect the Heavenly Tao's remains without fail. Chapter 32:25. Although there was no complete plan, Gu Shi, with his current knowledge and experience, had some ideas about how to deal with the remains of the Heavenly Tao. Gu Shi's movements were instinctive, and soon the stump was covered in the inscription of death. Bring the things up. Looking at his work, Gu Shi didn't smile at all, but quickly gave orders. He was proceeding according to his intuition. Every aspect seemed quite complete, but for some reason, Gu Shi had a feeling something was off. Could it be that something like the Heavenly Tao was truly impossible to replicate? That made no sense. The underworld can have a smaller underworld, and the Heavenly Tao can die, so there was no reason why it couldn't be transformed into the undead. While Gu Shi stared blankly at the wood before him, a large number of transport troops had already brought up various supplies. These supplies were primarily composed of world tree and dragon powder. Naturally, all of them came from the previous game world. It's the product from the core underworld. Of course, no matter how creative Gu Shi was, he wouldn't need too many. When these things were delivered, Gu Shi hesitated for a moment, then gave the order after a long time. Grind the other materials into powder, mix them into a semi-solidified liquid according to the proportions I specified, and apply it to this piece of wood according to my instructions. Also, go to Moor and ask for some ghost dragons. I need their curse. Under Gu Shi's command, approximately 30,000 ghost dragons were mobilized. Looking at the ghost dragons flying in the sky, Gu Shi was speechless. This is the downside of having too many troops. Everything is counted in tens of thousands. And this situation isn't like a real game, where 30,000 ghost dragons can huddle together. These flying ghost dragons take up space, don't they? You can imagine what it would be like if 30,000, over 30 meters long ghost dragons filled the sky. It was already dark. Luckily, Gu Shi summoned these ghost dragons, and had already thought of a solution. Gu Shi pointed to the wood that had just been coated with the mixture and said, "Spray the aging curse. Keep spraying until I tell you to stop." The ghost dragons sprang into action, spraying the wood with the aging curse non-stop. Gu Shi had actually figured it out a while ago. The world tree material was acceptable as a support for the Heavenly Tao remains. What Gu Shi had carved earlier was also correct. The problem was that many things in that world were immortal. Even though the wood had been treated, this immortality still clung to it. So even when Gu Shi handled it instinctively, it still felt a bit strange. Not to mention that Gu Shi later applied the powder he brought back from that world. This state of immortality was actually constantly strengthening. If Gu Shi wanted the Heavenly Tao remains to enter its state, he had to clear this immortality and get the cycle within the wood going. Otherwise, no matter what Gu Shi did, it would be a waste. This was precisely why Gu Shi summoned the ghost dragons to cast the aging curse. Aging versus immortality. While the aging curse of one ghost dragon might not be effective, what about 30,000? And all 30,000 of them were taking turns casting the aging curse. The immortality within this piece of wood was inherently unfounded. Even if it were chipped away bit by bit, it could be completely worn away. Not to mention the rotating attacks. Gu Shi's use of the ghost dragon technique was a stroke of genius, a sudden inspiration. And the ghost dragons didn't disappoint Gu Shi. They completely ignored their own stamina and unleashed wave after wave of aging curses upon the wood. Gu Shi observed the wood's condition from the side. At first, the wood showed no signs of change, but as wave after wave of aging curses descended, Gu Shi noticed a clear shift in the situation. This was his opportunity. Under the 30th wave of aging curses, Gu Shi seized the opportunity and thrust the Heavenly Tao remains he had been holding into the wood. As the Heavenly Tao remains were driven into the wood, Gu Shi activated the Death Words effect and began injecting the corresponding Yin Qi into it. All the ghost dragons also stopped spewing their curses of aging and, under the command of their heroes, quickly departed. The wood that had struck the remains of the heavenly Tao immediately underwent a transformation. Originally, the wood looked like a fig tree root. But after this, it now resembled a totem pole cut from somewhere. When everything faded away, the wood stood upright at the edge of Shiamu Lake. The entire pillar stood over 30 meters tall, covered in patterns of varying colors. A closer look revealed depictions of wind, snow, and falling rocks. Clearly, these patterns represented the attributes of the totem before us. You have created the Heavenly Tao Totem Ghosting Mountain. Heavenly Tao Totem Ghosting Mountain, special a totem pole associated with mountains, dense forests, and wind and snow. Placing it in a mountainous, dense forest, or wind and snowy environment temporarily creates a Heavenly Tao domain, transforming that area into the Heavenly Tao of Ghosting Mountain. Within this Heavenly Tao range, everyone can benefit from the Heavenly Tao's blessings. The Heavenly Tao Totem also absorbs and suppresses Qi. Although there's no red text on it, only a special symbol, and the instructions are brief, Gushi already understood its purpose. They say the fewer words, the greater the event, and it seems that's certainly true in the current situation. As far as the current situation is concerned, the function of this totem is quite simple. Place it on a certain mountain, and the entire mountain range will become the totem's control area. Within this range, the totem will replace the existing Heavenly Tao in managing the mountain. And while within this range, Gushi will directly receive the Heavenly Tao's blessing. As for what Heavenly Tao's favor means, everything Gushi encountered in that strange world was a manifestation of Heavenly Tao's favor. The Heavenly Tao simply stopped playing and stepped forward to offer Gushi guidance. The Heavenly Tao Totem before him functions in the same way. Although this was a dead Heavenly Tao, ultimately made into a totem, a dead Heavenly Tao is still a Heavenly Tao. Every respect that a Heavenly Tao deserves is present here. As for the consciousness of the undead, Gushi didn't need to dwell on it. The Heavenly Tao certainly has consciousness. Without it, it wouldn't be a complete Heavenly Tao. So, despite its totemic appearance, this thing is essentially a spirit. If Gushi hadn't used the root of the world tree to create it, the final result might have been a Heavenly Tao skeleton or a Heavenly Tao artifact. But the effect would be the same. Chapter 32:26. After completing the creation of the Heavenly Tao Totem, Gushi immediately began conducting various experiments with it. Of course, Eve also followed along, conducting experiments. However, Gushi and Eve's experimental directions were clearly different. Gushi's experimental direction focused on the creation process of the Heavenly Tao Totem, and whether there were any methods for further improvement. After all, once there's a success, there's a second chance. If Gushi could create a Heavenly Tao Totem this time, he had the opportunity to obtain other Heavenly Taos, or Heavenly Tao remains next time. He also wanted to create something similar. Perhaps one that governed the oceans, or one that governed the sky. There were many different Heavenly Taos. So, the methods for creating Heavenly Tao undead needed to be further refined. We couldn't just make last-minute changes based on problems discovered, as we did this time. As for Eve's experimental direction, it was different. She was testing the limits of what the Heavenly Tao could achieve. For example, if the Heavenly Tao favored him, how much help could he provide? Did someone stumble upon a rare treasure while walking? Or did a powerful enemy succumb to their own demise during battle? All of this fell within Eve's scope of research. However, Eve was more concerned with whether her experiment's success rate would be higher under the protection of the heavens. After all, science, at its most extreme, becomes metaphysics. That was Eve's belief. Gushi simply experimented with the general situation, confirmed his mastery, and then disregarded the matter. The rest of the matter was left to Eve, while Gushi began planning the next itinerary. The next route was the longest of the two. The real world and the depths of the game. Gushi didn't even consider the size of these two places. He knew he would have to hurry this time. And the real world might be more troublesome. Given Gushi's status, he probably couldn't leave the human world directly. Gushi might need to use some means to transit. After all, Gushi was going to the Wanling clan, which claimed to be open to all races. If Gushi went there like that, he would immediately be considered a defector to the Wanling clan. Even if the human leaders knew Gushi was going, it would still affect the ordinary humans. So Gushi planned to first find Xianhua and explain the situation to him. Then he could sneak out secretly. As long as Gushi found what he was looking for, he could return immediately without having to stay in Wanling clan territory. But it was precisely the conversation with Xianhua that was the most difficult to handle. At times, Gushi even considered attacking the Wanling clan directly, just fighting his way out. This challenge was certainly easier than facing the Xinhua. But considering humanity's current situation, they were still a long way from reaching 5,000 red armor. And there was a tribe called the Stone Wings chasing them. Gu Shi feared that directly provoking and attacking the myriad spirits would bring disaster upon humanity. In the end, Gu Shi gave up the idea. He planned to ask Teacher June first, to see what these old bones, who had lived for who knows how long, thought. Gu Shi believed that someone like Teacher June had undoubtedly encountered similar situations before, and the situation back then might have been even more tense than it was now. After all, during Teacher June's time, humanity probably didn't even possess many red armor pieces. So Mr. June must have a way to deal with this situation. If Mr. June is willing to give some advice, then Gu Shi's mission this time will be much simpler. As for the deep game, it won't be that difficult. No matter which zone, all they need is a coordinate. If that's not possible, when Gu Shi took over the White Deer Wilderness humans, he knew some of the people who built the railway in the deep game. They have more detailed maps. As long as Gu Shi is willing to follow the map, he can fulfill the requirement of traveling across zones. In fact, it will be easier to handle than the deep game. Based on this situation, Gu Shi's strategy is to first go to the real world, then the deep game. After all, things in the real world are more complicated. If they are accidentally discovered, the various application procedures will require a lot of time. If he first obtains the materials in the deep game, and then returns to the real world, he will probably be extremely anxious. In this situation, Gu Shi might as well just do the difficult tasks first, and then deal with the simple ones. After thinking it over, Gu Shi didn't delay. He gave his subordinates some instructions, and directly transferred to the Yin City. Although Gu Shi no longer studied in the Yin City, he still kept a house and apartment there. For Gu Shi, transferring here was a relatively simple matter. This time, too, Gu Shi didn't even bother checking the time before returning to his apartment. Only upon entering the apartment did Gu Shi realize that it was now nighttime in Yin City. Since Gu Shi rarely used the apartment, and Tang Shuang had already established a partial relationship with him, Gu Shi simply lent it to Tang Shuang. When Gu Shi emerged from the fireplace, Tang Shuang noticed him immediately. She glanced toward Gu Shi's location with some confusion. Upon realizing it was Gu Shi, she closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep, completely oblivious to his presence. Seeing Tang Shuang like this, Gu Shi was somewhat speechless. She had been clinging to her desperately just a few years ago. And now she was like this. Women. Forget it, now isn't the time to discuss this. Teacher June might not be resting at this hour anyway. Go find Teacher June. Thinking of this, Gu Shi's movement slowed down, fearing she might wake the already asleep Tang Shuang. It was the middle of the night. She should at least have some sense of public service. Others had to get up for work the next day. Of course, after leaving the apartment, Gu Shi sent Teacher June a request to meet up. However, Teacher June's reply was automatic, meaning he was resting. He arranged a meeting time for Gu Shi around 8 p.m., after daybreak. Although it wasn't what he initially thought, Gu Shi was looking for someone, not Teacher June, so he naturally had to accommodate the other person's schedule. It was just a matter of waiting, and he could afford to wait. However, Gu Shi figured he already left, so he didn't plan on returning to the apartment building to disturb Tang Shuang. He also thought it wouldn't be a big deal to just wander around the streets. Gu Shi thought for a moment, and simply asked around at a few shops that still had lights on. There actually were some shops that would take someone like Gu Shi in to rest while wandering the streets. That was a good thing. Otherwise, Gu Shi wouldn't know where to find a place to rest. With a chuckle, Gu Shi entered one of the more respectable-looking shops and stayed there until dawn. Chapter 3227. Around 8:30, Gu Shi appeared in Teacher June's underground palace. As soon as he entered, Gu Shi sensed a noticeable shift in Teacher June's underground palace. In the center of the palace, a river appeared, seemingly made of mud. On both sides of the river, a stone figure, roughly the size of a human, stood every 10 meters. The stone figure's hands hung naturally, seemingly clutching something. As Gu Shi approached, he immediately noticed that the stone figures were staring at him, their gazes even following him. For a moment, Gu Shi couldn't tell whether the stone figures were statues or living beings. Just then, Teacher June emerged from the muddy river on a warhorse. Standing before Gu Shi, he sized him up. What happened that has you so anxiously seeking me out? Teacher June, Death has reminded me to complete the Hand of Death mission quickly. Gu Shi said this, and there was no need to elaborate further. Teacher June had also completed quests granted by Death. His second red outfit was a quest granted by Death, and he completed it on the Death territory. So he was well aware of the care that Death affords young undead professionals. He was also well aware that quests granted by Death were generally difficult. Sometimes, quests weren't always easy to complete. Gushi must have been stuck on a quest. He had encountered this kind of situation before, so when Gushi mentioned this, Teacher June felt as if he were seeing a past version of himself. Tell me, how can I help you? My quest this time is to find an item. According to the information I received, it's very likely with the myriad spirits. Gushi directly pointed out the difficulty. The 10,000 spirits clan, that's a real problem. If it were before, I could just apply and go. But with wars raging everywhere in the real world right now, going there might be a problem. After hearing Gushi's goal, Teacher June didn't consider whether Gushi was suitable to join the 10,000 spirits clan. But rather, he knew that going there would be a problem given the current situation. It was clear that while Teacher June appeared to be staying in the city, he actually sometimes traveled elsewhere. He probably had territories in both the Celestial clan and the 10,000 spirits clan. Yes, but this matter can't be delayed. Death specifically came looking for me earlier. It felt like something big was about to happen. Gushi muttered to himself. Unexpectedly, Teacher June then said, a major explosion of rule fragments is about to begin, and many more rule levels will exist. The landscape of the real world is about to change. Huh? Gushi's rule fragment explosion? What kind of situation is this? Teacher June said this, then observed Gushi's reaction, realizing that Gushi had never encountered anything like this. After all, this kind of thing wasn't common. Even in his long life, Teacher June had only encountered it twice, and this was only his third time. It was normal for Gushi not to know. However, with every major shard explosion, many new game worlds, red armor, rule players, and even ancient gods appeared. At the same time, many game worlds were destroyed, rule players perished in battle, and ancient gods fell. In short, it brought about profound changes to the real world. At times like these, each faction either withdrew its forces, preparing for attack, or expanded them, preparing to seize the benefits. Sometimes, things escalated into a major event. Gushi's sudden appearance at precisely this moment was actually quite troublesome. But Teacher June had always been a troublemaker. Gushi's situation was actually a remnant of his past experiences. Seeing Gushi's expression, Teacher June quickly changed the subject. Just sneak away, don't go through the Human Power Council. Even if you have a legitimate reason, by the time they approve it, the matter will be over. Just go. I remember you control the Death City. When you're done, just return to the city. With your current status, it doesn't matter if you don't show up for 10 days or half a month. As long as you're still human, Shinhua will protect you. Yes, I thought so too. We need to deal with this matter quickly. Don't keep dragging it out. The atmosphere seems a little off lately. I'm not strong enough yet. The longer we delay, the worse it will be for me. Okay, I can handle your matter. Wherever you're going, I help you open a portal. According to the information I received, it should be in the Blood Battle Fort of the 10,000 Spirits. I wonder if Teacher June has heard of it. Hearing this name, Teacher June fell silent. Not only had he heard of it, he had been there. Blood Battle Fort was the first capital of the 10,000 Spirits, a place known as the Flesh Grindstone. The situation of the first capital of the Wanling clan is quite special. This first capital is not located in the core position of the Wanling clan, but on the edge of the Wanling clan. It is also the key point to enter the territory of the Wanling clan. This location is incredibly important. Conquering it is equivalent to conquering the Wanling clan. Even if they can't conquer the Wanling clan, they can still establish a foothold within their territory. This is arguably the Wanling clan's most crucial location. Precisely for this reason, the Wanling clan values this place the most, and it's no surprise that they placed their first capital there. Throughout the Wanling clan's history, Blood Battle Fort has fallen a total of 13 times, only to be recaptured. The longest battle, lasting nearly 70 years, saw over 300 red-armored players fall here. It's a veritable meat grinder. It's even said that the ground here is red. Now, as the chaotic times begin, Blood Battle Fort will undoubtedly become the front line. Rushing there at this time would undoubtedly lead Gushi to numerous troubles. But just as Teacher June was about to persuade Gushi, he gave up. Although going now would be troublesome, if he didn't go now, there was no telling when Blood Battle Fort would be attacked. If that happened, it would be even more difficult for Gushi to reach Blood Battle Fort. So now was the best time. As long as Gushi was quick, he could leave Blood Battle Fort before the fighting started. Thinking this through, Teacher June nodded decisively. Okay, I help you with this. Blood Battle Fort, right? It's more likely to spawn undead creatures there. But you better hurry, and get what you want and leave. It's like a powder keg right now, and it's already quite dangerous. Do you understand?